The story opens with a sudden storm of system alerts flooding every corner of the world, each one reporting something more bizarre than the last. Along the coastline, fishermen had dragged up a colossal abalone, so massive that even 10 grown men linking arms could not circle its shell. Specialists rushed to explain it away, blaming nuclear wastewater and environmental mutation, desperate to force logic onto something that clearly defied it. In a distant tourist region, an ancient tree went mad with growth, its roots tearing through stone and stretching for kilometers as if the earth itself were being ripped apart from within. The warnings did not stop there. Enormous vines were said to have dropped straight from the sky, as if fragments of legend were crashing into the real world. Underground, subway tunnels collapsed without warning, taking countless lives with them. And yet, most people only glanced at the headlines before moving on. To them, it was just another wave of exaggerated news, no different from that ridiculous zombie bite scare years ago that everyone had mocked and forgotten. Outside a school gate, students gathered in noisy clusters, trading gossip that felt far more exciting than distant disasters. Their chatter abruptly shifted when a familiar figure walked toward them. Chu Qingli, the school's celebrated beauty, drew every gaze the moment she appeared. Whispers spread instantly. Was she finally breaking up with her boyfriend? Many had always believed their relationship was a mistake born of pity. She was already guaranteed a future at the elite Qingqing University, while her boyfriend had failed to even enter an ordinary one. In their eyes, the gap between their futures was already too wide to cross. Chu Qingli stopped in front of Fang Yi and called his name. He turned, meeting her eyes as she spoke in a voice that was calm yet distant. She said she had thought everything through. Their relationship was unrealistic. High school love, she explained, always collapsed once people woke up to reality. Building a life together required more than courage. It required compatibility, and they simply did not have it. For that reason, she wanted to end things. Deep down, she was convinced he had no way to win her back. No matter what he did, it would be meaningless. To her, the decision was final. Fang Yi said nothing. He did not protest. He did not plead. The surrounding students took his silence as proof that the blow had shattered him. After all, Chu Qingli was the most admired girl in school. Anyone else would have fallen to their knees, begging for another chance. In the crowd's eyes, the verdict was obvious. Fang Yi was nothing more than a toad daring to dream of a swan, completely unworthy of someone as radiant and wealthy as Chu Qingli. But instead of collapsing, he simply looked at her with calm, steady eyes and agreed to the breakup. His composure stunned everyone, Chu Qingli most of all. Without offering another word, Fang Yi turned his back and started to walk away. A flicker of panic crossed her face, and she suddenly called out to stop him. He turned slowly, his gaze sharp as he asked what she wanted. With anger burning in her eyes, she declared that no matter what scheme he was thinking of, no matter what tricks he might try, she would never return to him. She wanted him to understand that clearly. Fang Yi stared straight at her and answered with words sharp enough to cut, telling her not to flatter herself, calling her school beauty with cold disdain. Her eyes flew wide, a faint blush creeping up as the meaning of his words hit her far harder than she expected. The students watching from the sides were stunned into silence. No one had imagined he would strike back like that. But Fang Yi was no longer paying her any attention, nor did he care about the whispers buzzing around him. He understood something none of them could. The so-called rules of this world, money, status, education, were already on a countdown to extinction. Everything they relied on was about to be wiped away. Chu Qingli and the others had no idea what was coming. He was no longer an ordinary student trapped in this era. He was someone who had crawled back from the ashes of a destroyed future and been reborn into this moment. To him, she was nothing more than a fading shadow from another lifetime. He left the school grounds without ever looking back. Titles like school beauty and hollow reputations meant nothing to him now. A far more terrifying storm was approaching, one that would swallow the entire Blue Star. It had all begun the night before. Fang Yi had jolted awake to see strange fractures spreading through the air before his eyes, each one showing fragments of a future yet to arrive. Then the system's voice descended, cold and absolute, announcing that aura recovery had begun. A countdown followed, 364 days, 11 hours, and 59 minutes until full activation. When that moment arrived, the world would be remade. At first, the revelation left him disoriented, but then silhouettes began to form in front of him, and the system calmly explained what they meant. The old society would collapse. A new era would rise. Wealth would no longer matter. Power would decide everything. The age of cultivators was coming. With a slow breath, Fang Yi raised his hand and asked what exactly stood before him. A strange light gathered, and a translucent system window appeared. The explanation flowed into his mind. It was a creation from the outermost reaches of the universe, built from supreme algorithms, woven with cosmic secrets. Its purpose was singular, to automatically generate cultivation techniques from the spiritual materials its host encountered. At this moment, his list of techniques was empty. Fang Yi reached forward, and when his hand passed straight through the window, his pupils shrank. In that instant, a monstrous beast erupted into existence, releasing a roar that shook his very soul. His body stiffened as he stared into its open maw, where a mangled corpse lay crushed between jagged teeth. The system's voice rang out, declaring that this was his destined end if he remained an ordinary human, an end that awaited billions across Blue Star. His throat went dry as he swallowed, a freezing chill crawling through his chest. He pressed a hand against his heart, dread rising with every beat as memories from his past life came rushing back. In that ruined future, he had been nothing more than a powerless survivor, dragged along by catastrophe, fighting only to stay alive one more day. He had watched his nation fall, seen his people torn apart, and in the end, he too had been swallowed by mutated beasts. His final moments had burned with despair, rage, and an unrelenting hunger for revenge. Now, staring at the system hovering before him, Fang Yi's gaze hardened with unshakable resolve. So this was the reason he had been chosen, to be sent back one full year before the recovery of Aura, carrying a second chance no one else possessed. Slowly, he raised his hand again, this time without hesitation. The world outside remained blind to what was coming, but he was already standing at the edge of the storm. As his fingers touched the fragmented light of the system, he silently swore to seize every anomaly born from Aura's awakening and turn it into his own power. The system immediately began a new assessment. A sharp glow flashed through his eyes as the connection was confirmed. A new path unfolded before him. From this moment on, all of existence itself could become his resource. His purpose was no longer vague. Collect techniques, cultivate strength, and grow powerful enough to stand against the calamity that would soon engulf the world. At the same time, an announcement swept through the city, declaring that humanity was facing a crisis unlike anything in recorded history. The past offered no solutions. Only strength could lead them forward. Panic rippled through the population, but Fang Yi remained composed. When he checked his phone, it was overflowing with alerts. He understood instantly what it meant. The government was neither confirming nor denying the truth, only urging citizens to prepare. This was Xia Nation's quiet warning. In his previous life, reports like these would have been crushed before they could spread, dismissed as nonsense. Now, they were being allowed to go viral. Fang Yi's eyes softened with a trace of sorrow as old memories resurfaced. He knew this restrained method was Xia Nation's way of preserving order, slow and cautious, yet far more humane than the chaos and gunfire that had torn other countries apart. The system's words echoed in his mind. Anything could be used. That meant he had to go wherever anomalies appeared. His gaze dropped back to his phone, where the top trending headline caught his attention. Qingqing University had reported a UV index breaking all records, the highest in a century. Authorities had even issued a heat warning, advising incoming students to take precautions and apply sunscreen. Most people scoffed at it. To them, it sounded like nothing more than a cheap publicity stunt. Even elite universities, they believed, were now resorting to ridiculous marketing tricks. A heat that intense would kill people outright. There was no way it could be real. Fang Yi lifted his head and looked at the sky. Thick clouds covered everything above him. When he activated his UV meter, the reading showed 0. A frown crossed his face. Qingqing University was only 15 minutes away, so how could the difference be so extreme? Yet the images spreading online showed a blazing sun scorching the campus. Officials confirmed that student registration would continue, but warned everyone to avoid the North Gate, where UV levels were dangerously high. A faint smile curved Fang Yi's lips. He knew exactly what this meant. The first anomalies were always mistaken for stunts and hype. To the rest of the world, it was nonsense. To him, it was an opening. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. This was his moment. He changed his clothes and set out for Qingqing University. The streets surrounding the campus were packed with people hiding beneath umbrellas, their faces strained by the oppressive heat. Leaves had already withered and dropped from the trees, scorched dry by the air itself. Fang Yi walked straight toward the North Gate, the one place everyone else avoided. In his heart, he was already certain that something extraordinary was unfolding there. When he arrived, glowing ashes were drifting down from the sky, flickering like burning snowflakes. Students screamed and scattered, fleeing from the suffocating heat that rolled through the area. Fang Yi, however, did not retreat. His eyes fixed on the falling embers, and he calmly crouched, extending a hand to touch one. The instant his fingertip made contact, a blinding light exploded outward. The system's voice thundered in his mind, announcing that a powerful fluctuation of the yang attribute had been detected and that its data template had been unlocked. In the next breath, a torrent of energy slammed into his body, tearing through his meridians with unbearable heat. The radiance pouring from him became so intense that everyone nearby was forced to shield their eyes, convinced they were witnessing some impossible illusion. His clothes began to smoke, then burn, as the raging energy devoured everything around him. Fang Yi clenched his teeth, gripping his head as his body convulsed in agony. The pain was so violent that his thoughts shattered. Had the system even finished compiling? His entire being felt as though it were about to be ripped apart. He knew he was standing on the brink of death. Then the system completed its process. Fang Yi obtained his very first yang attribute technique, the Golden Sun breathing technique. Before long, the day of new student registration at Qingqing University arrived. Within the bustling crowd was Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend, Qingli. As she stepped into the registration zone, a male student hurried over, eager to carry her suitcase. One after another, more boys gathered, each hoping to earn her favor. She dismissed them all with cold indifference, stating she needed no assistance. Her gaze drifted toward a nearby couple, her lips curling in faint disdain, until a sudden burst of golden light ripped through the sky. Startled, she froze along with everyone else as a voice boomed from the loudspeakers, ordering all students to stay away from the north gate. Qingli's expression sharpened, curiosity flaring as she decided to see what was happening with her own eyes. At the north gate, a flood of golden radiance erupted, bathing everything in blinding light. From the swirling smoke, a lone figure stepped forward, exuding a pressure that made every onlooker's spine tingle. As he drew in a slow breath, his eyes gleamed with a fierce golden glow. A system window appeared before him, announcing the creation of a new technique and rewarding him with 50 points. Fang Yi studied the notification in silence, uncertain what those points represented, though he sensed their importance would soon reveal itself. Night descended. An unnatural moon hung in the sky, spilling eerie light across the land. In the stillness, Fang Yi began to cultivate the Golden Sun breathing technique. When dawn arrived, a brilliant sun rose over Qingqing University, its rays carrying a strange new energy that rippled through the campus. As students continued their daily routines, the sky above Qingqing University suddenly dimmed. A brief chill swept through the air, then the light returned as if nothing had happened. Unease spread instantly. Groups of students began rushing toward the north gate, and within minutes a massive crowd had gathered, voices buzzing with fear and speculation. The university's dean soon arrived, his face dark with fury as he demanded to know why his warnings had been ignored. The crowd shifted as several people forced their way forward. Among them was a hooded figure whose presence carried an unmistakable authority. With a firm, commanding voice, she ordered the dean to seal off the north gate completely. At that same moment, Fang Yi's system sent him a notification. He had successfully purified a contaminated zone. His heart skipped. If the government already knew about these polluted areas, then that meant others like him must exist. Another announcement rang out, strictly forbidding anyone from entering the restricted zone. Fang Yi immediately realized that this was no longer just gossip and online rumors. Things had turned serious. Students stared in stunned silence as uniformed personnel arrived, whispering nervously among themselves about whether these people were soldiers. From a rooftop high above, Fang Yi watched the entire scene unfold. The commotion had drawn far more attention than he had anticipated. A faint crimson light flickered in his eyes as he made his decision. It was time to vanish. Without hesitation, he leapt from the rooftop and disappeared into the darkness. Below, the hooded woman stepped onto the shattered ground, where cracks still glimmered with traces of residual power. She knelt and pressed her hand against the earth, carefully sensing the lingering energy. Picking up a fragment of stone, she studied it in silence, reconstructing what had taken place. The conclusion was unavoidable. This destruction was not natural. It had been caused by a single individual. Officials quickly began pushing the students back, clearing them away from the dangerous zone. In the retreating crowd, Qingli overheard whispers that one person alone had triggered the entire event. Shock washed over her. Then, at the edge of her vision, she saw a shadowy figure leap away. For just a moment, a thought flashed through her mind. Was that him? But she dismissed it almost immediately. With his grades, he could never even qualify to enter Qingqing University. Far away, at Fang Yi's home, the sun sank below the horizon and night took over. Lying on his bed, he let out a frustrated groan. His body was still burning hot despite the cold shower he had taken, making sleep impossible. Even more unsettling was the thought that someone might have noticed what he had done earlier. He reached for his phone, and a viral headline caught his eye. It was about a so-called cultivation association. He remembered it clearly. In his previous life, Everyone had mocked it as nothing but a ridiculous online joke. But now, thinking of the hooded figures at the university, he could no longer be so sure. Could they be connected? He opened the article. It laid out cultivation ranks, from ghost acts all the way up to total transcendence. In the comments, most people were laughing, convinced it was satire. Fang Yi, however, stared at the screen in silence. This time, he could not afford to dismiss it. If that announcement was true, then it was knowledge he had never possessed in his previous life as a powerless ordinary man. Fang Yi sat upright on his bed, fists clenched tight. The Cultivation Association, the hooded figures, none of this was a joke. With his resolve hardened, he decided to test the golden sun breathing technique again. He closed his eyes and drew in the blazing energy. Heat poured through his veins as golden light wrapped around his body, sweat rolling down his skin. Slowly, his body lifted from the bed, suspended in midair and bathed in radiant brilliance. The system's voice resonated in his mind, declaring the first step, strengthening the body to endure the power of heaven and earth. Fang Yi forced the energy to bend to his will. He compressed it, refined it, until a shape began to take form in his hands. A divine axe of pure golden force emerged, its radiance lighting the room. His eyes burned as a faint smile tugged at his lips. This was true power. The system confirmed his breakthrough. He had reached the Dochi level and gained another 50 points. Remembering the points he had accumulated, Fang Yi summoned the system screen again. A new function had unlocked. The explanation was simple. These points could be used to embed compiled data into objects, so he could channel power into items. His gaze shifted to a plain mug on the table. With curiosity, he extended a hand, golden light shimmering at his fingertips. The system asked if he wished to spend 1 point to infuse the yang attribute into the mug. Understanding dawned on him. This was enchantment, the ability to grant objects special properties. If he could do this, then weapons enhanced with such power would become his greatest allies against the monsters that were coming. The idea sent a surge of excitement through him. Strengthening weapons would be essential in the battles ahead. His eyes moved to a small decorative sword resting on a shelf. He decided to use it for a test. If it worked, he would buy a real weapon later and prepare himself properly. Just as he was about to act, a strange sound drifted in from outside, cutting off his thoughts. Something moved in the darkness beyond his walls. Unseen, a monstrous presence crouched nearby. Enormous claws scraped softly against concrete as glowing red eyes stared into the night. Rows of sharp fangs glinted as the creature revealed its form. A grotesque, demonic rabbit, huge and horrifying, poised to strike the building. Inside the apartment, Fang Yi had no idea that death was already at his door. Still restless from cultivation, he sat up, his own eyes faintly red from the energy surging within him. He frowned. The sound was still there, like a rat scurrying. It wasn't coming from inside the room or the pipes. Was it a neighbor's pet? He stepped into the living room, telling himself that his heightened senses could now pick up noises from nearby apartments. Even so, something about it felt wrong. The sound was off. Unease crept into his chest as he focused, pushing his hearing to sharpen even further. That was when realization struck. Something was terribly wrong. Fang Yi's muscles tightened as instinct screamed at him to be careful. He moved toward the front door, each step measured. The moment he pulled it open, his breath froze in his throat. There it was. In the dark hallway, the monstrous rabbit stood waiting, its red eyes glowing as they locked onto him. A thick, murderous aura poured from its massive body, claws flexing as if eager to tear him apart. The sight ripped open memories from his past life. Countless encounters with creatures like this, each one ending in helplessness and despair. At the same time, far above the city, a drone hummed softly through the night, recording everything below. It was proof that someone else already knew these horrors had returned. On the roof of a distant building, a young woman stood with a lollipop between her lips, speaking in an almost bored tone as she complained that the mutated rabbit which had eaten a rare fruit still hadn't been captured. Despite the danger, her expression was relaxed, even playful. She calmly ordered her team to keep updating her on the target's location. Without the slightest hesitation, she stepped off the edge of the rooftop and dropped. Her body sliced through the air at terrifying speed, weaving between towering buildings as if gravity meant nothing to her. A sudden pulse of energy washed over her. Her eyes flashed. She had found it. She landed on another rooftop with perfect control, barely slowing as she pivoted and ran straight down the side of the building. An urgent command sounded in her earpiece to pursue the target no matter what. She responded not with words, but with motion, launching herself forward in a smooth, deadly arc. Leaping from one building to the next, she warned her team that the creature had consumed a special fruit and was at risk of evolving. Somewhere below, a man working late glanced up and caught a blur streak past his window. It was so fast he doubted what he saw, only to be snapped back to reality by his boss shouting at him to get back to work. The huntress's shadow soon crossed the massive moon, her silhouette framed high above the 65th floor. Back inside the apartment, Fang Yi stood face to face with the beast. The mutated rabbit shrieked, red eyes blazing with savage intent. Fang Yi's own gaze answered it, glowing with golden fire. He could feel the difference in his body. He was no longer the powerless man he had once been. This time, he could stand against it. The monster lunged, claws ripping through the air, but Fang Yi slid aside with a speed he never possessed before. To him, the beast's movement slowed, every strike becoming clear and predictable under his sharpened senses. Golden energy surged in his palm as he prepared to strike. Why was a mutated beast appearing so early? The memories of his past life burned in his mind, turning into resolve. The creature wasn't fully evolved yet, but every second it fought brought it closer. If he failed now, everyone in the building would die. He charged forward, meeting the attack head-on. His energy-wreathed hand shot out and clamped onto the creature with crushing force. Without the slightest hesitation, Fang Yi lunged forward and sank his teeth into the beast, his face cold and merciless as he refused to release his grip. Golden light flickered in his eyes as he clung to it with relentless focus. With a sudden burst of strength, he spun the creature through the air and flung it aside. In that violent motion, he caught sight of its flaw, its tail. His fingers tightened instantly. This was the opening he needed. Grabbing the tail with everything he had, he prepared to finish it. With a savage heave, Fang Yi slammed the monster into the window. Glass exploded outward, scattering into the night as the creature was hurled back. His fist ignited with blazing golden radiance as he drew power into it. A beam of light tore from his hand and struck the airborne beast, bathing the dark corridor in brilliant gold. Yet instead of being erased, the creature clawed wildly through the glow, grabbing at the energy itself as if trying to pull it into its body. Fang Yi's eyes hardened. It was trying to steal his yang power. He pushed forward without retreat. The power of the sun is not something you can handle, he thought coldly. You're only killing yourself. The energy surged to its limit. In the next instant, a golden explosion erupted, engulfing the monster in a blinding blast. Next door, a startled couple jolted awake. The man groggily muttered about thunder and walked to the window. Outside, everything looked quiet and normal, as if nothing had happened. When the light finally faded, Fang Yi dropped heavily to the floor, golden remnants still fading from around his body. He drew slow breaths, replaying the battle in his mind. The beast had been like a starving ghost, desperate to devour his power. From the scattered remains, a single bloodshot eye rolled across the floor, leaking black smoke. Fang Yi's expression darkened. He crushed it under his foot without hesitation. Now he understood. The creature had been drawn to him by his yang attribute. If he had still been an ordinary man, it would have eaten him and slaughtered everyone in the building without resistance. The conclusion was unavoidable. He needed more techniques, more power. Only then could he survive what was coming. Under the pale moonlight, a girl raced through the air, her figure swift and lethal like a true hunter. She ran straight down the side of a towering building, every movement sharp and precise. When she reached the site, her eyes widened. The target was gone. Kneeling among the scattered traces, she examined what remained. The beast had been completely destroyed. Her objective now was to retrieve the night attribute it had carried. But the moment her hand touched the residue, a scorching heat surged into her palm, forcing her to pull back. Golden energy still lingered there. Recognition flashed through her mind. This was the same power she had sensed at Qingqing University's North Gate. It cannot be a coincidence. Her expression turned grave as she raised her communicator and spoke into it, voice steady. Target eliminated, but not by us. There's a new foreigner out there, one with a very special ability. A voice crackled through the hunter's communicator, asking whether the same individual who had purified the North Gate was also the one who had killed the rabbit. Another voice answered that there was no data on this mysterious figure, but made one thing clear. The association had to recruit him at all costs. The silver-haired girl agreed instantly. She carefully gathered the faint golden flame still lingering at the scene and sealed it inside a small container fixed to her uniform. Her superior's next order was direct and absolute. Drop all other missions and focus entirely on locating the new forerunner. Unbothered, she unwrapped the lollipop in her hand, slipped it into her mouth, and calmly replied that she understood. Before moving out, she added almost casually that she needed to grab a cup of milk tea first to relax. On the other end of the line, someone muttered in wonder about who this powerful newcomer could be. The girl silently agreed. The president had been right. Whoever this person was, she had to meet him. Far from all of that, dawn broke over the city, and Feng Yi's new day began. He rose with the first rays of sunlight, stretched his body, and prepared himself. He knew that early morning was the best time to cultivate. Sitting down, he began circulating the golden sun breathing technique, drawing in the brilliance of the rising sun. Golden light flickered in his eyes as power flowed through him. The energy lifted him back into the ghost axe realm, its force surging through every part of his body. A sudden wave of strength made him pause, but he quickly stabilized, realizing his progress was accelerating. His muscles pulsed with power. When he clenched his fist, the golden axe formed again, feeling lighter and more responsive than before. He raised it high, pouring his energy into the weapon. The force erupted, pushing him into the 2-star ghost axe realm. Golden flames burned within his eyes as his body was tempered again, tougher and stronger than it had ever been. He knew this explosive growth came from the surplus energy he had absorbed during his previous breakthrough. Yet he also understood the danger. Power gained too fast was unstable. From now on, he had to advance carefully, one step at a time. Even so, his rising aura was already drawing attention. He needed a place where he could continue without being noticed. At the association's office, a man suddenly stopped what he was doing, sensing a strange fluctuation in the air. He looked toward the sunlight outside, eyes narrowing. Was that surge coming from the new candidate again? By the river, Feng Yi found a quiet, secluded spot and continued his work. A system window appeared, asking if he wished to imbue his weapon with a special property. He remembered how his earlier attempt with an ordinary object had failed, unable to withstand the power. This time, the blade resonated with his energy, forming a deep, powerful connection. The system confirmed that the encoding was complete. Feng Yi tightened his grip on the weapon, a surge of excitement rising in his chest. This was his first true spirit weapon, and he was eager to see just how much power it held. He swung it. Golden energy erupted instantly. A towering beam of light shot skyward, tearing through the clouds as the air itself trembled. The sheer destructive force left him momentarily stunned. When he landed, the blade was still burning with radiant heat, fiery currents surging through his body. The single strike had nearly ignited the entire riverbank, thick smoke rolling through the area. Feng Yi frowned. His strength was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. Worse, that display had been far too conspicuous. Someone had definitely noticed. It was time to go. Not far away, a girl raced toward the site of the explosion, irritation written across her face. She muttered that she had only stepped away for a moment and had already missed everything. But when she arrived, she froze in disbelief. The river was boiling. Hovering above the scorched land, the agent surveyed the devastation. What in the world did that guy do here? She thought grimly. Ever since his appearance, everything had spiraled out of control, and she could already picture the scolding waiting for her. Then, at the edge of her vision, she sensed a flash of golden light far away. Her expression sharpened. What she felt was impossible. His cultivation had already advanced from 1 star to 2, and he had even forged a spirit weapon. Even the association possessed only 2 such weapons, and their creation method was still not fully understood. Doubt crept into her mind. How could one person reach this level alone? She shook her head, forcing the thought aside. For now, she had to deal with the aftermath he had left behind. Far from the disturbance, Feng Yi examined his new weapon. The yang attribute pulsed powerfully within it, but he was not satisfied. The system could encode anything. If he layered more attributes into it, the blade would become truly terrifying. Just then, his phone vibrated. A message appeared from an unfamiliar number. His heart sank. He had been careless. His trail was already being noticed. It was an invitation to join a pioneers group. The sender explained that only those who had reached the Ghost Axe realm or higher were eligible. Feng Yi continued reading. They were organizing a hunt in a newly discovered pollution zone and wanted him to participate. Attached was a file describing the target, the lava dragon of Shadow River, a place saturated with lava energy and rich in the yang attribute, the same power he wielded. The offer was too valuable to ignore. Feng Yi chose to accept. Elsewhere, in the Binmu district, a team had already assembled. They were waiting for an old acquaintance of Elder Li to arrive. One of them commented that the blonde girl's map had been so accurate it made the journey effortless. She thanked them all for coming, but made it clear that this mission would only succeed if everyone moved as one. Then she introduced herself as a member of the Cultivation Association. Her tone was polite, yet her eyes carried a trace of disappointment. The pioneers gathered here were far weaker than she had hoped. What none of them understood was that the association was no small organization. It was directly backed by the government itself. Getting into this team had not been easy. The blonde agent knew that better than anyone. Her family had called in favors just to secure her slot among the pioneers, and that made failure unacceptable. As the group waited near the Shadow River Cave, one of the scouts suddenly looked up. "Fang's here," he called. Fang Yi stepped out of the shadows, a newly forged sword resting in his hand. His presence was firm and commanding, yet when he spoke, his voice was calm and steady. The blonde agent blinked in surprise. With his strength, she had expected a crushing pressure, something overwhelming. Instead, there was only a strange, reassuring warmth that made him feel easy to trust. With everyone gathered, the leader gave the signal to move. They headed toward the cave entrance, and Fang Yi volunteered to go first, asking the blonde agent to provide the light. Side by side, they entered the darkness. The path inside was dangerous. Loose stones slid under their boots, and one explorer quickly warned Fang Yi to watch his step. Stranger still was the heat, or rather the lack of it. For a place tied to lava, the cave felt far cooler than expected. As they pressed forward, Fang Yi noticed how naturally the group had accepted him. Their teamwork felt real. In places like this, where death could strike at any moment, even strangers could become allies in an instant. Then the stone beneath his feet began to darken. The change was subtle, but to him it was a clear warning. A few steps later, the tunnel opened into a vast chamber, and before them flowed a massive river of molten lava. Before anyone could react, Fang Yi moved. He sprinted straight toward the boiling current. "Don't be reckless," the blonde agent shouted, but he was already at the edge. To everyone's horror, Fang Yi drove his sword straight into the lava. The cavern erupted in panic. Shouts rang out as a violent blast of fire and heat tore through the chamber, hurling the explorers backward and shaking the ground beneath them. Amid the chaos, Fang Yi's system activated, rapidly analyzing what had just happened. Streams of data flooded his vision. A new attribute had formed: Inner Flame, a power with extreme internal heat and terrifying explosive force. Along with it came a technique: Scarlet Flame Sword, a style that would wrap his blade in both fire and lightning whenever it was drawn. Without hesitation, Fang Yi tightened his grip on his Tang sword. His eyes burned with a fierce glow, reflected perfectly by the flames racing along the edge of his weapon. Below him, the explorers struggled back to their feet, staring in disbelief. Fang Yi stood untouched at the center of a raging vortex of fire, his sword drinking in the molten power of the lava river itself. The system prompted him once more. He spent his points at once, permanently engraving the Scarlet Flame attribute into his sword. Flames roared around the blade, then slowly settled, leaving the weapon burning with a relentless, controlled power. When the firestorm finally faded, the teammates hurried closer. To them, it looked like nothing more than a minor cultivation accident. Seeing Fang Yi standing there without a single injury, they all let out breaths of relief. At the same time, they could feel it. The spiritual energy in the cave had stabilized. Excitement spread through the group. One cultivator laughed as he felt how smoothly he could now absorb the refined energy. Another, still at the very beginning of his path, excitedly shouted Xiaoya's name as power flowed into him. The blonde agent smiled at their reactions and urged them to keep cultivating. She told them she would stay alert and stand guard, and the team thanked her sincerely for the opportunity she had given them. The calm didn't last long. Xiaoya's sharp gaze snapped toward the cave entrance. Shapes were moving in the shadows. More pioneers were approaching. She immediately warned her team. 3 burly men walked in, their auras thick with arrogance. Leading them was a man with an eye patch and faintly glowing red eyes. He smirked as he declared that this resource-filled territory now belonged to them. Xiaoya's face tightened. She could feel their cultivation clearly. All 3 were at the 1-star Ghost Axe realm. Her own group stood no chance in a direct fight. Still, she forced herself to speak calmly, pointing out that her team had arrived first and even offering to share the area. The response was nothing but mockery. The eye-patched leader sneered at her cultivation, calling her too weak to negotiate, and coldly ordered them to leave or pay the price. Xiaoya clenched her fists. In this new world, strength ruled everything. But as a member of Xia Nation's association, she could not simply step aside and allow such blatant bullying. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, Fang Yi stepped forward, placing himself between Xiaoya and the hostile leader. Golden flames flared along his Tang sword as he spoke in a calm, icy voice. "Do you really have nothing better to do than bully a young woman?" The leader froze, completely caught off guard, unable to answer. Fang Yi did not wait. He swung his sword. A single, overwhelming strike of fire and light erupted, blasting all 3 men backward. The cavern shook violently, and Xiaoya's teammates were jolted out of their meditation by the shockwave. Fang Yi's thoughts were steady. Memories of his past life surfaced, of a world where the strong trampled the weak and left only devastation behind. Against people like these, words meant nothing. Only power could stop them. To make it unmistakably clear, he drove his blazing blade into the ground before the rival leader. A golden aura surged outward, crushing the air and pressing down on everyone present. His voice carried no warmth at all. Scram. Pure terror filled the leader's eyes. Shaking, he called Fang Yi a monster and screamed at his men to retreat. The three of them fled, their earlier arrogance completely gone. Xiaoya's team rushed forward, their faces lit with shock and admiration at what they had just witnessed. Fang Yi merely gave a faint smile, waved it off, and told them it was time to keep moving. As the group moved out, Xiaoya's thoughts were in turmoil. She had seen it too, clearly. Fang Yi had not even been using his full strength. His control, his presence, the way his blade moved, this was not just a powerful cultivator. This was a top-tier pioneer, the kind of existence that could tilt the balance of an entire era. She knew what had to be done. This discovery had to be reported immediately. The scene cut to the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association office. On the phone, a young woman repeated Xiaoya's report, her voice filled with disbelief. Another high-attribute pioneer had appeared. The room went silent. Only then did the young worker realize what she had just said out loud. Standing right behind her was her superior, an imposing figure whose shadow fell over her desk. Flustered, she hurriedly ended the call after confirming the details. Turning around with an awkward, forced smile, she joked that maybe they were lucky enough to have discovered two high-attribute pioneers so quickly. Her superior did not smile. A stern man with streaks of gray in his hair, he cut her off in a low, heavy voice. This had nothing to do with luck. Every high-attribute pioneer would become a new center of power, and wherever such power rose, chaos and upheaval followed. Far from being fortunate, it was a crushing responsibility. The weight of that truth was written plainly on his grim face. Under a bright sky, Fang Yi returned to the city. Trying to avoid attention, he threw on a cosplayer's outfit, but the sharp edge of his aura and the real sword strapped to his back only made more people stare. As he walked, his phone buzzed. The events at the cave were already trending. The news was spreading fast. Fang Yi sighed inwardly. The eruption of his inner flame had been far too noticeable. Still, he did not believe his teammates had betrayed him. That was not the issue. The real problem was inside his body. The massive yang energy he had absorbed was pushing him toward another breakthrough. His cultivation was at the edge. He needed isolation. Immediately, without hesitation, he turned and headed straight for the back mountain. 5 minutes later, on that very mountain, a silver-haired young woman named Su Qing, an expert in restoring spiritual gardens, suddenly froze in place. A terrifying pressure swept over her senses. She looked up just in time to see a burst of golden light explode across the peak, blazing like a miniature sun suspended in the sky. She recognized it at once. Someone was breaking through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. But the sheer scale of the phenomenon made her heart pound. Could a breakthrough at that level really be so overwhelming? Her chest tightened. She could not ignore this. A sense of duty and a strange feeling of familiarity drove her forward. This time, she swore silently, "I will see who it is." High atop the mountain, Fang Yi sat deep in meditation as a raging storm of energy swirled around him. Streams of golden power poured into his body, circling before compressing into a radiant orb above his head, shining like a blazing sun. Behind him, that light twisted into a divine, star-shaped pattern, its intricate form radiating a terrifying, awe-inspiring presence. Sparks danced across his skin as streams of energy crawled over his body. His eyes burned with fierce light while he fought to seize control, forcing the raging surge to obey his will. Bit by bit, the chaos was pressed into order. Then the power merged. Before him, a colossal divine axe took shape, forged from blinding golden radiance laced with pale blue lightning. It crackled violently, humming with terrifying destructive force, its massive form filling the entire mountain peak. At that moment, Su Qinging arrived. The sight rooted her to the spot. She stared in disbelief at the figure before her. This unknown man, commanding a level of spiritual power she had never imagined was possible. Then he raised the divine axe. Her breath stopped. The steadiness of his grip, the perfect control in every movement. How could anyone handle such overwhelming energy with such calm precision? Had he been cultivating for centuries in secret? As the divine axe flared even brighter, a painful memory rose in her heart. She remembered the day she had tried to break into the Ghost Axe 2-star realm. The weight of her own divine axe had crushed her, forcing blood from her lips and leaving her bedridden for a full week. Her natural talent had not been enough. She had failed. Yet now, this man stood before her, succeeding where she could not. His breakthrough was countless times more violent than hers had ever been, yet he endured it as if it were nothing. The closer she rushed, the more unreal it felt. The sheer volume of spiritual energy, the flawless precision of every movement, the way each strand of power was refined again and again, it was beyond anything she had ever witnessed. He was not just a terrifying genius. To her, he looked like a god walking down from the heavens. What struck her even more was his composure. Most cultivators would charge desperately toward a breakthrough, afraid of losing it. But this man moved with patience and certainty, like someone who carried the wisdom of countless years. Her thoughts shattered as the blazing divine axe suddenly shifted. With a thunderous swing, it cleaved through the air toward the east. At the peak of his power, Fang Yi's eyes shone like molten gold as cracks of energy spread across his face. Wrapped in a raging storm of golden light, he finally brought the overflowing power completely under control. Then, before her eyes, a system window confirmed it. Fang Yi had entered the Ghost Axe 2-star realm. The divine axe slammed into ground, unleashing a catastrophic shockwave that tore across the mountain. Su Qingying braced herself, barely enduring the torrent of golden energy as the forest was carved apart before it slowly settled. When she looked up again, he was gone. Not a single trace remained. Breathing hard, frustration welled inside her. She had still missed him, even though she had arrived within barely 30 breaths. A troubling thought crept into her mind. He must already know she was following him. If he kept vanishing like this, how could she ever hope to recruit him? Just as discouragement began to rise, something caught her eye. She froze and slowly looked away from the ruined path. Not far off, an ancient towering tree shimmered faintly, still bathed in the lingering glow of golden light. Resolve returned to her chest. Su Qing lifted her voice into the quiet forest, addressing him respectfully as senior, asking if he was still nearby. From the shadows, Fang Yi stepped out. His hooded figure radiated calm confidence, and his faintly glowing red eyes locked straight onto her. In that instant, he knew it. This was the woman who had been quietly investigating him for days. Su Qingying did not retreat. Steadying herself, she introduced herself properly. She declared that she was the captain of the Firefly Squad, part of the Spiritual Practitioners Association of Xian Nation and one of the nation's earliest pioneers. On behalf of the association, she formally invited him to join. She admitted that she had followed him for 2 days and hoped it had not left a bad impression. Her tone was controlled, but inside her heart was pounding. Every word had to be chosen carefully. Push too hard, and she might anger him. Be too soft, and this chance would disappear. Fang Yi remained cloaked and unreadable. His silence was heavy, impossible to break. To fill it, Su Qingying added that although the announcement was not yet public, all official paperwork for the association had already been completed. She tried to sound composed, but her thoughts raced. Was she being respectful enough? Had she already gone too far? Her prepared words ended the moment Fang Yi finally spoke. His voice was flat and direct. Why should I join? The question struck her like a blow. She froze, her mind scrambling. But she quickly understood that flattery and empty promises would not work on someone like him. Only the truth mattered. Gathering her courage, she explained the association's purpose. Xian Nation wanted to unite the pioneers, to give them guidance, order, and protection. The current era was chaotic. While joining might feel like being bound to rules, she urged him to look beyond that. A massive resurgence of spiritual energy was coming, and with it, dangers no one could predict. If they remained divided, they would be destroyed. Only by standing together could they survive what lay ahead. Fang Yi listened in silence. Then he leaned casually against a tree, his posture relaxed, almost bored. When he answered, his words were calm and unwavering. I'm not willing to join. He said that, for now, he could not bring himself to fully trust her, or the association she represented. Su Qingying stood there, stunned. Her eyes widened as the weight of his refusal sank in, leaving her momentarily unable to speak. Desperation seized her. She hurriedly reached into her jacket, pulled out her identification card, and held it up for him to see. Once again, she introduced herself as Su Qingying. She added that before the spiritual energy resurgence, she had been a famous athlete. She begged him to trust her, hoping that her public reputation would lend weight to her words. Fang Yi paused, rubbing his chin as if considering her claim. Slowly, a memory surfaced. He did remember something. An old photo of her standing proudly as the runner-up of Xian Nation's long-distance championship. It clicked into place. That natural athletic talent was exactly what had allowed her to become such a fast and capable pioneer. But his gaze soon darkened. Memories from his past life rose like a shadow. A ruined city, humanity crushed under its own failures. In that original timeline, Xian Nation's association had collapsed, dragging the world down with it. Now he held a system. Now he carried the weight of changing fate itself. But joining the association at this stage was not the right move. When Fang Yi looked back at her, Su Qingying's eyes were filled with fragile hope. He told her he did remember her, then gave a deliberately vague answer. "I'll think about it." Before she could respond, his figure blurred and shot into the air. Su Qingying gasped, spinning around, only to feel a chill as he suddenly appeared right behind her. In a firm, cold tone, he gave his condition. She was to keep his whereabouts hidden from everyone. As he spoke, Fang Yi quietly studied her. The respect she showed revealed something important. This association avoided provoking pioneers it could not control. To him, that hesitation was a weakness he could exploit. Su Qingying quickly proposed a compromise. The association had already sensed the massive energy released by his breakthrough, she said. A report was unavoidable, but she could alter the truth, mixing facts with lies to conceal his identity while still satisfying her superiors. Fang Yi considered it briefly, then nodded once. She opened her mouth to continue, but before a single word could reach him, he vanished again. Su Qingying ran down the mountain, chasing after his fading presence, but it was useless. He was gone. Tired and frustrated, she trudged along the forest path, muttering to herself. Once again, she had failed to catch him. Worse, it felt like he was deliberately avoiding her. She complained quietly about the trouble of covering up the massive energy trails he left behind every time he moved. Her frustration was cut short when a voice crackled through her earpiece. The order was sharp and serious. "Stop worrying about the elusive pioneer. Focus on the mission." Then the report came. The strange creatures had reappeared. Su Qingying froze, eyes widening. "They're back," she whispered. A wave of terror slammed into her mind. She saw it again, wolf-like beasts closing in from every direction, their jaws dripping with blood, their red eyes glowing as they prepared to tear her apart. The memory was burned into her soul, a nightmare that would never truly fade. The truth behind those creatures was cruel. They were not natural beings. They were born from the pollution zones left behind by the resurgence of spiritual energy, cold, merciless things that fed on corruption itself. The more they devoured, the more twisted they became, turning into bloodthirsty predators that hunted humans. Some evolved even further, able to disguise themselves as disasters, ripping the land apart and spreading new pollution zones wherever they appeared. If left alone, they would not stop until the human world was erased. As if the world itself was responding to that threat, a violent storm exploded over the city. Darkness swallowed the streets as thunder roared overhead, lightning tearing through the sky. Rain crashed down in sheets, and phones everywhere began blaring red alerts, warning of a severe thunderstorm and urging everyone to stay indoors. Another notice followed, announcing that the Yuhuang mountain area had been closed due to the risk of flooding. Behind their windows, citizens whispered in uneasy amazement. Some said they had not seen a storm this fierce in years. Others joked nervously that maybe some powerful cultivator was undergoing a lightning trial nearby. In a rain-soaked alley, Fang Yi watched the storm with cold eyes, one of them glowing faintly red. He could feel it, the violent energy saturating the air. This was not a normal storm. It was an anomaly. His senses reached out, locking onto the source, tracing that chaotic power to a single point in the distance. Through the rain and lightning, he fixed his gaze on a mountain peak, struck again and again by crashing bolts of blue thunder. That was the center. Without hesitation, Fang Yi shot into the storm, leaping across rooftops as he tore through the city, each bound carrying him closer to the raging mountain. When he reached the base of Yuhuang Mountain, his system confirmed it. A pollution zone detected. He looked up. The once majestic mountain now resembled a graveyard. Twisted trees clawed at the slopes, their roots tangled around countless bleached bones. Another warning flashed before him. Pollution level unknown. Fang Yi did not slow. He stepped into the storm-shrouded forest, his expression steady and unyielding. As he closed in on the storm's heart, a massive bolt of blue lightning slammed into the summit, lighting up the sky like a second sun. In that instant, he knew he had found his target. Inside the command center of the Spiritual Practitioners Association, tension hung thick in the air. A massive screen showed the swirling vortex of blue energy over the mountain peak. One official reported grimly that the danger level at Yuhuang Mountain was rising far too fast. They had no choice but to seal it off and classify it as a contamination zone. The association leader, his expression hard as stone, gave a sharp order. Su Qingying was to be pulled from her current mission. They want a live report from her. Su Qingying answered at once, her voice tense with urgency. She reported that climbing the mountain was no longer possible. The thunder energy had become wildly unstable and was on the verge of erupting. Because of that, the area had already been classified as an A-level contamination zone. Then she delivered even worse news. Judging from how fast the energy was growing, Yuhuang Mountain was approaching S-level, a status that would trigger their highest emergency protocol. She did not hide the truth. Based on all available data, no explorer could approach the mountain safely. Not even she could. A wave of shock rolled through the command center. The calculations backed her up. Sending anyone would be suicide, even for their strongest pioneers. Faced with that reality, a man in a security uniform gave a firm order. The base of Yuhuang Mountain was to be completely sealed, with round-the-clock patrols to stop anyone from attempting to climb it. The leader agreed without hesitation. They could not confront the storm. Their only option was to lock the area down and wait for the energy to dissipate. But while the association declared the mountain off-limits, Fang Yi was already deep inside the danger zone. The storm raged around him, massive bolts of blue lightning crashing down again and again, yet he held his ground. A golden aura from his breathing technique wrapped around his body, anchoring him against the chaos. Even so, he knew it was not enough. If he wanted the purest thunder energy, he had to reach the heart of the storm, the very peak of the mountain. Memories of his past life burned in his mind. The monsters appearing now were only the beginning. Far more terrifying creatures would come later. His fire-based power, no matter how strong it seemed, would not be enough to face what lay ahead. He could not rely on his sword alone. He had to become stronger himself. Standing in the middle of the raging storm, Fang Yi understood the rare chance before him. This thunder was not just a deadly threat. It was a perfect tool to temper his own body. If he missed this opportunity, the disasters waiting in the future would surely kill him. His eyes shone with golden light as he drew his blazing sword. With a defiant roar, he thrust the blade straight into a crashing bolt of blue lightning. The violent power slammed into him at once. His body convulsed as agony tore through every vein, yet his feet did not move. He could feel it clearly. This lightning was not neutral. It was punishment, divine judgment rejecting his intrusion. The storm howled like a furious beast, demanding that he submit or be destroyed. Fang Yi lifted his gaze to the sky as thunder exploded around him, asking himself how such wild power could ever be forced to obey. Then the answer surfaced: the rule of the system. To gain power, he had to touch the source itself. Golden light erupted from his body as he unleashed the golden sun breathing technique. His roar tore through the storm as he forced himself forward, his flaming sword hacking a path through the endless cascade of blue lightning. Golden energy collided head-on with the storm's raw fury, triggering a massive explosion that shook the entire peak. Blood spilled from his lips, his body pushed to its limit, yet the fire in his eyes never dimmed. This was no ordinary battle. This was a desperate wager with death itself, where only by risking everything could he earn the right to live. Through sheer will, Fang Yi finally broke through and reached the summit. He slammed his sword into the ground, cracking the stone as he planted himself at the very center of the storm. Here, the thunder was absolute. Every breath felt like inhaling molten steel. The storm was no longer trying to drive him away. It was trying to erase him from existence. The sky trembled as the clouds converged, drawing all their fury into a single, catastrophic strike. A massive beam of white-hot lightning descended, carrying only one intent: annihilation. At that instant, Fang Yi's system activated. It detected the thunder attribute and began processing it. Far below in the city, people stared up from high-rise buildings in stunned silence. One man hurriedly took photos, never having seen lightning of such scale. Another whispered in awe that perhaps a god was undergoing a heavenly trial, claiming he had even seen the silhouette of a man standing inside the storm. On the mountain peak, everything vanished in a blinding burst of light. Fang Yi had won. A system prompt appeared, confirming that he had obtained refined divine thunder power, granting him the ability to summon heavenly lightning and temper his body into something beyond mortal limits. As a bonus, 5 riding points were added to his account. Suspended in the storm's fading glow, Fang Yi floated as arcs of blue lightning wrapped around his golden aura. In that moment, he understood his new strength completely. The thunder attribute was unlike anything he had ever touched. It was supreme in both offense and defense. Where his sun power had focused on protection and stability, thunder was piercing, refining, and rebuilding. It was destruction, but also purification and rebirth. He could feel it flowing through his bones and muscles, reinforcing them without pain, reshaping his body into a vessel of living energy. The system then presented a new option: Punish Evil, an upgrade that doubled critical damage, purchasable with riding points. Fang Yi landed lightly on the scorched stone and considered his next move. His first instinct was to fuse the thunder into his Tang sword. The power would make it peerless, but he hesitated. The blade already carried the sun attribute. Forcing thunder into it risked damaging its balance. Worse, merging too many forces into a single vessel could cause it to collapse entirely. Then a better idea formed. Instead of forcing thunder into his weapon, why not wield it himself? He looked at his right hand, the plan becoming clear. The system responded at once, asking if he wished to embed the thunder attribute into the selected item. A confident smile curved across Fang Yi's face as he gave the order. At once, the raging storm answered his call. Every streak of blue lightning in the sky was drawn toward him, surging into his right hand as he seized the very essence of the thunder for himself. By the next day, Yu Huang's shattered summit lay silent, the storm's wrath nothing more than a fading memory. At the base of a cliff, Su Qingying stood beside Major Han Li of the army. Before them lay rows of body bags, lined up in grim silence. Su Qingying reported what had happened. The contamination zone's energy, which had peaked at an extreme level, had somehow dropped to a mild state in just 3 hours. A faint static still lingered in the air, but the overwhelming danger was gone. Major Han Li listened, his sharp eyes narrowing. Someone had interfered. A seeker, he said coldly. Someone who hunts these kinds of events on purpose. Su Qingying stared at him in disbelief. Another seeker, and one who could survive that storm? She knelt and searched the ground for any trace, but the heavy rain had washed everything away. No footprints, no lingering aura, nothing. Frustration tightened her chest as she pieced together the timeline. Whoever it was must have left the mountains safely around 8 the previous night. Major Han Li nodded in agreement. The phenomenon had started at 6 in the evening. By 7, the army had sealed the area. That meant the seeker had gone up before the lockdown. He added another detail. Their instruments had predicted the storm would reach S grade. Yet at exactly 8 o'clock, all the readings had collapsed, the energy dropping almost instantly. Standing where the lightning had struck the hardest, he spoke his conclusion. The mysterious seeker had not merely endured the storm. They had likely absorbed the thunder itself, turning catastrophe into personal gain. That sudden drop in energy was proof. Then his expression darkened. People like this were the most dangerous. No one could know whose side such a person was truly on. Su Qingying agreed. If someone with that level of power turned hostile, the damage would be beyond imagining. They had to find him as soon as possible. Far away, unaware that the military was now focused entirely on him, Fang Yi lounged on his couch and suddenly sneezed. Back on Yuhuang Mountain, Major Han Li made his decision. His voice was firm as he gave the order to hunt the mysterious figure down. From that moment on, the unknown seeker was given a name. The Tyrant. The investigation began immediately. Officially, the army kept everything under strict secrecy, while hoping the Spiritual Practitioners Association could recruit the one they now called Tyrant. In the shadows, however, they launched their own search. On the rain-soaked peak, the association leader turned to Major Han Li and assured him that a high-level pioneer was already trying to make contact. Then he looked at Su Qingying and told her to deliver her full report to the major. The sudden order hit her like a blade to the chest. Su Qingying sucked in a sharp breath, panic flashing through her as her mind raced. With no time to hesitate, she launched into a carefully woven report, one built from just enough truth to sound solid, while hiding everything that mattered. She connected the raging storm to the same mysterious pioneer who had once cleansed the university's polluted zone. Inside, her nerves shook violently, fear gnawing at her that a single misplaced word might expose the secret transaction she had made with Fang Yi. Keeping her voice steady, she explained how she had tried repeatedly to track him down, only for him to slip away every time. She described finding the corpse of a mutated rabbit he had killed and correctly pointed out the lingering traces of the Yang Flame attribute left behind at the scene. To close her statement, she vowed to continue pursuing him, determined to uncover how he had managed to seal the university gate. All the while, she was silently praying, hoping her delicate mix of honesty and deception would survive scrutiny. Major Han Li listened in silence, carefully considering what it meant for a pioneer to wield the Yang Flame attribute. Slowly, his stern expression eased, approval flickering across his face. He praised Su Qingying for her work, thanking her for her dedication and calling her a gifted young pioneer. She immediately snapped to attention and gave a crisp salute, stating firmly that she was only fulfilling her duty. As the meeting drew to a close, Major Han Li explained that official cover stories would be released, fabricated reports of natural disasters, to keep ordinary people from learning what had really happened on Yuhuang Mountain. He also made his stance clear about spiritual energy, warning that allowing such information to spread online would only give criminals new weapons. While the officials continued talking, Su Qingying quietly let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Relief washed through her. The worst of the interrogation was finally over. Far away, in his apartment, Fang Yi was the calm opposite of that tension. Activating the golden sun breathing technique, he casually dried his soaked white hoodie, warmth radiating through the fabric until it was perfectly clean and dry. He slipped it back on as if nothing unusual had happened. Turning his attention inward, he examined the changes in his body. Even after fusing with the thunder attribute, he could clearly feel how much stronger he had become, his power surging beneath his skin. He lowered his eyes to his right hand. Blue lightning danced across his fingers, crackling softly. That hand had been completely transformed, now the strongest part of his body, its power multiplied several times over. As he clenched his fist, tiny spheres of lightning formed in his palm, flickering like living sparks. He could sense it clearly. He was standing right on the brink of another breakthrough. What shocked him most was how gentle the thunder felt. What had once been wild and destructive now responded to him like a trained beast, obedient and smooth to control. Compared to the unbearable agony he had suffered when he first awakened the yang attribute, this felt almost easy. It made him wonder if power weakened as it was absorbed into him. The system had also revealed something critical. This thunder attribute now inflicted double damage on strange and evil creatures. That single fact made his pulse quicken. He was itching to see just how deadly it could be. But before he could sink deeper into his thoughts, a sharp buzz cut through the room. His phone vibrated on the table. Fang Yi reached for it, a flicker of curiosity rising in his eyes. Ever since the previous incident, he had set his device to issue special alerts for any government warnings. To ordinary people, they were nothing more than emergency notices. But to pioneers like Fang Yi, every crisis carried another meaning, a brutal opportunity to grow stronger, even if it meant putting his life on the line. His eyes flicked to the newest headline glowing on his screen. A massive explosion had torn through a chemical plant, spilling pollution into the city. The official announcement claimed there were no casualties and told the public to stay calm. Fang Yi didn't believe a single word. An event on that scale was never that clean. He jumped into online forums, and what he found was far more disturbing. People living nearby described an unbearable unease, a suffocating and unnatural atmosphere that made their skin crawl. Someone asked if it felt like a cold, evil aura, and others quickly agreed. Even those who couldn't explain, it admitted the air itself felt wrong. The words cold and evil aura struck Fang Yi like a hammer. A nightmare from his previous life surged back, hands drenched in blood, a towering presence radiating terror. He remembered trembling in fear as a massive crimson monster ripped everything apart. A grotesque, many-eyed rat-like abomination burned forever into his memory. Back in the present, his gaze sharpened. He knew exactly what kind of creatures these were. Ordinary animals or plants that had gained self-awareness and twisted into killing machines, their power warped into something meant only to hunt and slaughter. They always appeared under the cover of night. This was nothing like the mutated rabbit he had dealt with before. This was far worse. His fist tightened, blue lightning snapping across his knuckles. He had made his decision. Tonight, he would eliminate them before they could grow any stronger. As he rose, electricity surged around his body, faint light pulsing through him. This was the moment to unleash his new power, his 200% critical strike, in a real fight. That night, the storm arrived. Rain slammed into the city, streets deserted beneath flashing traffic lights. Across the slick asphalt, shadows streaked forward, a squad of cloaked figures moving at inhuman speed. The destroyer squad had begun its hunt. One of them reported to base that they were tracking anomaly file number 7, codename Candle Knight, but had lost visual contact. The creature could melt into the darkness itself, making it nearly impossible to follow. Even worse were the clues it left behind. A faint sizzling sound always marked its presence, and it had developed a taste for human flesh. Lightning ripped through the clouds as the squad regrouped on a rooftop, scanning the city below. Their leader, a pale-haired man with deep scars etched across his face, understood what this weather meant. It was the perfect hunting ground for Candle Knight. His order was absolute. They would not allow it to roam free. Inside a distant command center, new data poured in. File 7, Candle Knight, was immediately upgraded. The situation was classified as critical, and an extermination order was issued with a 12-hour deadline. Commands went out at once. The destroyer squad was to continue the pursuit, but their own survival was now the highest priority. Without slowing down, the squad surged back in motion, leaping from rooftop to rooftop through the pouring rain, chasing the shadow, hiding somewhere within the storm. The squad leader stared at the holographic map floating before him. Red markers covered the city grid, each one marking an active anomaly. A 12-hour response window felt painfully slow, but he knew headquarters had no choice. With outbreaks flaring across the entire nation, even their most advanced systems were being pushed to their limits. As the destroyer squad moved toward the creature's last recorded position, a sudden message cut in. Headquarters warned them that the area was already being watched by the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. A photo flashed onto the display. Su Qinging, The operator explained that her unit was monitoring nearby pioneers and could be dispatched for support if needed. The leader acknowledged the update and immediately requested her assistance. He was familiar with her reputation and trusted that her abilities would make a real difference. Elsewhere, Su Qingying was momentarily stunned by just how famous she had become. Soon after, in the pouring rain, she and her cloak team appeared on a rooftop overlooking the destroyer squad. With one hand resting on her hip, she glanced down and casually asked if they were the ones pulling her in for overtime. Her relaxed attitude irritated the squad leader. His reply came out sharp, reminding her this was no joke. Candle Knight fed on humans, and the mission was far more serious than a simple overtime call. One of Su Qingying's teammates fired back immediately, asking if that was any way to request help. Su Qingying, unfazed, turned her back and announced that since the destroyer squad seemed so confident, the Ying squad would just leave. Her members whispered among themselves as they followed her, one worried about her bluntness, another arguing that their own missions were just as deadly anyway. The squad leader froze, dread rushing through him. He called out, telling her to stop. His voice shifted quickly as he apologized for his earlier tone. He urged her to stay, stressing how dangerous Candle Knight truly was. Without her famed tracking ability, his squad had little chance of success, and failure would mean countless innocent lives lost. In the end, both sides reached an agreement. Standing together on the rain-slick rooftop, the two teams prepared for battle. Su Qingying lifted her hand, and a sphere of brilliant blue energy formed in her palm, glowing vividly against the storm. She announced that she had located the target. The orb flared outward, sending waves of energy across the area until the monster's position was laid bare. Deep inside the shattered chemical plant, the grotesque, many-eyed rat-like abomination known as Candle Knight was feeding. Just as its file described, it thrived in damp darkness, devouring human flesh. With the enemy revealed, Su Qingying gave the signal, and the joint assault began. But Candle Knight's instincts were terrifyingly sharp. The moment they moved, it lifted its head and sprang away, an attack smashing into the ground where it had been standing only an instant before. A member of the destroyer squad shouted that they had been discovered and ordered everyone to close in. In an instant, their cloaked bodies blurred, slicing through the rain as they sealed off every escape route around the monster. With Candle Knight trapped inside their formation, they called out together and launched their attack. One fighter struck first, smashing the creature into a pile of broken concrete with a brutal blow. For a heartbeat, it looked like the battle was already over, until Candle Knight's flesh began to twist. Bulging red boils tore open across its back, black spikes ripping free as a shrill, inhuman scream ripped through the air. The creature struck back, a vortex of dark energy spiraling around its body. Su Qingying shouted a warning for everyone to evade the incoming shockwave, but it was a fraction too late. A terrifying sonic blast exploded outward, throwing both squads off their feet. The destroyer squad's leader was flung from the rooftop, crashing hard into the street below. One of his men rushed to help him. He clenched his teeth and forced himself upright, bruised and shaken, but still breathing. With grim honesty, he admitted that if he had been even a second slower, his bones would have shattered. The reality was undeniable. This enemy was far beyond anything they had prepared for. Left alone, Candle Knight would reduce the entire city to ruins. And it still wasn't finished. The monster's body warped again, huge bat-like wings tearing free from its back. It roared as a sickly green glow gathered in its throat before it spat out a flood of corrosive black energy. The substance spread like poisonous smoke, eating through everything it touched. Candle Knight slammed its claws into the ground, tried to melt its way underground and escape. One of Su Qingying's teammates cried out, warning that the creature's dark power was violently corrosive and would destroy anything in its path. Su Qingying remained perfectly still. Even as destruction spread, her expression stayed calm and focused. She issued clear orders to her squad. Maintain discipline. Do not disrupt the destroyer squad's formation. Their role was tactical support, not reckless engagement. At the same time, a destroyer squad fighter rushed in with a dagger, aiming to stop the fleeing monster. But two glowing red eyes cut through the darkness. The winged Candle Knight lunged forward, narrowly slipping past a deadly ambush. The squad leader roared in frustration, commanding his men not to let it escape. The creature tore through the rain-soaked streets, weaving between buildings as it fled. Members of the Ying squad gave chase, cloaked figures streaking after it like living shadows. From a rooftop above, Su Qingying watched with two of her teammates. Suddenly, she felt it, a violent spike of spiritual energy coming from the creature. Something was changing. Without hesitation, she ordered her squad to remain outside while she went after the monster alone. The pursuit led her to a massive, abandoned factory, its interior swallowed by darkness. As she stepped inside, Su Qingying activated a scan, her gaze flicking to the sleek device on her wrist. The Destroyer Squad's leader instantly recognized the technology. She confirmed it was a brand new prototype issued by the association. The device measured spiritual energy and determined what level a squad could safely handle. 50 was considered the upper limit. Candle Knight had registered at 48. Before she could say anything more, the numbers on her wrist exploded upward. The screen shrieked with alarms as the reading surged past 80. Her expression tightened instantly. Something was terribly wrong. The energy levels are spiking out of control, she shouted. A freezing presence stirred above them. High in the rafters, a massive shadow shifted, twin green eyes burning through the darkness. They hadn't cornered Candle Knight at all. They had stepped straight into a trap. Su Qingying's heart plunged. Candle Knight wasn't alone. Another creature was here, and it was far more dangerous. The Destroyer Squad leader finally lost his composure and screamed for an immediate retreat. But Su Qingying seized control, barking orders for a tactical withdrawal toward the main entrance. Forcing the enemy into open ground was their only hope. She fired a blast of blue energy, ripping a path through the factory while yelling for everyone to move. Then everything went wrong. Pain ripped through her body without warning. Her legs gave out as invisible poison surged through her veins, cutting off her strength. She collapsed, her breath locked in her chest. Sickly green mist swallowed the space around her. The enormous factory seemed to stretch endlessly, yet pressed in on her like a cage. She called out to her squad, her voice echoing, but no one answered. She could sense them nearby, yet the toxin had severed their connection. Her thoughts raced. This wasn't a coincidence. Candle Knight had led them here on purpose. This place was the territory of something far worse. The faint presence she had felt earlier now revealed itself. A colossal serpent slid out of the shadows, its armored head lowering as green eyes glowed like lanterns through the haze. In that moment, Su Qingying understood the truth. Candle Knight's darkness was nothing compared to this thing. The black fog filling the factory wasn't shadow at all, it was poison. From the instant they had entered, they had been breathing it in. Silent and deadly, it crept into their bodies, paralyzing them and draining their spiritual energy with every breath. Struggling only made it worse. The more they resisted, the faster their power would burn away until nothing remained. She could already feel her strength leaking out, leaving her hollow and weak. Her knees gave out completely as she slumped onto the cold floor. As the last of her energy faded, despair closed in. This serpent wasn't just powerful, it was intelligent. It was playing with them, savoring their collapse. She closed her eyes, wondering if this was truly the end. Then a spark of light cut through the choking green fog. Her eyes snapped open. A single beam pierced the darkness, followed by a thunderous explosion as the factory ceiling shattered. Blinding light poured into the chamber as debris rained down. Through the falling rubble, a figure descended. Cloaked and hooded, Fang Yi landed with effortless control, his silhouette outlined against the blazing light pouring through the broken roof. He stepped forward, planting himself firmly between her and the serpent, his gaze locked onto the looming monster. One glance was enough for him to identify it, a dark attributed beast. The serpent wasted no time. Its armored head shot forward, jaws snapping wide as it tried to tear him apart. At the same instant, Candle Knight burst from the shadows, lunging from behind. Fang Yi slipped past the serpent's lethal strike and came face to face with the rat-like creature's gaping, dripping maw. In that heartbeat, everything became clear. The serpent's poison weakened its prey, draining them into helplessness, while Candle Knight moved in to finish them off. Together, they were a flawless killing machine. Then Fang Yi made a decision no one expected. He didn't dodge. He allowed Candle Knight's fangs to sink deep into his shoulder. Blood sprayed across the floor, yet his eyes burned with cold defiance. "So you love biting people?" He sneered at the creature, gnawing into him. "Then try this." Blue lightning exploded from his body like a raging storm. Electricity surged straight into the monster's jaws, ripping through its flesh from the inside. "Taste my thunder," Fang Yi roared. At the same time, his free hand flared with blazing golden light. A beam of searing solar energy blasted forward, smashing directly into the serpent's skull. Candle Knight shrieked as lightning wrapped around its body, convulsing in shock. Fang Yi tore himself free and turned back toward the towering serpent. Golden flames ignited around him, crackling alongside the roaring thunder. "Let's see how you handle fire," he said, unleashing a torrent of blazing gold that thundered across the battlefield. The serpent answered with a furious roar, lunging forward with its massive jaws stretched wide to devour him. Fang Yi moved like a streak of lightning, twisting through the air as the beast struck. His golden sword ignited with radiant brilliance, arcs of thunder dancing along its blade. He landed solidly and pointed the weapon straight at the monster. His voice was calm, almost taunting, as he told it to keep its eyes on his sword. The serpent hesitated, drawn to the glowing blade. Fang Yi took advantage instantly. He shot upward, slicing through the air and bringing his sword down in a crushing arc toward the serpent's head, thunder roaring violently along the edge. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground. But instead of the killing blow he expected, something horrifying happened. The serpent's skull split apart, cracking open like a shell. From inside, a second head emerged, unscathed as the outer layer peeled away and fell like discarded skin. Fang Yi landed, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. The creature's true form glowed with sinister vitality, green energy pulsing through its neck. This battle was far from over. Then the backlash struck. The remaining thunder energy he had driven into the beast erupted inside its body. The serpent screamed, thrashing wildly as lightning tore through its veins, overwhelming its dark aura. Watching it writhe in pain, Fang Yi let a thin, confident smile form. He had already sensed this serpent was far more dangerous than Candle Knight. That was why he had held back. That earlier strike was never just about the sword. It had been the conduit. The blade had driven the thunder straight into the creature's core. A trap inside a trap, and now the serpent was suffering for it. But the fight was not over. A sudden, searing pain tore through Fang Yi's shoulder, right where Candle Knight had bitten him earlier. His expression darkened as he looked down. Dark purple scales were spreading across his skin, crawling outward like a cursed brand. He understood at once. Just as he had suspected, this was no ordinary poison. It was a coordinated assault between the two monsters. One delivered the bite, the other flooded the air with venom, paralyzing their prey and silencing them before the kill. The agony was fierce, but Fang Yi's will burned even hotter. He activated the golden sun breathing technique, golden heat surging through his body. The yang flame immediately began burning through the corruption. His solar power was already breaking down the poison, repairing what had been damaged. And his thunder, pure and ruthless, would wipe out whatever traces remained. This serpent had chosen the wrong target. As his powers flowed together, Fang Yi felt how perfectly they complemented one another. The fusion of yang flame and thunder didn't just grant strength, it gave him awareness. Every trace of poison now screamed as pain, acting as a built-in warning. He knew how lucky he was. For anyone else, the serpent's venom would have meant a silent, inevitable death. His eyes shifted to the smoldering remains of the monster. A creature that large could only survive by ambush. Its lair must have been filled with the bones of fallen pioneers who never had a chance. With Candle Knight acting as bait and the serpent delivering the final blow, the trap had been flawless. Even elites would have fallen. That was why so many had disappeared. But now it was over. The serpent's massive skeleton collapsed into ash, devoured by holy fire. Fang Yi watched the flames rise, calm and satisfied. His inner flame was devastating, but it was the triple critical surge of his thunder that had truly ended the fight. For the first time, he felt certain his power could stand against even veteran pioneers. Silence settled over the ruins, broken only by the crackling fire. As Fang Yi turned to leave, he paused. His hand lifted slightly, sensing something. His eyes narrowed. He wasn't alone. Through the drifting smoke, a figure staggered forward, coughing through the ash. Su Qingying. She was filthy and exhausted, but alive. As the haze thinned, Fang Yi saw her sitting among her unconscious teammates. His gaze sharpened as he spoke to her directly, calmly telling her there was no need to keep pretending. Her act wasn't convincing. The comment froze her in place. Flustered, she raised a hand to cover her face, embarrassed at being exposed. She hurriedly muttered an excuse, claiming she had only just woken up from the smell of the smoke. Fang Yi didn't accept it. With a quiet edge in his voice, he pointed out the truth. While her entire squad had been completely drained, she still had more than enough spiritual energy left to protect herself. If she had truly been unconscious, she wouldn't have sensed anything at all. With no way out, Su Qingying could only offer a weak thank you. Inside, her thoughts were in chaos. He had seen straight through her. She had deliberately kept a thin thread of spiritual energy for self-defense. And more shocking than that, he had wiped out both Candle Knight and the serpent entirely by himself. Noticing her flustered reaction, Fang Yi's tone softened. He told her there was no need to hide her face. All he wanted was honesty, and for her to keep his identity a secret. After one last glance to make sure she and her squad were safe, he said it was late and he needed to leave. Su Qingying tried to call out, but he was already walking away. With a faint smile, he said that explaining everything would ruin the surprise. Then, with a single effortless leap, he shot through the hole in the factory roof and vanished into the night. Leaping across rooftops under the moonlight, Feng Yi thought back on the battle. He felt relieved that Su Qing hadn't tried to absorb the monster's dark energy. He remembered that icy, filthy presence far too clearly. Yet one question lingered. Why hadn't he been able to absorb it himself? Had it already dispersed, or was his body instinctively rejecting it? Either way, he decided it could wait until he got home. Back inside the ruined factory, Su Qing stared up at the jagged opening in the ceiling, moonlight pouring down. She let out a quiet sigh. Disappointed, she hadn't seen his face clearly. He still didn't fully trust her, or the association. Her thoughts ended there. Stepping back into her role as captain, she walked over to the destroyer squad's fallen leader. With a few sharp slaps, she ordered him to wake up. He groaned as he stirred, bruised and disoriented. The moment his eyes opened, panic seized him and he shot upright, shouting that they had been ambushed. Su Qing remained calm, almost detached. The man followed her gaze and froze. His eyes widened at the smoldering skeleton of the serpent sprawled across the factory floor. The entire squad stared in stunned silence. Their captain demanded answers, asking what had happened and where that terrifying yang energy had come from. Su Qing replied smoothly. She said they had been rescued by a powerful pioneer, most likely the same person she had been tasked to investigate. A high-level yang attribute user who had appeared by coincidence. Her voice deliberately faded at the end, making it sound like nothing more than luck. The squad was shaken. One muttered that it was impossible for a single person to kill both monsters alone. Another could only shake his head in disbelief. Su Qing added one final detail. She hadn't been able to recruit him, and somehow he had even managed to follow her back. That alone made him even more mysterious. Soon, the destroyer squad returned to their duties. Their captain, still sore but steady, asked where Candle Knight's remains were. Using a green energy technique, the destroyer squad captain began purifying the battlefield, as the association required every trace to be collected. As the cleanup started, he formed a glowing green orb, pulling in the strange fragments scattered across the floor. But as he stepped forward, his boot came down on a piece of debris. It shattered instantly, erupting in a burst of brilliant blue lightning. The captain stumbled back with a sharp cry as the shock raced through his body. Su Qing froze, eyes wide. The remains weren't just fading shadows. They were still alive with raw electrical force. This was no ordinary residue. It was Candle Knight's corpse, still crackling with thunder. The captain turned toward her, suspicion flashing in his gaze. She had reported that the mysterious pioneer wielded yang flame. Yet here was undeniable proof of overwhelming lightning power as well. They both knelt beside the remains, examining the charged fragments. The thunder energy pouring from them was terrifying, pure, violent, and far beyond anything they had seen before. There was no doubt it was high tier. The destroyer squad captain frowned, a new idea forming in his mind. Maybe there hadn't been just one rescuer. Perhaps two elite pioneers had crossed paths, one who killed the serpent and another who destroyed Candle Knight, before leaving together. But Su Qing knew better. She couldn't bring herself to say it. In her mind, she still saw that lone figure, golden flames blazing in one hand, lightning raging in the other. Who would ever believe it? One high-tier attribute was enough to be called a prodigy. Two was almost unheard of. Yet the proof was right in front of them. The serpent's scorched skeleton carried the unmistakable mark of a yang flame walker, while Candle Knight's electrified remains screamed of a thunder tyrant's fury. And both traces pointed to a single man. The squads could only stare, shaken to their cores. What kind of monster was this hidden pioneer? At that moment, association reinforcements arrived. Su Qing felt a wave of relief. She was glad she had left people outside. If she had gone silent for too long, she would have been declared missing. A cold thought crossed her mind. This rescue team had likely come expecting to retrieve their bodies. Her two subordinates, who had been knocked out by the serpent's poison, finally woke and hurried to her side, voices trembling with relief that she was still alive. With the threat gone, the association's forces began their work, clearing the battlefield where two monsters had fallen, and where one pioneer had shattered everything they thought they knew. The mission shifted from rescue to investigation. Using advanced scanners, the team analyzed residual spiritual energy and battle traces, piecing together a detailed timeline for headquarters. A specialist soon approached Su Qing and the destroyer squad captain with the results. After comparing attack patterns, finishing strikes, and energy signatures, the probability was overwhelming. There was a 99% chance that a single individual had eliminated both targets. The two captains exchanged a silent look. Around them, squad members whispered in disbelief. They'd been saved by a pioneer who wielded two high-tier powers. Either monster could have annihilated them, yet that person had ended both fights in what appeared to be single blows. The gap in strength was immeasurable. Understanding the weight of what they had discovered, Su Qingying contacted her superior and delivered a major update on the target. Glancing up at the shattered roof, she confirmed that the mysterious university pioneer and the figure known as Tyrant were one and the same. In his office, her superior listened carefully before issuing new orders. Xiao Su, suspend the mission for now. You saved your squad, eliminated the threats, and secured the site. That isn't how an enemy behaves. Old Han, Major Han Li, and I don't see eye to eye on this, but for your safety and to avoid provoking a potential ally, you are to cease all contact with Tyrant for the time being. Yes, sir, she replied, then added another detail. She shared a theory from when she had tracked Tyrant to the back mountain during his breakthrough. He told her to continue. She explained that the aura she felt back then had been terrifyingly strong. At the time, she had suspected a spiritual weapon, then dismissed the idea. But now, with confirmation of 2 high-tier attributes, that theory no longer seemed so far-fetched. A spiritual weapon? Her superior repeated. He paused, then shook his head. It was extremely unlikely. No matter how gifted, a lone pioneer shouldn't be able to obtain something that rare without powerful backing. He added that the investigation team had detected no trace of a third spiritual energy, which was normally the unmistakable sign of a separately forged spiritual weapon. Su Qingying corrected him immediately. The aura she had sensed during her first encounter hadn't been foreign energy at all. It had been pure yang. His eyes widened as the meaning sank in. If the weapon's power was coming directly from a user's own yang energy, then it wasn't an external artifact at all. He was creating it himself. That led to a terrifying possibility. He might be a spirit creation realm cultivator, someone capable of forging spiritual weapons from their own power. In theory, such people could exist. In reality, they were almost myths. Fewer than a handful were believed to exist in the entire world. Su Qingying felt her heart pound. If she was right, the man she'd been tracking wasn't just gifted, he was one of the rarest beings alive. But her superior's thoughts went even darker. What if this pioneer wasn't limited to 2 attributes? What if there was a third hidden within him? That would be disastrous. Every known study agreed. Different attributes violently rejected one another inside the human body. Even stabilizing 2 was nearly impossible. No one in recorded history had ever successfully controlled 3. Yet the absence of a third energy signature was almost a relief. If no third attribute existed, then at least the situation still remained within the realm of what was theoretically possible. When the call ended, her superior sat alone in silence, one thought weighing heavily on his mind. Please, let this man never become humanity's enemy. Meanwhile, Fang Yi stood beneath the steaming water of his apartment shower, heat washing away the grime and exhaustion of battle. Drying himself off, Fang Yi let his thoughts drift across the state of the world. Less than a year remained before the official revival of spiritual energy, yet everything was already shifting. Strange incidents surfacing, dangerous monsters appearing, and pioneers rising on their own, without waiting for permission. A soft glow of golden yang energy pulsed across his palm as he casually dried his clothes. His mind returned to the hostile men at Lava River. Once a body touched the spiritual world, it became sensitive to its tides. That was why, even without government approval, countless pioneers had already broken through into the 1-star Ghost Axe realm. And now agents like Su Qingying were actively searching for them. Fang Yi could see it clearly for what it was. This era was a fragile balance, a cautious standoff between the government and independent pioneers. Both sides probing, both sides feeling out the unknown, neither daring to move too fast. Standing alone in his room, Fang Yi thought of Major Han Li, of Su Qingying, of the world as it existed now. For the moment, the monsters were still contained. The various pioneer factions had not yet collided head-on. But as he finished getting dressed, he felt just how thin and unstable that peace truly was. The government had already established the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, yet its existence remained hidden from the public. Fang Yi understood their reasoning. People were already noticing strange phenomena. Monsters, distortions, unnatural events. The authorities were trying to prepare humanity quietly, releasing pressure in small doses instead of igniting mass hysteria. His recent victories hadn't softened his outlook. If anything, his judgment of the future had grown darker. The core issue was hesitation. The government lacked the resolve to announce a new cultivation era outright. With a population this massive, the moment the truth was exposed, chaos would explode. Riots, death, fear, the collapse of order. Even official pioneers would be powerless to contain that wave. From that perspective, their cautious strategy wasn't wrong. Fang Yi knew better than most. Human panic could be deadlier than any monster. What unsettled him was something else. The speed at which the monsters were evolving. Faster than he had expected. His thoughts returned to the factory battle. Candle Knight and the Serpent had both been warped by dark energy contamination, specifically Shadow Attribute, a twisted branch of darkness itself. His system had labeled it clearly, a natural enemy of pioneers, an energy he could not yet absorb. These creatures weren't stupid beasts. They hunted in pairs, set traps, and stalked pioneers like prey. And yet, even these were still insignificant compared to what he remembered from his past life. True dark-type horrors that could wipe out entire nations on their own. The realization left a chill in his chest. If he hadn't arrived when he did, Su Qingying and her entire squad would have been erased without a trace. Still, hope remained. One line from his system echoed in his mind. Temporarily unabsorbable. That meant there was a future where even shadow attributes could be turned into his weapon. That single possibility might decide whether humanity survived or fell. Turning inward, Fang Yi reviewed what he now possessed. The golden sun breathing technique of the yang attribute. The divine thunder tempering of thunder. And the crimson flame blade technique. His arsenal kept expanding layer by layer. Armed with high-tier techniques and the raw force of a 3-star Ghost Axe Realm Pioneer, Fang Yi knew very few could stand against him now. Yet even as that power circulated through his body, one reality pressed down on him. This was still nowhere near enough. The ringing of his phone cut through his thoughts. When he glanced at the screen and saw his aunt's name, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. She asked about his health first, then revealed her real reason for calling. His cousin was coming to the city for school. Worried about her safety, she hoped Fang Yi would let the girl stay at his place instead of putting her in a hotel. He paused. His memory of this cousin was vague at best. A quiet top student who lived buried in textbooks, with little presence beyond that. He couldn't even recall her face. Still, he agreed, mentioning that he had a spare room. When he asked when she would arrive, his aunt said she would send over the girl's contact and let her come on her own. Far away, inside a dim room lit only by a computer screen, long, slender fingers moved swiftly across a keyboard. A hooded girl with exposed ears had just finished that same phone call. Her mother, Fang Yi's aunt, reminded her to go to her cousin's place by tomorrow afternoon and mention the snacks she had packed for the trip. The girl replied politely that it was no trouble and said she still had work to finish. The glow of the monitor reflected in her glasses as she switched back to a chat group titled Spiritual Energy Revival Martial Arts Vanguard Team. Using the name Feng Heju, she announced that she would be heading to the city and staying with her cousin for a while. She closed it and opened another page, an alert about a location now known as Death Town, tied to something called the Pork Beef Challenge. 3 more people had gone missing. A blood-stained, horrifying image filled the screen. Her eyes sharpened with interest as she read the town's name. Manhua. Before she could dig deeper, her mother knocked and entered, asking if she had finished packing. Lin Yi said she was ready, though she muttered that she would rather stay in a hotel than trouble her cousin. Her mother immediately refused. Staying with family was far safer than living alone, and she trusted Fang Yi completely. As she gently urged her daughter toward the door, she added one last reminder. Don't cause trouble, and help out when possible. Lin Yi answered obediently, but once the door closed behind her, she let out a quiet sigh. This trip was just another obstacle. Adjusting her glasses, a glint of resolve appeared in her eyes. Whatever her cousin was like, he couldn't possibly be harder to deal with than a monster. The following day, beneath a clear blue sky, a young woman with long dark hair and glasses wheeled a suitcase toward an apartment building. She checked the map on her phone, confirmed the location, then looked up at the building. This should be it, she murmured. At that moment, Fang Yi stepped out of the building with a bag slung over his shoulder. A young woman standing nearby called out to him, asking if he was her cousin. He paused in surprise, looked her over, then asked if she was Lin Yi. Inside, he had to admit it. He didn't recognize her at all. An awkward silence settled between them, light but unmistakable. Back inside the apartment, they sat on the couch, exchanging stiff, polite words. Fang Yi asked if she had come to the city for a summer camp. She nodded, smoothly confirming the cover story. He told her to let him know if she needed anything, and she thanked him. After a few more empty pleasantries, he handed her the key to the room across from his before returning to his own. As she watched him disappear down the hallway, Lin Yi felt a wave of relief. Her cousin looked relaxed, harmless, unlikely to poke around in matters that weren't his. But Fang Yi had already noticed something. From the moment she stepped inside, a faint and unfamiliar spiritual aura had brushed against his senses. Was it a mistake, or was she simply inexperienced at hiding it? Either way, one thing was certain, Lin Yi wasn't here just for summer camp. She was a pioneer. Inside her room, her actions only confirmed it. Lin Yi picked up her phone and sent a message to her martial arts vanguard team, saying her cousin was easy to deal with and unlikely to interfere. The group quickly shifted to discussing the mysterious powerhouse who had appeared at Lava River. Lin Yi warned them not to act recklessly, Two many-strong pioneers were still hiding in the shadows. After everyone agreed to wait for her signal, she logged off. Cultivating right now was too risky. If her cousin sensed anything, her cover would be blown. 3 days passed in a blink. For Fang Yi, living together was becoming a test of endurance. Every cultivation session risked being interrupted. Once she stepped out of the bathroom, wrapped in nothing but a towel, forcing him to cut off his meditation instantly. The blazing golden aura of his yang breathing technique was far too eye-catching to leave exposed. But what truly threw him off wasn't the danger of discovery. It was her constant kindness. One night, she served him a carefully prepared dinner with quiet pride. When he tried to wash the dishes, she waved him away with a gentle smile, saying it was the least she could do. Her politeness, her meticulous habits, her almost obsessive neatness, something about it felt off. Still, Fang Yi went along with it. If she kept lowering her guard, he might uncover what she was really hiding. Just as they were eating, her phone buzzed on the table. The screen lit up. Both of them glanced at it, surprise flickering in their eyes. Fang Yi stood and excused himself, saying he would go back to his room so she could take the call. Lin Yi answered quietly, watching him leave before turning back to the device. Sitting on her bed, her tone shifted completely. Calm, focused, and serious, she began repeating the information coming through the line. The great change of heaven and earth would strike again, tomorrow, at 3 in the afternoon. Lin Yi confirmed she would be there. In his own room, Fang Yi heard everything clearly. The destination was the entrance to Manhua town. He knew it well, a place now trending online as Death Town, sitting just an hour outside the city. That was enough. His suspicions were confirmed. His cousin was a pioneer, with spiritual energy circulating in silence. Fang Yi observed her through the wall. She couldn't sense him. Her realm wasn't high enough. Even so, he felt a trace of admiration. She was still in middle school, yet she had already reached the 2-star Ghost Axe realm and was hovering on the edge of another breakthrough. He reevaluated Lin Yi. Her strange habits and distant nature suddenly made sense. Her talent had shaped her, and now the truth of her visit was clear. The summer camp was just a cover. She had come because she knew about the coming great change of heaven and earth, determined to witness it herself. Fang Yi knew what such events represented. Every great change was a rare opening, a chance to seize a new technique and leap forward in power. What would emerge this time? He didn't know. It didn't matter. With his resolve set, he decided that whatever appeared would belong to him. In her room, Lin Yi paused mid-preparation as a chill slid down her spine. She looked around, a faint sense of being watched pricking at her nerves. Outside, the moonlit mountains lay quiet and unmoving. After a moment, she shook it off as imagination and continued packing. The next day, Manhua town buzzed with voices as the mountains loomed in the distance. At the entrance, Lin Yi met one of her teammates. The girl immediately teased her, asking if her cousin was handsome. Lin Yi answered plainly, he was a good man, but nothing special to look at. Her friend let out a disappointed groan. Before the jokes could continue, another teammate arrived, a red-haired woman in a flowing purple dress. She reminded them that Lin Yi herself always claimed to be ordinary. With that, she shifted the mood. Everyone was here. It was time to get to work. One of the men asked if another member of their team wouldn't be coming. The redhead replied that it would only be the 6 of them today. Their missing teammate, she said, was always like that, mysterious, rarely showing up. From the balcony of a nearby cafe, Fang Yi watched in silence, his sword resting at his side. His cousin's little team kept a low profile, but his senses told him everything. Even the weakest among them had reached the 2-star Ghost Axe realm. The man who spoke earlier carried the pressure of a 3-star. He also picked up that their team normally had even more power, but their strongest member was absent today. Fang Yi leaned back, eyes turning toward the mountains. A thin smile formed. That was where the real show would begin. And then, high above the mountain peaks, it descended, the great change of heaven and earth. The clouds were torn apart as a colossal green vine dropped from the sky, stretching downward like a legendary beanstalk, announcing that the transformation had begun. These strange phenomena always arrived without warning. They weren't directly destructive, but to pioneers, each one was a precious clue, a fragment of truth about how the world was being reshaped. Deep within the misty mountains, Lin Yi and her squad finally saw it for themselves. The towering vine pierced the sky, vast and utterly alien. The red-haired leader's voice trembled as she confirmed it. They'd found their target. The group stood rooted in place, slowly giving way to unease. One of the more adventurous girls suddenly went pale. Her voice shook as she begged everyone to stop. A cold dread crawled up her spine, pouring out from the vine itself. Fighting back tears, she said that something about standing before it filled her with overwhelming terror. The leader asked if anyone had read the rumors on the internal Pioneer forums. The girl nodded, panic spilling out as she spoke. She knew a team that had touched the vine during its last appearance. They had been experienced pioneers, far stronger than she was. And yet, all of them had died. Their bodies were eaten, their bones absorbed into the roots of a twisted, darker version of the vine. Her breathing grew ragged as she clutched her head. "One up the same way," she whispered. At that instant, their surroundings warped. The mountain trail vanished. In its place spread a grotesque cavern of throbbing red flesh, the ground a writhing mass of living tendrils. A nightmare. Then just as suddenly, the vision shattered. They were back on the mist-shrouded mountain path. It had only been a premonition. Even so, their teammate was left shaking to her core. Once betrayed in an online romance, she had convinced herself she was ready to gamble with her life, either return wealthy or die as a pioneer. But now, facing the vine, all she felt was crushing fear. Tears streamed down her face as she admitted she wasn't ready to die. She wanted to leave. The red-haired leader and Linny exchanged a heavy glance. They, too, could feel the suffocating pressure radiating from the vine. Linny spoke quietly, giving shape to what they all sensed. It wasn't just fear. It was emptiness, a hollow void within the wood-type vine, as if all life inside had been drained by time, leaving behind nothing but a dead, echoing shell. Linny laid out her conclusion. That hollow core was the reason their fear felt so crushing. The vine wasn't merely strange. It was feeding on their very life force. Her trembling teammate looked ready to collapse when Linny reached out and grabbed her hand. With unwavering resolve, she declared that this was the path of a martial pioneer. Danger was unavoidable, and only by facing it head-on could they continue to advance. From a nearby cliff, Fang Yi watched in silence. He could feel it too, the suffocating, deathly aura pouring off the colossal vine. Of every monster he had encountered so far, aside from pure dark attribute creatures, this thing was by far the most disturbing. The small squad had courage. Few pioneers would even dare stand near something like that, much less try to cultivate beside it. His sharp gaze locked on the vine. It looked like a plant, a symbol of life, yet there was no vitality inside it at all. What stood before them was hollow, a corpse wearing the shape of something living. No spiritual energy circulated within it. Only the faint residue of blood and flesh from those it had devoured clung to its surface. Back with the group, Linny stepped forward and took control. Standing at the edge of the cliff, she spoke with clear resolve. Time was limited. They couldn't afford reckless moves. Her plan was straightforward. Sense the vine's energy from a distance, avoid direct contact, and still extract what they needed. She chose a high branch and settled into meditation. A shell of blue spiritual light wrapped around her as she focused her breathing. From afar, Fang Yi observed closely. He had to admit it. Their formation was well chosen. Far enough to stay safe, close enough to cultivate. Not timid, not reckless. His cousin had picked the perfect position. Then it happened. The energy around Linny suddenly surged. Fang Yi's eyes sharpened. She was breaking through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. A burst of blue light flared as her aura climbed. Her teammates stared in stunned silence. In a single moment, Linny had stepped into a level of power none of them had expected. But that eruption of spiritual energy did not go unnoticed. Deep beneath the forest floor, the slumbering roots of the colossal vine twitched. A sickly green glow spread across its twisted mass, pulsing like poison veins. The earth shook. One of the men turned, his face draining of color. Panic rippled through the squad as the vine began to move, its massive tendrils ripping out of the ground and surging toward them. The attack was merciless. Blade-like vines lashed upward, instantly coiling around 2 of the male pioneers before they could even react. Their screams tore through the air as they shouted for the others to run, begging them to escape while there was still time. The red-haired leader's heart dropped. She knew exactly what had happened. Linny's breakthrough had created too great a disturbance. It had drawn the monster's attention. Her fear was confirmed as more tendrils slammed against Linny's protective barrier. Fresh from her advancement, her energy was unstable, unable to fully protect her. The blue shell creaked and cracked under the crushing pressure, deathly aura seeping inside. Once the vine closed in completely, it would drain her life without mercy. The squad broke into chaos. The leader tried to drag a terrified teammate away, but the girl resisted, sobbing that they couldn't abandon Linny. "What am I supposed to do then?" the leader shouted, desperation breaking through her voice. "Feed my own spiritual energy in her shield and die, just so she can enjoy her breakthrough." One of the male teammates answered coldly, without hesitation. "Life and death are fate. If we don't leave now, we all die. We only met by chance. Don't throw your life away for feelings." His merciless logic only pushed her further. She shoved him aside, eyes blazing, swearing she would never abandon a teammate, even if it meant standing against everyone else. High above, on the cliff, Fang Yi's gaze hardened. His cousin, still just a student, had no idea how close she was to death. Trapped in deep meditation, she was defenseless, her fragile barrier seconds away from being crushed. The vine's deathly aura was overwhelming. Even Fang Yi questioned whether his current strength would be enough. But there was no room for doubt. He clenched his fist, golden light exploding around him like a rising sun. He had promised his aunt to protect Lin Yi. A promise was not something he would ever break. Below, the red-haired leader made her move. She charged straight into the storm of tendrils, her kicks smashing apart one vine with brute force. For a single heartbeat, it looked like it might work, until countless more shot out, wrapping around her arms and body, locking her in place. At the same time, Lin Yi's protective shell shattered. The blue light broke apart like glass, leaving her completely exposed as the monstrous plant surged forward to devour them both. That was when Fang Yi struck. He cut through the sky in a single leap, sword flashing. Two waves of golden energy tore through the battlefield, ripping vines apart in midair. From below, Lin Yi's teammates screamed her name in horror as her barrier collapsed, only to see the heavens blaze. A phoenix of golden fire descended, crashing into the writhing vines in a violent explosion of light and heat. When the smoke cleared, Fang Yi stood in the center of scorched earth, golden flames rising around him like a towering pillar. He had arrived at the final moment, pulling both Lin Yi and the red-haired leader back from the edge of death. Wrapped in radiant yang energy, his presence alone smothered the suffocating death aura. The colossal vine recoiled, its tendrils hissing as they withered and dissolved, forced back by the overwhelming purity of his power. The surviving pioneers could only shield their eyes. None of them could comprehend what they were witnessing, a stranger who shone like living sunlight. The man who had argued to abandon Lin Yi went pale, words dying in his throat. In disbelief, he muttered, wondering if this being was even human, or just another pioneer. The red-haired leader, still shaken, knew better. Even through the shock, she could feel the truth. This was no ordinary strength. It was the purest yang attribute she had ever encountered. Only a high-tier force of that level could ever drive back a life-devouring monster like the vine. The cold, practical male pioneer stared down at his own trembling hands. He had always been proud of himself, reaching the 3-star Ghost Axe realm at a speed few in the nation could match. Even Lin Yi, whom he acknowledged as gifted, barely stood beside him. And yet now, beneath that blazing golden figure, his strength felt laughably small. He lifted his eyes to the radiant light, and for the first time in his life, felt utterly insignificant. If pioneers like this truly existed, then what did that make the rest of them? This newcomer hadn't simply surpassed him. He had crushed them all with absolute, overwhelming power. Wrapped in golden radiance, Fang Yi felt a shift deep within. His system had activated. It locked onto the extreme wood-type energy of the vine and began auto-writing a new technique. In moments, the result appeared. Endless vitality, the ability to draw in surrounding life force and instantly restore any wound. Green energy surged around his body. Fang Yi sensed its boundless potential. As long as life existed nearby, he now possessed something close to an endless engine, an inexhaustible source of recovery. Then came the final message. The system had extracted the vine's true core. Extracted attribute, desolation. A power that released a withering aura, erasing all life within its domain. Standing amid the drained battlefield, Fang Yi calmly absorbed the last of the anomaly's strength. When his eyes opened again, they glimmered with the same eerie green as the vine's deadly power, a faint desolate aura lingering around him. Now it was obvious why such a creature could only exist in remote mountains. Anywhere else, it would have stripped entire regions of life, leaving nothing but barren wasteland. The desolation attribute was merciless, a force that stole life from everything around it and left only emptiness behind. A voice broke his thoughts. The red-haired leader stepped forward, wounded but alive, gratitude shining in her eyes. She bowed deeply, thanking him. Without him, they would have all died here. Hesitantly, she asked how they could repay him. Fang Yi waved it away with cool indifference. There was no need. Their paths would cross again. With that, he turned and walked off. There was no pride in his heart. He knew the truth. He had only gained this opportunity because of the information they brought. In the end, it was he who had taken the greatest reward. The conflict among the pioneers meant nothing to him. With a final leap, he shot into the sky, leaving the stunned group behind. He understood this new era well. When danger arrived, true natures were exposed, and a team as fractured as theirs would never survive. Back in the clearing, only the bold young girl and the scruffy-haired man remained, silently watching his figure disappear. Still shaken, the girl finally spoke, asking what they should do next. The man's reply came sharp and biting, filled with blame as he demanded to know whether she regretted not acting sooner to save their fallen teammates. With the danger gone and Linny having stepped into the third tier, the red-haired leader realized there was only one path left for them now, to stay together. Not long after, Linny slowly woke from her meditation, blue light flashing through her eyes as she regained awareness. Her teammates rushed to her side, relief washing over their faces. The man who had suggested abandoning her earlier lowered his head and admitted that from now on, their future rested on her judgment. Another voice cut in, insisting their true focus should be on the mysterious figure who had appeared to save them. Confused, Linny looked around and only then noticed the bodies of their fallen comrades scattered across the ground. As she stood, a fierce, burning warmth struck her senses. From a nearby tree still lingered the remnant of a terrifying yang attribute. Even from this distance, its heat made her heart tighten. The scruffy-haired man stepped forward and offered to explain everything that had happened while she was unconscious. Later that day, standing outside her cousin's apartment, Linny still felt dazed. She couldn't comprehend the existence of someone so overwhelmingly powerful. Her teammates' words echoed in her mind, calling that man a monster, describing how vines they couldn't even scratch had been brushed aside like dust, and how the towering beanstalk had retreated into the sky, too frightened to descend again. Even now, though he was gone, the vine remained subdued, as if his presence still weighed upon it. When she stepped inside, she was met by Fang Yi. Worry flickered across his face when he saw how pale she looked. Linny forced a smile, blaming it on a long day of studying. He didn't press her, only telling her she must be tired and should rest. He even offered to order takeout for dinner. She nodded and quietly went back to her room. The moment she closed the door, she collapsed on her bed, completely drained. A breakthrough demanded intense concentration, and this one had left her more exhausted than weeks without sleep. Lying there with her phone in hand, a faint sense of relief surfaced. She wasn't just ordinary anymore. A few sleepless nights wouldn't kill her. She had accepted it. This endless struggle was the destiny of a pioneer in a world that had already begun to change. Thinking of her cousin's calm, mundane life, she realized that road was no longer meant for her. A notification broke her thoughts. The Pioneer Group chat lit up. One name stood out, Garan, the mysterious powerhouse who almost never appeared. This time, his message was brief and cold. If there are any more signs of that man, report them immediately. It was the first time he had ever typed anything in the group, and it instantly drew Yi's focus. She answered right away, backing him up. Then, throughout her own thought, was this unknown rescuer the same figure from the Dark River Lava Dragon disaster? And if it was, what reason would someone that powerful have to step in for people like them? The chat erupted in seconds. One user shared a long breakdown about a high-tier young attribute expert, describing the legendary sun-splitting slash, a strike so bright it had driven onlookers out of a cave under a wave of burning light. The post insisted no pioneer anywhere in Sea Country could compare to that man, and ended with a blunt warning. If you ever encounter him, stay far away. While everyone argued, Fang Yi was already moving. He rode his bicycle into the night, calm and steady. After the chaos earlier, he was sure his cousin had dropped her guard. His performance had worked well enough that he could slip in and out without suspicion. That was all the opening he needed. Tonight had a purpose. He had to secure a vessel for his newly awakened desolation attribute. It aligned best with plant life, so that was where his hunt would start. As he pedaled through the empty streets, his mind stayed fixed on the dangerous force now sitting inside him. Desolation was powerful, but it was warped, an energy built on ruin and withering. Binding it directly to his own body was asking for disaster. Worse, it could collide with the clean, violent purity of his thunder attribute. That kind of clash could destroy him. He would not take that risk. No, there was only one answer. He needed a carrier. Something like that abnormal vine. In his mind, the origin of that creature was already clear. An ordinary plant must have sensed the flood of returning spiritual energy, chosen to evolve, and in doing so birthed the desolation attribute to strengthen itself. That understanding locked everything into place. A faint, confident smile crossed his face as he set his course. Guided by the pale shine of the moon, he followed the subtle signs leading toward the forest park. Before long, he reached the vast stretch of city woodland, left his bicycle behind, and walked into the trees. Moonlight spilled through the branches, revealing a wide patch of faintly glowing flowers scattered across the ground. He only needed one, the plant that answered his own spiritual presence, the one that felt like it belonged to him. Fang Yi closed his eyes and pushed his senses outward. A sweep of green, spiritual energy rolled away from him, flowing through the forest and touching every leaf and stem in its path. The plants answered in return, a soft wave of energy rising to greet him. It was abundant, alive, but still wrong. Not what he was looking for. He poured out more of his aura, pushing deeper, demanding a clear response. Then it happened. A single signal flared from somewhere hidden in the grass, sharp and unmistakable, snapping his attention straight toward it. A single white flower with a softly glowing core swayed in the grass, almost as if it were calling out to him. Was this the one he had been waiting for? He moved closer and extended a finger. The instant he made contact, the petals drew inward, pulling in his spiritual energy. When they opened again, the bloom shone brighter, relaxed and satisfied, as if it had just been fed. Fang Yi lowered himself beside it, a faint smile forming. Its spirit was unusually strong. Even though it was just a small plant, it reacted vividly, like a starving puppy gulping down energy, then nudging him for more. Out of the entire forest, this was the only one that had answered him so fiercely. This was the match, the ideal vessel for the desolation attribute. He studied the fragile-looking flower and quietly told it that it had been chosen, asking if it was ready. Then he released a flood of green, spiritual energy, forcing it straight into the glowing bloom. A system message appeared. Do you wish to forcibly implant the desolation attribute into this plant? Green light blazed in his eyes as he confirmed. Power exploded from his palm, swallowing the flower in radiant brilliance as its shape began to change. Thin petals stretched and reshaped, becoming something larger and more complex. When the light finally faded, the transformation was done. The ordinary white flower no longer existed. In its place stood a lotus-like bloom, its thick leaves shining with a dense green aura. The sudden surge of power made Fang Yi tense in surprise, and the change went far beyond its looks. The new plant released a terrifying wave of desolation energy. Its roots drilled into the ground, dragging in more and more strength. The surrounding forest was erased in seconds. Trees shriveled, soil turned to dust, and the once lush field was left dead and bare. Fang Yi could only stare at the scale of the destruction. In moments, an entire stretch of forest had been drained dry, and the spreading energy showed no sign of slowing. Then, just as abruptly, the glow weakened and the flower shrank down, settling into a smaller, stable form. Fang Yi immediately understood the danger. If it kept going, the Spiritual Energy Association would notice. He knelt and tore the glowing plant from the earth, roots included. This park had been a terrible place to experiment, too close to the city, too heavily watched. Even when he arrived, he had noticed the cameras and the eerie lack of people. As he walked away holding his creation, something made him pause. The flower was still alive. More than alive, it was flourishing. Even without soil, it continued absorbing spiritual energy from the air, its light steady and strong. A slow grin crossed his face as he looked at it. Just minutes ago, it had been a wildflower. Now it carried power without losing a single trace of vitality. The truth hit him all at once. By merging the desolation attribute into that plant, he hadn't just strengthened it. He had ripped open its dormant limits and shoved it onto an evolutionary track no natural life form was meant to reach. Fang Yi was just about to leave the park when a piercing alarm tore through the night. Red warning lights flared between the trees as a cold, synthetic voice announced, abnormal value exceeded. His chest tightened. Even with all his care, the system had still been tripped. Gripping the desolation flower, he bolted from the area without looking back. Far away, inside the Spiritual Energy Revival Plant Research Department, the same alert thundered through a brightly lit control hall. Technicians ran between terminals as graphs and readings spiked wildly across their screens. The anomaly is off the charts, one shouted. What's going on out there? Another snapped. Orders came down instantly. All personnel were told to activate their protective bracelets, deploy to the park, and seal the perimeter. Nothing was allowed in or out. Not long after, a heavily geared response unit reached the section of forest Fang Yi had stripped dry. Where lush greenery had stood, only gray, dead trees, and fractured earth remained. One man glanced at the glowing data on his wrist and stiffened. It's 30, he muttered. His voice trembled. That can't be right. A heavy silence spread through the team. Everyone knew the numbers. The Qingqing University event had only reached 8 to 10. Even the Dark River Lava Dragon, a catastrophe that had shaken the entire region, had peaked at 25. Yet here, in a city park that never went past 10, the reading was 30. Another technician crouched to collect soil while his partner gave a tense report. Air pressure, moisture, sunlight, everything's normal. But the vegetation, it's like all the life was ripped out at once. The team leader's eyes hardened. Move toward the center. That's where it started. Before anyone could step forward, a sharp command rang through their comms. Stop. No one moves another inch. The senior researcher with glasses had cut in, and his authority froze everyone. His voice was calm but heavy. The energy you're picking up is desolation. Do not make contact. Uneasy looks passed between the younger members. Then he asked quietly, do you know about the vine that fell from the sky not long ago? The group stiffened. One junior finally spoke, pale and shaken. You mean the devil vine? The A-level mutated one. The senior researcher gave a slow nod. A projected image of the twisted vine appeared before them, its towering form looming as faint silhouettes of trapped lives writhed at its base. This, he said in a low voice, is where its power truly comes from. That was why it was so lethal. That was why so many pioneers had died to it. Its core was desolation itself, a parasitic force that devoured everything around it and turned all it consumed into its own. The young researcher who had almost walked into the lifeless zone stumbled backward, gripping his chest as icy sweat soaked through his clothes. Gasping for air, he muttered hurried thanks to the senior researcher, fully aware he had just brushed past death itself. The older man spoke with heavy gravity. Any place where a plant awakened the desolation attribute became a dead zone. Anyone who crossed into it would have their very vitality drained away. He brought up another case. An ancient decaying tree in one city of Zia country, a forbidden region where every living thing that approached had been wiped out on the spot. Staring at the ruined woodland in front of them, his expression tightened. In this new era, plant mutations could no longer be treated lightly. Among all possible awakenings, desolation stood at the top in both danger and destruction. And now, beside the ancient tree and the celestial vine, a third one had emerged. Before he could go further, a firm hand landed on his shoulder. The researchers turned to see Major Hanley approaching, his face set hard, a squad of soldiers at his back. He had already been informed. Switch to advanced suits, he commanded, gesturing toward the protective equipment. We're entering. Moments later, the team was fully geared up, now joined by Su Qingying. With Hanley leading, they moved straight into the dead zone. Scanners hummed as numbers flickered across their displays. But instead of clarity, the readings brought confusion. The desolation aura was already fading, dropping to 25 since their arrival. Even stranger, there was no visible origin. This was nothing like the celestial vine, whose presence should have continued to spread without end. Han Li's gaze sharpened as he shared a tense look with Su Qingying. She answered with a small nod, and together they advanced further into the devastated center. Two specialists, blue spiritual light surrounding them, began tracking the lingering energy trails. Those fading lines led them inward, step after step, until both suddenly stopped, shock written across their faces. Han Li and Su Qingying understood at the same time. The desolation's source hadn't simply dissipated. It had been removed, uprooted and taken away. One researcher, his words muffled behind his mask, spoke in disbelief. That's not possible. How could anyone carry something like that? Han Li grasped the danger immediately. If someone had truly entered a desolation dead zone and walked out with its core, identifying them was no longer optional. Su Qingying had already reached her answer. She raised a glowing data pad, displaying the result of a large-scale analysis. A familiar name and face appeared, Fang Yi. His movements matched this incident and another recent mutation exactly. Han Li looked over the file briefly before nodding. I'll send you everything we have on Fang Yi, he said, confirming that this was the same pioneer she had dealt with before. Adjusting his hat, he spoke in a hard, final tone. From this point on, it falls under your association. With that, he turned and left, leaving Su Qingying alone in the ruined clearing, the cold glow of her data pad reflecting off her tense face. 2 hours later, inside his apartment, Fang Yi gently placed the desolation flower into a small pot. He paused to look at it, a faint smile appearing as the thought struck him. This was the first flower he had ever raised. Letting out a quiet laugh, he gave it a name, the obedient little white flower. As if it could hear him, he spoke softly, telling it that now that desolation had merged with it, it would grow by itself and one day become a powerful helper. Its ability to drain life would make it lethal in combat, while its simple, harmless look would let it stay hidden right under his cousin's nose. His fingers brushed over a petal as another idea settled in his mind. In this brutal new world, brute force alone was never enough. The ones who survived were those who carried the most concealed weapons. The comm was broken by his phone vibrating. He checked the screen, his eyes widening. The caller was old Wang Liang, his childhood friend. They hadn't spoken since Fang Yi had left 3 years earlier to join the army. Old memories surfaced, the two of them inseparable back in school, until Wang Liang had suddenly announced his enlistment and disappeared from his life. He answered, and a familiar laugh came through. You're back in town? Come have a drink at our old place, Wang Liang said brightly. Fang Yi paused, surprised by the sudden call. Wang laughed again. I've got something big to tell you. Just don't freak out when you hear it. What sounded like a simple reunion was nothing of the sort. When the call ended, the truth became clear. Wang Liang was not alone. In a dim room, he sat reporting to a red-haired woman scarred by countless battles, her military uniform bearing the insignia of high rank. Su Qingying sat at the same table, her face unreadable. Wang Liang confirmed he had followed her orders. Then, hesitating, he asked if Fang Yi could be spared if he turned out not to be their target. The red-haired officer tapped her fingers against the table, eyes cold. She brushed his request aside. Focus on your task. That's all. Then, in a flat, merciless tone, she added, if he isn't who we're after, take it as the price he pays for being your friend. In a quiet bar, Fang Yi and Wang Liang clinked their beer bottles together. They drank and talked, filling in the missing 3 years. Fang Yi couldn't help noticing how different his friend looked now. Calmer, sharper. The military had clearly carved its mark into him. Wang talked about his years in uniform for a while, then shifted the focus back. What about you, Fang Yi? How have you been all these years? Fang Yi kept it simple, saying he was fine and that he had gone to college. As he drank, memories from his previous life drifted through his mind. Back then, he had never crossed paths with Wang again. His friend had likely died like so many other soldiers, lost in some forgotten battlefield. Maybe this time, he could change that ending. Then Wang's voice grew low. Tell me something, Fang. Have you noticed anything strange lately? Zombies, monsters, things straight out of movies? A chill ran through Fang Yi. A soldier knowing about spiritual energy was normal. Asking this so openly was not. This was a probe. He kept his expression steady. What are you trying to say? Wang let out a slow breath. I'm not here to reassure you. I'm here to warn you. The way the world is going, everything people care about now, grades, money, reputation, it's all about to become meaningless. The order we know is going to fall apart. Fang Yi looked into his glass, face unreadable. He knew how this worked. Ordinary soldiers were bound by strict secrecy. For Wang to hint this far meant the military already had its eyes on him. His old friend had been sent to test him. Wang mistook the silence. Relax. As long as you don't talk about it, nothing will happen. But Fang Yi understood the truth. No matter how much he pretended, Wang was doing everything he could to protect him, even risking military discipline. Wang Liang had tried to warn him about the storm coming. Their quiet moment was broken when Wang's phone vibrated violently on the table. He answered, and a sharp, angry voice snapped through the line. Return now. Target location, 10 minutes. Wang stood straight. Fang Yi watched him in silence. He got up quickly and apologized. Sorry, Yi. Emergency mission. I can't even walk you back. As Wang turned to go, Fang Yi dropped the act. Is this about the spiritual energy revival? He asked firmly. Take me with you. Wang halted and turned around, stunned. Before he could reply, Fang Yi stepped in and grabbed his collar. His voice was calm and unwavering. Take me to your superiors. I know why they sent you. I don't know exactly what they found, but I know you would never harm me. He loosened his grip, eyes sharp. I want to see what the army is really dealing with. If the association handles the monsters, then what is the military doing? Let me find out myself. Wang looked at him, caught between duty and friendship. After a moment, he gave a brief nod. The two of them soon arrived before a massive military base hidden deep within a mountain valley. The sign over the gates read, Military Base Number 19, Spiritual Forbidden Zone. Even before entering, Fang Yi felt the crushing pressure in the air. The concentration of spiritual energy here was terrifying, far beyond any ordinary polluted zone. At the checkpoint, soldiers stopped them, pulling Wang aside to rejoin his unit. After confirming Fang Yi's identity, they escorted him inside. He was led through rows of bright steel corridors, descending farther and farther underground, until they finally stepped into an enormous training arena carved into the rock. What greeted him was pure chaos. Dozens of soldiers were locked in a brutal fight, blue lightning bursting from their bodies as they struggled against a towering monster. Its body was black and jagged, and a single glowing red eye burned with savage fury. With a thunderous roar, it fired a beam of crimson energy that ripped straight through the formation, sending soldiers flying as screams rang through the cavern. Above them, on a raised platform, the red-haired officer Ji-Lan watched with arms folded, her gaze sharp and merciless as she judged every movement. When Fang Yi was brought before her, he immediately sensed something off about the creature. Its presence was not natural. Two attributes were fused inside it. Ji-Lan spoke coldly, confirming it. Dark and flame. A perfect combination. That's why it's so dangerous. She added that several soldiers had already been badly wounded. A display beside her showed her rank. Ji-Lan, Ghost Axe Realm, 3-star officer. Her eyes cut toward Wang Liang. Wang Liang. He snapped to attention. Why did you bring an unauthorized civilian into a forbidden zone? She demanded. Before he could explain, she waved it off. Forget it. We don't have time. Get into position. Then she turned to Fang Yi. One glance was enough for her to judge him. His spiritual energy was weak, barely awakened. For a moment, she wondered if he could be the pioneer they were hunting, but the thought vanished just as quickly. He was irrelevant. Because you're Wang Liang's friend, I won't pursue this, she said flatly. But you're inside a restricted zone. From now on, your survival is your own responsibility. And what you see here never leaves this place. Fang Yi gave a small nod. Understood. Jilin immediately grabbed a massive energy cannon and called out 2 names. The selected soldiers rushed forward, blue power surging around their bodies as they charged the beast. She locked onto the target and fired. A violent blast exploded against the monster, shaking the entire cavern. But it didn't fall. The creature roared as dark energy pulsed through its frame, red light bursting from inside. Its jaws spread wider, fangs extending as its form warped even further. The attack had only driven it into a more violent stage of mutation. The monster swung wildly, its claws ripping through the air. Move, a soldier shouted. One of his comrades barely raised a defense before the impact blasted him away like a broken doll. Stay focused. Don't let it keep mutating, Jilin shouted, forcing her unit to keep their spacing while pressing forward carefully. From the side, Fang Yi tracked their formation. Their coordination was flawless, built on discipline and shared trust. Every soldier covered another, each one reinforcing the whole. Together, they were far stronger than any single fighter could ever be. That thought shattered when Fang Yi sensed the truth. The creature's power was climbing at a horrifying rate. He yelled for them to fall back, warning that its current strength was beyond what they could handle. But his voice vanished into the roar of battle. A wave of dark purple energy exploded outward, throwing soldiers off their feet. Jilin didn't retreat. Her orders cut through the noise, raise the danger level, update the mutation classification. No one was allowed to withdraw, but the change was already complete. Before their eyes, the beast finished its evolution. Its twisted frame was now wrapped in raging black and red flames, its single eye glowing like a blood-red star filled with pure hatred. A soldier cried out, "The evil dog's mutation is finished. It's fully fused with the dark attribute." That burning eye snapped onto Wang Liang. He froze as the creature crouched, muscles coiling to strike. Fang Yi and Jilin both felt the same chill. It was about to kill him. The monster lunged. The shockwave sent another soldier slamming into the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The targets reached full B level. Jilin roared. Change formation, new combat protocol. The wounded man clutched Fang Yi as he coughed violently. He explained between breaths that he had been channeling energy into the beast's suppression collar. But when it evolved, the device backfired and exploded. Thick, black liquid leaked from his lips as he forced a weak smile. Don't worry about the soldiers of Restricted Zone 19, he whispered. Fang Yi's expression hardened. Seeing that her heavy cannon was now useless, Jilin dropped it. She faced her remaining troops, eyes burning with resolve. Listen, no matter the cost, even if we die, we cannot let this B-level mutation escape. The soldiers prepared themselves for a last stand. Before anyone could act, Fang Yi stepped forward, placing himself directly in front of Jilin and cutting her off. She snapped at him, demanding what he thought he was doing, but Fang Yi didn't answer. Blue light ignited in his eyes as lightning burst across his arm, the air trembling as a storm gathered around him, responding to his will. Blue thunder coiled around Fang Yi, every spark sharper than a blade. Facing the monstrous creature, he let out a taunting laugh, his voice calm and fearless. That's it. This is all you can do. Then he struck. His figure vanished in a flash, lightning bursting from each step as he surged forward like a bolt from the heavens. His fist, wrapped in blazing blue energy, smashed straight into the monster's skull. The collision erupted with a thunderclap that shook the cavern. A blinding explosion swallowed the creature, and a shockwave blasted outward, throwing soldiers through the air as if they were weightless. One day's soldier stared in disbelief. That's impossible. Even Commander Jilin couldn't handle a B-level monster alone. Wang Liang turned to Jilin, shaken. Is my friend really the one they've been looking for? Her gaze was cold and certain. There's no mistake. What you're seeing is the truth. That man is the tyrant. Through the smoke and fire, Fang Yi stood untouched. The beast twisted in agony, burned and broken, but not yet finished. His eyes sharpened. Still not enough. I'll end it. He glanced back briefly. Stay back. Both of you. This isn't safe. Jilin could only stare. Her entire unit needed tight formations just to survive against a B-level mutation. Yet this man was about to crush it alone. The sheer ferocity of his thunder attribute was beyond anything she had ever witnessed. Even now, he was already among the strongest pioneers in the nation. And as she watched him, a chill crept into her heart at how much more terrifying he could become as the revival advanced. Fang Yi lifted his hand. Lightning gathered, spinning wildly as a storm formed above him. Jilan's breath caught as the sky itself seemed to split. He stepped forward and brought his arm down. A massive column of blue lightning slammed into the monster, drowning it in divine fury. This was power worthy of his title, the Tyrant. When the thunder finally died out and the light faded, Fang Yi remained standing, stray arcs of lightning still flickering around him. His eyes were steady, filled with quiet resolve. The soldiers were frozen. One whispered to another, voice trembling. That dark power was already horrifying, but this thunder, it's on a completely different level. My legs are shaking just looking at it. As the dust cleared, Fang Yi casually raised his hand and flashed Wang Liang a thumbs up. It's finished. Wang Liang ran over, letting out a relieved laugh. You nearly gave me a heart attack. He punched Fang Yi lightly on the shoulder. I never imagined you'd become this powerful. Then his laughter slowly faded, and his smile weakened as he lowered his gaze. I'm sorry. I suspected you were a pioneer, but I still had to carry out my orders. Fang Yi waved it off with a light smile. Why talk like that after 3 years? I understand. Before they could say more, Jilan walked over, her gaze steady and composed. She stopped in front of Fang Yi and extended her hand. Thank you. You saved this base. Fang Yi smiled back and shook her hand. It was nothing. I just didn't want my friend to die. She straightened and formally introduced herself. Jilan, Warden of Forbidden Area 019. Her tone turned procedural. Since you intervened, I'll need to submit a report. Please leave your contact information. Sure, Fang Yi replied easily. Off to the side, Wang Liang watched in silence, stunned. His commander, someone who ruled hardened soldiers with absolute authority, was treating his childhood friend with open respect. Once the formalities ended, Jilan went straight to the point. Her voice was firm. Your strength exceeds that of many elite pioneers. I formally invite you to join the military. She paused briefly. However, I'm aware that an invitation from a single warden may not carry enough weight for you. Inside, Jilan was still unsettled. Fang Yi wasn't merely strong. He was terrifying. He had already reached the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, the same level as her, yet his combat power was on a completely different tier. He had shattered every assumption about what that realm could produce. He was, without question, a monster. Fang Yi looked at her calmly. So you're saying you don't think you're qualified to invite me? Jilan nodded without hesitation. That's the truth. The decision to involve you came directly from high command. They'll contact you themselves soon enough. Fang Yi laughed softly. No need to be so stiff. He placed a hand over his chest. I respect soldiers like you. Not everyone is willing to put their life on the line for others. Until today, I'd never seen soldiers fight up close. What I saw tonight, it left an impression. For the first time, Jilan's stern expression eased. Thank you, she said quietly. Then Fang Yi spoke again. If you ever run into real danger, you can call for me. Just as you stand at the front to protect people like me, I'll return that trust. His voice sharpened slightly. But there's one condition. You don't interfere with my cultivation, and you don't restrict my freedom. Jilan was left briefly at a loss for words. As the silence settled, Fang Yi glanced toward the exit of the cavern. It's late. I should head back. Jilan nodded. Understood. Wang Liang, and I still need to deal with the remains of the mutation. I'll have someone escort you out. As Fang Yi walked away, the truth finally settled into place. The military was not just a group of pioneers throwing themselves into dangerous, energy-saturated zones for glory. They were the wall holding back the tide, the last line standing between the monsters and the ordinary world. Without them, everything people called normal life would have already collapsed. After he disappeared into the distance, Jilan slowly turned toward Wang Liang, her eyes deep with thought. Your friend can't be measured by something as shallow, as impressive. What we witnessed today was only the surface. For a pioneer to rise that far, that quickly, his comprehension has to be terrifying. Luck, courage, and talent combined like that. It's the seed of a true powerhouse. Wang Liang broke into a wide grin when he heard such rare praise from his commander. Then if you think you're not the right person to approach him, why not leave it to me? I mean, we grew up together. A sharp knock landed on his head before he could feel proud. Stop talking nonsense, Jilan snapped. Move. We still have a mess to clean. Rubbing his head with an awkward smile, Wang Liang had no choice but to follow as she dragged him back to work. That night, far away from all of it, Fang Yi sat cross-legged on the rooftop of his apartment, bathed in a blazing golden radiance that made the air around him tremble. His thoughts returned to the military encounter. Even though his identity had been exposed, he had only revealed his thunder attribute. Everything else he possessed was still hidden. From the way they treated him, with caution, respect, and even a hint of restraint, it was clear that this concealment had worked exactly as he intended. More importantly, he had understood something vital. Thunder was the natural enemy of the dark creatures the army fought. That single attribute already made him irreplaceable. They would never dare threaten him. They would want him on their side. And joining them meant something far more valuable than protection. Access to rapid growth paths, first-hand intelligence, and resources that ordinary pioneers could only dream about. Today had also revealed the structure of power in this new world. The nation's two great pioneer forces served completely different purposes. The military, led by people like Jilan, stood guard over the forbidden zones, acting as silent sentinels against disasters that could wipe out entire regions. The Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, with agents like Su Qingying, protected the cities, hunting down whatever dangers slipped through and keeping civilians safe. Together, they formed a careful two-layer system. The most terrifying threats were sealed inside restricted areas, while information about the world's true danger was slowly, deliberately released. By controlling what the public knew, the government was buying time to prevent panic, time to prepare humanity for what was coming. As Fang Yi continued to meditate, the golden energy in his dantian began to throb. He had already absorbed an enormous amount of aura from the forbidden zone, yet until now his body had remained strangely calm. That calm shattered. The golden light inside him suddenly surged like a raging tide. Power flooded every inch of his body, thin cracks of energy spreading across his skin as if he were made of glowing porcelain. Fang Yi opened his eyes. He knew this feeling. His body had reached its limit. Spiritual power was overflowing. A breakthrough was no longer optional. It was unavoidable. At the same moment, on the street below, Lin Yi was walking home with bags of groceries in her hands, her thoughts light and simple. If her cousin was home, maybe she could make him try her cooking tonight. Then her world froze. She slowly lifted her head, eyes wide, as a towering pillar of golden light erupted from the roof of her building, shooting straight into the night sky like a divine beacon. Her eyes widened as the blazing shape in the heavens sharpened, a divine axe forged entirely from raging energy. She recognized it at once, the unmistakable manifestation of a ghost axe realm breakthrough. But something was wrong. The scale was absurd. The pressure was suffocating. That burning axe hanging in the sky was far beyond anything a normal ghost axe pioneer could produce. It felt less like a cultivation phenomenon and more like a divine punishment descending from above. Her heart slammed against her ribs as she stood frozen, staring upward. This was no ordinary advancement. Whatever was happening overhead had already crossed into something far more terrifying. On the street below, Lin Yi remained rooted to the ground, her gaze locked on the sky. The crushing spiritual pressure made her chest feel tight. There was no doubt about it. This was Ghost Axe realm power. And yet, what she was witnessing went far beyond the limits of that realm. The clouds twisted as if reality itself were being bent. From within them, a massive divine hand, made of pure golden energy, slowly stretched across the heavens. Her breath caught. She knew that power. Everyone who studied cultivation did. Spirit creation realm. The realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. A being of unimaginable strength was cultivating right next to her. The building she called home was standing beside a walking natural disaster. Awe and fear crawled down her spine at the same time. The eruption did not stay unnoticed. Far away, inside a high-tech command center, crimson alarms howled as warning lights flashed across massive screens. Anomaly value, 99. Location, southeast sector. Technicians shouted over one another, fingers flying across consoles as they tried to stabilize the flood of incoming data. In the control hall, an official leapt to his feet, his face drained of color. Deploy all units to the site. Immediately, Su Qingying stood beside him, staring at the readings in disbelief. How could something this powerful escape detection? A surge like that could erase an entire city. In another command room, military leaders gathered around a holographic map of the city, their faces dark. There are only two explanations, one general said coldly. Either a spirit creation level pioneer has appeared, or a catastrophic event is unfolding. Another officer narrowed his eyes. It could be both. The senior official grabbed the comm device, hands trembling as he barked orders to headquarters, demanding every piece of advanced equipment be mobilized, everything short of strategic weapons. Before he could finish, the doors burst open. A subordinate rushed in, breathless and pale. "Cancel the alert," he shouted. "It's not a monster. It's a pioneer undergoing promotion." Back on the rooftop, the storm of golden radiance finally receded. The sky returned to its quiet darkness as Fang Yi slowly opened his eyes and released a steady breath. His breakthrough was complete. One-star spirit creation realm, he murmured, almost casually. His body felt lighter, sharper, and filled with a new level of control, even if the raw increase in power wasn't overwhelming. The vibration of his phone interrupted his thoughts. A message from Wang Liang appeared on the screen. The words were direct and urgent. A new anomaly has appeared. Location: Qingcheng University Playground. Internal military reports confirm it's a pollution zone. Worse, it's the second occurrence. Fang Yi typed a quick reply. I know. The last one was the heat anomaly. Wang Liang responded at once, confirming that it was the same abnormality surfacing again, then added a half-joking warning for Fang Yi not to reveal where the information came from. Fang Yi smirked at the screen and fired back a teasing reply, saying maybe he really would report him. But Wang Liang's tone shifted immediately, the joking vanishing. He told Fang Yi to be careful, admitting that he was honestly worried about him. Fang Yi set the phone down, his gaze turning quiet and distant. Wang's concern only confirmed what he already believed. This was exactly why he stayed cautious with both the military and the association. The brighter someone shone, the more danger they attracted. That was why his Yang Flame attribute and his Crimson Flame blade technique remained buried. Those were his trump cards, meant to stay hidden until the moment his life truly depended on them. He typed one last message, telling Wang Liang not to worry and hinting that he still had more than a few tricks left. The sound of the door opening pulled him back to the present. Lin Yi walked in, announcing she was home. When she spotted him on the couch, she asked if he had eaten and held out the takeout she had bought. Without lifting his eyes from the phone, Fang Yi told her to put it on the table and said he would eat later. Lin Yi watched him for a moment, a faint frown forming. Inside, she let out a tired sigh. In her eyes, her cousin was kind and gentle, but unbelievably lazy. He stayed home all day, glued to his phone, not even bothering to attend college. The contrast almost felt ridiculous. She and the other pioneers lived in constant tension, hiding who they were while chasing power and survival. Yet Fang Yi lived so freely, so carelessly, as if nothing in the world could touch him. Too exhausted to lecture him, she went to her room and fell onto her bed. As her eyes closed, her thoughts drifted back to the shocking news. A spirit creation realm pioneer had appeared in their district. Soon, the entire city would be talking about it. In the silence, she made a quiet promise to herself. No matter what happened, she would protect her cousin. Meanwhile, Fang Yi wasn't wasting time scrolling aimlessly. He was watching the footage Wang Liang had sent. The university playground was swallowed by towering flames, the scene looking more like a battlefield than a campus. The first anomaly had been extreme heat. Now there was fire. Fang Yi's eyes narrowed. The Yang attribute kept showing itself in different forms. The video made one thing obvious. The flames had erupted far too fast, spreading with terrifying speed. The comments below were filled with shock and wild speculation. Many people were convinced that special forces must have been deployed. Otherwise, how could a normal fire burn like that? The report stated that every tree, every flower bed, and every blade of grass around the playground had been reduced to ashes. The entire area had been sealed off. Fang Yi replayed the short clip, noticing how abruptly it ended. Even so, the danger was obvious. This blaze was far worse than the previous anomaly. A deep crease formed between his brows. What made this Yang manifestation so different? There was only one way to get the answer. He would have to see it himself. And to enter a restricted zone like that, he would need the help of his newest military connection, Jilan. The following morning, the university gates were surrounded by a sea of reporters, all blocked off by armed soldiers standing shoulder to shoulder. Is it true the fire can't be extinguished? Someone shouted. Why hasn't this been reported on the news? Another demanded. Questions crashed over the barricades like waves, but the soldiers didn't answer a single one. Then Jilan appeared, with Fang Yi walking calmly beside her. Cameras instantly swung toward them. The reporters whispered in confusion, trying to figure out who these two were. Before anyone could react, the soldiers guarding the entrance stepped aside without hesitation, opening a clear path straight through. The crowd was left staring in disbelief. They hadn't been allowed to move an inch, yet these two passed through as if the gates were made for them. Inside the sealed zone, thick smoke still lingered in the air. What had once been a lively playground was now nothing but scorched earth and twisted, blackened remains. Fang Yi swept his eyes over the devastation. So, this is Skyfire? He asked quietly. Jilan nodded. That's its official designation. It appears without warning, and nothing can put it out. All anyone can do is wait until it finishes burning, turning everything it chooses into ash. The name suits it, Fang Yi muttered. After surveying the area, Jilan straightened. I need to speak with the principal. Wait here. I will, Fang Yi replied. Left on his own, he walked along the edge of the burned ground, now wrapped in yellow warning tape. He crouched down and placed his palm against the soil. It was cold, completely dead. More than that, there wasn't even the faintest trace of lingering spiritual energy. His brows drew together. He had hoped to extract something from the skyfire, but reality had crushed that idea instantly. A familiar voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. Fang Yi. He looked up. Standing on the steps was Chu Qingli, his ex-girlfriend, with a bespectacled girl beside her. Surprise flashed across Chu Qingli's face. What are you doing here? Her companion adjusted her glasses and leaned closer, whispering, Wait, this is him, the ex you told me about? The one who only made it into a vocational college. Chu Qingli gave a small nod. Yes, it's him. The girl smirked, patting Chu Qingli's shoulder in mock sympathy before turning to Fang Yi. I get it now. You're here because you can't let her go. But the gap between you two is huge now. You should stop embarrassing yourself by clinging to the past. Fang Yi blinked, honestly confused. Still hung up on her? The idea didn't even make sense to him. Around them, nearby students had already begun whispering. Who's that guy with Chu Qingli? Another lovesick admirer? He doesn't even look like one of our students. How'd he get past security? Chu Qingli's friend stepped forward, her voice turning sharp. Listen carefully. Qingli is the campus beauty now. Men far above your level are lining up for her. You don't even qualify to be compared. This isn't where you belong, so leave. Now, she pointed a finger at him, sneering. And if you don't explain how you got inside, I'll report you to the disciplinary office myself. Chu Qingli stayed silent, her gaze fixed on Fang Yi, a storm of emotions flickering in her eyes. She remembered the day they broke up, how he had said he wouldn't regret it. Back then she had believed him. But now, seeing him here, she convinced herself that his calm had only been an act, a way to save his pride. The tense air cracked apart as Jilan returned. Is this girl your friend? She asked flatly. Chu Qingli stiffened as the tall, red-haired officer stepped into view. Jilan's presence alone carried a crushing sense of authority, enough to make even seasoned soldiers straighten their backs. Fang Yi answered without hesitation, his tone indifferent. No, just a high school classmate. Jilan gave a brief nod. So just classmates. She slid on her dark sunglasses, and her already intimidating aura sharpened, pressing down on everyone nearby. Chu Qingli and her bespectacled friend froze, a chill running through them. Who was this woman? And how could someone like her be standing beside Fang Yi? Jilan turned back to him. I spoke with the principal. The Skyfire situation is more complicated than we first thought. He's on his way to take us to the exact ignition point. Since you're acting as a special military consultant, you're required to be present. Fang Yi nodded at once. Right then, the principal shows up with his men and, without a second of hesitation, orders the playground cleared on the spot, declaring the whole area off limits and warning that no one is permitted to get close to him. Chu Qingli freezes when she realizes she's seeing him with her own eyes, because the principal almost never appears on campus, and even the vice principal can barely secure a meeting with him. Rumor says he's never smiled even once, and as she watches him advance, she can't help wondering if he came because of that woman in Fang Yi. Beside her, a friend murmurs that the bearded, prince-like man must be here to arrest the two intruders, and Chu Qingli doesn't respond, only keeps her gaze fixed on what's about to happen. But instead of stirring up trouble, the principal walks straight past everyone and heads directly for their hero and the woman. And then, to the complete shock of the crowd, he extends his hand and actually shakes the young man's hand, greeting him with unmistakable respect as he says he must be Advisor Fang, the one Commander Ji introduced to him. He admits the school has been drowning in bizarre incidents, that has been terrified students could be hurt by the recent fires, and that his genuinely relieved help has finally arrived. And then something even harder to believe happens. The principal bows. Their hero immediately reaches to stop him, but the principal won't have it, insisting on the bow and formally requesting that he take personal charge of the playground incident. And at once the guards move in, forming a defensive ring around them and ordering everyone to step back so the conversation can happen properly. The entire playground drops into a stunned, breathless silence as students simply stare, unable to process what they are seeing, because a man with the principal's age and standing is bowing to a young man. Whispers begin to ripple through the crowd that this guy must be someone with an extraordinary background, and now it makes sense why he was allowed into the academy. As the murmuring swells, some people laugh bitterly at their earlier guesses, asking who had been the one to claim he was Chu Qingli's suitor or her ex-boyfriend, while others sneer at the idea altogether, saying that even if she chased him, there's no chance she could ever reach someone on his level. And hearing that, Chu Qingli feels a sharp, cutting jolt of rejection, because everyone is pointing out the same thing. The entire time, the young man never once acknowledges Chu, the so-called school beauty. In Qingchun University's North District, the principal led Fang Yi and Jilan toward the heart of the anomaly. As they walked, he explained everything in a low, tense voice. It had all started with the Golden Sun incident, which he had hoped would be the end of their troubles. But only a few nights ago, flames had erupted on a playground, fires so fierce that even the fire department couldn't put out. By sheer luck, it had happened late at night when no students were present, giving the school just enough time to seal the area. His expression darkened as he continued. One fire could have been brushed off as an accident. But not long after, 2 more playgrounds had gone up in flames. He admitted that he had personally seen a crimson fire descend from the sky and hover in midair, leaving no doubt that this was something supernatural. While most of the fires had eventually burned out, one of them was still burning. As they neared the final site, a thick, choking smell of smoke filled the air. They stepped onto a basketball court where a single hoop was wrapped in an eternal blaze. The principal confirmed it. This was the origin point, the fire that refused to die. Jilon checked the device, strapped to her wrist. The display showed a reading of 11. She explained that it was a spiritual anomaly detector, and anything above 10 was already classified as a disaster-level event for ordinary people, the kind that required a full lockdown. Before she could finish, the device suddenly shrieked. Warning lights flashed as the number shot up to 60. Jilan's voice turned sharp with urgency. If the energy kept rising, it wouldn't just threaten the university. It could swallow the entire city. The only option was to dispatch an elite squad of pioneers to suppress it. Before any orders could be issued, Fang Yi moved. Without the slightest pause, Fang Yi vaulted over the chain-link fence, ignoring every warning sign as he charged straight toward the raging flames. In the next instant, fire swallowed his entire body, leaving Jilan and the principal staring in stunned disbelief. At the same moment, Jilan's detector shrieked again. The number surged wildly, blasting past its limit until it locked onto 110. Her face went pale as she shouted that the anomaly had just risen to S level. The principal's composure shattered. He turned to her in panic. What do we do now? Fang is inside. Jilan could only stare at the inferno, her voice tight with disbelief. Even the elite soldiers who fought inside the forbidden zones wouldn't dare walk alone into something like this. Yet within the roaring sea of flames, Fang Yi stood unmoving, completely unharmed. The fire raged around him, but not a single spark touched his body. He understood why. Just as his yang attribute had once shielded him from divine thunder, it was now protecting him from the skyfire. But in the next heartbeat, he realized the problem. That same aura that kept him safe also prevented him from touching the true source of the flames. Without direct contact, his system couldn't trigger and form a new technique. His greatest defense had become his greatest obstacle. To take control of this power, he had to reach the heart of the fire. The skyfire coiled around the basketball hoop like a colossal blazing dragon, its violent energy surging with every crackle. Fang Yi locked his gaze onto the core and made a decision that bordered on madness. As the flaming dragon lunged toward him, he shut down his golden sun aura, stripping away all protection in a single instant. The skyfire slammed into him. Searing energy tore through his body, agony exploding in every nerve, but Fang Yi didn't retreat. He forced himself forward, driving his hand straight into the source. The moment he made contact, the system responded. A notification appeared, confirming detection of an intense skyfire attribute fluctuation. Even as pain threatened to tear him apart, a fierce smile spread across Fang Yi's face. The skyfire's power was terrifying, until even stronger than the desolation attribute he had absorbed before. But Fang Yi didn't waver. No matter the cost, he would claim it. The system rapidly processed the data. A new window flashed into existence, announcing success. He had obtained the Skyfire attribute technique, the 9-dragon Skyfire sealing art, a fearsome power designed to destroy evil and imprison demons. The raging flames reacted instantly. Like a dragon forced into submission, the fire curled around his arm, no longer fighting him, but obeying. The system confirmed the technique was fully unlocked. With that, Fang Yi focused on the final step, extracting the Skyfire attribute itself. The raw essence poured into him, merging with his body. His eyes flared with a deep crimson glow, while burning patterns etched themselves across his face, marking him with living flame. Hands forming a seal, Fang Yi's eyes burned like twin embers as he prepared to unleash his newly claimed power. His voice rang through the inferno as he called out the name of the 9 dragons' Skyfire sealing art. In the next instant, enormous chains of blazing crimson energy erupted from his back, surging outward like living serpents as they tore through the raging flames. Beyond the fence, Jilan and the principal stood rooted to the ground, stunned by what they were witnessing. Jilan recognized the aura immediately. It was sealing energy, the same type she had only ever seen once before when a top-tier military pioneer had sealed an entire forbidden land. Fang Yi's method was different, but the sheer weight of that power was identical. With a single command, Fang Yi ordered the chains to tighten. They pulled inward with crushing force, dragging every trace of the violent skyfire into a single, compact sphere. The raging inferno was compressed into a glowing orb bound tightly by the burning chains. Suspended in midair, Fang Yi floated with it, then slowly guided the sealed fire back down toward the basketball hoop. When it was set in place, the process was finished. He landed lightly and turned toward Ji Lan and the principal, explaining that the skyfire had been sealed for now. He warned them not to reopen the playground or allow any repairs nearby. At the very least, this would prevent the flames from spreading. The principal nodded quickly, promising that the area would remain sealed. With so many playgrounds on campus, losing one was hardly an issue. Ji Lan, however, remained silent, her sharp eyes fixed on Fang Yi, her thoughts impossible to read. Still impressed, the principal praised Fang Yi's ability and even offered him further assistance if needed. Ji Lan immediately cut in, saying she needed to speak with Fang Yi alone. The principal took the hint and left without hesitation. When they were finally alone, Ji Lan turned to him, her voice calm but heavy. She said that he had hidden his true strength far too well. Fang Yi waved it off, speaking casually as if it meant nothing, claiming the skyfire had simply been difficult to deal with. Ji Lan's eyes narrowed. She told him to stop pretending. She wasn't talking about the flames at all. She was talking about him. After a brief pause, her tone softened slightly. Every pioneer had their secrets, she admitted, especially someone like him. Fang Yi remained silent, his expression composed. Then her voice grew more serious. She said that while she had no right to demand anything from him, she still hoped he would listen. Ji Lan spoke of a future filled with chaos, a time when the world would be thrown into turmoil and the Xia nation would desperately need individuals at the very top. She made his value clear without hesitation. Once spiritual energy fully revived, a person of Fang Yi's strength would be the equivalent of a nuclear weapon in the modern world. Because of that, she warned him, every major faction would come for him. The military forces guarding the Forbidden Zones and the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association would both fight to recruit him. Even high-ranking officials would appear in person, offering conditions that ordinary pioneers could never hope to receive. She admitted that her reasons weren't entirely selfless. If Fang Yi joined her unit, she would gain an irreplaceable ally, and he would gain a powerful connection. That was why she wanted him to think carefully now, to decide where he wanted to stand when the inevitable invitations arrived. Fang Yi was silent for a moment before voicing the doubt that had been lingering in his mind. Why did both she and Wang Liang seem hesitant to recruit him into their own forbidden zone? Almost as if they felt they weren't qualified to. Ji Lan didn't hesitate to answer. It wasn't hesitation at all. It was because of another military region, one so legendary that she was certain it would interest him far more than her own. A force whose strength dwarfed most others. A faint smile appeared on Fang Yi's lips as he asked if she was talking about one of the top-level units. Ji Lan confirmed it. She admitted she hadn't had much direct contact with them, but their reputation was everywhere. They had been moving so aggressively lately that even other military regions could feel the pressure. She then changed the subject, suggesting they leave this conversation for another time. The principal had invited them to eat at the university cafeteria, and they were already late. As they walked, Fang Yi's thoughts grew heavy. Her words had revealed something unsettling. Even most powerful forces in the nation were under strain. That could only mean one thing. Terrifying anomalies had already begun to appear, threats far beyond what most pioneers could handle. To face such dangers, even cultivators of the spirit creation realm like him would be sent out, perhaps even beings above that level. A sense of urgency settled deep in his chest. The full revival of spiritual energy was approaching, and he was still not strong enough. He pushed those thoughts aside and focused on what he had just gained, the Skyfire attribute. He examined its nature. Violent, chaotic, a flame that devoured everything without mercy. And that was exactly what made it so terrifying. Skyfire was the perfect counter to anomalies that could endlessly regenerate or multiply. Then a realization struck him. The wild power Skyfire was a perfect match for his Crimson Flameblade. If his sword were infused with this new attribute, his combat strength would leap to a completely different level. To test his theory, Fang Yi headed toward the back mountain, his usual training ground. But when he arrived, a massive warning sign blocked the path, declaring the area dangerous and strictly forbidden. Fang Yi stopped in his tracks. There hadn't been any monsters there, and the military couldn't possibly have discovered his training spot that quickly. That left only one possibility. The Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association had sealed the mountain off for him, trying to give him a private training ground in exchange for his favor. A faint smile curved across Fang Yi's lips. If they were willing to hand him a gift like that, he had no reason to turn it down. Then his expression shifted. His senses caught something wrong. Someone, or something, was on the mountain. An intruder. He focused on the aura, and recognition flickered in his eyes. It felt similar to the mutant he had fought at the factory, though weaker. From between the trees, a massive monkey-like creature stepped into view, its red eyes glowing in the shadows. It moved with caution, not blind rage. It was thinking, measuring him. Fang Yi tightened his grip on his sword, faint energy already gathering along its edge. If there was ever a time to test his new power, this was it. A system prompt appeared before his eyes, asking whether he wished to infuse his Tang sword with the Skyfire attribute. The description flashed alongside it, describing Skyfire as a radiant force designed to eradicate evil. Fang Yi accepted without hesitation. In the next instant, his sword erupted into a roaring pillar of fire, crackling with violent heat. A sharp grin spread across his face. This was exactly what he wanted, to combine Skyfire with his crimson flame blade. And the mutant standing before him would be the first proof. He swung. A raging storm of flames tore forward. The beast's crimson eyes widened in terror as the fire swallowed it whole, its shrill screeches vanishing beneath the roar of the inferno. When the flames settled, Fang Yi stood at the center of the scorched ground, calmly gauging the result. The power of that strike was overwhelming, easily twice, maybe even 3 times stronger than before. And despite the fire raging around him, he felt nothing. Even with his blade still burning, his hand was wrapped in cool, steady steel. Then he sensed it. The monster was still alive. Wounded, but not destroyed, it was fleeing into the forest. Fang Yi moved at once, giving chase. He wanted to know just how far Skyfire could push this creature. Deeper in the same woods, a young woman with curly red hair was live-streaming with her phone held out on a selfie stick. She spoke confidently to her viewers, insisting she wasn't lying. Luck just had a habit of finding her, delivering unbelievable content straight into her lap. Her audience wasn't convinced. Messages flooded the chat, daring her to prove it by going to Qingchan University to capture footage of the mysterious Skyfire that everyone was talking about. Before she could even reply, her world shattered. Her face twisted in horror as the injured beast burst out of the trees. The massive monkey-like creature crashed into her, knocking the phone from her hand. It hit the ground with a crack, the screen spiderwebbing, but the live stream continued. Through the broken lens, viewers watched as the monster pinned her to the dirt. One massive paw clamped over her mouth, its jaws opening wide above her. To those watching online, it looked like a cheap stunt, some kind of fake special effect. But for her, it was pure terror. She struggled desperately beneath it, muffled screams leaking through its grip as it prepared to tear into her. Then it happened. A roaring surge of flame, shaped like a dragon's head, slammed into the creature and blasted it away in a violent eruption of fire. The young woman's eyes flew open. She had been saved at the very last second. Her viewers went just as wild, though for an entirely different reason. To them, the blazing dragon looked like the most insane, hyper-real special effect they had ever seen. The shock of it sent the live stream into chaos, numbers spiking as viewers flooded in, rocketing past 13,000 in a matter of seconds. Hands still shaking, she scrambled to steady her phone. She swung the camera toward the raging inferno and shouted breathlessly that everything had been captured live. The audience watched as the lens focused on a single figure standing inside the flames. Fang Yi. His silhouette was sharp against the fire, his body untouched, as if the inferno itself bowed around him. The streamer could only stare. Fear and awe tangled together in her chest until they formed one clear thought. She had just been saved by a real immortal. Within hours, the video spread like a plague across the internet. Views exploded past 13.5 million as it dominated every platform. Headlines screamed his name, hailing him as the mysterious man of Skyfire, the king of flames, an immortal who descended to save the world. In an office, Chuking Li's friend dragged her over to a computer, practically vibrating with excitement. The viral Skyfire clip was playing on the screen. She gushed that this proved cultivators were real, that the flames at the university had never been fake. Chuking Li scoffed at first, dismissing it as actors and digital effects. But as her eyes stayed on the screen, her confidence cracked. Her face went pale, her gaze locking onto the figure standing in the fire. Her friend kept rambling, even teasing about how handsome the man looked, until she finally noticed Chuking Li's silence. Inside, Chuking Li's thoughts spiraled. She told herself it had to be fake. It only looked like Fang Yi. If it were truly him, that kind of fire would have burned him to nothing. Yet the more she tried to deny it, the colder her fear became. What if it really was him? What if Fang Yi had gained power like this? And if he had, would he come for her? Her fingers curled tight. Whatever the truth was, she swore she would never bow her head to him. Elsewhere, the same video was making its rounds. The red-haired captain of Lin Yi's pioneer squad held up her phone, replaying the clip. She asked Yi if the man looked familiar, hinting that he resembled the one who had saved them from the monstrous vine. Yi nodded slowly, then dropped a bombshell, someone in her neighborhood had recently broken through to the spirit creation realm. A quiet thought crept into her mind. Could her normally unremarkable cousin, and this blazing figure in the flames, be one and the same? At another location, Xiaoya and a fellow pioneer from the lava cave incident were watching as well. The man recognized Fang Yi's stance instantly, his eyes widening as he remarked on how much his strength had grown. His companion followed it up, pointing out that even his blade technique was unchanged from before. In that moment, both of them realized just how lucky they had been to stand on the same battlefield as someone like him. The news kept climbing, spreading upward through every layer of society until it reached the highest authorities. Inside a sleek skyscraper that could only belong to the association's headquarters, senior leaders were already gathered. The situation in the city was deteriorating by the hour, with pioneers barely managing to hold back endless waves of anomalies. In the middle of that tense meeting, Su Qingying spoke up. She informed the officials that the military was already in close contact with Fang Yi and stated with absolute certainty that he would eventually agree to lend them his power. At the same time, inside a military command center, Jilan, Major Han Li, and several high-ranking officers were reviewing everything they knew about Fang Yi. His rise was so fast it left the room in stunned silence. One officer muttered that breaking into the spirit creation realm in such a short time was nothing short of monstrous. Another wondered how many high-tier attributes he might possess. 3, maybe even more. On one point, everyone agreed. Trying to pressure him before had been a mistake. Recruitment was now their only option. Major Han Li asked whether High Command had finally decided to approach Fang Yi directly. Jilan confirmed it, though she admitted the top brass were uneasy. Every pioneer of that level had always come from their own ranks, and lowering themselves now was not something they were comfortable with. Stepping forward, Major Han Li laid out his plan. First, they would find out what weapons or equipment Fang Yi might need and deliver them to him before he even asked. Second, they would provide information on suitable training grounds, framing it as support rather than a demand. And finally, he gave a hard order. The viral livestream and all the rumors surrounding it had to be shut down immediately. The entire spiritual world of the Xian Nation was already staring straight at Fang Yi. Elsewhere, Su Qingying and Jilan both reflected on what lay ahead for him. Su Qingying felt the crushing pressure that now surrounded his name, while Jilan, in contrast, wore a faint and confident smile. Both women waited to see what this extraordinary young man would choose to do next. Far away, in a dim hospital room, the steady beeping of a heart monitor broke the silence. A woman with long purple hair sat beside a patient whose face could not be seen. She spoke softly, calling them teacher, and said that the Xian Nation had finally found hope. With someone as powerful as Fang Yi now standing in the world, she whispered, the chances of her teacher waking up had grown just a little stronger. One day later, Fang Yi sat at the table in his apartment, quietly eating breakfast as his thoughts drifted back to the battle on the back mountain. A single curious live streamer had turned that fight into a viral storm. Now, the video was gone, erased from every platform, and the streamer's account had already been banned. Fang, he didn't need to think twice about who had done it. It had to be the military or the Spiritual Energy Association. That thought barely settled before something else caught his attention. His cousin, Lin Yi, hadn't come home the night before. No messages, no calls, nothing at all. Even on missions, she never vanished like this. A tight knot formed in his chest as he dialed her number. It didn't even ring. An automated voice coldly announced that the line was out of service. The unease in his gut instantly turned sharp. Something had gone wrong. He didn't hesitate. He was going to find her. Far away, deep inside a forest drowned in black mist, Lin Yi and the red-haired captain of her pioneer squad stumbled forward, lost and exhausted. They had been trapped for hours. How long do you think it's been? The captain asked weakly. 10 hours, maybe more. He answered, though time had long since lost its meaning. The captain pressed a hand against her bruised side, forcing a tired smile. She apologized, saying she never expected more than a simple investigation into a strange disturbance and blamed herself for dragging E into this nightmare. E shook her head hard. Don't start that. If anything, I'm the weak one. Save your strength. We'll need every drop. Yet even as she said it, her mind betrayed her. The image of that overwhelming master she had once seen flashed through her thoughts. If she had even a fraction of that power, maybe this wouldn't feel so hopeless. That thought was cut off by a sudden shift in the fog. A massive shape pushed through the mist, tall, spiked, with glowing red eyes burning in the dark. The shadow monster lunged, claws tearing through the air straight toward the captain. E moved without thinking. She shoved her leader aside and thrust out her palm. Brilliant blue energy erupted, condensing into a razor-sharp blade that sliced clean through the creature's neck. Its head tumbled away and dissolved into smoke. There was no relief. More shapes emerged from the fog, grotesque, zombie-like figures with empty, lifeless eyes. E's blood ran cold. These weren't just monsters. They were people, bodies of those who had been trapped here before, now twisted into hollow puppets. She cut another one down, only for it to melt into a pool of black mist. "It's playing with us," she said through clenched teeth. "It kills them, then turns them into these things." Still breathing hard, the captain nodded. "And no matter how much we fight, the mist itself isn't affected. Our energy keeps draining, and the real monster still hasn't shown itself." Their eyes met, the truth settling in at the same time. This wasn't just a fight. It was a cage, an illusion, a shifting gray world where the enemy controlled everything. The captain wiped sweat from her face, her expression heavy. It was only a matter of time now. The monster wasn't in a hurry. It was waiting for them to break. Without any warning, the sky above them tore apart, revealing a single massive blood red eye staring straight down. "E!" the red-haired captain screamed, panic ripping through her voice. The eye throbbed like diseased flesh, swelling and splitting as it multiplied into countless smaller, slick eyeballs that oozed out into the air. Driven by sheer desperation, the captain swung wildly, her blade flashing as she hacked through the grotesque orbs, shattering several of them in a frantic blur. But he felt it. Something had changed. The creature's aura shifted, heavy and impatient. "Don't be careless," she shouted. The main eye was done playing. A low, terrifying hum filled the space, and then a concentrated beam of crimson energy fired from the giant eye. EE threw up a crystal barrier just in time, but the impact was overwhelming. The shield shattered, and the blast hurled her away like a rag doll. When she opened her eyes again, she was alone. Darkness closed in from every side. Dozens of glowing red eyes floated around her, circling like hungry predators. Her strength was fading. Her hope was bleeding out. Shadowy tendrils wrapped around her limbs and dragged her downward into the void. The captain's voice vanished, swallowed by the abyss. A hollow ache spread through E's chest as regret crushed her. She had been reckless, foolish to think they could face something like this alone. Her thoughts drifted as despair took hold. She would never see the world after the full spiritual energy revival. She would never witness the magnificent era that was supposed to come. Tears streamed down her face as she reached a trembling hand toward the endless red glow. She closed her eyes and gave in. Then light. A thunderous burst of radiant blue ripped through the darkness. A figure tore through the shadows, lightning exploding around his body. Fongy. His eyes blazed as he muttered under his breath. "I almost didn't make it." E's breath caught. Her tears hadn't even dried when she recognized him. "Cousin." In the next instant, Fongy unleashed a crushing wave of divine thunder. The storm annihilated the monstrous domain, tearing the illusion apart in a single unstoppable blast. The forest snapped back into focus. Fang Yi landed lightly, arcs of electricity still dancing across his hand. Nearby, the captain lay unconscious, while Lin Yi stood frozen, saved at the very edge of death. She could only stare, her mind collapsing under the truth that her lazy, ordinary cousin was actually a terrifyingly powerful pioneer. But it wasn't over. From the shadows, the anomaly's true body crawled out, a grotesque mass of flesh covered in writhing eyes. Yi snapped back to herself and shouted, "Cousin, behind you!" Fang, he didn't even turn. Golden red skyfire flared in his hand, his smile calm and confident. To him, this was the perfect chance to test his new strength against something born of darkness. He charged forward, his blade ignited with the crimson flame technique, now fueled by the undying fury of skyfire. The slash exploded into a storm of divine fire, swallowing the abomination whole. Its shriek tore through the night, a cry of pure agony, before it was swallowed and erased by the raging blaze. When the fire finally died down, the red-haired captain slowly stirred. She blinked, dazed, and found herself and E sitting inside a ring of protective flames. Her face drained of color. Did we die? Is this hell? E, now steadier, shook her head. "No, look around. We're still alive." The captain repeated her words under her breath, struggling to believe them. "Then who saved us?" Right on cue, Fang Yi walked toward them as the fire around him faded away. His expression was relaxed, almost amused. "It's taken care of," he said lightly. Then he glanced up at the sky. "You two probably haven't eaten yet, right?" The captain's eyes widened as everything clicked. She shot to her feet, pointing at him, hands trembling with excitement. "It's you. You're the one who saved us in Manhua town. The one who killed the Death Vine." Fang Yi lifted an eyebrow, clearly surprised she had recognized him so fast. Lin Yi froze, the truth crashing in her all over again. "Wait, are you saying the fire tribute master who fought the vine was also my cousin?" The captain turned to her in shock. "Your cousin? You told me he was completely ordinary. How could a supermaster like him be related to you? Fang Yi scratched the back of his head, smiling awkwardly, offering no explanation at all. Still buzzing, the captain grabbed Yi by the shoulders. Do you realize what this means? He's the same man who cut down the desolation vine with a single strike. Yi's mind spun. Her cousin, the man she had always thought of as ordinary, was that fire user. Yet she had just watched him wield thunder so terrifying it shattered the dark domain itself. Fire and thunder. Two high-tier attributes. That could only mean one thing. A genius beyond measure. Her heart pounded as another memory surfaced. The massive spiritual disturbance near her neighborhood. The one that had shaken the city. The sign of someone breaking into the spirit creation realm. Could that power have belonged to him? Before she could sink deeper into her thoughts, Fang Yi cut in casually. Yes, it was me. His tone left no room for argument. Then he shifted the focus back to the mission. Tell me about the anomaly. You should have known something with a dark attribute like that wouldn't be simple. Why were only you two here? Where's the rest of your squad? The captain's excitement faded as she explained. One teammate was sick at home. Another had been sent out on a more dangerous assignment. Their squad wasn't always at full strength. Yi lowered her head, guilt creeping into her voice. This is on me. After I broke through, I got reckless. I thought I could handle it alone. I was wrong. Fang Yi listened in silence, his gaze thoughtful as memories of the tension he had noticed within their squad drifted back to him. Yet now, that same leader who had once been so openly critical of her team was defending them in front of him, an outsider. That wasn't hypocrisy. That was loyalty. And Fang Yi knew Yi was sharp enough to have already noticed the cracks forming inside her squad. With his secret now exposed to two people he trusted, Fang Yi made a choice. He looked at his cousin and the red-haired captain. Then let's do this. What if the three of us form a team? For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then the captain nearly exploded with joy. She clasped her hands together, laughing in disbelief. Teaming up with someone like you? I must be insanely lucky. Thank you, Yi. Yi didn't cheer. Her thoughts turned inward. The truth finally became clear. Someone as powerful as her cousin must have known about her secret from the very beginning. Yet he never exposed her, never interfered. He had simply stayed close, quietly watching over her. The weight of that hit her all at once. On this harsh, lonely road of cultivation, she wasn't actually alone. She had family. Someone strong. Someone dependable. Someone who stood behind her without demanding anything in return. Warmth spread through her chest, followed by a rush of relief so strong it almost hurt. A single tear slipped down Linny's cheek. She wiped it away quickly, then turned to Fang Yi with a bright smile. Throwing him a playful peace sign, she thanked him and promised to make him 2 extra eggs for dinner that night. Just then, her phone vibrated. She glanced at the screen and announced that Sister Jielon, the mysterious, elusive member of their pioneer group, had posted a new mission alert. Her eyes widened as she read it aloud. It was marked high risk, a collection mission inside the extreme dark zone. The notice made it clear the region was deeply tied to the dark attribute, and Jielon ended her message with a blunt warning. Think carefully before signing up. Fang Yi leaned closer. You know this place? Yi nodded, her voice serious. The extreme dark zone was a forbidden border region of the Xian nation, where dark attribute energy was so dense that even pioneers avoided it. Many of the anomalies attacking their city were nothing more than leaks spilling out from that place. Even the government had failed to explore it. Every expedition had ended in disaster. Fang Yi's interest sharpened. He said they should look into it themselves and told Yi to message Jielon for more details. Yi sighed. It won't help. Jielon never explains anything. She barely speaks a few words at a time. But Fang Yi was already thinking ahead. For Jielon to post a mission inside such a tightly restricted zone, she had to be either a reckless rogue who ignored authority or someone with high-level backing from the military or the Spiritual Energy Association. The second option felt far more likely. Despite her doubts, Yi logged in under her online handle, Fenghaju, and sent Jielon a short message saying she wanted to join and asking for more details. What came back stunned both her and the red-haired captain. Jielon actually replied, and not with her usual cryptic one-liners, but with real information. The mission was to collect a rare item called a grace flower. She warned that although the rewards were far higher than normal, everything inside the extreme dark zone was tied to the dark attribute, making the danger far beyond anything they had faced before. Then came a single, unmistakable instruction. No pioneer was allowed to attempt this mission alone. Form a team. The two women exchanged shocked looks. Jielon being this thorough was almost unheard of. Something about this mission was clearly different. Another message arrived, even more direct. Jielon warned that an S-level anomaly could be involved, where the death rate was horrifyingly high. She told them to think carefully before committing. Her final line felt less like a warning and more like a signal. If you have a strong and reliable pioneer with you, it's not too late to sign up. Elsewhere, in a guarded hospital corridor, the purple-haired woman from before, Jelon herself, walked calmly while checking her phone. She knew she had already done everything she could. The choice now belonged to him. Back in the park, Fang Yi read the message and let out a quiet smirk. He saw straight through it. This wasn't just a caution, it was a challenge. A message that said, I know who you are. I know you'll be tempted. I'm inviting you to step forward. The entire mission had been designed with him in mind. He looked toward the imagined outline of the bleak, forbidden extreme dark zone and felt a flicker of excitement. He would go. Using the name Feng Haju, Lin Yi sent the official reply to Jelon. Their team would participate, and it consisted of 3 people. The scene shifted to a hospital waiting area. Jelon walked forward with 2 female aides beside her. One of them voiced concern about the tiny team that had just signed up. Jelon didn't slow. If he is truly the kind of pioneer the Xian nation can rely on, he will come. Her aide hesitated, then asked what would happen to the others if he didn't. Jelon's answer was ice cold. If he doesn't come, then their fates were never meant to be saved. As they continued down the corridor, a faint smile curved her lips. She glanced at her aides. Do you really think sending people to collect the grace flower is meant to throw powerful pioneers away? Her eyes darkened. It's the opposite. A chilling image unfolded in her mind. The grace flower blooming inside a pool of corrupted darkness, fed by the bodies and souls of fallen pioneers. To harvest this flower, Jelon said softly, is to strengthen the nation. It's the only way to make sure more pioneers survive in the future. Her voice hardened. This mission exists not just to protect the rising generation, pioneers like Fang Yi and his team who are already on their way, but also to restore the top-tier fighting power we've already lost. The vision shifted, replaced by Fang Yi, Lin Yi, and their captain riding a subway, the route to the extreme dark zone already pulling them forward. They soon arrived at the hospital room of Jelon's teacher. The elderly man lay motionless, trapped in a deep coma. Jelon took his frail hand and spoke softly, yet with unshakable resolve. No matter the cost, they had to obtain more grace flowers. Then she revealed the truth. This man was the only pioneer in the entire Xian nation who had ever reached the legendary Diamond Realm, and the grace flower was the only thing that could bring him back. Her tone turned cold as she explained what that meant. After the full revival of spiritual energy, a Diamond Realm powerhouse would be the equivalent of a nuclear weapon in a modern world, an irreplaceable force in negotiations and in war. In her eyes, even the lives of entire pioneer squads were a small price to pay to restore him. One of her aides, worried, gently reminded her that her own health mattered too. The word struck something raw. Jelon's face darkened, her voice trembling. My health matters. In the next instant, her composure shattered. Rage and grief poured out of her. Yes, my life is important, but only because it was bought with the lives of my comrades. They died so I could stand here. She clutched her head as stabbing pain surged through her, the old trauma ripping back to the surface. After a long, shaky breath, she forced herself to calm down. Forgive me, she whispered. Her aide asked quietly if her headache had returned. Jelon waved it away, saying it wasn't time for her medicine yet. Turning aside, she murmured, it's all in the past. But the past refused to stay buried. A vision surged back, an empty, shattered battlefield deep inside the extreme dark zone. Screams echoed through the darkness as voices shouted for the sword-wielding squad to retreat. A younger Jelon knelt among the corpses of her comrades. Her captain lay beside her, bleeding out, pressing the mission into her hands. The grace flower, it's up to you now. She shook, broken by despair, torn between her teacher, her nation, and the unbearable loss before her. No, she cried, refusing to leave him behind. The captain reached out, his blood-soaked hand closing over hers. With his last strength, he poured his remaining spiritual energy into her. I hope this power helps you. Please alive. Make it back alive. Her scream tore through the void as he went still, leaving her alone in the merciless zone. Back in the present, Jelon stood quietly in the hospital room, the weight of that memory pressing down on her chest. She whispered the cruel truth, the bitter irony behind their sacrifice. They had poured their power into her, so she could finish the mission, but they never knew. A grace flower was useless if it was stained by blood, or if it wasn't harvested perfectly intact. No matter how many lives had been given to protect her, the mission had already failed. After a long journey, Fang Yi's newly formed team finally reached the desolate outskirts of the extreme dark zone. The red-haired captain groaned, rubbing her legs. All this walking, why don't we just fly? We're pioneers, aren't we? Yi shook her head. Flight drains massive amounts of spiritual energy. Until you reach a much higher realm, you can't sustain it for long. Fang Yi didn't respond. His glowing red eyes stayed locked on the land ahead. Soon, The terrain opened up to reveal a massive fortified checkpoint. Endless rows of fencing, tank traps, and barricades spread outward, all surrounding a colossal wall of shimmering blue energy. That's it, Fang Yi said quietly. The extreme dark zone. Even through all the defenses, he could feel it. The suffocating pressure of the dark attribute seeped through the air, cold and hostile, pressing down on his senses. Yi and the captain both shuddered. The captain swallowed hard. This feels 1,000 times worse than that monster we fought. Stay calm, Fang Yi replied evenly. He nodded toward the main gates, where a crowd had already gathered. Dozens of pioneers stood there, each armed in their own way, waiting for the mission to begin. We're not the only ones who answer the call, he said. He studied the scene and quickly understood. It's not just the reward. The dark attribute is naturally hostile to humans and extremely hard to deal with. With dark monsters appearing more and more in the cities, pioneers know they can't keep pretending it's not their problem. They have to attack the source. The captain nodded, but Fang Yi only gave a faint smile, impressed once again by his cousin's insight. The scene widened to show the other pioneers, some wild, some strange, all with unique weapons and fighting styles, standing in tense silence before the sealed gate. As the pressure in the air thickened, Fang Yi finally spoke about why he had chosen this mission. I've fought dark attribute creatures twice already. First was that mutated rabbit, more like a twisted rat beast. Then there was that serpent and its partner, Candle Knight. They were intelligent, coordinated, almost like tacticians. That encounter nearly wiped out an entire squad from the Spiritual Energy Association. He paused, his tone growing heavier. The key point, like E said, is that they aren't just wandering around. They're deliberately slipping past the military's border defenses. Somehow, they're getting into the cities again and again. His gaze turned toward the barrier. If we don't hit the source, the cities will fall. In his mind, the conclusion was clear. The extreme dark zone could no longer be ignored. At the checkpoint, a stern military officer took charge of the assembled pioneers as Su Qingying stepped forward to deliver the briefing before the towering energy wall. Her expression was cold and steady as she spoke, every word underlining just how dangerous the mission ahead would be. Then she saw them. Fang Yi, walking casually with Lin Yi and a red-haired captain. Su Qingying's composure cracked. Her eyes widened in shock. Beside her, the green-haired Xiaoyan noticed it too. Captain, she gasped. Su Qingying froze, her hand flying to her mouth as panic surged through her. Please don't see me, she begged in her heart. It was pointless. Fang Yi's gaze found her instantly, his eyes narrowing slightly. Captain Su, with no way out, Su Qingying stepped forward with her squad, their cloaks shifting as they moved. She already knew Fang Yi's team was coming. The military had told her, but seeing him here in person still made her pulse race. The red-haired captain looked her over with a teasing grin. So this is Yi's sister-in-law, she said, deliberately letting the implication hang. Both Lin Yi and Su Qingying turned bright red. Su Qingying flailed her hands in protest. No, that's a huge misunderstanding. Fang Yi cut in calmly. She's Captain Su from the Spiritual Energy Association. She just helps me with a few small tasks sometimes. That only made Su Qingying even more flustered. Somehow, being described like that felt even worse. Before the awkward silence could grow, a loud, arrogant voice sliced through the air. An older pioneer in heavy crimson armor strode forward, two equally intimidating subordinates at his sides. His face twisted with contempt. How shameless. The new generation has no manners at all, standing around chatting like children in a place like this without even greeting their elders. He sneered. Let's hope you can actually rely on each other once you're inside the extreme dark zone. The red-haired captain bristled, but he quickly grabbed her arm, urging her to stay calm. Fang Yi stepped forward instead, his calm presence quietly signaling his teammate to hold back. The captain ignored it anyway. She pointed straight at the armored man. Mind your own business, old man. Once we're inside, we'll see who's the one trembling. The man's eyes darkened in fury. Before things could explode, the roar of an engine thundered across the checkpoint. The older pioneer smirked. Looks like our ride's here. A massive armored transport rolled in, lights flashing over its thick plating. With a heavy clang, the rear doors swung open. A figure stepped out. Jielon. The moment her feet touched the ground, the entire crowd stirred. Gasps spread through the pioneers, whispers rippling like waves. Everyone knew that name, Sister Jielon. Her reputation alone commanded silence. She walked forward with calm authority, two guards at her sides, as I followed her. The question hung unspoken in the air. Who was she to arrive like this? Fang Yi kept his eyes on her, silently assembling the truth piece by piece. Jielon had not come here to guide them, nor to protect anyone. She was here for a single purpose, to open the gate. Before the towering barrier of crackling blue light, Jielon slowly lifted her hand. Spiritual power surged around her palm, compressing tighter and tighter until a blazing symbol of energy formed, glowing like a seal of absolute authority. Without hesitation, she thrust it forward. The barrier convulsed as if struck by God. With a violent scream of tearing energy, it split apart, ripping open to reveal a deep, spiraling corridor of shadow beyond it. The gate to the extreme dark zone had been opened. The S-Class mission had officially begun. Red and black energy burst out of the portal like writhing tendrils of malice, corrupting the very air around it. Standing before the abyss, Jelon gave her final orders, her voice calm but merciless. The grace flowers must be taken intact. They must not be stained by human blood. If they are damaged, there will be no reward. Her cold gaze swept across the gathered pioneers, sharp and unyielding. That is the rule. Now go. With her command, the first teams stepped into the dark corridor, their figures swallowed by the twisting shadows. Among them, the arrogant elder in crimson armor muttered bitterly, "She sends us to die while she stands safely outside." One of his followers hurriedly silenced him. "Lower your voice. If we fall in there, the government will compensate our families." That was the deal. Fang Yi's group remained near the edge, watching team after team vanish into the abyss. Su Qingying quietly relayed her analysis beside him. "That arrogant one is a one-star spirit creation cultivator. Same realm as you. Several others are hiding their auras. I can't read them. The rest are strong pioneers, mostly 1 to 3 stars in the Ghost Axe realm. The lineup is evenly matched." Fang Yi's brow tightened. He hadn't sensed that man's strength at all earlier, so he had been suppressing his aura. That realization made his thoughts turn heavy. If this many elites had been mobilized, then whatever waited inside the extreme dark zone was far more terrifying than he had first assumed. Outside the portal, one of Jelon's aides reported the final data from a tablet. 37 Ghost Axe Pioneers, 7 one-star Pioneers, 3 Spirit Creation Cultivators. The mission zone contained threats ranging from B level all the way to S level. Jelon listened without the slightest change in expression. She simply ordered the monitoring systems to be prepared, stating that everything was ready. Inside the portal, the pioneers emerged into a bleak wasteland swallowed by fog and darkness. Dead trees twisted across the land like skeletal hands. The instant Fang Yi's group stepped inside, waves of black energy wrapped around them like living shadows. Fang Yi immediately warned everyone to stay close. The darkness was thick enough to swallow vision, and if anyone lost sight of the group, they would be separated and disappear in moments. Before he could say more, the red-haired leader suddenly dropped to her knees, her body trembling violently. She managed a weak apology before retching. Su Qingying walked over at once, unfazed. She explained that it was normal. The air in this place was filled with a nauseating stench, a horrifying mixture of decaying flesh and brain fluid strong enough to overwhelm even hardened pioneers. She motioned toward another group of pioneers further away. Many of them were hunched over in the same miserable state, their bodies betraying them in exactly the same way. It was proof that even those with similar cultivation couldn't resist what this place was doing to them. Su Qingying continued her explanation in a calm, steady voice. The darkness itself was poisonous, a natural form of contamination that slowly eroded a pioneer's strength. And as if that weren't enough, the creatures here were far more agitated than usual. She broke down the danger levels for Fang Yi. B-level monsters could already threaten pioneers of the same rank. A-level monsters were powerful enough to draw in spirit creation cultivators to deal with them. And S-level monsters, those were walking disasters, beings capable of standing against legends of the Diamond Realm. But her final warning was the most chilling of all. The darkness here acted as nourishment for the monsters. A creature that should only be B-level outside would become at least a level inside this zone. The red-haired leader stared at her, unable to hide the shock on her face. Lin Yi nervously asked whether Su Qingying and her team were immune to this corruption. Su let out a small laugh. They weren't affected, she said, because they had spent years fighting monsters like these, and the stench no longer fazed them. With quiet confidence, she added that she had recently advanced to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm and was now working on turning her water attribute into the power of ice. Lin Yi looked at her seriously. Since they were both at the same level of cultivation, she asked whether Su also felt her spiritual power being suppressed more heavily than during past missions. Su nodded, her expression turning grave. She warned that countless experts, some even 1-star spirit creation elites from the military, had already died in this very zone. Carelessness here meant death. As the group moved deeper into the wasteland, Su Qingying took the lead. The pioneers ahead of them had vanished without a trace. She urged everyone to speed up, then gave strict instructions. Speak as little as possible. conserve physical strength, and keep spiritual power tightly focused. If the dark mist sensed weakness, it would devour them. Fang Yi quietly observed his own condition. Unlike the others, he didn't feel nearly as nauseous or drained. He realized it was likely because his yang and thunder attributes naturally resisted darkness, or perhaps it was the effect of his recent breakthrough into the spirit creation realm. Elsewhere in the extreme dark zone, the arrogant pioneer and his squad were already engaged in battle. With a single swing of his glowing green blade, their leader beheaded a massive monster. He burst into laughter, mocking the so-called dangers of the zone. His companions cheered as he declared that the grace flower would be theirs, vowing to show the younger generation what true power looked like. Back with Fang Yi's team, Lin Yi was still struggling, her body shaking as waves of nausea continued to rack her. She gagged weakly, barely keeping herself upright. Fang Yi saw it clearly. No matter how strong she was still just a child at heart. He stepped closer and placed a steady hand on her back. Warm spiritual energy flowed from his palm, spreading through her like gentle sunlight. The nausea and biting cold vanished, replaced by a deep, soothing warmth that felt like winter finally giving way to spring. Lin Yi froze in shock. The sensation was nothing like anything she had ever experienced. It was pure, powerful, and comforting. She instinctively thought it must be some rare, high-grade fire attribute. Her own wood attribute absorbed energy far too slowly to create something like this, and she remembered Su Qingying mentioning her attempt to evolve her water into ice. Fang Yi corrected her quietly. It wasn't fire. It was yang. He admitted he had kept it from her before, then casually dropped a revelation that made her breath catch. He had been the one behind both the Northgate incident and the fire at Qingxing University's playground. The red-haired leader stiffened, staring at him in disbelief. Did that mean he truly possessed 3 high-grade attributes? Fang Yi explained calmly that the 2 incidents were not the same. One was the yang attribute. The other had been skyfire. They appeared similar, but they were fundamentally different. What he did not say was that there was a 4th power as well, the desolation attribute. Some things were better kept hidden. A concealed trump card was always worth more than one openly displayed. Outwardly, he only gave enough to satisfy their stunned curiosity. Still shivering, the red-haired leader stepped closer. She admitted she hadn't yet reached the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, so her perception of attributes was weak, but she could tell his yang energy could help her resist the cold. Swallowing her pride, she promised to behave and nervously asked if he could share some of that warmth. Fang Yi agreed immediately. He said he would keep her warm today. His hand rested on her shoulder, and yang energy surged into her. She gasped, a cloud of warm breath escaping her lips before her body finally relaxed. Xiaoya and another member of Su Qingying's squad exchanged baffled glances at the scene. Seeing how effective it was, Fang Yi offered the same help to Su Qingying's team. After a brief pause, she admitted the warmth felt good, and her 2 subordinates quickly accepted. One by one, he extended his energy to them. All 3 thanked him, clearly surprised by how much it eased their condition. The moment of relief was short-lived. Sharp, scraping footsteps suddenly echoed across the barren ground. Fang Yi's eyes hardened. Something dangerous was approaching. He barely had time to warn them before a massive wolf-like beast exploded out of the mist. Su Qingying reacted instantly, rushing forward and forming a long blade of blue energy to intercept it. The creature crashed down, skidding across the ground and stopping just behind the red-haired leader. Fang Yi shouted for her to move as the beast slowly rose, its body wrapped in a sinister swirl of purple and black energy. With a savage roar, it lunged straight at them. Su Qingying recognized it instantly, an A-level threat. She didn't hesitate, declaring she would handle it. She released a storm of razor-sharp ice energy that slammed into the beast. In a blink, the monster shattered and dissolved into nothing, as if it had never existed. Su remained on guard, an ice crystal forming in her palm, while Lin Yi muttered in disbelief, wondering if it had truly vanished. Fang Yi, however, was still staring into the mist, his eyes narrowed. He had already seen through it. That creature had only been bait. The true danger emerged moments later. From within the fog came a vast horde of corpse-like figures, their red eyes glowing as they moved without sound. Fang Yi shouted for everyone to be careful, but it was already too late. The ground beneath them split open, releasing countless shadowy hands and writhing tendrils that coiled around their legs and bodies, locking them in place as the red-eyed swarm closed in from all sides. Even then, Fang Yi stayed calm. He ordered the others to pull back as he drew his blade. His eyes ignited with blinding light, and in the next instant, a terrifying surge of fire erupted from him. The explosion swallowed the entire horde. Agonized screams filled the air as the shadow figures were burned away, reduced to drifting ash and fading embers. When the ground finally settled, Fang Yi casually spun his sword and told them they were safe for now. What they had seen was never a true army. It had been an illusion, controlled by just two monsters. Su Qingying stared in disbelief. The creatures here had already evolved far enough to mimic human speech. Fang Yi's gaze darkened as he gave his conclusion. They had consumed too many humans, stealing their knowledge along with their flesh. The group was left stunned by the overwhelming power they had just witnessed. Su Qingying reminded them grimly that this was the reality of the extreme dark zone. Even its weakest beings were pushed to A-level strength, far beyond what anyone below the spirit creation realm could survive against. Not far away, Xiaoya quietly reflected on the scene. She admitted inwardly that Fang Yi was terrifying. Two A-level phantom beasts had been erased in a single strike. Even she would have needed several exchanges to achieve the same result. Back with the group, Lin Yi spoke firmly. If Su Qingying was right, then sticking together was their only option. The monsters here could disguise themselves, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. She turned and urged the red-haired leader to get back up. But the red-haired leader was still shaken, not by the monsters but by Fang Yi. She complained about the crushing pressure of his aura, saying it was more suffocating than the undead swarm. To her, even brushing against his flames would have been enough to kill her. Then the ground began to tremble. A deep, thunderous rumble rolled across the wasteland. Lin Yi froze, then asked if the others could hear it too. The distant roar of waves crashing against a shore that did not exist. The ground suddenly convulsed, throwing everyone off balance. Far away, other pioneer squads were already in full retreat. One man screamed at his companion to stop fighting and run, his voice cracking as he shouted that what was coming was pure evil, that they were staring straight into ghosts. Fang Yi, Su Qingying, and Lin Yi watched with dark expressions as the battlefield descended into chaos. In the distance, a colossal vortex of pure darkness surged forward, filled with countless twisted shapes and endless glowing red eyes. Everything it touched was swallowed whole. The arrogant pioneer and his squad stood directly in its path. The name of the disaster spread instantly, the Dark Tide. As the tide rolled forward, devouring screaming pioneers by the dozens, the arrogant leader laughed in defiance. He sneered at their fear, declaring that just because ordinary troops couldn't withstand it didn't mean he couldn't. Raising his sword, he formed a massive green barrier around himself, claiming everything in this zone as his. Then, driven by pride and madness, he charged straight into the storm of red and black. The moment he crossed the boundary, his confidence shattered. The tide engulfed him in suffocating waves of darkness. Inside, he finally realized the truth. The monsters within were beyond anything he had ever known. Far stronger than A-level, far beyond even S-level. Terror twisted his face as he understood there was no escape. His struggles were meaningless. He, his squad, and countless others were dragged into the darkness, their screams swallowed as they vanished. From afar, Fang Yi's group watched in stunned silence. The red-haired leader trembled, whispering whether everyone had already died and whether they themselves had any chance of surviving. Lin Yi turned sharply to Su Qingying, demanding to know what the Dark Tide truly was. Su Qingying's voice was heavy as she explained. It was the ultimate manifestation of the dark attribute, a wave of corruption that devoured all existence, even other monsters. But unease crept into her expression. The mission had been planned carefully to avoid this very phenomenon. It was here. She feared that every pioneer who had gone ahead was already lost. Lin Yi remembered what she had read on the pioneer forums. The Dark Tide was said to be powerful enough to erase entire cities. Cold dread settled into her chest. She turned to Fang Yi, urging him desperately to retreat while they still could. Fang Yi alone remained steady. He told everyone to hold their ground as he summoned a massive shield of golden light threaded with blue lightning, enclosing the entire group. He explained that the barrier naturally countered the dark element and reminded them that if it came to it, they still had a way to endure. They could pool their strength to hold the barrier and withstand the wave. Su Qingying was stunned by the idea. She immediately challenged it, warning that the Dark Tide was not ordinary darkness, but an extreme concentration of the dark attribute itself. Even their combined power would be meaningless against it. She reminded him that a spirit creation pioneer had just been erased in seconds. Fang Yi did not waver. Golden flames erupted along his sword while blue lightning crackled around his other hand. With unwavering resolve, he declared that he would destroy the tide himself. Before anyone could stop him, he launched forward, his body turning into a streak of fire and thunder that shot straight toward the towering wall of darkness. The others stood frozen in shock. Su Qingying could only stare, unable to believe he was truly charging into the tide. The moment Fang Yi entered the storm, radiant light tore through the blackness. Deep within the Dark Tide, He hovered calmly inside a golden aura, completely untouched as violent currents of dark energy churn around him. His eyes locked on a faint, ember-like red glows hidden inside the storm. Seeing them, he gave a cold smile. His suspicion had been right. From every direction, grotesque abominations crawled out of the shadows, twisted, many-eyed monsters stitched together from countless bodies. Fang Yi understood at once. These were not ordinary A-level beasts being controlled by the tide. They were composite creatures, formed from endless lesser monsters that had been forcibly merged and evolved. The dark tide itself was a breeding ground, endlessly pushing B-level creatures into A-level, then into terrifying S-level existences. This was no mere catastrophe. It was an SSS-level disaster, something capable of devouring spirit creation pioneers as if they were nothing. One of the abominations lunged at him. Fang Yi's eyes blazed with golden fire. His blade flashed, releasing a wave of crimson flame that cleaved the creature apart in an instant. He felt the difference immediately. With his spirit creation realm power and skyfire reinforcing his sword, a monster that once would have been a deadly threat had been erased with a single strike. As he surveyed the depths of the storm, another presence caught his attention. The arrogant pioneer was still alive. Wrapped in the tide's corrupting darkness, the man struggled desperately as black energy gnawed at his body. Fang Yi saw that he was still conscious. His spiritual energy had not yet been completely drained. His foundation was weaker than Fang Yi's, but as a true spirit creation cultivator, he still had a narrow chance to survive. Fang Yi did not hesitate. He summoned the full might of his divine thunder. A surge of purifying lightning erupted from his hand and tore into the dark mass binding the man. The explosion ripped him free and hurled his body out of the tide. He slammed into the ground, unconscious but alive. Barely. Standing over him, Fang Yi noted calmly that survival inside the dark tide was possible, but only by the thinnest of margins. The brief sense of relief shattered almost immediately. All around Fang Yi, the torn darkness began to writhe and knit itself back together. The monsters he had just destroyed reformed inside the tide, their grotesque bodies regenerating as if death meant nothing. A massive, many-eyed abomination rose once more from the shadows, its presence crushing. Fang Yi understood then with chilling clarity. The tide could endlessly recreate its minions. This had to be the true terror of creatures that had surpassed S-level. Surrounded by an army that refused to stay dead, Fang Yi made a dangerous decision. A faint, defiant smile touched his lips as he deliberately let his protective aura fade, exposing himself to the crushing darkness. His system reacted instantly, detecting the overwhelming dark attribute, but the result was immediate failure. The power was too strange, too complex. It could not be absorbed. Fang Yi was not surprised. Even after stepping into the spirit creation realm, the dark attribute remained something fundamentally different from everything else. It could not be taken, nor destroyed in the usual way. If that was the case, then he would simply have to change his approach. His sword burned at his side as the endless monsters closed in, his smile steady. For a fleeting moment, he regretted not bringing the desolation flower. Its life-draining power would have been the perfect counter to this nightmare. But that thought sparked something else. His eyes suddenly lit up, clarity cutting through the chaos. The answer was already right in front of him. Outside the tide, his companions watched from behind the golden barrier, their gazes fixed on his lone figure inside the storm. The red-haired leader, still shaken, turned to Su Qingying and asked if she had ever seen anything like this. Su could only shake her head. This was beyond anything she knew. Then, without warning, the raging tide fell eerily silent, its pressure pressing harder against their shield. The stillness was far more terrifying than the noise. Lin Yi's hands trembled. She admitted that even when they fought the monstrous desolation vine, she had never felt fear like this. Worry for her cousin dragged her toward despair. Su Qingying grabbed her hands firmly, forcing her to focus. The shield was still holding, even if it was flickering. They needed to pour their strength into it together. Her words were harsh but real. If Fang Yi fell, none of it would matter anyway. She continued, reminding them that Fang Yi was not an ordinary cultivator. He had reached the spirit creation realm and wielded multiple attributes. His true power was far beyond what they had seen so far. It wasn't their role to save him. They had to believe in him. Her blunt sincerity, laced with unexpected humor, pulled Yi back from the edge. Yi managed a weak smile and thanked her. Su Qingying returned it, saying her teammates always complained she was too serious, then asked if she felt a little better. The moment didn't last. The dark tide exploded. A colossal pillar of flame suddenly roared upward, ripping through the suffocating blackness. From the heart of the raging inferno, Fang Yi released his ultimate art, the Nine Dragons Skyfire Seal. His figure rose through the flames, wrapped in swirling gold and blue light. Outside, his teammates were frozen in shock. The red-haired leader shouted his name, pointing him out to Lin Yi, while Su Qing could only stare, stunned by the terrifying power unfolding before her. 9 enormous fire dragons burst into existence, each blazing with searing radiance. They spiraled together, their light overwhelming the darkness of the tide itself. Far away, Jelan, who had been monitoring the mission, was caught completely off guard. She recognized it instantly, the legendary Skyfire tribute, shaped into a sealing art. Her eyes widened as the dragons closed in, crushing the city-destroying dark tide into a single, unstable sphere of blazing energy. Had he really sealed the entire tide? Fang Yi was not finished. Calling upon his divine thunder, crackling blue lightning erupted and coiled around the fiery sphere, forming a roaring vortex. His power surged to its absolute limit. With a deafening roar, Fang Yi released the full might of his combined technique, the 9 Dragons' Edict. Fire and lightning collided, detonating with earth-shaking force that rippled through the entire extreme dark zone. At his command, the raging storm obeyed. Bringing his hands together, he forced the chaos to collapse inward, compressing again and again until it became a small, radiant orb, stable, contained, yet packed with terrifying energy. When the light finally faded, the battlefield was silent. The arrogant pioneer lay unconscious on the ground, saved by Fang Yi's earlier strike. Fang Yi glanced at him, noting that at least they were safe for now. He hadn't planned to save the man, but now he had to consider what to do with him. Lin Yi rushed to her cousin, relief flooding her as she checked his condition. Su Qingying stepped closer and offered to have her team take care of the fallen pioneer. Later, she approached Fang Yi, asking why he didn't look satisfied after sealing something so catastrophic. In her heart, though, she was in awe. He had truly done the impossible. He had destroyed the dark tide. Fang Yi answered calmly. The seal would not last. The dark attribute was still there, pressing against it, and time was running out. They had to move immediately and secure the grace flower before it broke. Su Qingying nodded and agreed to handle the unconscious pioneer. Her subordinates lifted him onto their shoulders as they prepared to move out. The group paused on a cliff overlooking the desolate land. Su Qingying's expression darkened as she realized the truth. None of the pioneers who had gone ahead had survived. The dark attribute had consumed them all without leaving a trace. The red-haired leader spoke softly, mourning how easily so many lives had been erased. Fang Yi felt a different kind of heaviness. Perhaps it was cold, but he was quietly relieved he hadn't been forced to watch their deaths with his own eyes. Their advance soon led them to a sinister pool of darkness, its surface rippling with hidden danger. Fang Yi stepped forward at once and took command. He told Lin Yi and the others to move ahead with Su Qingying's team, saying the pool was far too dangerous and that he would stay behind to deal with it alone. Though reluctant, they had no choice but to comply, leaving him standing by himself on a jagged ledge above the black waters. At that instant, a system window flashed before his eyes. A powerful dark attribute fluctuation had been detected. The ground cracked apart as a violent vortex of purple and black energy burst upward, swallowing the entire area. The system's voice echoed, confirming the detection and announcing the activation of its ultimate computing power as it began creating a brand new technique. Fang Yi was lifted into the air, arms spread wide as towering pillars of dark energy roared around him. The system's voice rang again, declaring the process a success. His eyes snapped open, glowing with piercing purple light, the mark of the power he had just claimed. A new system window appeared, revealing his reward, the dark attribute technique, Limitless Dark World. The description followed. Within this domain, Fang Yi could summon a space filled with thick, corrosive mist that would severely suppress spiritual energy. He immediately grasped its value. It was a battlefield under his absolute control. Anyone trapped inside would have their energy drained, their recovery slowed to a crawl. He imagined the effect clearly, seeing countless enemies struggling helplessly as he stood above them. Confidence surged through him. If he layered this suffocating domain with his other attributes, his strength would rise to terrifying heights. He reached a single conclusion. If the dark tide ever appeared again, he could crush it. As the last traces of purple aura faded, Su Qingying finally found her voice. Still shaken, she asked whether he could feel the dark mist returning. Her shock only deepened as the strange fluctuations continued. She stared at Fang Yi, wrapped in lingering energy, unable to understand how he could achieve such a breakthrough without any of the usual signs. No changes in heaven and earth, no celestial disturbances. Then realization struck her like a thunderbolt. He hadn't just sealed the S-Class dark tide. He had absorbed it. The thought made her tremble. Since the beginning of the spiritual revival, every pioneer knew the dark attribute was the most feared of all, born from the malice and negativity of countless living beings. Absorbing it was forbidden by law. A memory flashed through her mind. A government project had once tried to purify the dark attribute, and it had ended in disaster. Researchers had died, and the element was labeled a monster in its own right. Dark monsters range from D to S class, all terrifying beyond reason. Even the weakest preyed on early pioneers, while the dark tide itself could devour spirit creation elites as if they were nothing. Another memory surfaced, an infamous case from before the ban. A 3-star ghost axe pioneer had once dared to absorb energy from a low-tier sea monster. Madness claimed him. His flesh rotted, his mind collapsed, and now he lived sealed inside a hospital, a ruined thing that could never recover. Back in the present, the chaotic mist streamed back into Fangyi's body. He let out a slow, steady breath. Then, without turning, his voice cut through the fog. He called out to the unseen watcher who had been observing everything from the shadows, ordering them to show themselves. Fangyi's crimson eyes swept across the mist with cold precision. Jielon stepped forward. Her tone was calm as she spoke, saying that if her judgment was correct, Fangyi had been the one who sealed the dark tide on his own. Su Qingying gasped when she saw her, blurting out Jielon's name in shock. Jielon descended slowly and stopped before Fangyi. Her gaze locked onto him as she asked directly whether he had truly absorbed the dark attribute. Fangyi answered without hesitation. He had. The words struck Su Qingying like a hammer, shaking her to the core. Before she could react, Jielon moved. In one smooth motion, she drew a pistol and aimed it straight at Fangyi's head. Jielon, the red-haired leader, roared in fury. She and a trembling Lin Yi froze, but Su Qingying leapt forward, slapping the barrel aside and placing herself between them. Her voice was sharp as she reminded Jielon that Fangyi was the military's highest priority recruit. Then she pushed harder, accusing her of hypocrisy. The association wanted him as well, yet the military had claimed him first. What was the meaning of pointing a gun at him now? Jielon did not answer. Her silence was colder than any reply. Fangyi calmly placed a hand on Su Qingying's shoulder, telling her to stand down. He turned to Jielon, his voice level but cutting. Their mission, he reminded her, was to retrieve the Grace Flower. It was strange. She was obsessed with completing the mission, yet clearly displeased that they had survived. Jielon kept the gun raised, the metal glinting faintly in the mist, her expression unreadable. The red-haired leader finally exploded. She accused Jielon of betraying their trust, demanding to know why she had done nothing when the dark tide was about to wipe them out. Without Fangyi, all of them would be dead. Lin Yi was still just a child. Instead of helping, Jielon had stood by and watched, only to now threaten the one who saved them. Jielon lowered the pistol. A faint smile touched her lips. She waved away the entire standoff like it had been nothing but a harmless joke, casually remarking that Fangyi seemed far too popular with his own team. Then her gaze sharpened, her tone changing in a way that made the air subtly tighten. She congratulated him and calmly declared that he had passed. The words hit like a stone dropped into still water. Su Qingying froze. The red-haired leader stared at her in disbelief, confusion written openly across her face. But Fangyi did not look surprised. He met Jielon's eyes steadily and asked if this had been her goal all along, to test him. Jielon did not deny it. She said that with someone of his talent and strength, she could not trust neat reports or hollow numbers. She needed to see his true character with her own eyes. Then she turned to the red-haired leader and addressed the accusations head-on. She admitted she had not intervened because pioneers lived by the ruthless laws of this new world. Here, fortune and death changed places in a single heartbeat. That was the reality they had to accept. Yet she pointed out something that made everyone pause. They were lucky to have Fangyi with them. Since the dark tide descended, not a single monster had dared to draw near. The creatures, she explained, were terrified of the power he had unleashed. Fangyi listened, his expression dark and thoughtful, and then nodded. Even the dark tide followed the same cruel rule, he said. It preyed on the weak and bowed before the strong. With the matter settled, Jielon shifted gears and said she would lead them to the Grace Flower, reminding them that no one knew this land better than she did. As they moved, Su Qingying quietly leaned closer to Fangyi. In a low voice, she told him something about Jielon felt wrong. She revealed the truth she had uncovered. Jielon's former squad had once faced the dark tide, and she was the only one who had survived. The pieces slid into place for Fangyi. Her rigid obedience to missions and rules, the cold shell she wore, it all came from that loss. Her team's deaths had carved a wound so deep that it left her half-broken, pushing her towards self-destruction. Yet within that emptiness was a fierce conviction, the only thing still driving her forward. When he sealed the dark tide, that inner resolve had cracked for just a moment. letting something human slip through. Understanding dawned, and a faint smile touched Fang Yi's lips. He told the others they should be kinder to Jielon, because beneath everything, she was badly hurt. The red-haired leader blinked in confusion and asked if Jielon was physically injured. Fang Yi said she was. He explained that her spiritual barrier was severely damaged. Though her cultivation stood at the level of a 2-star spirit creation realm, her protective aura had collapsed by at least 2 full tiers. A brief glimpse of her energy made it undeniable. Her aura wavered and splintered, fragments breaking away as if her very core had been shaken. Even her footsteps were slightly unsteady, betraying the strain her body was under. Jielon sensed their gazes and glanced back at them. Her voice was soft when she thanked them, yet she immediately brushed it off, insisting the injury was nothing worth mentioning. With Jielon in front, the group moved deeper into the lifeless fog. Dead trees rose around them like twisted bones, and the ground was scattered with the skeletal remains of beasts. They had entered the chaotic burial mounds. As they advanced, Fang Yi's instincts tightened. Something was wrong. His gaze swept the terrain, then locked onto a chilling sight, a half-buried skeleton of a fallen pioneer, its remains jutting from the earth as if trying to crawl back out. Finally, Jielon stopped. She announced they had arrived. In the center of a barren clearing, a single grace flower stood alone, glowing with a soft, dreamlike purple light. As Jielon stepped forward, Fang Yi kept his eyes fixed on her. The unease in his chest only grew heavier. Then his fear became reality. Shadowy figures tore their way out of the ground. Crimson eyes flared inside the mist as the creatures rose one by one, forming a tight circle around the flower like silent guardians that would not allow anyone to approach. Yet Jielon did not slow down. Her composure shattered instead. Her expression twisted into something disturbing. Her eyes locked onto the grace flower with a desperate, feverish obsession. She stretched out her hand, her voice falling to a trembling whisper. "I can finally see it again." Her body shook as if caught in a trance, her entire being pulled toward the flower's glow. Fang Yi's eyes turned cold. He could see it clearly now. She had lost control. Her mind was slipping into something dangerous. There was no time to hesitate. Golden red flames erupted in his palm, blazing with violent intensity. His voice thundered through the clearing as he called out to her spirit. In the same instant, he hurled the burning sphere straight at Jielon, determined to shatter the trance before it swallowed her whole. At the very last moment, she snapped back to her senses and realized what was coming. The attack carried an extremely rare and terrifying yang attribute, pure, violent, and overwhelming. Her eyes hardened. With a sudden burst of speed, she swung her arm and knocked the blast aside. The impact detonated in a roaring explosion, a shockwave ripping across the clearing. When the dust finally settled, she and Fang Yi stood facing each other in silence. Golden energy crackled wildly around his hand, flashing like restrained lightning. Xiaolan was fully awake now, but her body was trembling. The sight of the grace flower had dragged her straight back into a nightmare she had never escaped. Images of her fallen companions flickered through her mind, one after another, and a single doubt gnawed at her heart. Had everything she did still not been enough? The moment they realized she had returned to herself, Yi and Su Qingying rushed to her side. Yi asked if she was hurt, unable to hide the worry in his voice. Su Qing, far more cautious, warned that the dark attribute was clearly disturbing Xiaolan's mind, and that it would be safer for everyone to stay together. Fang Yi ignored them entirely. He stepped forward without hesitation, calm and unshaken, his eyes locked straight ahead. For the Shizai flower, he said, going alone was enough. Before anyone could object, he walked into the empty, mist-drenched clearing, each step steady as he closed in on the softly glowing bloom. Then the ground trembled. The earth split apart as a massive, grotesque, wolf-shaped monster burst out from below. Its eyes burned a deep crimson, and when it opened its jaws, a terrifying storm of screaming faces and dark red energy churned inside its throat. With a deafening roar, the creature lunged straight at him. Fang Yi didn't even blink. Blue lightning crawled across his fingers as he spoke a single word. Divine thunder. Several violent bolts ripped through the monster's body in an instant. The beast shrieked as electricity tore through its flesh, yet it still refused to fall. Fang Yi watched closely and understood immediately. This fox demon had devoured countless monsters, evolving into something far more dangerous. An S-class anomaly. The seal on the dark tide was only temporary, and time was already running thin. This battle had to end quickly. A faint, confident smile touched Fang Yi's lips. If it would not die easily, then it would serve another use. Dense, terrifying purple energy began to gather in his palm, heavy with pure darkness. Without hesitation, Fang Yi released his newly obtained power. Limitless Dark World. A violent storm of swirling purple energy exploded outward, swallowing the stunned S-Class Fox monster whole and sealing it inside an absolute prison of darkness. The power condensed in an instant, hardening into a massive dark purple sphere that engulfed both Fang Yi and the creature. The outside world disappeared. Within this isolated reality, countless shadowy purple tendrils lashed out from every direction, wrapping around the S-Class beast like living chains. The monster thrashed wildly, its roars breaking down into pitiful cries as crushing pressure bore down on it. Its massive body was forced smaller and weaker, shrinking under Fang Yi's overwhelming domain. A cold system window flickered into existence. Under the effect of the limitless dark world, the S-Class anomaly had been forcibly suppressed, its rank reduced by 2 full levels, falling all the way to a mere B-class threat. Fang Yi stood calmly before the now diminished creature, his eyes unreadable. He remarked that any S-Class anomaly that collapsed so easily must have had a terribly fragile foundation from the start. With the danger fully contained, his sword flared to life, bursting into blazing golden-red flames. "It's over," he said quietly. One clean slash cut through the darkness. Fire roared through the space, and the weakened monster was wiped out completely, reduced to nothing but drifting embers. Outside the sphere, Su Qingying and Yi stared at the massive orb of dark energy in stunned silence. Su Qingying frowned. It was clearly a dark attribute, yet it felt strange, different. Yi nodded slowly. There was none of the usual suffocating chill, none of the nauseating weight that normally came with dark power. Xiaolan spoke quietly, her tone steady, even as tension still lingered in the air. This was Fang Yi's personal domain, a space he had created on his own after mastering the dark attribute without any guidance. The realization struck her deeply. Forming a domain was an ability of terrifying difficulty. Until now, the only person she had ever known who could create a spatial domain purely through spiritual power was her teacher. Beyond him, she believed there were no more than 3 others in the entire world capable of such a feat. A painful memory surfaced. A vast city drowned in chaos and ruin. She remembered her teacher, standing alone, forcing his domain to its absolute limit in a desperate attempt to stop the catastrophe, and still failing. That haunting image shattered as the dark purple sphere suddenly dissolved. Fang Yi stood alone in the clearing, completely unharmed. Xiaolan and Su Qingying could only stare, stunned by how quickly everything had ended. Fang Yi simply lifted a hand and gave them a relaxed, reassuring smile, saying that the chaotic burial mounds should be free of trouble now. With the threat gone, he turned and walked calmly toward the glowing shizai flower. He knelt, gently cupped the plant in his hands, and carefully pulled it from the earth with its roots intact, preserving it with meticulous care. Holding the softly glowing flower, Fang Yi studied it for a brief moment before nodding to himself. This would be enough. The mission had reached its most critical point, and Gaolan watched him closely, tension still etched across her face. Fang Yi returned and placed the flower into Xiaolan's hands. She blinked, surprised by how small and fragile it felt. He told her calmly that their objective was complete and urged everyone to leave at once. The sealed dark tide, he explained, was nothing like ordinary monsters. It could break free at any moment. On top of that, they still had to deal with the unconscious, overly arrogant pioneer and his team. Xiaolan's rigid posture finally eased. The strain drained from her expression, replaced by real relief. Holding the glowing flower close, she thanked Fang Yi sincerely, admitting that without his overwhelming strength, their mission would have failed. She then turned to thank the others before announcing that it was time to withdraw. Just as they began to move, Xiaolan suddenly stopped. She turned back and looked directly at Fang Yi. Her voice grew serious as she revealed the truth behind their mission. Elder Wu, the Sea Nation's only realm pioneer, was dying. The flower was the only medicine that could save him. With a faint but heartfelt smile, she told Fang Yi that it had just saved the life of the nation's strongest guardian. Fang Yi listened in silence, his expression thoughtful as the weight of her words settled over him. He softly repeated the name of the legendary Qingong realm to himself. When the group finally stepped through the dark portal of the extreme dark zone, a sky filled with swirling crimson clouds greeted them. The red-haired leader threw her fists into the air, shouting in pure relief that they could finally see the light again, and that they had survived. Yi felt the same, grateful just to stand beneath the open sky after everything they had endured. Their return instantly sparked a wave of cheers. Officials who had been waiting in tense anticipation rushed forward, celebrating the successful retrieval of the shizai flower. Many of them openly admitted they had never truly believed it was possible when Xiaolan first reported the mission. As the team walked through the path, cleared by the crowd, the red-haired leader stared around in disbelief at how many people had gathered. Somewhere among the voices, someone whispered, wondering who it was that had actually brought the flower back. That was when he slowed to a stop. Her eyes widened as she noticed something blocking their way. A massive, heavily armored military vehicle sat squarely in front of them. Dark steel plating covered its body. An elite soldier stood on both sides in perfect formation. The red-haired leader froze. Her gaze locked onto the emblem stamped on the vehicle, the unmistakable symbol of the Star God War Zone, the most powerful and prestigious military force in all of the Xia Nation. The realization hit her instantly. Heat rushed to her face as embarrassment followed. So Gaolan was one of them. The memory of how she had shouted earlier made her wince. The Star God War Zone was not an ordinary unit. It ranked #1 in the nation, and ever since spiritual energy had revived, its overwhelming advantages had allowed it to seize the most resource-rich forbidden zones and turn them into supreme cultivation grounds. As the group approached, an official stepped forward carefully, holding the shizai flower sealed inside a glowing blue container. He respectfully handed it to a high-ranking officer who introduced himself as Major Han Li. Taking the container, Han Li allowed himself a faint smile of satisfaction. Then, without any warning, Major Han Li snapped to attention. Every soldier behind him did the same. In one flawless motion, they raised their hands in a sharp military salute, directed straight at Fang Yi. The sudden show of respect left him momentarily stunned. After lowering his hand, Han Li turned to Xiaolan and assured her that the shizai flower would be delivered to the hospital immediately. She could finally rest easy. Xiaolan nodded, saying she would follow soon. With its precious cargo secured, the armored vehicle roared to life and sped away down the cleared path. With the urgency gone, Xiaolan turned back toward Fang Yi. She asked him directly whether he was connected to the Star God War Zone. When he answered, she revealed her own identity just as calmly. She added in an even tone that news of his overwhelming strength had already spread through the entire military district. With a confident, knowing look, she told him it was only a matter of time before his name became widely known and carried real weight. Then she spoke plainly. His individual combat power, she admitted, was already enough to suppress even the most elite squads within her own war zone. With that, she made her offer, formally and without hesitation. She acknowledged his terrifying potential and invited him to join the Star God War Zone, promising him access to the finest cultivation resources available. She also assured him that the rewards from this mission, for both his team and Su Qingying's squad, would be delivered soon. Fang Yi listened in silence, a faint smile resting on his lips as he considered her words. But her tone soon changed. The confidence faded, replaced by something heavier and more solemn. And as she continued, it became clear that the danger they faced was far from over. She told him that as the world changed at an unprecedented pace, the nation's greatest and most terrifying threat was the rise of dark attribute anomalies. As she spoke, a vision took shape in his mind. An entire city swallowed by a vast, ominous cloud of purple-black energy, buildings vanishing as if they had never existed. That image alone made everything clear. She warned him that the number of these anomalies was increasing at a frightening rate. The dark zones they created would keep spreading, growing like a malignant tumor, capable of triggering catastrophic disasters without warning. That was why forbidden zones had to be established, and why organizations like the Spiritual Energy Association were forced to guard them with absolute severity. After a brief pause, she clarified herself. She was not saying this to pressure him into joining the Star God War Zone. She was telling him because she believed a pioneer of his caliber, someone truly exceptional, had earned the right to know the truth about the world's condition. Fang Yi felt the sincerity in her words. A faint smile returned as he gave her his answer. He told her he understood, and that if he ever encountered dark attribute anomalies in the future, he would not look away. On that matter, she could rest easy. At those words, the stern exhaustion in Xiaolan's expression finally eased. Genuine relief appeared on her face. She introduced herself properly at last, saying it was a pleasure to meet him, and then handed him a small, dark token. Fang Yi took it, revealing a black tablet engraved with a dragon and the characters of the Star God War Zone. Xiaolan explained that the token granted him unrestricted access to any forbidden zone for cultivation, and that the gates of the Star God War Zone would always be open to him. Then she hesitated slightly before making one last request. She asked if he would be willing to go and see Elder Wu. Fang Yi raised a brow and asked if she meant the Qingyong realm pioneer. She nodded and said that Elder Wu was her teacher. Fang Yi should meet him, she explained, though she did not hide that it was also a personal wish. She wanted to be his friend. Fang Yi accepted both the token and her invitation, slipping it casually into his pocket. He agreed to go with her, saying it was always good to have more friends. Then, as if to seal that new bond, he extended his hand. Blue lightning crackled across his palm as he told her he had something to give her. Xiaolan looked at him in confusion. Fang Yi smiled and calmly explained that he believed he could completely cleanse the remaining dark attribute poison from her body. Before she could even respond, he released it. A surge of pure blue lightning burst forth, engulfing her in an instant. The shock locked her in place, breath caught in her throat as the thunder attribute surged through her body. Yet instead of pain, she felt something impossible. Healing. The cold, deep ache that had haunted her bones dissolved, replaced by a warm, tingling numbness. The discomfort she had carried for so long simply vanished. Inside her, the wounds left by the dark attribute began to close as the corrupt energy was torn apart and washed away, cleansed by the thunder from the inside out. It felt like being reborn. The rare, powerful lightning scoured her body clean, purging toxins she did not even realize were still there. When the glow finally faded, faint sparks still danced around her. Fang Yi looked at her and asked how she felt. Xiaolan exhaled slowly and nodded. She felt incredible, better than she had in years. The lingering dark energy was gone. Nearby, Su Qingying watched as paramedics rushed to the unconscious, once arrogant pioneer. She couldn't help wondering if someone that badly injured could even survive. When she turned back, she was startled to see Fang Yi and Xiaolan still standing there. Yet something was different. Xiaolan's aura had changed. Her injuries were gone. Xiaolan explained simply that Fang Yi had used his rare, pure thunder attribute to completely cleanse the dark poison from her system. Su Qingying froze, staring at him in disbelief. So this was the true nature of his power. Not just destruction, but salvation. Without realizing it, she pointed at Fang Yi, eyes wide. He noticed and asked flatly what she was staring at. That was when inspiration struck her. She spun around and urgently waved the paramedics over, excitement flooding her voice. She turned back to Fang Yi and proposed a partnership. If his spiritual power could be combined with their advanced medical technology, they could save countless pioneers suffering from dark attribute corruption. To show her sincerity, she bowed deeply, lowering herself without hesitation, asking him to demonstrate his power just once more. Fang Yi did not answer right away. He fell silent, weighing her words. Then he raised his hand. A controlled burst of blue lightning flickered from his palm. Calm, precise. He asked if that was enough of a demonstration. One of the paramedics gasped as he examined the energy, his eyes shining. It was working. There was no doubt about it. Such a high-level thunder attribute could directly counter the dark attribute. Xiaolan added that when Fang Yi had treated her, the power had been sent straight into her body, destroying the corruption at its very source. Su Qingying nodded quickly, already piecing everything together. All they would need, she said, was for Fang Yi and the patient to hold hands. But one of the paramedics spoke up, his excitement tempered by caution. Not every cultivator, even those at the spirit creation realm, could endure energy this pure. He explained this calmly to Su Qingying, adding that while Xiaolan's injuries had been serious, they were nothing compared to the condition of the other patient. Healing that arrogant pioneer, he estimated, would require at least 10 times more spiritual energy. And even then, simply keeping him alive would already be a miracle. A full recovery, he admitted honestly, was nearly impossible. Fang Yi listened without interrupting. Then he agreed. He asked how to transfer his spiritual energy, and the paramedics guided him toward the ambulance. One of them pointed to a specialized device and instructed him to place his hand inside and release his power steadily. Fang Yi nodded and did exactly that, blue lightning flowing out in a controlled stream. From a distance, Yi watched in silence. She had never imagined Xiaolan was a high-ranking member of the elite Star God War Zone. Even more shocking was the fact that her cousin was so powerful that this legendary military force was actively trying to build a relationship with him. Her thoughts drifted back to Xiaolan, usually cold and distant, personally asking to be Fang Yi's friend and even giving him her own token. When the energy transfer finally ended, Fang Yi turned toward Yi and the red-haired leader to check on them. Yi smiled and said they were fine. Then she explained that she and the red-haired leader had decided to head out on their own for more training and missions. They couldn't keep relying on him forever. If they wanted to survive, they needed to grow stronger on their own. Fang Yi agreed immediately. He only told them to be careful. As they left, he watched their backs with a small, proud smile. Somewhere along the way, his cousin really had grown up. Su Qingying and her team prepared to depart as well. She waved goodbye, telling Fang Yi and Xiaolan that they would meet again on the next mission. Once they were alone, Xiaolan turned to Fang Yi and reminded him that it was time to visit Elder Wu. As the ambulance pulled away, Su Qingying couldn't hide her frustration. She complained loudly that the Star God War Zone had just snatched someone this powerful right out from under them. Her teammates hurried to calm her, but the irritation did not fade. Deep down, everyone knew the truth. The Spiritual Energy Association was a mess, too many internal struggles, too much chaos, and its strongest squads refused to truly work together. By the time Fang Yi and Xiaolan arrived, they were standing before a massive, modern hospital, the highest security ward of the Star God War Zone's medical base. Fang Yi asked quietly if this was where Elder Wu was being treated. Inside the room, they stopped beside a bed buried in medical equipment. Tubes, monitors, and softly humming machines surrounded the unconscious figure lying there. Fang Yi took in the sight and couldn't help commenting on how strange it felt. The ultimate powerhouse of the Qingong realm, reduced to a withered old man. He stepped closer to examine him. Dark red veins spread across Elder Wu's face and neck, swollen and unnatural. A respirator rose and fell with each strained breath. Xiaolan told him it had been far worse before. Back then, her teacher had looked more like a corpse than a living person. Even after using the precious shizai flower, he still had not woken up. Fang Yi frowned. What kind of catastrophe could leave someone this powerful in such a state? Xiaolan slowly let out a breath and began to explain. It had happened during the battle for the capital. A massive dark attribute anomaly had suddenly formed above the city, swallowing the sky itself. To stop it from descending and devouring everything below, Elder Wu had stepped forward alone. In her memory, the rest of the squad stood behind him, desperately pouring their own spiritual energy into his body to support him. But the anomaly was no ordinary enemy. It was far beyond S-level. Above the shattered city had hovered a monstrous, dragon-shaped mass of pure dark energy, its presence crushing the land beneath it. Xiaolan's voice tightened as she spoke. If that thing had fully descended, it would not have stopped with the capital. The surrounding cities would have fallen next. The entire nation would have been plunged into absolute chaos. In one final, desperate move, Elder Wu unleashed his personal domain and sealed the anomaly by force. But they had miscalculated. The dark attribute was even stronger than anyone had predicted. The backlash tore through him, corrupting his body from the inside. Gaolan finished the story in a cold voice, saying that if Elder Wu had not been a master of the Qingong realm, he would have been turned to ashes on the spot. The room fell into silence. Back in the present, Fang Yi looked down at the unconscious hero with new eyes. To give up everything just to save a city, this man truly was a great pioneer. As Fang Yi studied Elder Wu's face, memories from his past life rose to the surface. Countless pioneers throwing themselves into hopeless battles. Countless sacrifices, all so that he could become the last human left alive. A quiet sadness settled in his chest as he realized that in his original timeline, Elder Wu had probably already died by now. His gaze hardened. This time was different. A new resolve took shape as Fang Yi slowly reached out toward the old man. Xiaolan jolted and demanded to know what he thought he was doing to her teacher. Fang Yi did not even turn his head. He told her calmly not to panic. The shizai flower was already working, he explained, but there was still stubborn dark attribute residue inside Elder Wu's body. He was going to remove it. Before she could object, his hand pressed flat against the elder's chest. Pure blue lightning surged instantly, flooding into the old man's body. Fang Yi said evenly that this would help him wake faster. Xiaolan stiffened in shock, blurting out that the corruption he was touching came from an S-level disaster. That kind of power was not something anyone should deal with lightly. She hesitated. Then she clenched her fists and nodded. Go ahead. Try. Maybe, just maybe, he was the miracle they had been waiting for. The room filled with sharp crackling as Fang Yi poured more energy into Elder Wu. Xiaolan stepped closer, warning him seriously that the dark attribute inside her teacher was far more terrifying than the dark tide itself. Without the shizai flower suppressing it, Elder Wu would never have survived this long. Fang Yi replied without looking back. He understood. His expression hardened as he felt it. An immense, suffocating presence buried deep inside the elder's body. Even weakened by the flower's purifying effect, the dark energy still pressed down like an invisible mountain. Then it reacted. A violent surge of dark power blasted out from the bed, throwing Fang Yi and Xiaolan backward. Xiaolan cried out for him to stay focused. The dark energy was already trying to influence him. In response, a brilliant golden aura erupted around Fang Yi as his spiritual protection activated. His eyes burned with golden light, but his heart suddenly skipped. Something was wrong. The darkness seized his consciousness and dragged it away from reality. The hospital vanished. He found himself standing alone on a ruined street. Broken buildings stretched endlessly in every direction. Slowly, he looked up and froze. Filling the sky above him was a massive crimson eye. The terrifying red eye of the anomaly. Within this mental world, the eye focused on him, its presence crushing the ruined city below. A voice echoed through the streets, demanding to know who he was. Fan Yi understood at once. By touching the dark attribute inside Elder Wu's body, his spirit had been pulled into this dangerous illusion, into the lingering memory of the disaster itself. He was not afraid. His expression stayed calm as he replied that his identity did not matter. He was simply the one who had come to erase it. Blue lightning flared around his hand, lighting up the ruins. As power gathered at his fingertips, Fan Yi reached a clear conclusion. This anomaly was not as strong as it wanted him to think. The giant eye reacted immediately. A massive, razor-sharp red spike ripped toward him without warning. Fan Yi's eyes widened for only a heartbeat before golden light flooded his vision. Golden sun breathing ignited, power surging through every vein as he twisted aside and barely slipped past the first strike. Then the sky itself detonated. Red spikes poured down like a catastrophic storm. Fan Yi became a streak of light, weaving through the falling blades with ruthless precision. Before his footing could even settle, the anomaly shifted again. Red-black lightning lashed out, tearing through the air with divine fury. Fan Yi's expression tightened. This lightning, it was on the same level as the heavenly thunder he had absorbed on Yuhuang Mountain. Then the illusion stopped pretending. The single crimson eye shattered into motion, multiplying into a vast swarm. Countless insect-shaped entities formed from pure dark attribute energy, all revolving around a blazing red core. Fan Yi's pupils shrank. Each of them carried the strength of a dark tide monster. And there were tens of millions. The swarm collapsed inward like a living vortex, devouring the sky as it rushed straight for him. Fan Yi did not step back. Flames erupted as his sword manifested in his grip, heat warping the shattered air around him. Facing the advancing nightmare, his voice carried nothing but cold resolve. There was only one choice left: exterminate the pests. He lunged forward and swung. A massive arc of fire carved through the swarm, ripping a burning corridor straight through its center. The strike split the crimson core in two. Fan Yi's eyes sharpened as he studied the reaction. An S-level collective anomaly, but crippled. Whether because this was only an illusion, or because the Shizai flower had already cleansed part of the corruption inside Elder Wu, its power was nowhere near its true peak. Both halves of the swarm slammed into the ruined city below, erupting in violent explosions. Fan Yi landed on a shattered rooftop and surveyed the devastation. From what remained, its strength had probably fallen to a level. Even so, a chill passed through him. This was the disaster that had nearly destroyed the city when Elder Wu faced it alone. The weight of that truth hardened his expression. Dark energy coiled around his hand, thick and ferocious. Without hesitation, Fan Yi released his own dark attribute technique. Limitless Dark World. A colossal vortex of absolute darkness burst from his body, twisting space as it began devouring the remaining insect-like anomaly. Terror rippled through the creature's fading consciousness. Only now did it realize the truth. This opponent was not human. Fan Yi let out a faint smirk. Guess so. He lifted his hand and spoke a single word. Open. The dark vortex expanded violently, swallowing the rest of the S-level anomaly whole. As its final fragments were erased, a cold, echoing voice rang out from the void. We will be back soon. Fan Yi hovered calmly inside his sphere of dark energy, unshaken. He knew exactly what that had been. A remnant of the anomaly's will. And next time, he would be ready. His gaze lingered on that final word. We. Not one. We. The warning kept echoing through Fan Yi's mind, and for the first time, a chilling thought took root. What if this disaster had never been meant to exist alone? If one anomaly could emerge, then how many more were already waiting in the dark, ready to surface? Before the question could settle, the illusionary world began to roar. The sky split apart. Space folded inward, cracking like fragile glass. Fan Yi did not fight it. This was not the place to chase answers. Those would come later. The next instant, his consciousness was violently pulled back. His eyes snapped open in the real world. Without even a moment of hesitation, Fan Yi drove his hand into Elder Wu's body, his spiritual sense locking onto the core of the corruption. A violent mass of dark purple energy was ripped from the Elder's chest, shrieking as it collided with Fan Yi's own blue lightning. The two forces ground against each other, unstable and ferocious. To suppress it, Fan Yi activated the Nine Dragons Skyfire sealing art. Blazing red chains erupted into existence, wrapping around the dark mass and crushing it into a tightly sealed sphere. The air trembled as the orb struggled, its power raging wildly, but trapped. Holding the burning seal in his hand, Fan Yi turned to the stunned Gaolan and calmly explained that this was the dark attribute remnant left behind in Elder Wu's body. His conclusion was absolute. This was the final fragment of the anomaly that had nearly destroyed the city. Even sealed, the orb still radiated frightening power, but its influence had been drastically reduced, first by the Shizai flower, then by Elder Wu's own seal. Fang Yi looked at the unconscious old man with genuine respect and called him the nation's true number one pioneer. Anyone else would have died countless times over trying to endure such corruption. Xiaolon followed his gaze. The terrifying red veins on her teacher's face had vanished, and his breathing was calm and steady. Her voice trembled as she told Fang Yi that he had truly saved her teacher's life. Fang Yi shook his head lightly. It was not his strength alone. Without the shizai flower weakening the corruption beforehand, he admitted even he would not have been able to extract such a stubborn dark attribute. Xiaolon nodded. The flower had saved her teacher from immediate death, but Fang Yi's power had given him the chance to truly recover. Then, Fang Yi clenched his fist. The blazing chains tightened violently, and the sealed orb collapsed inward with a sharp crack before shattering completely. The dark energy turned to ash and scattered into nothingness. He stated simply that the remnant was now useless, but he did not relax. Instead, he looked back at Xiaolon and told her there was one more truth she had to hear. Inside the mental illusion, the remnant of the dark attribute anomaly had issued a warning. It claimed it would return. Fang Yi's expression hardened. They had to be ready at all times. They could not, must not, allow an old man who had only just escaped death to ever stand on the front lines again. Xiaolon nodded slowly, saying she already knew. She had heard the rumor long before this. When Fang Yi asked what she meant, she explained that both the military and the association had monitoring departments devoted to tracking fluctuations in spiritual energy. Data was gathered non-stop, mapping every change across the land. And from that data, a terrifying rumor had begun to circulate, one no one dared to speak aloud. With the CIA nation's current strength, they might not even survive the first year after the full spiritual energy revival. Of course, she added quickly, no one truly believed it. Most people dismissed it as fear born from cold numbers, exaggerations without real context. Fang Yi replied quietly, noting that monitoring spiritual energy changes sounded unusually formal and systematic. Then Xiaolon looked straight at him and asked if he thought the rumor could actually be true. A shadow crossed Fang Yi's face. For a fleeting moment, his thoughts drifted far away. He wondered if his rebirth had already altered the future in ways no one could calculate. In his original timeline, he had survived only 3 years after the spiritual energy revival, and by then, the world itself had been pushed to the edge of ruin. The memory slipped away. Returning to the present, Fang Yi placed a steady hand on Xiaolan's shoulder and told her not to dwell on it. Elder Wu would wake up soon. His voice was calm and reassuring, meant to ease her heart. Then his gaze sharpened. If the disaster returned, he said he would stand with them and fight. The final battle against the great calamity would come sooner or later, but this time, burning resolve shone in his eyes. He would change the outcome. Later that night, Fang Yi returned to his apartment. He sat cross-legged on the couch, meditating as streams of energy flowed quietly around him. His newly gained dark attribute moved smoothly through his body, perfectly under his control. Reviewing his recent battles, he realized that after facing 2 S-level anomalies, he was only a step away from breaking into the 2-star spirit creation realm. Yet the sense of urgency remained. The full spiritual energy revival was approaching far too fast. Even with his new dark attribute, his current strength was nowhere near enough. His thoughts returned to the anomaly inside the mental illusion. Even weakened, its true power had been terrifying. That had only been a fragment, and it was already overwhelming. His gaze shifted to the potted plant resting on the table. The obedient little white flower. He spoke to it quietly, admitting that it was not easy to carry around, and that leaving it behind on his last mission had been his own mistake. A faint smile touched his lips as he picked it up. The small flower seemed to glow a little brighter, almost as if responding to his voice. He told it he regretted not giving it a chance to level up. Decision made, Fang Yi said he would take it out for a walk. He headed toward the back mountain, the private training ground. As he followed the quiet path beneath the moonlight, his thoughts drifted to the association's plant research department. To cultivate something like this, their skill had to be extraordinary. He noticed it almost immediately. In a short time since this place had last been devastated, the forest was already recovering. Fresh growth crept over shattered ground, roots stitching the soil back together. Nature's self-healing had clearly become far stronger in this new era. Going deeper into the woods, Fang Yi found a suitable clearing and knelt down. He carefully lifted the flower from its pot, feeling the rich earth between his fingers, and silently reminded himself to thank Su Qing and her team for securing this place for him. Before planting it, he paused. Holding the flower gently, he gave his new companion a calm warning. Take it slow. Absorb only a little at a time. If it became too greedy, not even every forest on the planet would be enough to satisfy it. The moment the flower touched the soil, it answered. Roots exploded outward, plunging deep into the earth. A massive vortex of green, life-draining energy erupted from the plant and swept through the forest. Trees withered in seconds. Leaves crumbled. Life was stripped away as the energy was devoured without mercy. Moments later, Fang Yi stood with his arms crossed, surrounded by a dead, hollowed stretch of woodland. He decided the flower had taken enough for now. With a satisfied smile, he gently pulled the brightly glowing plant from the ground, roots and all, and told it that it was time to find a new place to feed. The flower shone even brighter in his hand, overflowing with newly absorbed energy. As he walked, Fang Yi considered where it might rank among evolved plant-type spirits. With its terrifying desolation attribute, it had to be at least an A-level threat. Moving along a dark ridge, he sensed the forest's unnatural silence. No insects, no birds, no movement. The animals that once lived here had clearly fled in terror from the flower's presence. Then a savage howl tore through the night. Fang Yi's expression hardened at once. He recognized the sound. A wolf. On a nearby cliff, silhouetted against a blood-red moon, a pack of monstrous wolves gathered. Their glowing red eyes burned as their bodies twisted, expanded, and warped in grotesque ways. Fang Yi's heart sank as he realized what he was seeing. They were evolving. His gaze locked onto the massive figure standing at the highest point of the cliff, the Wolf King. Its transformation was almost complete. With a thunderous howl that shook the mountains, the Wolf King finished evolving. Its enormous body surged with power, now wrapped in a menacing green glow as even the night seemed to recoil. Still holding the potted flower, Fang Yi felt at the instant the beast stabilized. An overwhelming wave of spiritual power blasted outward, heavy enough to make the very air tremble. His eyes sharpened as realization struck. This thing was about to cross the threshold and become an A-level anomaly. Before he could even shift position, the newly evolved wolf pack moved. They spread out with terrifying coordination, encircling him from every direction and sealing off every possible escape. Fang Yi's gaze swept across them once, instantly understanding what had happened. The Wolf King had not only grown stronger, it had changed. Its original wood attribute had mutated, giving birth to a deadly poison attribute, most likely from absorbing the residual dark energy saturating the area. A dangerous evolution. Yet Fang Yi remained completely calm. In the end, it was still only a difference in level. He reached down and lifted the obedient little white flower from its pot, speaking to it softly, like a trusted companion. It was time to resolve this. Kneeling, he planted it firmly into the ground. In his mind, he weighed the situation. The anomaly itself was not the greatest threat. It was the number of wolves. And more importantly, the city lay just beyond a mountain. If even one of them broke through, the consequences would be catastrophic. As the Wolf King suddenly lunged forward, Fang Yi issued a single command. Begin. Brilliant green energy poured from the flower in response. Fang Yi watched carefully, deliberately testing its strength. He wanted to see just how much destruction it could unleash on its own. The answer came immediately. A colossal beam of green, life-draining energy erupted into the sky, tearing through the darkness and lighting up the entire mountain range. It was so intense that it could be seen far below, where another group of pioneers had frozen in place, staring upward in shock. Within that squad, one man swallowed hard and muttered that the Wolf King had successfully evolved, and that its power was horrifying. He urgently asked for the contamination level. A cloaked figure checked the readings and answered in a low voice. 90%. The number struck like a hammer. Faces turned pale. That level was far beyond their expectations. The blonde-haired leader clenched his fists, tension pouring from him as he realized the danger was still rising. The Wolf King's wood attribute alone was at least at the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, possibly even brushing the Spirit Creation realm. And the rest of the pack, none of them were weak. His voice tightened as he admitted the truth. They did not have enough manpower. Even himself had only just broken through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. Then his eyes widened. He finally noticed the massive green beam and the unmistakable presence woven within it. Dark attribute energy. Everything fell into place. Now he understood why the contamination level was so absurdly high. His heart dropped as he shouted a warning to the team, telling them the Wolf King had evolved dual attributes. And he knew exactly how terrifying that was. Dual attribute anomalies were extremely rare. And when they appeared, they never brought anything but catastrophe. The contamination reading on the squad leader's watch slammed straight to 100. His jaw tightened at once. If they failed to stop the wolf pack's evolution now, everything below the mountain would be wiped out. These beasts were already savage. Once their new power fully stabilized, they would become something far worse. Without hesitation, He reached to contact the Spiritual Energy Association for immediate backup. But before the signal could even complete, the ground lurched violently. One of his men staggered and shouted, asking if it was an earthquake. The leader's eyes darkened. No, a normal evolution could never cause tremors like this. A chill crept up his spine. Another anomaly. His watch confirmed it a second later. The contamination reading exploded upward to 1,000. Impossible. The pioneers froze in horror as a massive eruption of green desolation energy blasted from the mountaintop, tearing through the night like a living disaster. The green-haired pioneer's breath caught. He recognized that power instantly. Desolation, but why here? As the life-draining wave rushed toward them, panic spread through the squad. One man screamed, asking if this was the giant vine from the sky, the one that had vanished without a trace. There had been no warning, no signal, nothing at all. The squad leader didn't hesitate. Retreat. Evacuate everyone below the mountain. Immediately, but just as suddenly as it appeared, the wave stopped. A stunned voice called out, saying the energy was no longer advancing. The entire squad watched in disbelief as the massive vortex of green power folded inward, reversing direction and sinking back into the mountain like a restrained beast. Silence fell. Did it end? One man asked if they should still submit the report. Another wondered if they should go up the mountain to investigate. None of them knew that at the mountaintop, the ground had become something else entirely. Where Fang Yi had planted the flower, thick green roots now covered the earth, weaving together into a living network. From those roots, dozens of glowing white flowers bloomed at once. Then in the next instant they erupted. A colossal surge of green energy burst outward, forming a massive, radiant flower-shaped structure. The power shifted mid-air, dissolving into a vast sea of white petals that flooded the entire area. The Wolf King let out a furious howl. But these petals were not gentle. They twisted violently, compressing into razor-sharp blades that cut through the air with terrifying precision. Fang Yi stood calmly at the center of the storm, untouched, as the petals moved around him like loyal soldiers. He stated it simply. This was the flower's true power. The sea of spiritual blossoms would regenerate endlessly. They would multiply without limit, absorbing, eroding, and purifying the enemy again and again, until nothing remained. Fang Yi stood atop the massive root network as the wolf pack collapsed one by one beneath the overwhelming force. His gaze fixed on the Wolf King, cold and sharp. Then he asked quietly how its pack could survive, without the same spiritual protection he possessed. The smaller wolves never even had time to struggle. Vines wrapped in white flowers snapped around them, and their bodies withered away in seconds. Their life energy was stripped away so completely that only pale skeletons were left behind, collapsing into dust as if they had never existed. As the final traces of vitality were absorbed, the flower began to change. Its petals darkened, shifting into a deep, ominous red, heavy with terrifying power. Driven into a corner, the Wolf King let out a desperate roar and gathered everything it had left. A violent blast of green energy erupted from its jaws, ripping through the air toward the sea of flowers. But the crimson bloom barely reacted. A barrier formed effortlessly, swallowing the attack whole, without leaving even a ripple. From within the storm of red petals and twisting vines, Fang Yi's voice reached the beast, calm, almost amused. He told it the attack was pointless. The desolation attribute had already taken root deep inside the mountain. This sea of flowers drew its strength from the mountain, he explained, and then returned that power back to the mountain in an endless cycle. Power feeding power. The Wolf King, now far more aware after its evolution, seemed to understand. Despair flickered in its eyes, but it refused to surrender. Locking onto the central red flower, sensing it as the true source, it charged forward in a final gamble. Fang Yi watched with a faint smile and casually asked his little flower what it planned to do now that it had been discovered. The answer came instantly. The central red flower swelled to an enormous size and surged forward. Its massive petals opened wide, then slammed shut around the Wolf King, trapping it completely. A scream of pure agony rang out as the beast's life force was torn away, devoured by the overwhelming desolation. Green energy thrashed wildly inside the petals, only to be swallowed and erased. Fang Yi's eyes sharpened. He had not expected this. His flower was allowing the dark attribute to invade it, yet completely overpowering it. The Wolf King never escaped. Its existence was erased inside the pulsing crimson petals. Fang Yi watched in silence, a trace of awe creeping into his gaze. He had never imagined that after absorbing the attribute, the spiritual flower could create its own technique without his direct control. As the giant bloom slowly shrank back down, the truth became obvious. Once something was trapped within this sea of flowers, there was no escape. The flower opened once more and spat out a clean, bleached skeleton. Nothing else remained. Fang Yi let out a slow breath. Even if these spiritual flowers were destroyed, they would simply grow back, again and again, using desolation to grind every enemy down to bare bones. Standing before the massive red flower, now surrounded by countless smaller crimson blossoms, he gave this terrifying power a name: the Endless Spiritual Sea. A system window flickered into existence, calmly confirming it. The spiritual flower had successfully written a desolation attribute technique. Name confirmed: Endless Spiritual Sea. With the battle complete, the flower slowly closed its petals, a bright glow pulsing deep within. Fang Yi exhaled as fatigue finally caught up to him, just as a single red petal drifted forward and brushed against his cheek. Then, the energy surged. The flower erupted with an overwhelming surge of power, and Fang Yi's eyes widened. His little flower was evolving too. Far away, inside a high-tech control room, alarms suddenly screamed to life. An analyst shouted over the chaos, reporting the detection of an A-level anomaly. Then his voice tightened as he added something far worse. They were picking up two different spiritual signatures overlapping in the same region. As the Wolf King was evolving and forming a dark attribute, an entirely separate and far stronger desolation attribute had appeared at the same time. The association superior standing beside Su Qing Ying demanded the coordinates immediately. A technician highlighted a section on the map, explaining that the area had been under Su Qing Ying's team's jurisdiction. The superior frowned and asked whether the destroyer squad had not already been deployed to deal with the wolf pack. Before he could finish, a transmission came through. The squad leader reported from the field, his voice strained as he confirmed that a massive wave of desolation energy had appeared out of nowhere and wiped out the entire A-level wolf pack. But then he added something even more disturbing. That power had not spread outward. It had retreated back into the mountain. And since then, a large number of strange flower-type anomalies had begun to emerge. The pioneers stood at the edge of the mountain in stunned silence. The entire slope now glowed crimson, blanketed by a sea of red flowers. They could not move any closer. Over the open channel, the squad leader warned that if this unknown anomaly erupted, it would be far more dangerous than the celestial vine ever was. He requested immediate support, admitting that even with every pioneer present, they would not survive a sudden escalation. The superior agreed without hesitation. 2 elite teams would be dispatched, but Su Qing Ying suddenly spoke. She looked at her superior with calm certainty and said she had a feeling the source of the desolation power was Fang Yi. Cutting into the call, she pointed out that Fang Yi's home was located in that exact area. Her voice was steady as she declared that he would protect everyone. As she spoke, a vision formed in her mind. Fang Yi floating above the city, wrapped in blazing flames. Back on the mountain, the transformation continued. The land was now completely consumed by a sea of red flowers. Fang Yi stood quietly before his obedient little white flower, now grown to a massive size. His eyes narrowed slightly as he observed its changes, confirming what he had suspected ever since it devoured the Wolf King. The flower trembled, and then shifted again. The enormous crimson bloom opened wide, its core igniting with a brilliant golden light. Fang Yi's eyes tightened in surprise. Fire, a second attribute. He placed a hand against the massive plant, feeling scorching heat pulsing inside it, and let out a quiet breath of disbelief. Its evolution method was absurdly simple. Devour enemies. Consume energy. Become stronger. Too simple. As the evolution stabilized, the giant flower rapidly shrank, returning to its familiar handheld size. Its petals settled into a deep, blood-red hue, heavy with condensed power. A system window materialized before Fang Yi, confirming the result. The spiritual flower had completed its evolution. Classification: A-level anomaly. Name: Desolate Fire Spirit Flower. Attributes confirmed: Desolation and Fire. Another line followed. The flower possessed an intense desire to devour spiritual energy and could be placed within the limitless dark world for nurturing. Fang Yi frowned. Limitless dark world? The words lingered for only a heartbeat before realization struck. His gaze sharpened as a new thought formed. His personal dark domain was filled with dark attribute anomalies, unstable, plentiful, and perfect for growth. If the flower fed there, it might not stop at 2 attributes. A third dark attribute was not impossible. Just as he closed his hand around the orb linked to his domain, the sky above began to churn. Clouds spiraled violently as a massive storm gathered overhead. Fang Yi looked up, golden light igniting in his eyes. He knew immediately what this meant. Another breakthrough. This time, to the 2-star spirit creation realm. He sat down without hesitation. The heavens answered. A towering pillar of golden divine energy crashed from the sky, completely engulfing him. As he cultivated, everything became clearer, smoother. Power flowed without resistance. The world's spiritual energy merged with him so naturally, it felt like an extension of his own body. Far away in the mountains, a muscular man with wild, spiky hair froze mid-step. His head snapped upward as he sensed the eruption of power. Excitement flared across his face as he followed the glow, racing toward its source. When he arrived, his breath caught. Legendary aura. Heavenly flames. A 2-star spirit creation cultivator. Watching footage of Fang Yi's earlier battle, fire coiled around the man's body as his grin widened. A fire attribute pioneer. Perfect. He declared aloud that he would crush this newcomer and prove that he stood at the very top. Back at the cultivation site, Fang Yi's eyes snapped open. His senses flared as he detected a foreign presence rapidly closing in. He rose and called out sharply, demanding to know who was there. The reply came as a blazing sphere of fire hurled straight toward him. The stranger's voice followed, taunting him, asking if Fang Yi truly dared to call himself a fire attribute pioneer. Fang Yi did not even blink. Dark energy surged as he raised his hand, forming a swirling vortex that swallowed the fireball whole. The attack vanished without a trace, leaving the air eerily calm as Fang Yi stood there, unmoved, unthreatened, and fully ready. A faint smile curved his lips. The bait had worked exactly as he expected. He had sensed the man lurking nearby for some time, his spiritual energy barely concealed, almost arrogantly exposed. A wild pioneer, one of the unaffiliated challengers who roamed freely after breaking into the spirit creation realm, living only for battle. The man finally stepped into view. Muscular, broad-shouldered, flames rolling over his body like living armor. He landed heavily in front of Fang Yi. His fiery aura surged as he sized Fang Yi up, interest flashing through his eyes. He remarked that Fang Yi was intriguing, that the spiritual pressure radiating from him felt far heavier than expected. Then, with a sharp grin, he introduced himself, Zhang Lu, and demanded to know how Fang Yi had blocked his earlier fire attack. Fang Yi did not answer. He only watched. Zhang Lu clicked his tongue, then laughed, claiming he had nearly forgotten proper introductions. His grin widened as he repeated his name, promising Fang Yi would remember it soon enough. The moment the words left his mouth, he exploded forward, flames roaring as his body turned into a blazing meteor aimed straight at Fang Yi. Fang Yi raised one hand. 2 fingers pointed calmly toward the sky. Divine thunder. The heavens responded instantly. A massive bolt of brilliant blue lightning tore downward, locking onto Zhang Lu mid-charge. His eyes widened in pure shock as the thunder struck him head-on. The impact was devastating. He coughed violently, smoke pouring from his mouth as his body was blasted into the ground. Crackling blue electricity crawled over his scorched skin as he struggled to move. His limbs trembled uncontrollably. Confusion flooded his face. Thunder? How could this be thunder? He had come to fight a fire attribute pioneer. His teeth clenched as the lingering shock racked his body, leaving him barely able to rise. Fang Yi stepped forward. Zhang Lu collapsed onto his hands and knees, completely helpless. Fang Yi grabbed him by the hair without hesitation and smashed his head into the ground. The rock shattered on impact, fragments exploding outward as blue lightning continued to dance around Fang Yi's body. Looking down at the broken man, Fang Yi tilted his head slightly and asked him to repeat his name. He said he had not heard it clearly the first time. Zhang Lu could only stare in stunned silence, his face pressed into the fractured earth. Disbelief consumed him. How could this happen? He had just reached the 1-star spirit creation realm. He had always been the fastest cultivator among his peers. He had never imagined losing, certainly not like this. He had not even been given a chance to use his ultimate move. His thoughts drifted back to the days of praise, when his rare and powerful fire attribute marked him as a rising powerhouse. And yet now, he could not even lift his head. He had truly believed that sooner or later, everyone would bow before him. A faint, dismissive sound escaped Fang Yi's lips. In the next instant, another surge of blue lightning flooded through Zhang Lu's body. Agony exploded through him, ripping a scream from his throat as his muscles seized violently. Terror crept into his eyes. Thunder? Why thunder? Was this man not supposed to be a fire pioneer? Fang Yi looked down at him, one eye glowing with cold blue light. Disappointment was clear in his expression as he said flatly that he had expected far more. A thin, condescending curve formed on Fang Yi's lips as he mocked the younger generation's blind arrogance, his surging electric force pinning Zhang Lu hard into the shattered ground. Zhang Lu clenched his teeth as his body trembled uncontrollably, his thoughts spiraling as the truth finally became clear. Fang Yi might only be in the two-star spirit creation realm, but the spiritual pressure crushing down on him felt monstrously heavier, at least 2 entire realms above his own. No, it was far worse than that. It felt like a gap of 3 complete realms. The realization struck like a death verdict. Zhang Lu's heart sank straight into his chest. This was the end. He was going to die here. The proud Zhang Lu, defeated, crushed, wiped out without even forcing his opponent to take him seriously. Terror swallowed him whole, and he could only beg Fang Yi not to kill him. Fang Yi's expression didn't shift in the slightest. After a long, frigid silence, the crushing pressure vanished. Fang Yi stepped back, releasing him, his voice calm as he warned that a pioneer's power was not something to be used recklessly on others. If Zhang Lu had that much time to waste, he should go deal with the new anomalies instead of hunting for pointless fights. With one last indifferent glance, Fang Yi turned and walked away. Zhang Lu stayed sprawled on the broken ground, stunned, watching Fang Yi's figure fade into the distance. His mind churned in confusion. Was Fang Yi truly a once-in-a-generation monster, or had Zhang Lu simply never realized how weak he really was? Later that night, inside a lavish apartment, a shaken Zhang Lu pushed open the door to find 2 men waiting. One greeted him lightly, joking about his new hairstyle. The other, a red-haired man, snapped immediately, reminding him that he had warned him not to go looking for trouble. He scolded him sharply, saying Zhang Lu's violent temperament was dangerous, especially when the spiritual energy revival hadn't even officially begun. Acting like this would only bring disaster. But instead of exploding, Zhang Lu dropped heavily onto the sofa. Empty, exhausted, the 2 men froze at the sight. One frowned, staring at him, asking what had happened, asking if this hollow shell was really the same Zhang Lu who was always desperate for a fight. The red-haired man broke the silence, asking Zhang Lu what had gone wrong, reminding him that he had gone out to challenge the heavenly Fireblade user. Zhang Lu lowered his head, his voice flat and lifeless, admitting that it had ended in a single instant. One of the others grabbed his shoulders and shook him, demanding a real explanation. That was when Zhang Lu finally broke. Tears streamed down his face as he confessed that he had been the one defeated. Instantly, disbelief filled the room. Zhang Lu's chest heaved as regret poured out of him. If only he had sensed something was wrong. If only he had backed down. Then he wouldn't be drowning in this crushing humiliation. The man sitting nearby frowned deeply, unable to understand it. How could the heavenly Fireblade possibly be that powerful? Zhang Lu was a rare genius, someone who had forced his way into the spirit creation realm in only a few short months. Someone like that wasn't supposed to be defeated so effortlessly. His thoughts drifted back to that moment. He remembered unleashing his strongest technique, Meteor Flame, burning everything he had into it, only for it to be erased in a single breath by thunder. Pure, overwhelming thunder that wiped out his attack as if it had never existed. His friends tried to make sense of it, but none of it added up. The man sitting nearby muttered that maybe Zhang Lu had simply challenged the wrong person. With his firepower and his spirit creation realm cultivation, being crushed that badly should have been impossible. The red-haired man offered another theory. Maybe that person wasn't even a pioneer. Maybe their original judgment of his strength had been completely wrong. Zhang Lu snapped back at them, his emotions finally boiling over. He shouted that he couldn't have been mistaken, that the location alone proved it was the man's territory. They didn't understand, he said, because they hadn't felt it. To him, that man was a monster. Even now, he could still feel that thunder, violent, oppressive, like it was trying to split his skull apart. Silence fell. Zhang Lu steadied his breathing and spoke again, his voice shaking but resolute. His instincts told him he hadn't misjudged it. The truth was terrifying. That man was a top-tier pioneer who controlled both fire and thunder, and his thunder was several times stronger than Zhang Lu's own flames. He had been hiding his true power. At the very least, Zhang Lu believed he had reached the 3-star spirit creation realm. Shock rippled through the room. The red-haired man fell silent, realizing how unbelievable it sounded. A wild pioneer at that level shouldn't even exist. If Zhang Lu was right, then that man would become a nightmare for every other pioneer. After a long moment, Zhang Lu slowly lifted his head, resolve burning in his eyes, and asked if he should try to become that man's apprentice. No one answered. Far away, inside a quiet apartment, Fang Yi sat in meditation as a swirling golden aura wrapped itself around his body. Something felt wrong. The familiar sensation of standing on the verge of breaking into the 2-star spirit creation realm had suddenly vanished, as if it had been wiped away. Fang Yi opened his eyes, fiery light flaring within them, and immediately realized the problem wasn't him. It was the world around him. The spiritual energy in the air was chaotic and unstable, refusing to gather no matter how he guided it. Under these conditions, advancing was impossible. His heart sank. The unease he'd been feeling was now confirmed. He thought of the government's secret monitoring of spiritual energy, the rumors of an approaching disaster, and a chilling conclusion took shape. What if those whispers were true? He turned his gaze toward the city. High above it, a massive electrical storm was forming, thunderclouds rolling at an unnatural speed. In that instant, his suspicion became certainty. The full spiritual energy revival was beginning early, and it was starting right here, in his city. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yi, he tried, calling Xiaolan to learn what the military knew. The call failed. His grip tightened around the phone. If they had gone silent, then things had already reached the worst-case scenario. Just then, his phone rang. Su Qingying's name flashed across the screen. He answered, only to be met by heavy static and her panicked voice. She said the situation had changed and begged for his help. As Fang Yi asked whether the interference meant monsters had already appeared in the city, something slammed into his window with a deafening crash, spiderweb cracks racing across the glass. Through the static, Su Qingying confirmed it was bad, far worse than expected, and that she was already inside the city. Before another word could pass between them, a bat-like creature outside, red eyes blazing and dark energy twisting around its body, smashed through the window and lunged straight at him. Fang Yi didn't even rise from his seat. He simply remarked that the creature was overestimating its own strength. In the next instant, blue lightning gathered in his palm, condensing into a blade of pure electrical power. He flicked his arm and hurled it forward. The lightning blade pierced the monster cleanly, erasing it in a blinding flash. The explosion shook the apartment. Yi rushed out of her room, shouting a warning about the bat-like monster, only to freeze in place. The window was shattered, lightning crackled through the air, and her cousin stood there calmly, completely unharmed. She demanded to know what was happening. Fang Yi looked out through the broken window and told her that while monsters usually appeared randomly, it was deeply alarming that they were now materializing directly inside their home, and more than one at that. For now, he said, things are still under control. Together, they stared at the massive electrical storm swallowing the skyline. In a low voice, Fang Yi said this might be the beginning of a major catastrophe. He could feel just how abnormal it all was. A 2-star ghost axe realm monster should have been lurking in the shadows, not charging straight into a pioneer's apartment in the middle of the city. Something was forcing them out. Knowing a brutal fight was coming, he turned to Yi and told her to contact every pioneer she knew and have them gather here. She nodded without hesitation. Fang Yi stepped onto the ledge of the shattered window, rain and lightning pouring over him. He told his cousin that since she was on the verge of her own breakthrough, he was entrusting her with protecting their home. Guard the window, he said. He would handle everything else. Before she could respond, he was already gone. Elsewhere in the city, chaos spread beneath the storm. On a rooftop, Su Qingying and her squad fought to keep their communications stable as interference hissed through their devices. Zhang Xiaoya frowned and asked if their equipment was failing. Su Qingying's expression hardened. If this turned into a real disaster, Su Qingying said they wouldn't be able to rely on any outside support. They would be completely on their own. Everyone lifted their heads. High above, a massive vortex twisted through the sky, swallowing clouds and lightning alike. Su Qingying silently prayed it was a false alarm. Acting as captain, she activated her communicator, checking patrol reports and ordering all units to maintain maximum alert. Her voice cut off mid-command. Shock and terror spread across every face as they stared upward. From the core of the vortex, countless dark bat-like monsters poured out, red eyes glowing as they descended like a living flood. Someone screamed in horror. An anomaly group had appeared. The invasion had begun. Across the city, a red alert blared from every screen and speaker, announcing the heaviest rainstorm in 50 years and ordering all citizens to stay indoors. Fear rippled through the streets as people stared at the blackened sky, whispering in panic, wondering if this was the end. Through the drenched roads, Zhang Lu and his red-haired companion tore forward on their motorcycles. Rain lashed against them as the red-haired man shouted that something felt wrong, asking whether they should turn back or keep pushing. Zhang Lu didn't reply. His expression was grim, his jaw clenched tight. Without warning, a massive bat-like creature wrapped in dark red energy plunged straight down from the sky. Zhang Lu roared, shouting that the thing was courting death. Flames erupted as he formed a blazing fireball and hurled it upward. The explosion swallowed the monster whole, fire ripping through the rain. His friends stared in disbelief, muttering that these creatures usually avoided pioneers as strong as Zhang Lu. Then the flames split apart. With a shrill screech, the monster burst out, its body unharmed, its eyes burning even brighter. Zhang Lu's blood ran cold. In that instant, he understood. It wasn't that the creature had resisted the attack. It had revived instantly. Crushed by the sheer strength of the monsters flooding the city, Jiang Lu finally made the decision. They couldn't stay out here any longer. They had to get home now. Time seemed to roll backward. Several hours earlier, inside the cold blue light of a high-tech control room at the Spiritual Energy Association, Su Qing stood in a tense meeting with her superior. An official spoke cautiously, suggesting that if the situation escalated, they would need their strongest operatives to make contact with Fang Yi. The superior had just turned toward Su Qing to respond when a piercing alarm sliced through the room. Every screen flared to life. A crimson warning filled the main display. An A-level anomaly was predicted to reach the city center within 24 hours, while large numbers of bat-type anomalies were already converging on the surrounding suburbs. The room fell silent. The superior frowned deeply, questioning whether the assessment could really be accurate. An A-level threat was no small matter. Su Qing didn't hesitate. Worry flashed across her face as Su Qing insisted they deploy a team immediately, and that she would be going with them. The present slammed back into place. On a rain-drenched battlefield, the leader of the destroyer squad stared up in frozen terror. A colossal version of the bat-like monster descended from the storm clouds, its massive form dwarfing everything beneath it. He screamed into his communicator, his voice cracking as he corrected the report. This wasn't A-level. It was S-level. The creature's shadow swallowed the ground, its enormous red eyes glowing with merciless intent as it prepared to erase everything below. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to a military district locked in eerie silence. Inside, sleek futuristic corridors lay empty and untouched. Outside, hell had erupted. A dense swarm of glowing red bat-like anomalies slammed into a military warship hovering over the district. The vessel fired back, unleashing a devastating energy beam that ripped straight through the swarm. At the center of the chaos, Xiao Lan fought like a living storm. Her body moved in ruthless rhythm as purple energy whips snapped from her hands, shredding wave after wave of dark creatures. Bat bodies burst apart midair, yet still they kept coming. She paused for a single breath, eyes following the endless tide pouring from the sky. Her unique ability allowed her to reshape and reinforce her spiritual power at will, yet even she could feel the strain mounting. The number of dark attribute bats wasn't just huge, it was growing. Deliberately, as if they were trying to keep her trapped here, preventing her forces from interfering with something far more important. Lightning split the air. A young blonde man wrapped in yellow electricity landed beside her, boots skidding across the scorched ground. He flashed her a casual smile, praising her strength, before his tone darkened as he explained how dire the situation had become. Only a few high-level officers were still holding the entire military district together. He asked for her orders. Xiaolan's expression turned cold. She told him their communications were completely jammed. There was no way to reach the outside world. If this was happening here, then the other military districts were likely facing the same nightmare. She lifted her gaze to the sky. It was going black. The swarm stretched without end, swallowing even the storm clouds. In that moment, Xiao Lan made her decision. Her voice rang across the battlefield as she issued her command. 2 squads would stay behind and defend the restricted zone at all costs. Everyone else would follow her. They would smash through the enemy lines, break out of the blockade, and reconnect with the rest of the military, no matter what stood in their way. With her orders given, she didn't hesitate. Xiao Lan surged forward, the blonde lightning user and the remaining soldiers charging after her, all of them throwing themselves into the fight with everything they had. This was no longer about protocol. It was about breaking free. As they forced their way through the air toward the city, rain and blood-red shadows crashing around them, a terrifying realization struck her. Xiao Lan looked ahead, and her heart sank. The city was gone. It had been completely swallowed by the Crimson Swarm. In that instant, the truth became clear. The military zone had never been a real target. It was nothing more than a diversion. The anomaly's true objective was the entire city. Below, chaos ruled. Beneath the pounding rain, citizens screamed and scattered in every direction, desperately scrambling for cover. At a deserted bus stop, a live streamer named Malala stood with a man, her phone held high as rain poured around them. Unlike everyone else, she was smiling, excited. She told him this strange, heavy downpour was perfect for views, the kind of moment that could make a stream explode overnight. With a determined grin, she said sometimes you had to take risks to capture something incredible. Her smile vanished in the next heartbeat. From the darkness above, a bat-like shadow dove down and swallowed the man whole. Blood sprayed. Malala's scream cut through the rain as the street erupted into panic. Cries rang out from every direction as countless monsters descended, their shrill screeches mixing with desperate shouts that the bats were drinking people's blood. Malala ran. Her lungs burned as she fled through the chaos, feet splashing through water and blood. Something shrieked behind her. A shadow closed in. One of the creatures lunged, claws reaching for her back. She screamed, certain it was over. A flash of blue tore through the storm. A blade of pure blue energy cut through the monster midair, erasing it in an instant. Thunder cracked as a figure descended and landed behind her with effortless calm. Blue electricity coiled around the woman's body as she straightened. It was Su Qing. Two cloaked squad members appeared at her sides. Su Qing reached out to the shaking Malala and told her not to be afraid. Her teammates would take her home safely. As the two soldiers hurried the girl away, one of them spoke urgently, warning that the number of sea-level bat anomalies was rising, and worse, they were evolving. Su Qing's eyes burned with cold fury. If these creatures grew stronger by feeding on humans, then every second was precious. They had to move faster. Civilians had to be evacuated immediately. She gave her final order, telling her team to regroup here later. This area had the highest concentration of anomalies, and she would hold it alone. Her teammates nodded and vanished into the rain with Malala, leaving Su Qing standing beneath the blood-red sky, facing the swelling swarm. High above the city, lightning split the clouds. Fang Yi descended from the storm and landed on a rooftop, rain blasting outward beneath his feet. A massive bat anomaly covered in glowing eyes waited before him, its presence far more oppressive than the rest. He glanced over the endless tide of monsters drowning the city and frowned faintly. He hadn't expected this. The entire swarm had already evolved, their power surging toward the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. Facing the overwhelming threat, Fang Yi didn't hesitate. A blazing sword of golden fire formed in his hand, so brilliant it split the darkness itself. With one decisive swing, a towering wave of flames tore forward, ripping through the swarm and reducing countless creatures to ash in a single breath. But as the firestorm faded, his expression turned grim. One eye glowed red, and in that instant, he knew this fight was far from over. This anomaly was different. The bat swarm refused to die. It healed, multiplied, and reformed without end, as if destruction only fed it. Ordinary attacks were meaningless. His gaze swept over the city, and his heart sank. These dark attribute swarms weren't gathered in one place. They had appeared everywhere people were concentrated. Streets, buildings, shelters. It was as if countless identical disaster zones had erupted all at once. In this chaos, finding the association members would take far too long. Staring out over a city now buried beneath swirling black mist, he made his decision. There was no other option. He would deal with the swarms himself, one by one. Raising his hand, Fang Yi released his ultimate technique. Limitless Dark World. A massive vortex of dark green energy erupted from his body, twisting outward and devouring everything around it. His voice was cold and absolute as he declared that these anomalies would become nourishment for his spiritual flower. The vortex began dragging the swarm inward, ripping them apart as they were consumed. As the power surged, his thoughts drifted to those he cared about. Images flashed through his mind. Su Qing, Zhang Xiaoya, and the other pioneers gathered at his home. He forced his focus back. With his cousin's ability and the protection of the others, their home should be safe for now. But he knew the truth. If this disaster kept escalating, the nightmare would become real, and survival would turn nearly impossible for everyone. 10 minutes later, Su Qing was still fighting. She stood atop a rooftop, surrounded by an endless sea of dark anomalies. Her teeth clenched as she cut them down again and again, only for more to rise in their place. No matter how many she destroyed, they kept coming. Her spiritual power was recovering far too slowly, and exhaustion was starting to creep in. At this rate, she would be completely drained. For a brief moment, her thoughts went to her two teammates. She prayed they were still safe while escorting the civilians away. Then a scream ripped through the air. Her head snapped up, eyes widening as she looked into the sky. A massive, dense sphere of red anomalies was forming, countless bodies compressing into one horrifying mass. Her chest tightened. This was bad, worse than anything so far. Without hesitation, she sprinted and leapt up the side of a nearby building, climbing higher for a clear view. She knew what it meant. If the anomalies kept evolving like this, they would soon reach the spirit creation realm. With their forces scattered across the city, rescuing civilians, they no longer had the strength to face a threat like this, especially now that the creatures had begun attacking the buildings themselves. The situation was spiraling out of control, and time was slipping away. Su Qing fired several concentrated bursts of blue energy into the swarm, forcing a path through the sky. Explosions tore through dozens of bats at once, but it wasn't enough. There were simply too many. The creatures surged like a living ocean, crashing into her from every direction. Her balance shattered, and in the next moment she was hurled straight out of the air. As her body fell, a cold realization struck her. Looking up, she saw it. The enormous swirling vortex of dark energy and crackling lightning suspended above the city. In that instant, everything became clear. The swarm was never meant to only destroy. An anomaly king was about to be born. Below her, the city was collapsing into ruin. Beneath the relentless rain, shadowy bat-like creatures flooded the streets, rooftops, and skies. The scale of the disaster was beyond comprehension. It felt hopeless, like nothing could stop it. Not the military, not the Spiritual Energy Association, not anyone. Across the chaos, pioneers fought desperately in every corner of the city. Emergency reports flooded in without pause. Entire squads were being wiped out. Others were choosing to give their lives just to buy a few more seconds for civilians to escape. Su Qing fought alone now, her glowing barrier barely holding back the endless horde pressing in from all sides. Then a new alert flashed across the system. S-level anomaly reclassified. Threat confirmed, anomaly king. Inside the association's command center, the atmosphere turned deathly still. One report after another confirmed catastrophic losses. The number of creatures and their horrifying regeneration speed had completely crushed every defensive line. Reinforcements from other regions were no longer possible. A subordinate delivered the final blow. The entire city was now surrounded by massive black fog. All routes were sealed. No rescue could reach them. The truth hit with brutal clarity. The city was isolated. As the final moments drew near, the association's superior stood with his remaining men. His voice was steady despite the despair weighing on every face. As pioneers, they would stand with the city, and if needed, fall with it. The monsters would not pass unless they walked over their bodies. With grim resolve, he issued his final command. Send the last code to headquarters. If the disaster could not be stopped, headquarters must authorize a destruction strike at once. The dark attribute could not be allowed to spread, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, Su Qingying's battle reached its limit. Her protective barrier shook violently, fractures spreading across its surface. Every strike drained what little spiritual power she had left. Her breathing turned ragged as she felt herself nearing empty. Gathering the last of her strength, she focused everything into one final attack. Energy erupted as she fired a massive blast straight toward the swirling vortex of monsters. It didn't even slow them down. The attack was brushed aside without effort. From inside the vortex, the evolved creature finally revealed itself, its shape becoming clearer as a piercing, soul-rending shriek tore through the storm. The pressure alone made Su Qingying's blood run cold. In that instant, she understood its true level, and her heart sank. 3-star spirit creation realm. Before she could react, the creature struck. Its overwhelming power smashed into her barrier, shattering it completely. The shield burst apart into fading shards of light. Defeated, Su Qingying clenched her teeth in despair. Her spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Her body was battered, her strength almost gone. The creature descended. With nothing left to protect her, she fell through the rain, injured and helpless, as the massive anomaly king closed in from above. Realizing this could be the end, she forced her trembling body to move, gathering the last scraps of power she had. Weak spiritual energy flickered around her as she prepared one final, desperate attack. Then a streak of blazing fire tore past her like a falling star. The explosion ripped through the air, forcing the monster back and halting its advance. Through drifting sparks and fading flames, Su Qingying's eyes widened. Standing between her and the anomaly was Fang Yi. His sword still burned, flames licking along its edge as rain hissed and vanished on contact. He didn't look back at her. He simply stepped forward, placing himself between her and death. He turned to face the creature, power pouring off him in crushing waves. One of his eyes burned a fierce orange, the other crackled with electric blue. His voice cut through the storm as he declared his authority. Divine thunder. In the next instant, he charged. Fire and lightning surged together, flooding his blade as he closed the distance without hesitation. He met the creature head-on, and with one devastating swing, his sword cleaved straight through its massive body, splitting it cleanly in two. A chain of violent explosions followed as the severed halves detonated in bursts of flame. The dark sky above the city blazed as if dawn had arrived early. When it ended, Fang Yi and Su Qingying landed on a rain-soaked road below, water splashing beneath their feet. Fang Yi finally turned to her and calmly apologized for arriving late, explaining that there had been too many identical swarms scattered across the city. Still weak, Su Qingying warned him to be careful. She told him the creatures could revive. As if answering her words, the scattered remains began to stir, fragments of dark energy rising and twisting together in the sky once more. Fang Yi looked up without surprise. He said he already knew. Facing the regenerating swarm, he told Su Qing not to worry. He always finished what he started. Every time, thick purple, dark attribute energy gathered rapidly in his hand, warping the air around it as he activated his limitless dark world. A massive vortex exploded outward, roaring as it dragged everything nearby into its pull. Fang Yi stated calmly that he always kept his word. Watching all unfold, Su Qing felt something she thought she had already lost: hope. In all the chaos and despair, she had forgotten one crucial thing. This city still had a peerless pioneer. The vast purple vortex spread across the street, swallowing the entire swarm of bat-like creatures without resistance. At Fang Yi's command, it began to compress, crushing the countless monsters together until they were forced into a single, stable sphere of pure dark energy. Only then did he turn back to her and ask if she was all right. She thanked him for saving her and said she would be fine, explaining that she had medicine to help her recover. But Fang Yi's expression stayed serious as his gaze rested on her injuries. He stepped closer and placed a hand on her shoulder. A surge of blue lightning swept through her body. She cried out in shock as the energy rushed through her, but the pain vanished almost instantly. Fang Yi told her he had cleansed the dark attribute from her system and instructed her to properly bandage the wound. Su Qing stared at him in disbelief. The pain in her injuries had clearly lessened, and the wounds were healing far faster than they ever did under the association's advanced medicine. His thunder attribute was on a completely different level. Inside the association's command center, an operator suddenly shouted in excitement, reporting that the number of monster groups inside the city seemed to be decreasing. For a brief moment, hope flickered across the room. Then it was crushed. One of the superiors turned coldly toward him. All rescue pioneer teams had been attacked. Every single one had lost contact. The number of monsters outside the city had not dropped at all. He voiced the horrifying truth. The swarms inside the city weren't being destroyed. They were gathering. The Anomaly King was about to appear. For a fleeting instant, his thoughts went to his parents. He had wanted to see them one last time. Now that chance was gone. All he could do was carry out his final duty. At the same time, beneath the storm-choked sky, Fang Yi and Su Qing stared up at the massive green vortex twisting above the city. Fang Yi asked if she had any solid intelligence on what they were truly facing. Her expression tightened as she answered. This was a Super S-class anomaly. Its purpose was to devour the entire city. Its power rivaled the monster that once forced the Star God War Zone to seal off an entire region. In a heavy voice, she told him that disasters like this had a name. A cataclysm. The swarms flooding the city were nothing more than a warning. Within them, a terrifying spirit was being born. And if that evolution was completed, the city wouldn't just fall. It would be erased. She lays out what the association has uncovered. Under normal conditions, monsters of the same species devour one another to evolve. But dark attribute anomalies operate under an entirely different law. The moment a fully evolved existence appears, an anomaly king, it gains absolute authority. Every other anomaly of the same kind is forced into submission. She looks at Fang Yi, the worry on her face impossible to hide. His power is real, undeniable, but he has not stepped into the legendary Jingong realm. She reminds him that the nation's strongest pioneer was crippled for life after sealing a similar calamity. Her voice begins to shake. They cannot afford to lose another genius. She begs him to run, to smash through the monster's encirclement, to warn the military and have the city abandoned. Before she can continue, Fang Yi reaches out and lightly taps her on the head. He asks, almost casually, if she has forgotten what she learned back in school. Then his demeanor changes completely. This city is his home, and no matter the cost, he will protect it. Su Qing freezes, her plea cut short, the rest of her words dying silently in her throat. Fang Yi doesn't look back. He turns away and leaps onto a nearby rooftop, standing alone beneath the raging storm, directly facing the colossal green vortex where the Anomaly King is being born. Golden radiance surges around him as his aura explodes outward. Fixing his gaze on the vortex, he remarks coldly that it looks like the entire city is being offered up as a sacrifice for the king's arrival. The golden light intensifies as he activates his golden sun power. Even the storm seems to recoil under its pressure. He glances back to find Su Qing has followed him onto the rooftop. Calm and composed, he asks to borrow her wrist device, explaining that he needs it to detect anomalies and to contact the association. She hands it over without hesitation. With the device in one hand and his blazing sword in the other, Fang Yi raises his eyes to the sky. He states simply that he's going up there to destroy the creature before it can fully take shape. Above them, the monstrous anomaly king continues to form, its immense silhouette writhing within the vast vortex looming over the city. Inside the association's command center, the suffocating tension is shattered when an operator suddenly shouts that a lost pioneer's signal has reconnected. It belongs to Captain Sue. Shock ripples through the room as her tracker lights up on the main screen. The signal is moving at a terrifying speed, racing straight toward the heart of the storm, straight into the most lethal zone imaginable. Operators immediately shout for her to retreat. Charging in alone is a death sentence. An official snatches up a communicator and urgently tries to reach her, ordering her to halt immediately and wait for reinforcement from headquarters and the military. On the rooftop, Fang Yi grips Su Qingying's wrist device as static crackles through it. After a brief moment, he finally understands how it works. He raises it and speaks into the communicator, calmly asking if they can hear him. The official on the other end stiffens, demanding his identity and asking where Captain Sue is. Fang Yi doesn't bother answering. He takes control. In a steady, unshaken voice, he tells the stunned command center that everyone there will work with him, because he is going to destroy the anomaly king at the center of the storm. Even as he launches himself toward the towering vortex, his tone never wavers. If they don't want a city erased, they will cooperate. He orders them to bring every communication channel and every piece of available data online to support him. A heavy silence hangs over the room. Then the main official makes his call. He slams his hand onto the console and barks commands across the command center, ordering all operators to drop their current tasks and establish a full link with the unknown pioneer. All satellite and radar systems go live at once, and one operator is designated as his primary contact. That operator starts reporting immediately. Satellite feeds show a massive concentration of anomalies spiraling around the king like a violent typhoon. He points out that the northern sector has slightly fewer targets, marking it as a possible breach point, and advises Fang Yi to approach from the southeast to avoid the densest clusters. High above the city, Fang Yi keeps climbing, his blazing sword cutting through the wind as he heads straight for the storm's core. Data continues pouring in, but Fang Yi never slows. Suddenly, an operator's voice breaks in, shouting a warning. Fang Yi has been locked onto by two powerful anomalies, one A rank and one S rank, both estimated to rival the strength of a 2-star spirit creation realm. The operator urgently orders him to pull back. The main official watches the screens with a dark expression. He knows it's already beyond retreat. A violent shockwave crashes through the command center. Consoles shake, lights flicker, and staff are thrown off balance as screams ripple through the room. Above the city, Fang Yi moves through the chaos with cold precision. One casual swing of his flaming sword splits a bat-like anomaly straight down middle. Fire rips through its dark flesh as if it were nothing more than thin paper. His eyes glow with scorching light as he speaks calmly, as though the kill was hardly worth mentioning. Back in the command center, everything goes quiet. Operators stare at their screens, stunned. The main official suddenly shouts that the anomaly's source signal has vanished, his voice trembling as the truth hits him. An S-level dark attribute anomaly has just been erased in a single strike. A subordinate blurts out what everyone is already thinking. It has to be him, the tyrant. The command center explodes with sound. Laughter, cheers, and cries of relief fill the room as hope finally surges through the people watching. Meanwhile, Fang Yi stays locked in, his mind racing as he breaks down the situation in an instant. After enchanting his sword, its flames now directly counter the dark attribute, drastically slowing the anomaly's regeneration. But as he watches the severed monster start pulling itself back together from twisting black energy, his expression hardens. His current level still isn't enough to completely stop their recovery. If he had broken through earlier, a single strike would have erased it for good. He clicks his tongue and tightens his grip. Fire and thunder surge together inside his body. If raw power can't end it in one blow, then speed will. Repetition will. In a blur, he bursts forward, unleashing a relentless storm of slashes. His blade carves through the reforming creature again and again, tearing it into pieces before it can fully take shape. Even so, he can't ignore the truth. Their sheer numbers are still a serious threat. Then everything shifts. High above, a strange green sphere of energy begins to form, slowly spinning in the sky. The instant it appears, the dark creatures react, one after another. Then in massive waves, the bat-like anomalies abandon their targets and rush toward it. On the ground, a group of cloaked pioneers stare upward in confusion. One of them mutters, wondering why the swarm suddenly stopped attacking. An association superior beside them shakes his head grimly. This is bad. He knows exactly what it means. The swarms are being summoned. They are responding to the anomaly king's call. and that means its birth is near. Across the city, every remaining soldier and pioneer looks up as the scattered swarms merge, forming a colossal blood-red cloud hanging over the skyline. The same realization strikes everyone at once. If the recall isn't stopped now, there won't be another chance. Beyond the city walls, the battle outside continues without pause. From a high vantage point, Gaolon raises her hand and unleashes a devastating surge of energy straight into the dark swarms. Explosions tear through the sky, but the tide refuses to collapse. Her blonde, lightning-wielding subordinate rushes over, his face tight with urgency. He asks how long it will take before they can force their way into the city. Xiaolon answers immediately. Based on their instruments, at least another 30 minutes. The number hits him like a death sentence. In 30 minutes, the Anomaly King will be fully born. If that happens, the city is doomed. Xiaolon keeps her eyes fixed on a massive blood-red cloud over the skyline as she lays out the brutal truth. The dark creatures far exceed their estimates. More than 10 times what they predicted, an overall threat on par with 10 S-class anomalies. Even with the military's heaviest weapons, enemies that regenerate endlessly can't be wiped out completely. Her voice tightens as she adds that if they fail here, the surrounding cities will fall next. She demands to know if they truly still lack the manpower to break through the blockade. Her subordinate clenches his fists, his answer dripping with bitterness. They are completely outnumbered. Even worse, some pioneers are hanging back, watching from a distance as if this disaster won't reach them. Too blind to understand that once this city falls, nowhere will remain safe. Then Xiaolan's expression changes. She lifts her gaze to the sky. Her subordinate notices at once and asks what she sees. They both watch as the bat-like swarms inside the city suddenly begin moving as one, abandoning their scattered assaults and converging toward a single point, the very place where the Anomaly King is being born. And then, from the heart of the massive vortex, a brilliant point of golden light explodes outward. Her subordinate sucks in a sharp breath. He recognizes that aura instantly. Staring in disbelief, he asks if that blazing flame could really be Fang Yi, calling Xiaolan's name as if he needs to hear it from her. Xiaolan answers with a calm, confident smile. It's nothing. Then her voice turns sharp and commanding. She shouts orders across the battlefield, telling every unit to raise their output and push forward immediately. Supplies no longer matter. Caution no longer matters. They advance. They will enter the city, because the Star God War Zone does not abandon its cities. As her forces surge ahead, a single fiery figure rises into the center of the storm, a blazing spear of light driving straight into the darkness. Xiaolan, with a stunned Su Qing beside her, can only stare at the overwhelming ocean of flames spreading across the sky. From behind the shattered window of a ruined apartment, Yi watches with shining eyes, instantly recognizing her cousin's sword technique. Nearby, the red-haired leader can only gape in awe, unable to look away. High above the city, the remaining bat-like swarms shriek as they rush toward Fang Yi, hurling themselves at him in a desperate attempt to stop the blazing figure standing against the storm. Unmoved by their sheer numbers, Fang Yi calmly observes that every last one of them has gathered here for a single purpose, to stop him. A determined gleam flashes in his eyes as he speaks, almost pleased. This is exactly what he wanted. He swings his massive, blazing sword. A colossal firestorm erupts across the sky. Flames roar outward like a collapsing sun, ripping a vast corridor through the endless horde of dark creatures. The heavens themselves seem to tear apart as bodies vanish inside the inferno. As his eyes burn with terrifying fire, Fang Yi suddenly feels it. That sensation, the familiar pressure, the edge he sensed before, the feeling of standing right at the threshold of a breakthrough. It's back. The pulse that disappeared earlier now surges through him again. Even with the thin spiritual energy around him, the conditions have finally aligned. A confident smile curves across his face. If the moment has arrived, then he'll force it to come even faster. Fang Yi lifts one hand, and a swirling vortex of deep purple energy forms around him. The sky darkens as his boundless dark world unfolds, opening like a massive, all-seeing eye above the battlefield. He stands at its center like a blazing star, fire and darkness held in perfect balance. He extends his hand. Gome. His spiritual flower answers. A glowing red orb appears in midair, cracks racing across its surface. From within, the massive, desolate fire spirit flower bursts out, its petals crackling with dark power. The instant it emerges, it moves as if alive, launching into attack without hesitation. At Fang Yi's will, the flower begins to devour. Dark tendrils explode outward, stabbing straight through the bat-like creatures. One after another, they are pierced, drained, and swallowed. The flower feeds greedily, drawing in their dark energy and channeling it back into Fang Yi, pushing his breakthrough forward with every passing second. The desolate fire spirit flower erupts with terrifying force, its countless tendrils spreading through the sky like roots hunting for prey. The swarm collapses rapidly, consumed piece by piece, until nothing remains. When the last of them is gone, Fang Yi descends slowly, settling at the center of the now enormous crimson flower. From there, he looks up. Above him, the massive green and red vortex churns violently, the place where the Anomaly King continues to take shape. His eyes glow red as he studies it. The gigantic silhouette is clearly there, yet it feels unreal, like a distorted reflection wavering on the surface of water. Then a confident smirk forms on his lips. He can feel it, the core. Its presence is unmistakable now. He can even hear its heartbeat, slow, heavy, and powerful, pounding like distant war drums echoing through the sky. Fang Yi immediately understands how dangerous it is. The king's power can awaken the darkest desires buried within people, making it an existence that must never be allowed to fully descend. His gaze sharpens as another truth becomes clear. The king is holding back. It's hiding itself, likely because its evolution is still incomplete. Standing atop the massive flower, Fang Yi calmly asks if the Anomaly King's exact position has been located. The flower responds at once. The coordinates are transmitted straight to the device on Fang Yi's wrist. The screen flashes red, and a sharp beam of light shoots into the sky, piercing the swirling vortex and marking the Anomaly King's core. With the target exposed, Fang Yi's eyes ignite with brilliant golden light. He activates the golden sun breathing technique at full output. In the next instant, a massive surge of pure golden energy erupts from his body. The power rises like a newborn sun, blasting toward the heavens with unstoppable force, carrying the intent to erase every trace of darkness. Far below, within the shattered city, Zhang Lu and his companions stare up in complete disbelief. None of them can comprehend what kind of power could create such overwhelming brilliance. At first glance, it seems like fire, but the thought is dismissed almost immediately. Ordinary fire could never reach this level, nor could it suppress the dark attribute so completely. There's only one explanation: a high-tier yang attribute, the natural nemesis of darkness itself. Inside the Association's command center, the suffocating pressure finally shatters. Cheers erupt as an operator reports that monster numbers are dropping sharply and the containment field is rapidly shrinking. Officials stare at the screens in stunned silence, barely processing how a situation on the brink of collapse has reversed so violently, so suddenly. Outside the sealed city, a military convoy screeches to a halt. A subordinate rushes to Xiaolan and reports that the swarms blocking their advance are retreating, all of them pulling back toward the city, as if responding to a new command. Xiaolan lifts her head. The massive golden light pouring down over the city reflects in her eyes, and understanding strikes instantly. Fang Yi is attacking the Anomaly King's core. Her blonde subordinate steps beside her, awe thick in his voice as he confirms it. There's no doubt about it. That power belongs to the tyrant. And not just any yang attribute. It's the purest form imaginable. Yet Xiaolan doesn't relax. Her brows draw together as unease flashes across her face. Facing such an existence alone is far too dangerous. Her subordinate feels the same urgency and insists they must enter the city immediately to support him. Xiaolan suddenly raises her hand, stopping him cold. Her gaze never leaves the sky as she sharply tells him to look. Her expression drains of color. Within the massive vortex, something new is emerging. A spiked green sphere, grotesque and pulsating, like a living virus forcing itself into the world. Xiaolan's heart sinks. The Anomaly King is hatching early. Down in the ruined streets, other pioneers witness the same horrifying sight. One man stares at the throbbing green mass and recognizes it instantly, the source of all evil. Rage and grief surge through him as memories of fallen comrades crash into his mind. He clenches his fists. So do the others. No matter the cost, they will wipe out every last monster. Inside a damaged building, Yi watches the crisis unfold beside the red-haired leader and another pioneer. Smoke drifts through shattered windows as the distant roar of battle shakes the air. Yi tightens her fists, refusing to stay silent. They can't just sit here and wait to be erased. If they do nothing, the city will become the sacrifice for the Anomaly King's birth. They have to act, if not for themselves, then for her cousin. Elsewhere in the ruins, Su Qing kneels beside a fallen pioneer, her power flowing steadily as she struggles to heal his shattered body. Across the city, desperate battles ignite one after another, each clash more brutal than the last. Back inside the building, Yi turns to the other pioneers and raises her voice, pulling them together. She reminds them that the creatures filling the sky are the same ones that slaughtered their friends, burned their homes, and ripped their families apart. As she speaks, a sudden realization slams into her. Her thoughts jump to the massive flower her cousin summoned, the one devouring the bat-like swarms without mercy. That power feels familiar. Too familiar. Her mind flashes back to the ghost vine they faced before, the horrifying plant infused with the desolation attribute. Her eyes widen. That flower, it's the same. Which means her cousin also controls the power of desolation. The shock hits her like a lightning strike, and a bold plan forms in an instant. Yi doesn't hesitate. She tells everyone to pour every ounce of their spiritual power into the network of vines created by her cousin's flower. If the flower feeds on energy, then they will give it everything they have. They will make it strong enough to confront the Anomaly King. No one argues. Without a second thought, the pioneers raise their hands. Streams of spiritual energy burst from their bodies, shooting straight up into the sky. On the ground, the Association's superior notices the blue streaks of light rising above the city. At first he frowns, thinking they might be launching a direct assault. He quickly dismisses it. They aren't strong enough to strike something that far away. Then he realizes the truth. They aren't attacking the monster. They're empowering Feng Yi's summon plant. A fierce light flashes in his eyes. Moved by their resolve, he straightens his back and declares that he won't stand aside either. A powerful wave of blue energy erupts from him, surging toward the heavens. Across the city, the remaining pioneers follow his lead. One by one, they focus their will and unleash their strength. Countless streams of energy merge together, forming a massive tide that races upward to join the battle in the sky. Su Qing feels it while tending to the wounded pioneer. Her expression shifts as the air around her begins to tremble. She looks up and sees it, the spiritual flower above the city now blazing, glowing with the combined power of every pioneer still standing. She understands at once. This is humanity's final stand. Gritting her teeth, Su Qing gathers what little strength she has left. Without hesitation, she releases it, sending her remaining power into the flow. The energy surges upward, fusing with the others and supercharging the flower, readying it for one final, decisive strike against the Anomaly King's core. The monster releases a final, agonized scream as the attack lands. Feng Yi moves without hesitation. A clean, ruthless slash follows, cutting straight through its body and ending it completely. When the dust clears, he floats in midair, calmly wiping the blood from his face as if the battle had been nothing more than a minor nuisance. Suddenly, his communicator crackles to life. An urgent voice breaks through, warning that every bat swarm outside the city is now converging on his position. The numbers are staggering. Tens of thousands of B and A-level monsters, mixed with even S-class threats, a red and black tide flooding in without end. Feng Yi doesn't flinch. He lifts his eyes to the pulsating green cocoon hanging in the sky and states coldly that it doesn't matter how many servants it sends. He will destroy them all. Then he taunts it, asking if it hatched early because it's afraid of him. That is enough. The Anomaly King finally answers. A massive shadow-green claw tears through the cocoon, ripping it apart as its true form begins to emerge. Golden flames coat Feng Yi's hand as his expression turns sharp. This is it, his real enemy. The fully formed Anomaly King reveals itself, a nightmarish being dominated by a single, menacing green eye. A horrific scream rips across the heavens, announcing the beginning of the final battle. Dark green energy and shadow spiral wildly around its colossal body, forming a massive vortex with a glowing core at its center. The pressure alone shakes the entire city. The ground below fractures as a violent quake tears through the streets. Buildings groan, roads split, and the remaining pioneers run in panic, cries of despair filling the air as the truth hits them all. This thing could destroy everything simply by existing. Outside the city, Xiaolan and her subordinate watch in grim silence. Their final hope rests on Feng Yi alone. Deep in the ruins, Su Qing lifts her gaze, worry and hope clashing in her eyes as she prays in silence. From the apartment building, Yi clenches her fists, her stare fierce and unyielding, holding the same desperate wish. High above, bathed in blazing golden light, Feng Yi faces the monster head-on. He calmly identifies it as the king of the dark anomalies, the source of all the city's suffering. As his spiritual flower roars with flames around him, he declares that he grew up here. This city is his home. His life is here. That is why he will fight. The Anomaly King answers with a furious scream that shakes the heavens. With an unyielding fire burning in his red eyes, Feng Yi delivers his verdict. For the sake of his home, the monster must die. In the next instant, their powers crash together. Red, green, and golden light explode in a catastrophic collision. The fate of the entire city balanced on that single clash. The impact rips through the sky, a blinding flash that turns night into day. When the light finally fades, Fang Yi finds himself floating in a strange, endless dark void. Before him hangs a single, enormous green eye, the Anomaly King, staring directly into his soul. Its voice echoes inside his mind, mocking his arrogance, laughing at the idea that a mere one-star spirit creation realm pioneer would dare challenge it. Before Fang Yi can answer, the Anomaly King opens its massive, shadow-filled maw. A terrifying vortex forms in an instant. He senses the danger the moment it appears, but it's already too late. The pull drags him forward, ripping control from his body as he's hauled straight into the darkness. As he's swallowed whole, a grim truth hits him. This creature is nothing like the others. Even after taking his full power strike, it still has enough strength left to devour him alive. He crashes into its interior, landing inside a grotesque cavern of pulsing pink flesh, surrounded by thick, slick purple digestive fluid. The stench is suffocating. He immediately knows the liquid is brutally corrosive, saturated with dense dark attribute energy. Any ordinary pioneer would be erased in seconds. But something feels wrong. Fang Yi narrows his eyes. For an evolved, intelligent existence to swallow him alive, it doesn't make sense. Then the realization hits. The monster has just exposed its greatest weakness. Its interior is its most vulnerable point. Was it really so confident it could withstand an attack from within? A sharp glint flashes in his eyes. To test it, he gathers fire into his fist and smashes it into the fleshy floor beneath him. The walls shriek as they sizzle and burn from the impact. Fang Yi gauges the result. The corrosive fluid is gnawing at his power, but not nearly fast enough. He can still inflict real damage. That is all he needs. As long as his attacks work, this can be solved. Confidence surges as he calls for his desolate fire spirit flower. Then he freezes. The swallowing attack didn't just drag him inside. It pulled his spiritual flower in as well. And inside this oppressive, dark environment, the flower isn't weakened. It's amplified. After absorbing the dark swarms and the power of every pioneer in the city, the crimson flower in his grasp should be overflowing with energy. Yet as he grips it, he feels something strange. The flower is hesitating. He frowns and asks what's wrong, suspecting it might be repelled by the Anomaly King's dark attribute. The answer stuns him. This desolation flower, something that normally devours dark energy without limit, is being suppressed. The Anomaly King's power is different. Too pure. Too absolute. That changes everything. His original plan was to let the flower drain the monster from the inside until nothing remained. That path is now blocked. So he changes tactics. Clutching the flower in one hand, Fang Yi draws back the other and hammers the fleshy walls of the monster's stomach again and again. Outside, the Anomaly King's massive form suddenly breaks apart, scattering through the air. For a brief moment, it looks like victory, but then the fragments swirl back together, reforming into a colossal vortex as the creature summons every remaining bat-like swarm. On the ground, Yi and the red-haired leader stare up in fear and confusion. The leader demands to know what's happening, but Yi can only shake her head. She has no answers. Only one thought remains. Where is her cousin, and is he still alive? Elsewhere, Su Qing forces herself to stay composed as she leads civilians away from the chaos, shouting for them to move in orderly lines and promising that the pioneers will protect them. When someone asks where Fang Yi is, the color drains from her face. With barely contained panic, she tells the truth. He's still fighting. From inside, the Anomaly King. The military pushes in under Shaolan's command. An officer rushes up, reporting that the swarms and the Anomaly King are attacking without any clear pattern and calling for a full evacuation to limit casualties. Standing atop a military vehicle, Shaolan issues firm orders, yet her eyes keep lifting toward the sky, dread filling them as she watches the nightmare unfolding above. The Anomaly King begins pulling the swarms into itself, dragging them into its spinning body to restore its strength. Inside the monster, Fang Yi feels it immediately. His expression tightens as the truth becomes clear. The creature isn't finished. Not even close. The corrosive energy surges, crashing down on him as the digestion truly begins. His power starts to melt away, his body feeling as if it's being ripped apart piece by piece. Then something shifts. The dark energy around him begins to thin. Fang Yi closes his eyes for a brief instant, and when he opens them, everything has changed. He is no longer inside the monster. He stands alone in the ruins of a city that has been completely destroyed. Skyscrapers lie shattered and twisted, the sky above heavy and oppressive. A dead silence hangs over everything. Fang Yi slowly scans his surroundings, unease creeping into his chest. Where is he? What has happened? Within this broken city of illusion, Fang Yi stands still, his expression dark and steady. From the shadows behind him, something enormous begins to emerge, an immense beast wrapped in darkness, red eyes burning like open wounds in the night. Without hesitation, it lunges forward, a colossal fist slamming straight down toward him. Fang Yi sharpens his senses, and his heart drops. His spiritual power is gone, completely silent. The beast strikes again, its massive arm crashing down with enough force to tear the ground apart. Fang Yi moves on instinct alone, leaping away just in time. The impact detonates behind him, rubble exploding as the street collapses. He lands on broken concrete, breathing hard, then freezes. Something is wrong. His body still feels strong. Even without spiritual energy, his muscles move smoothly, his balance steady, his reactions sharp. Years of brutal training haven't disappeared. In that moment, understanding locks into place. This isn't reality. It's an illusion, one created by the Anomaly King to drag him back to a time before he became a pioneer, before power reshaped his life. The beast tries to crush him with a thunderous stomp. Fang Yi leaps again, barely escaping as the ground caves beneath its foot. As he lands, another truth settles in, calm and unshakable. The Anomaly King isn't powerful enough to truly erase him. If it truly were, his body wouldn't react this way. His strength isn't gone, it's being suppressed, which means this illusion has limits. All illusions do, and every flaw traces back to the one who created it. Before he can push that thought further, the beast vanishes and reappears in the same instant. A massive hand clamps around Fang Yi's body, lifting him effortlessly into the air. It drags him close, its foul breath washing over him as its voice echoes from every direction, sneering that once a foolish human enters this place, escape is impossible. Crushed in its grip, Fang Yi should look broken. Instead, a faint smile curls at the corner of his lips. The creature's shape begins to distort, its false body melting into the surrounding world, forming a grotesque, mocking grin. It opens its enormous jaws and proclaims that this is the end, not just for him, but for all humanity. To crush his will, it forces visions into his mind. Xiaolan, Su Qingying, his companions, lying dead and shattered, discarded like failed experiments. Proof, it claims, that humans exist only to be consumed for its evolution. Fang Yi remains silent. Then he slowly lifts his eyes. A small, defiant smile appears. He calmly asks if that is truly what the monster believes. In the next instant, Fang Yi releases everything. His body erupts in a blinding surge of golden light as he coldly declares that the thing before him is nothing more than a puppet. He tells it that it doesn't even understand the truth of who he is. One by one, golden silhouettes rise behind him, countless figures shimmering into existence as he reveals that his rebirth had only one purpose: to protect his home and everyone he cherishes. The overwhelming golden radiance floods the illusion, swallowing the shadowy beast whole. A violent blast rips through the mental world, cracking it apart from within. A wave of pure, scorching fire surges through the collapsing space, its reflection burning inside a single blazing eye before everything shatters. When Fang Yi opens his eyes again, he stands in the real world, and he is no longer the same. His hair burns like living flame, his body wrapped in crackling blue lightning as he calls out to his system without hesitation. High in the storm-filled sky, a massive hand-shaped construct of pure golden energy forms behind him, solid and absolute, ready to end the battle. A system window flashes before his eyes, confirming that all conditions have been met. It asks if he wishes to advance. Power roars through his veins as Fang Yi accepts without hesitation, stepping into the two-star spirit creation realm. Golden energy detonates outward as he declares himself the king of anomalies and charges forward like a falling star. At that moment, Fang Yi understands it clearly. Because of the Anomaly King, he has reached a deeper understanding of himself. Channeling his newly awakened power, he unleashes a devastating slash, golden flame-like hair blazing as blue lightning tears wildly through the sky. He declares that his rebirth exists to overturn the fate of this world, that everything he endured led to this moment, and that he alone stands as the chosen avenger. The Anomaly King's laughter rolls across the sky, deep and cruel, ridiculing him as nothing more than a pitiful two-star cultivator. Fang Yi doesn't even flinch. In a flash, he vanishes from where he stood, narrowly evading a crushing strike as the towering shadow of the giant monster slams down. Its enormous body, swallowing the heavens in darkness. The creature snarls that escape is impossible. That Fang Yi is nothing but its next meal. And its face twists. Something is wrong. A flicker of confusion crosses its distorted features, while Fang Yi's lips curl into a quiet, knowing smile. The trap is already closed. Without warning, blue thunder detonates from inside the Anomaly King's own body, ripping through its core. The monster lets out a shrill, tortured howl, writhing as it screams at the stinking human, unable to comprehend what this strange body of his has just done to it. Standing at the absolute peak of his strength, Fang Yi raises his blazing sword and gathers everything he has left. His voice cuts through the chaos with iron certainty as he declares that this nightmare ends here, that the monster will be sealed forever. He invokes his ultimate technique, the Nine-Dragon Skyfire, swearing to cleanse all evil from this world. Flames erupt around him, and from that inferno 9 colossal fire dragons are born, their burning bodies twisting through the sky as they charge straight toward the Anomaly King's core. The monster's roar turns into pure terror. Only now does it realize that this power is far beyond what any one-star cultivator should ever possess. When the dragons collide with its core, a catastrophic blast of light detonates, drowning the entire sky in blinding brilliance. On the ground below, pioneers and soldiers can only stare, frozen in awe, as Fang Yi completely annihilates the anomaly. The Anomaly King releases one final, agonized scream before its existence is torn apart by overwhelming force. In an instant, the blood-red darkness dissolves, giving way to a clear, tranquil blue sky. High above the city, a massive vortex of lingering purple energy, the last remnant of the dark attribute, twists violently before being pulled inward and erased. Fang Yi's form returns to normal, yet his blazing sword remains in his grasp as the remaining purple energy condenses into a single sphere before him. His expression stays calm and unshaken, red light glowing faintly in his eyes as he opens his boundless dark world. A vast vortex appears, swallowing every last trace of chaotic power left behind by the battle. Down in the streets, the surviving pioneers and soldiers slowly lift their heads, staring at the peaceful sky in disbelief. One whispers that the nightmare might finally be over. Another confirms it. The battle has truly ended. Standing atop a military vehicle, Xiaolan is met with thunderous cheers from those who lived. The city has been saved. They survived. As dawn breaks, her blonde subordinate asks whether she plans to go find Fang Yi. Xiaolan looks toward the rising sun, a gentle smile resting on her face, and replies that everyone has their own duty now. Their role is to help the people rebuild, to bring the city back to life. Below them, under the warm morning light, survivors embrace, cry, and cheer, welcoming a future that still exists. Miles away, the staff of the Spiritual Energy Association erupt in celebration, relief crashing over them like a wave as the news spreads that the Anomaly King has been defeated. It feels like waking from a nightmare that refused to end. Standing by the windows, they look out over the city, shaken by how close everything came to total collapse. They all know the truth. Without Fang Yi, the fall of the city would have been a stain they could never wash away. Elsewhere, Su Qing stands beside an association superior, watching as paramedics carry the wounded pioneers to safety. Her voice trembles as she asks if they are still alive. The superior rests a steady hand on her shoulder, telling her that the medical centers are still operating and the injured can be saved. Su Qing understands better than anyone what that really means. Without Fang Yi, none of this would even be possible. As she watches the scene, her thoughts drift back to him, to the terrifying power he commands, to the way he always achieves what everyone else believes is impossible. The superior nods, sharing her unspoken thoughts. What they just witnessed leaves no room for doubt. Fang Yi has already stepped into the 2-star spirit creation realm. Headquarters will move immediately, he says, and someone will surely try to reach Fang Yi before anyone else does. Hearing this, Su Qing's heart tightens. She remembers when she once thought she could compete with him, stand beside him as an equal. Now that belief feels laughably distant. He has long since left her behind. In her heart, she admits what she can no longer deny. He is a top-tier genius of the entire Xia nation. The superior's mind returns to the golden light that tore open the heavens, to the 9 fire dragons that sealed the anomaly before countless witnesses. An event of that magnitude will shake the whole country and ignite endless discussion. They cannot afford to hesitate. When Su Qing asks what he means, he gives a calm answer and a new name. Fang Yi the Sealer, a title befitting what the world has just seen. After the battle, Yi and the red-haired leader race through the shattered streets, debris crunching beneath their feet. Yi calls out for her friend to slow down, panic creeping into her voice as she asks where her cousin could be. The red-haired leader tries to soothe her, telling her not to jump to the worst conclusion. Then E suddenly stops. Her eyes lock onto a familiar figure standing quietly in the distance. Relief washes over her, tears filling her eyes as she calls out her cousin's name, her voice trembling. There he is. Fang Yi stands calmly amid the ruins, sword still in his hand, as though the devastation around him barely exists. He asks why they came looking for him. Yi runs straight to him, grabbing him as she asks if he's all right after everything that happened, saying she knew he would need them. Fang Yi pauses, the weight of exhaustion finally showing on his face. Then he answers softly that he's fine, and tells her she did well. Without another word, he leans forward and slips his arms around both his cousin and the red-haired leader, using their shoulders just to remain upright. Inside, Fang Yi quietly reviews the battle. It had been far more brutal than he let on. Every ounce of power he gained from his recent breakthrough had been burned away in that final strike, leaving him completely drained. A faint trace of embarrassment passes through him when he realizes how worried they are. Then E suddenly stiffens. Something clicks in her mind. She pulls back and stares at him, eyes wide, asking if he truly broke into the two-star spirit creation realm. Shock and awe spill into her voice as she marvels at his monstrous growth and terrifying talent. Even the red-haired leader is left speechless, unable to fully accept that the already untouchable man before her has broken through yet again. At the same time, news of the battle spreads like wildfire. Online forums explode as people obsess over the man who saved the city, the pioneer now called the Sealer. Arguments rage over who he really is, how someone could defeat the Anomaly King when even the association and the military failed. Some claim he must be a god walking among mortals. Others insist he belongs to some hidden force, a secret weapon of the Xia Nation. One truth stands unshaken. His name has already turned into legend. Elsewhere, Zhang Lu's red-haired friend points excitedly at a computer screen, convinced the man in the footage is the same one who once defeated Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu watches the video, his eyes blazing not with resentment, but with excitement. He laughs loudly, declaring that losing to someone that powerful is an honor. In one swift motion, he jumps to his feet, announcing that he's going to find this man and beg him to take him as a disciple. His friend immediately pours cold water on the idea, warning that half the nation is probably hunting for that person right now. The scene shifts to the grand capital of Xia. Deep underground, within a hidden chamber sealed away from the world, shadowed figures sit around a glowing table. One man leans back lazily, a cigarette dangling from his fingers, clicking his tongue in disappointment as he complains that it's a shame he didn't get to watch the military and the association tear each other apart in the chaos. Another voice cuts in, suggesting they should send a pawn, or perhaps an assassin, to deal with this newly risen powerhouse. A woman with long, razor-sharp fingernails interrupts them. Her voice is calm, almost amused, as she dismisses the idea. Such crude methods, she says, are unworthy of the so-called chosen one, the savior everyone is praising. She lifts a photo and gazes down at Fang Yi's image with open disdain, softly repeating his new title, the Sealer. With a sharp flick of her hand, she drives one of her nails straight through the photo at his neck, ripping it apart. There is no need to rush, she says coldly. The photo ignites in purple flames, and, as it burns, she coldly declares that anyone who dares stand in their way will be wiped out. The purple flames twist and coil, shaping themselves into sinister, watching eyes, silently sealing her threat. Back in the city, Fang Yi and Yi are resting inside their apartment, the exhaustion from the battle still clinging to them, when a knock echoes through the room. Fang Yi opens the door to find Su Qing standing there with an association superior. Su Qing is holding several large gift boxes in her arms, barely able to hide her excitement. The superior bows slightly, expressing the spiritual energy association's deep gratitude. He admits they made a catastrophic mistake during the S-Class anomaly invasion, and that without Fang Yi, the outcome would have been beyond imagining. Su Qing can't help but look at Fang Yi like a true big shot now. Fang Yi only waves it off, saying it was nothing, and invites them inside. After serving water, everyone gathers around the table, with Yi sitting quietly beside him. As they settle in, the superior glances around the apartment and thinks to himself that someone like Fang Yi deserves a far better place to live. Then his expression grows serious. He explains that the association has another important matter to discuss. They plan to officially promote and publicize Fang Yi's title, the Sealer. Fang Yi lifts an eyebrow, mildly intrigued, and asks him to continue. The superior activates a projection, and a massive map spreads through the air, marked with powerful pioneers stationed across every major city. He explains that these are all famous figures, people whose names already carry immense weight. Then his tone darkens as he points to one particular marker, deeper and more ominous than the rest. He calls the recent S-Class anomaly the most terrifying disaster humanity has ever faced. Their plan is to use the name the Sealer to reshape Tai City's status, turning it into a critical strategic stronghold. Fang Yi listens in silence as the proposal continues. The Superior explains that after what happened, they have reached a harsh conclusion. Tai City can no longer survive without a powerful pioneer at its core. Su Qingying adds that anomalies will only become more frequent in the future, and they cannot afford to let the city come that close to destruction ever again. When Fang Yi asks what they mean by an abandoned city, Su Qingying looks straight at him and answers without hesitation. Without him, no one would have lived. Tai City would have fallen completely. Fang Yi lets out a slow breath and tells his cousin that he finally understands. He admits his grasp of the world is still incomplete, but says there is no need to sink into despair. He realizes that by focusing only on his own cultivation, he had ignored the broader growth of the city itself. As he looks out over Tai City, the truth becomes clear. Even though it was once a major city, it never truly stood among the highest tier. Out of more than 100 cities, the real giants are Dukhen, Tian, and Kong, with only a handful of other centers holding true influence. And yet, this disaster changes everything. Fang Yi says calmly that what just happened was not merely destruction, but an opportunity. A chance for Tai City to rise higher than it ever has before. The Superior nods, confirming his judgment. From this moment on, cities will be evaluated by both the number and the strength of their pioneers. The higher their ranking, the more resources they will receive. In an era like this, people need something to believe in. They need a symbol of hope. He proposes that the association will shield Fang Yi's real identity while shaping a mysterious public image for the Sealer, allowing rumors and legends to spread on their own. Fang Yi agrees without the slightest hesitation. He understands that mystery is far more powerful than complete transparency. Yi adds that human imagination can often be more terrifying than reality itself. Fang Yi calmly states that he has no objections. The plan benefits him, the city, and everyone he cares about. He hopes this marks the beginning of a strong partnership. Then he reaches out, extending his hand, catching both the Superior and Su Qingying by surprise. After a brief pause, the Superior accepts. Their handshake seals the agreement. Formally, he welcomes Fang Yi by his new title, the Sealer. In the days that follow, with full coordination between the association and the military, Tai City recovers at astonishing speed. Rescue efforts and reconstruction move forward in perfect order. What began as a devastating calamity quietly becomes the catalyst for a new order taking shape across the world. The scene shifts to the sleek headquarters of the Spiritual Association in Dukhan City, where news of Fang Yi's actions has already stirred the upper ranks. Officials openly speculate, wondering if the mysterious Sealer is truly the pioneer who resolved the S-Class anomaly in Tai City. Inside a quiet office, several men sift through incoming reports. One remarks that Fang Yi stands out as the most extraordinary among the newly awakened pioneers. Another adds that his high-grade Yang attribute alone marks him as a chosen one, a natural nemesis to all dark attributes. A man pointing at the screen cuts in, replaying footage of Fang Yi in battle. According to the data, he says, Fang Yi doesn't possess just one high-grade attribute. He reminds them of the viral Skyfire footage that revealed a high-grade fire attribute, and of the military's codename for him, the Tyrant, earned because of his terrifying high-grade thunder power. The room falls into stunned silence. Even so, the man with glasses shakes his head, saying there is something about Fang Yi that is even more unbelievable. Before he can continue, the door opens. A woman with wavy blue hair and glasses steps inside, casually asking if they're discussing the Sealer. With quiet confidence, she requests all available data on him. The men immediately recognize her and comply, pulling Fang Yi's complete profile onto the main screen. As she studies it, her gaze sharpens. With more pioneers awakening every day, and someone like Fang Yi standing at the forefront, she knows conflict is inevitable. Power always draws challengers. Her glasses catch a sharp glint of light as she quietly admits, almost to herself, that she wants to see his strength with her own eyes. In her thoughts, it is only a matter of time before she and the Sealer finally meet. The scene shifts again, this time to a modern library in Kong City, where silence presses down as people read and type in hushed focus. At one desk sits Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend, Chu Qingli, eyes fixed on her laptop. A young man approaches nervously, face red as he awkwardly tries to ask for her contact information. Before he can even finish, Chu Qingli cuts him off coldly, reminding him that this is a library and that he is disturbing others. Defeated, the man backs away, while she returns to her work without another glance. Inside, she scoffs, dismissing him as boring and insignificant. People like him, she thinks, have no idea how drastically the world is changing. Her thoughts drift to her own recent awakening. After an ordinary exam, she unexpectedly gained spiritual power and stepped into the ranks of pioneers as a one-star Ghost Realm cultivator. She knows how rare that is. She is one of the chosen few. A faint smile forms on her lips as she concludes that this power is the very reason she survived the disaster that nearly wiped Tai City off the map. She sneers at the idea of ordinary people standing against anomalies. To her, it is laughable. Her mind drifts to certain inferior men, wondering what people like them could possibly do in this merciless new era. Then a memory flashes, Fang Yi calmly telling another girl that he and Chu Qingli were nothing more than classmates. Her face tightens in irritation. She is convinced the old Fang Yi would have been torn apart the instant the monsters appeared. How absurd, she thinks, that she ever compared a useless man like him to someone as extraordinary as the sealer. Her eyes drop to the article about the sealer on her screen. As she reads, her conviction hardens. He is 10,000 times better than her ex in every way. With a confident, almost smug smile, she decides that only a powerful, handsome pioneer like him could ever be worthy of standing at her side. Meanwhile, Fang Yi flips through a real estate brochure. He and his cousin Yi stand together, dressed in stylish new clothes, clearly enjoying a rare day away from battle. Fang Yi says they're taking a break from training to look for a new house. Yi laughs and teases him, asking if they are really skipping training, but he calmly explains that strength also requires balance. Rest matters too. He adds that the association's suggestion to improve their living conditions was actually sensible. Yi immediately realizes where the idea came from. Su Qing had bluntly told her that their current place was no longer suitable and had even offered to go house hunting with them. Yi can't hide her excitement, stunned that Captain Su has access to resources like this and would casually be ready to hand them 2 luxury homes. As Fang Yi and Yi continue their relaxed day of house hunting, a strange, foul green vapor begins to drift through the air around them. Yi wrinkles her nose and asks if he smells it too. Fang Yi nods, comparing it to the stench of a sewer. Then his gaze hardens. This is no accident. Someone is watching them. Both cousins turn at the same time. From within the swirling green haze, 3 men emerge, their faces rough and hostile. At the front stands their leader, a tall, heavily built bald man gripping a thick metal pipe. He smirks as he calls Fang Yi by name, mocking him as the sealer and laughing that they only realized who he was after he walked straight into their trap. He sneers, dismissing Fang Yi as nothing but an overhyped pretty boy with no real strength. One of the men beside him releases more of the foul gas into the air, while another scoffs that Tai City must be filled with trash if it chose a kid like Fang Yi to lead it. The 3 of them charge at once, shouting for Fang Yi to hand over every benefit Tai City has given him. Yi reacts instantly, stepping forward as blue energy blasts from her palms. The man wielding the axe laughs and leaps clean over the attack, spiritual power flooding into his weapon as he brings it crashing down. Yi grits her teeth and throws up a barrier, the impact forcing a low groan from her throat. At the same time, the bald leader swings his metal pipe straight for Fang Yi's head. Yi cries out in warning, reminding him that these men are pioneers. Her worry is unnecessary. Fang Yi casually lifts a hand and catches the pipe barehanded, stopping it cold. The bald man freezes, eyes wide, unable to believe his full-strength strike was halted so easily. Fang Yi looks at him with nothing but contempt. Flames burst to life around his hand, fierce and bright. He calmly asks what kind of stinking fish and rotten shrimp would dare try to rob him in the middle of the street. Then he strikes. His blazing fist slams into the bald leader's face, sending the man flying backward with a scream as his body crashes to the ground. Nearby, the man carrying the gas tank stares in shock, unable to understand why Fang Yi is completely unaffected. His universal permeating potion should have already paralyzed him. Fang Yi simply turns his gaze toward him, fire still flickering around his hand. The green vapor, he explains, is nothing more than a potion refined from the sweat of a wooded tribute pioneer, meant to corrode spiritual barriers, though it leaves behind an unbearable stench. Enraged and humiliated, the bald leader drags himself back to his feet, roaring that he was only careless. He shouts that since they are all in the spirit creation realm, there is nothing to be afraid of. Purple light surges over his body as he charges again. Fang Yi instantly sees through them, recognizing the mutated earth and what attributes hidden behind their power. He remarks that such filthy tricks suit people as twisted as they are, confident that while these methods might work on ordinary pioneers, they mean nothing against him. At the same time, the axe-wielding man leaps toward Yi, trying to crush her with brute force. She reacts in a flash, twisting her body and driving her foot straight into his groin. A horrible scream follows as he drops to the ground in agony. As Yi lands lightly, Fang Yi watches the exchange with a darkened gaze. He has no desire to draw attention, but having his peaceful day ruined like this is genuinely irritating. He lifts a hand and removes his sunglasses. His expression turns cold and focused, and beneath the sunlight his red eyes begin to glow. Telling his cousin to step back, Fang Yi finally releases his true power. A terrifying wave of radiant golden energy erupts from his body, blasting the attackers away. He stands at its center like a living sun, as blinding light floods the street and freezes his enemies in place. The holy energy keeps expanding, forming a blazing domain that traps all three men inside, their bodies instantly swallowed by searing golden flames. Their screams rip through the air as they thrash in agony, unable to understand what kind of terrifying fire is burning them. Only now do they truly grasp the meaning of the sealer's power. In desperation, they beg for the pain to stop. Just as Fang Yi is about to unleash even more, a familiar voice breaks through the chaos. Captain Su rushes in, shouting for him to stop and not kill them. The interruption catches Fang Yi by surprise. Looking at the three broken men writhing on the ground, Captain Su exhales in relief and explains that they're already key targets under the association's watch. Fang Yi calmly asks if she plans to take them in. Captain Su nods, saying the association has begun formally registering all pioneers, especially unstable troublemakers like these. Standing over them, Fang Yi coldly tells the men that they are lucky. He warns that he despises being disturbed, and if they ever cross him again, things will not end so easily. His words earn him an annoyed glare from Captain Su. As paramedics arrive and load the injured men onto stretchers, Captain Su scolds them harshly. She says that if this had happened 2 days earlier, the association would not have stepped in and they would have deserved death. She makes it clear that the sealer spared them only for the association's sake, and that far harsher punishment awaits. When the ambulance finally pulls away, Captain Su stands with her arms crossed, muttering about idiots bold enough to challenge the #1 pioneer. E hesitantly asks what kind of punishment they will face. Captain Su explains that since all three already have criminal records, they will be sentenced to life imprisonment, even though they are in the spirit creation realm. Their freedom and rights will be stripped away, and they will be forced to serve as pioneers inside prison walls. Hearing this, Fang Yi remarks calmly that it is not a bad system. Captain Su turns on him with an exasperated look, calling him the association's precious treasure and the future of the Xian nation. She complains that despite everything they have done to build his public image, there are still idiots bold enough to provoke him, making her wonder if their publicity has been too subtle. She adds that it is the association's duty to recruit powerful pioneers like him and make sure they grow strong enough to protect the future. She shows no hesitation at all. Those fools are not allowed to damage the fragile but priceless relationship the association has just formed with Fang Yi. With that settled, Captain Su instantly switches gears, her stern face breaking into an excited smile. Clapping her hands, she announces that she will personally take Fang Yi and Yi to choose a new home and a new car as well. Before long, they're standing in front of a towering, sleek apartment complex that radiates modern luxury. Captain Su glances back at them and says flatly that an example must be made. If they do not scare off troublemakers now, more will come later. Then she presents their options without hesitation. One is a top-floor penthouse right in the heart of the city. The other is a secluded 3-story villa hidden deep in the mountains. Quiet, private, and perfect for cultivation and training. Holding up a golden scale model of the villa, she explains that both properties are fully furnished and ready for immediate move-in. Yi looks between the two choices and admits honestly that they are both incredible. Fang Yi does not waste a second. He simply raises 2 fingers and says he will take both. The words hang in the air. Yi freezes. Captain Su stares at him in shock. Fang Yi tilts his head slightly and asks with mild amusement if that is allowed, adding that he trusts Captain Su's sincerity. Startled but clearly pleased, Captain Su quickly recovers and assures him it will not be a problem at all. Not long after, the 3 of them arrive at a high-end car dealership. Captain Su explains that the association has a long-term partnership with the showroom, so they're free to choose any car they like. As they walk through, whispers ripple around them. Some people quietly admire Yi's fair skin and elegant bearing. Others focus on Fang Yi instead. Even dressed simply, he somehow draws more attention than anyone else. A few men whisper that he must be the son of someone important. Inside the showroom, Qingli's friend happens to be there as well. People nearby assume Fang Yi is buying a car for his girlfriend. The moment she gets a clear look at him, her expression shifts. She recognizes him immediately. He is Qingli's ex-boyfriend, the same man the university principal once personally welcomed. Memories of their last argument flash through her mind, and irritation surges the moment she sees him standing beside another beautiful girl. She pulls out her phone and starts recording as Fang Yi and Captain Su examine a sleek sports car. A moment later, her phone vibrates. She sends a photo to Qing Li, eagerly typing that she has just spotted her ex at a VIP dealership, buying a car for a stunning girl. The reply comes back almost instantly. So what? The words are cold and forced. Sitting in a lecture hall, Qing Li stares at her screen, clearly distracted. No matter how much she pretends not to care, her thoughts spiral out of control. She wonders where Fang Yi got that kind of money, sneering as she convinces herself that he was merely lucky enough to survive the disaster and is now being supported by someone rich. A cold smile curls on her lips as she walks, convinced the gap between them is already impossible to cross. Moving confidently through the lecture hall, she tells herself that once she truly reaches the peak of the pioneer world, people like him will be nothing more than background noise. By then, such things will be beneath her. In her mind, Fang Yi is reduced to nothing more than a vulgar fool. Meanwhile, after finalizing their new residence, Fang Yi and Yi arrive at the modern villa. The instant Yi steps inside, her composure completely collapses. She rushes upstairs, her voice echoing as she shouts in disbelief that they actually own a real villa. Standing in a luxurious living room, she spins around, eyes wide, taking everything in as though it might disappear if she blinks. Fang Yi walks in behind her, bag slung over his shoulder, and lets out a soft chuckle. He casually tells her to wipe the drool off her face, reminding her that this is only one of their homes and that a penthouse in the city is still waiting for them. That only makes her more excited. She announces she is going to inspect the upstairs and races up the grand staircase without waiting for an answer. Fang Yi watches her go, a faint, fond smile touching his face. To him, she looks almost absurdly childlike. But as her footsteps fade, his expression slowly shifts. A heavier thought settles in. He realizes she is finally acting her age. His mind drifts back to his past life. A hazy memory surfaces, an image of a fallen pioneer. Before his rebirth, he never saw his cousin again. At the time, he must have assumed she became a trusted pioneer and died somewhere on the battlefield. The thought tightens his chest. This time, he swears silently it will be different. No matter what, he will not let her die again. His phone rings, pulling him out his thoughts. The caller ID shows Xiaolon. He answers, and her voice comes through at once, congratulating him on his promotion to Captain Fong. With a teasing tone, she mentions hearing that the association recently gifted him not just one, but 2 houses. Lounging comfortably on the sofa, Fang Yi answers with a faint smirk, saying it sounds like a good habit and that they should keep it up. Xiaolon scoffs softly, telling him not to flatter her. She knows someone with his level of power does not truly care about things like that. Even so, she admits that when it comes to improving living conditions, there is no better reward right now. She adds that once the first batch of spirit fruits from the spiritual energy revival matures, she will make sure some are sent to him. As she speaks, her thoughts remain sharp. She understands the new order of this world clearly. There's an enormous gap between ordinary people and pioneers, a gap defined purely by power. And beyond that lies an even more frightening difference between normal pioneers and someone standing at the very top, like Fang Yi. Finally, turning to the real purpose of her call, she places a hand on a top-secret folder beside her. Her tone grows serious as she tells Fang Yi there is an internal mission she wants him to take. Fang Yi does not hesitate. He already knows what that means. Calmly, he tells her to continue. Xiaolon asks if he is familiar with the Tianbao building in Kong City. Fang Yi replies at once, remembering that it is the largest shopping mall in the entire city. Xiaolon confirms it, but her voice turns heavy as she explains that the building was recently sealed after a monster invasion killed countless people, igniting public outrage. Since then, the place has become a true ghost structure. Kong City soon becomes the focus of everyone's attention. The massive Tianbao building still looms over the district, but everything around it has changed. Once the city's busiest landmark, it is now a place of dread. Strange tremors and unnatural phenomena keep occurring, while a dark mixture of red and purple energy coils around the structure like a curse. The danger grows so severe that the Kong City Spiritual Association is forced to seal the entire area. Not long after, Fang Yi arrives in Kong City to take part in the mission. At the designated meeting point, he raises a hand and greets the small group waiting there, calmly stating that he is the one who accepted the task. There are 4 others with him. Remembering Xiaolan's warning not to reveal his true identity or power, Fang Yi keeps a deliberately low profile. As they assemble, Fang Yi quietly studies his temporary teammates. The group is an unusual mix. From their clothing, he could tell 2 of them belong to the military. The other two, a stern gray-haired man and a woman with short purple hair, step forward and introduce themselves as members of the Kong City Spiritual Association. They explain that Officer Golan has already briefed them and that they will be working together on this operation. Soon everyone crams into the armored vehicle, its heavy doors slamming shut as it pushes through the pounding rain toward the sealed building. Water lashes against the metal shell while silence presses down inside like a physical weight. The brown-haired man grips the steering wheel, eyes fixed forward, while the blonde woman in the passenger seat shifts restlessly, her unease written all over her face. Finally, unable to endure the tension any longer, she breaks the silence, suggesting that since none of them truly know each other's abilities, they should at least promise to watch each other's backs once they enter the danger zone. The back seat is even worse. Fang Yi sits loosely between the stern gray-haired man and the short-haired woman, both of them stiff, arms crossed, faces locked in guarded expressions. Fang Yi props his chin on his hand, calmly sizing them up. In his eyes, the team is a mess. From what he can tell, the overall level of the Kong City Association members is painfully underwhelming. The serious man finally snaps, throwing Fang Yi a sharp, suspicious glare. He leans closer to the short-haired woman and lowers his voice, asking if this skinny kid is really the powerful expert sister Xiao Lan claimed she was sending. The doubt in his tone is obvious. Fang Yi looks like an ordinary student, far too thin, far too plain. There's no official device on him, and not a single thread of spiritual pressure can be felt. His power is completely concealed. To the serious man, none of it makes sense. The short-haired woman, however, reacts in the opposite way. Her eyes lock on Fang Yi, shock flickering through them as her thoughts spiral. Old rumors flash through her mind, tales of a figure wreathed in blazing flames, a godlike existence who once stopped a natural disaster alone. Could this quiet young man really be that person? The sealer? Her reason rejects it. He looks far too young. No matter how she stares at him, it feels unreal. And yet, she cannot look away. The purple-haired woman studies Fang Yi more intently now, her curiosity turning into something sharper. One detail after another clicks into place. A young man. 3 terrifyingly rare high-level abilities. The one who sealed the king of anomalies. Her breathing slows as the truth settles in. This student matches every description. By this point, she is nearly certain. The sealer is sitting right beside her. Far away, inside the Star God Warzone office, a phone suddenly rings, slicing through the air. Gaolan answers, and her face darkens immediately. The report is brutal. The Tian Bao building has fallen completely. All contact with the personnel inside has been severed. The anomaly level has skyrocketed to 12,000. 53 deaths are already confirmed. Xiaolan's expression tightens, stress cutting across her features. The disaster is spiraling far beyond what anyone predicted. Even so, her voice remains steady as she declares that the person she sent, Fang Yi, will not fail. She ends the call without allowing any argument, coldly stating that the mission has already been handed over and no further discussion is necessary. Back in Kong City, the Tianbao building looms like a living nightmare. A raging storm of red and purple energy twists endlessly around it, as if the world itself is rejecting whatever horror waits inside. The armored vehicle finally grinds to a halt, and the team steps out into a heavy, unnatural rain that looks less like water and more like blood falling from the sky. It soaks their clothes and skin with a sickening chill as if the air itself is contaminated. Fang Yi sweeps his gaze across the surroundings, his expression tightening. The situation is terrible, far worse than he had expected. The presence lurking inside the building feels monstrously powerful, stronger than anything he has faced before. Everyone lifts their heads toward the towering skyscraper, and only then do they notice the dark stains streaking across its surface. Fang Yi raises a hand and points. That is when the truth hits them. Nearly the entire side of the Tianbao building is smeared with thick, massive trails of dried blood, running down the walls like a grotesque mural. The short-haired woman swallows and forces herself to explain that the Tianbao building has 40 floors and is the tallest structure in the entire city. Even though many people were evacuated, the cramped interior caused chaos when the lockdown began. Fang Yi immediately understands what that implies. Some people must have resisted. Some must have been left behind. Civilians are still trapped inside. In a calm, steady voice, he asks if there is any way to contact them. The brown-haired driver slowly shakes his head. It is impossible. Since the anomaly erupted, not a single message has come out. In a low voice, he adds that he was involved on the second day of the lockdown, and that was the last time anyone had any contact with those inside. The man swallows hard as memories resurface. When he first saw the building, it already felt like a dead zone, as if time itself had begun to rot. In only moments, the place seemed to age by decades. What haunted him most were the things that fell from the windows. Chopped limbs, torn bodies, half-chewed remains, casually discarded by monsters as if they were trash. And in less than a week, the dark aura surrounding the building has only grown heavier and more suffocating. Hearing this, Fang Yi slowly turns back toward the group, his gaze sharp and merciless. He cuts straight through the excuses. With no contact from inside, the so-called death toll of 53 is nothing more than a rough guess, based entirely on the body parts that fell outside. His voice turns cold as he condemns the Kong City Spiritual Association for treating something this horrific so casually. The driver breaks into a nervous sweat, stammering that they had no other choice. Fang Yi does not answer him. In his mind, the truth is already obvious. The real number of dead is almost certainly far higher. For ordinary people, an anomaly is not just a disaster, it is the end of the world. Trapped inside a sealed building, they are no different from sheep waiting to be slaughtered, with nowhere to run. He makes his decision. There's no time left. Fang Yi orders everyone to move into the building at once. He explains that certain anomalies grow stronger by feeding on humans. Every second they delay means more deaths, and more powerful, more terrifying monsters waiting inside. The moment his words settle, his authority is challenged. The gray-haired man suddenly reaches out and grabs Fang Yi by the shoulder, stopping him. He admits that the military ordered them to follow Fang Yi, but insists that before charging into that nightmare, Fang Yi needs to explain exactly what his plan is. Fang Yi turns his head slowly, his eyes cold and unyielding. He asks what kind of plan there even is to discuss when they are completely blind to what is happening inside. Without first-hand information, there is only one real choice: to go in and find out. The gray-haired man refuses to back down. He argues that everyone here has experience handling anomalies, and that, as the one in charge, Fang Yi should at least understand what each person can do. His voice grows sharper as he points out that Fang Yi is not even part of the official organization and lacks any formal training. Before the clash can spiral any further, the short-haired, purple-haired woman steps forward, her anger flaring. She pushes between them and snaps at the gray-haired man to shut his mouth. Time is running out, she reminds him. Fang Yi took this mission because Officer Xiao Lan personally chose him. Doubting Fang Yi is the same as doubting a high-ranking officer herself. Fang Yi observes the exchange without a word. One thought stands out clearly in his mind. Arguing like this before entering a place of death is the worst possible mistake. So he turns away. Without saying anything else, he walks straight toward the dark entrance of the building. His voice remains calm and cold as he leaves them with a single line over his shoulder. If they didn't want to go in, they are free to stay behind. No one does. Even those who hesitate clench their teeth and follow him inside. The moment the group steps into the Tianbao building, a shiver runs through them. The interior is utterly wrecked. Cars lie crushed like toys, trash is strewn everywhere, and the walls look as if something with claws and fangs tore through them. Yet what unsettles them the most is not the destruction, it is the silence. There is no echo, no wind, no distant sound at all. The blonde woman frowns, feeling something deeply wrong. Then it happens. A dark shadow drops from the ceiling. The serious gray-haired man senses it first. His instincts scream as he looks up, just in time to see a monster with glowing green eyes plunge out of the darkness, shrieking as it launches its ambush. Before anyone can even shout, Fang Yi moves. In a blink, a sword forms in his hand, bursting into roaring flames the instant it appears. His eyes sharpen, cold and focused. With a single fierce swing, he sends a blazing wave of fire straight into the falling creature. There's no struggle, no resistance. A flash of light tears through the air as sword beams rip the monster apart before it can touch the floor. The next moment, Fang Yi lands lightly, his stance steady, the flaming blade held behind him. The creature is already gone, reduced to burning fragments that fade into smoke. The gray-haired man and the short purple-haired woman stand frozen, their minds still trying to catch up. The battle ended before it even truly began. The woman stares at the massive blade of fire in Fang Yi's hand, her breath caught in her chest, unable to comprehend what kind of power could be unleashed so casually. Ignoring their shock, Fang Yi crouches beside what remains of the creature. He reaches down and lifts a chunk of the scorched flesh, studying it with a calm, focused gaze. When he straightens up, his expression has darkened. He points out the warped shape of the monster, a grotesque blend of bird and gecko, twisted far beyond anything that should exist in nature. From the level of mutation alone, he states flatly that it must have already devoured a large number of humans. The purple-haired woman steps closer, and the color drains from her face as the truth hits her. In a trembling voice, she identifies it as an A+ grade anomaly. Fear ripples through the team. A creature that would normally require a full squad of elite pioneers to deal with was erased by Fang Yi in a single strike. As the last of the smoke fades, reality finally sinks in. The purple-haired woman realizes that Fang Yi's strength is nowhere near the so-called one-star spirit creation realm. It is far beyond that. The gray-haired man breaks into a cold sweat, suddenly understanding that if Fang Yi had wanted him dead, he would not have survived even a heartbeat. The brown-haired man finally finds his voice, disbelief weighing every word. He admits that he was wrong. He never imagined the legendary sealer would be someone so young. In his mind, the sealer had always been some ancient, terrifying monster of a man who never put his sword down. Fang Yi turns his back to them, his blade still roaring with flames. Without any drama, he explains that after his breakthrough, he fused his spiritual power directly with his sword, turning it into a true spirit weapon, one he can summon, shape, and control at will. He adds calmly that this kind of thing is not unique to him. Yet the last traces of doubt vanish from the team's eyes, replaced by a mix of trust and restrained fear. Fang Yi orders them to move faster. The purple-haired woman lets out a breath, quietly admitting she is relieved he's on their side as they press deeper into the building's darkness. To light the way, Fang Yi forms a ball of fire in his palm, holding it like a torch as he leads them through a narrow, suffocating hallway. They soon reach a staircase, and every step is soaked in blood. The sight makes Fang Yi's gaze turn grim. From the sheer amount of it, he knows the truth is far worse than the official numbers. Not 53, at least 500. Then his expression tightens. His eyes glow red as a sense of danger crawls over him. They enter what appears to be a supermarket area. The brown-haired man and the purple-haired woman scan their surroundings, nerves stretched thin. Blood and garbage carpet the floor, but there is not a single body in sight. The woman wonders aloud if the monsters devour the victims so completely that nothing remains. They never see the shadow. A massive, terrifying shape with glowing green eyes coils within the darkness, ready to strike. Fang Yi feels it instantly. He shouts for everyone to guard themselves. The purple-haired woman whirls around, screaming as she sees the monster leaping straight toward them. In the same heartbeat, Fang Yi moves. His flaming sword leaves his hand like a blazing comet, tearing through the air past his teammates. It cleaves through the monster midair, ripping its head clean off in a violent explosion of black blood and roaring flames. The burning corpse slams into the floor, twitching once before going still. The brown-haired man stumbles back, shock written all over his face as he realizes the truth. Another monster had been hiding right beside them the entire time. Fang Yi stands calmly amid the flickering firelight, unshaken. His gaze sweeps across the group as he asks if they truly felt nothing wrong at all, exposing the terrifying gap between his perception and theirs. His eyes shift to the flames curling around his hand as he thinks. Then he speaks again, directing his words at the gray-haired man. The two monsters they killed were strong, yes, but nowhere near enough to surround and annihilate an entire rescue team. That simple fact clicks into place, and realization strikes him. This place might not be the real Tianbao building at all. The team freezes in the blood-soaked hallway, confusion spreading instantly. The gray-haired man and the blonde woman both ask what he means. Fang Yi answers quietly, pointing out something they all missed. Despite the rivers of blood, the smell in the air is wrong. He breaks it down coldly. The suffocating stench here comes from dark attributes and monsters, not from rotting corpses. There is no scent of the dead at all. That contradiction hardens his gaze. At that moment, he decides to test his suspicion. The purple-haired woman watches nervously as Fang Yi begins gathering power. She admits his reasoning makes sense. This place feels wrong. Too empty, too clean in the wrong ways, as if no living thing ever truly existed here. Fang Yi voices the conclusion they are all beginning to fear. This is not the real building. It is nothing more than a hollow replica, a shell constructed by the anomaly itself. He extends his hand. A terrifying surge of purple energy erupts outward. If his guess is right, then this space has already been completely hollowed out. A massive sphere of black-purple energy rapidly expands, unfolding into his limitless dark world. The team staggers back in shock, instantly recognizing the unmistakable aura of the dark attribute. A system window flashes into existence, confirming it all. It detects a similar dark attribute, Inner Dark World, and asks whether he wishes to view the data. The explanation follows. An inner dark world is formed by splitting the dark attribute, creating a nest-like space that overwrites the original location. To reach the real inner world, one must find the door that constructed it. Fang Yi understands at once. He turns back to the team and explains calmly that to enter the true Tianbao building, they must locate that door. The same rule applied to those who tried to escape. The people trapped inside were affected by the dark attribute, subjected to intense hallucinations. In their panic, they mistook windows for a way out. As Fang Yi controls the swirling dark energy around him, he states the truth without softening it. That is why those who tried to flee through the windows died. The purple-haired woman's face drains completely of color. She realizes the victims were deceived until their final moments, tricked by the dark attribute itself. Her voice trembles as she asks if their next step is to search for the door. Before Fang Yi can answer, everything collapses into chaos. A sharp warning explodes inside his mind. The system reacts instantly. The hostile inner dark world has responded to his presence and fully manifested. Fang Yi's eyes widen as an overwhelming blast of purple energy crashes down from above, slamming into the team like a falling mountain. The brown-haired association member and the blonde woman crumple to the ground on the spot, clutching their heads as their spiritual defenses fracture under the pressure. They scream that they can't hold on. Fang Yi reacts without hesitation. One eye burns red, the other flares gold. In a single breath, he raises his power and erects a barrier. A radiant dome of golden light erupts outward, colliding head-on with the crushing force and blocking it completely. Inside the barrier, the blonde woman and the brown-haired man gasp violently, their bodies shaking as the unbearable pressure vanishes. Relief floods their faces when the pain finally stops. Then they look up and freeze. Fang Yi stands calmly at the center of the golden dome, untouched, unmoved, as if the devastating dark energy never existed. In that moment, they understand. That power nearly killed them without even making direct contact. Without Fang Yi, they would already be dead. Suddenly, Fang Yi's gaze sharpens. His attention locks onto a single point in the empty air. Flames roar along his sword as he speaks calmly, stating that he has found it. Spiritual power surges as he activates Fire Dragon, drawing his blade back before swinging it forward with violent force, declaring that the entrance is right here. The strike lands. Reality shatters. The space ahead fractures like fragile glass, the hallway cracking and peeling apart as the illusion collapses. The gray-haired man and the purple-haired woman stare in stunned disbelief as the false world disintegrates before their eyes. Fang Yi steps forward onto newly revealed ground, his expression dark and unwavering. Beyond the broken space stands the truth. A massive, terrifying gateway twists before them, filled with swirling dark green mist and crawling shadows. This is the real entrance, the true inner dark world. Fang Yi moves first, his blazing sword lighting the way. He orders everyone to stay close, maintaining the golden barrier as they advance. The surroundings are no longer normal. Thick, red, fleshy veins pulse and writhe across the walls, as if the building itself is alive. The blonde woman suddenly pales. She covers her mouth, her voice shaking as she says she can smell something terrible. Fang Yi's expression hardens. He confirms it quietly. The smell of corpses, blood, the stench of their own kind. Moments later, they see it. The floor ahead is strewn with bodies. The missing pioneers lie broken and scattered, their fate finally revealed. They were trapped here, slaughtered within this dark space. There is no time to mourn. A piercing screech tears through the air as shadowy, bat-like creatures pour down from the ceiling, surrounding the group in an instant. The team looks up in horror at the swirling mass of monsters closing in from every direction. Then something far worse descends. A massive gray, demon-like creature with glowing red eyes dives out of the swarm, its presence crushing and suffocating. The gray-haired man and the brown-haired association member cry out in disbelief, unable to accept that yet another high-level dark monster has appeared so quickly. Fang Yi does not hesitate. His flaming sword forms in his hand, and in the next instant he hurls it forward. The blade spears straight through the falling monster's chest, erupting in a violent burst of fire. The creature howls in agony as Fang Yi charges after it, eyes cold, already prepared to end the fight. He drives his sword into the ground and grips the hilt. In the blink of an eye, his body blurs. A storm of impossibly fast strikes explodes outward, every swing unleashing waves of fire that tear through the swarm and smash into the massive demon. Fang Yi lands lightly, and the final impact triggers a roaring explosion of holy flames that engulfs the area. Dark creatures shriek as they are erased, their bodies melting the moment they touch his fire. The blonde woman and the purple-haired woman shield their faces, stunned by the heat. They can only stare as monsters that should have been living nightmares are reduced to nothing in seconds. A bitter realization settles over them. Since entering this place, they have done nothing at all. Fang Yi has handled everything by himself. He walks through the scorched ruins, his sword glowing like molten metal. When he reaches the place where the fallen pioneers lie, his expression softens. He raises a hand, and gentle, controlled flames rise. One by one, he cremates the bodies, giving the innocent victims a final dignity instead of leaving them to decay in darkness. The brown-haired association member and the blonde woman watch in silence, a clear in their eyes. They finally understand that the title of sealer is not an exaggeration. It is something Fang Yi truly earned. Turning back to the group, Fang Yi issues his orders. Since they are already inside, no one will be standing idle. He instructs them to search the first floor for any possible survivors while he goes up to deal with whatever remains above. The gray-haired man and the purple-haired woman straighten immediately, ready to move. Any lingering doubt is gone, replaced by absolute respect. Fang Yi advances alone, clearing the building floor by floor. On the 10th level, a swarm of flying shadow creatures rushes toward him. He swings his flaming sword in wide arcs, forcing them back as he studies them. They have reached at least the 1-star spirit creation realm, but nothing more. Their abilities have not truly evolved. He cuts them down effortlessly, slicing their bodies apart in midair. Not long after, he leads the team up to the 15th floor, his sword leaving burning trails behind him. The air grows heavier with every step. The blonde woman groans, saying the cold, dark power is starting to seep through her barrier. Ahead, the corridor is packed with corpses. The gray-haired man suddenly stiffens. Something is wrong. The bodies are not still. Something is moving inside them. He urgently warns everyone that the corpses are corrosive and tells them not to breathe in the spores drifting through the air. Before anyone can react, a drop of liquid splashes into a puddle. A massive shadow spike erupts behind Fang Yi and the brown-haired association member. The monster finally reveals itself, a grotesque, multi-eyed horror towering over them. It lets out a deafening roar and unleashes a storm of dark energy spikes. Instead of retreating, Fang Yi smiles. For the first time in a long while, his voice carries genuine excitement as he says that things have finally become interesting. He spins his sword in a blur. Flames explode outward, forming a rotating wall of fire that smashes the incoming spikes one after another. Seeing its ranged attacks fail, the monster dives straight in. Fang Yi is already waiting. In that instant, he understands its plan. It is stalling, buying time to push its evolution even further. His eyes narrow. With a sharp motion, he hurls his flaming sword forward with overwhelming force. The impact detonates in a violent explosion, fire engulfing the creature completely. When the flames fade, Fang Yi extends his hand, disappointment clear in his voice. He tells the shattered remains that he expected more, at least a fight worthy of a 3-star spirit creation realm opponent. This was not even close. A faint sound suddenly echoes nearby. The gray-haired man stiffens and whirls around, instincts screaming, while Fang Yi calmly asks who is there. He steps closer, peering into the shadows, his tone steady as he asks if anyone is still alive. A young man slowly peeks out from behind a door, shaking uncontrollably, his voice cracking as he asks if they're the forerunners sent to save them. Inside, they discover 5 survivors crammed into a hidden storage room of what was once a luxury brand store. They are huddled together in the darkness, faces pale with terror. Fang Yi immediately understands. They hid here during the initial slaughter. Seeing their fear, his expression softens, and he offers them a gentle smile. He tells them it is over now, that they are safe, and that help has finally arrived. The brown-haired association member steps forward with a reassuring smile, introducing them as members of the Kong City Spirit Association. He tells the survivors that the monsters outside are already dead and urges them to come out quickly. The young man can only stare at Fang Yi, eyes wide, struggling to believe what he is seeing. His voice rises as he blurts out the question burning inside him. Did Fang Yi really kill all those terrifying monsters with just a single slash? Outside the Tianbao building, the monitoring team watches the data feed in silence. The structure is still wrapped in ominous red energy, but something about it feels different now. They track Fang Yi's spiritual signature as the blazing fire of his spirit weapon lights up floor after floor. Then an analyst suddenly shouts. The latest reading is from the 40th floor. The room goes completely still. Seconds later, the report arrives. The sealer has cleared the entire Tianbao building from bottom to top in just 9 minutes and 56 seconds. They immediately understand that this information will send shockwaves through the entire pioneer circle of Kong City. There is no time to celebrate. A shrill red alarm suddenly screams through the control room. A warning flashes across every monitor. It is not over. An S-class monster eruption has been detected at the highest level. On the top floor, Fang Yi stands amid shattered concrete and twisted steel. Slowly, he lifts his gaze, his expression hardening as he locks onto something above. He knows it now. The real target has finally shown itself. Hovering in the ruined air is a gigantic skeletal monster, its bones wrapped in glowing green energy, black feathers drifting around it like falling ash. Fang Yi takes one look and recognizes it instantly. The anomaly king of this place, the bone bird. Without hesitation, Fang Yi charges straight toward the massive creature, leaping into the air with his sword raised. As he closes the distance, his eyes narrow, rapidly analyzing its form. He realizes that the writhing worms embedded throughout its body are not parasites at all. They're part of its true structure. With a fierce swing, Fang Yi releases a powerful golden slash. The attack crashes forward, but the bone bird intercepts it, thick cage-like bones snapping into place to block the blow. Fang Yi pauses for a brief moment, surprised that his strike was stopped. The monster fixes its burning green eyes on him. Far below, his teammates watch in rising dread. If even the sealer cannot break through this anomaly king, then there is nothing they can do. Their weakness leaves them helpless. Fang Yi clicks his tongue. He has tested enough. No more holding back. Divine thunder pours into his sword, crackling blue lightning wrapping around the blade as power surges violently through his body. Fang Yi swings again, and this time the reinforced strike cuts cleanly through the bone defenses that resisted him before. The bone bird shrieks in pain and fury, but Fang Yi, surrounded by raging lightning, calmly tells it to be quiet. A massive vertical slash of blue energy follows, cleaving straight through the monster's enormous body. Staring at it coldly, Fang Yi remarks that even after turning the entire building into a feeding ground, this anomaly king is far weaker than the bat anomaly king he faced before. In the next instant, he moves. His speed becomes a blur as a storm of precise slashes rains down, cutting again and again before he lands lightly on the ground. The gray-haired man and the blonde woman can only stare, stunned, finally understanding that Fang Yi is not merely fighting the monster. He is completely overwhelming it by himself. Nearby, the purple-haired woman watches in breathless focus as the truth becomes clear. Every strike is intentional. Every cut is measured. Fang Yi is dissecting the anomaly with terrifying precision. As he slips past its desperate counterattacks, he realizes he has not even needed to aim for the bone bird skull. The creature cannot fight back. The gap between them is simply too great. In that moment, Fang Yi understands the truth. He has already surpassed the anomaly king itself. The monstrous bird lets out a broken, desperate scream as it struggles uselessly to recover. Fang Yi looks down at it, one eye glowing with a cold, ominous red light. He asks calmly whether it truly thinks it can still heal, whether it really believes he has been playing with it this whole time. As his words fall, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy gathers around him. Brilliant blue lightning erupts, snapping through the air like living serpents. When the charge reaches its peak, Fang Yi launches himself into the sky. He brings the power down. A colossal pillar of lightning crashes into the Tianbao building, tearing through it from top to bottom and igniting the dark red heavens. The raging energy twists into a massive vortex, ripping away the lingering darkness and cleansing the entire area. As the attack fades, the oppressive clouds finally shatter. Golden sunlight pours through the sky, bathing the ruins below and declaring to the world that the nightmare has ended. Outside, the association's monitoring team can only stare as the anomaly king's energy vanishes from their screens. They immediately grasp what this means. Fang Yi stands on a level far beyond any ordinary pioneer. Some quietly wonder if this is the true difference between normal elites and a genuine top-tier genius. The S-Class invasion is officially recorded as the King Sacrifice Hell, and every detail of how it was resolved is sealed into the highest level of classified archives. Fang Yi's method is listed as something no one else could ever hope to replicate. As the dust settles, Fang Yi lands calmly atop the shattered ruins. He turns to the gray-haired man and the purple-haired woman and tells them the bone bird is dead. They can contact the outside now. Without delay, the purple-haired woman activates her communicator. She identifies herself as Song Yua and reports that the incident has been successfully resolved. She confirms that thanks to the sealer, the mission was completed smoothly and without further casualties. While she speaks, Fang Yi already begins walking toward the exit. She adds that the Kong City Spirit Association should cooperate properly and show appropriate gratitude for his assistance. Then her expression suddenly changes. Shock flashes across her face as she listens to the reply coming through the communicator. She demands to know why a newly elected Kong City captain is arriving now, when the mission is already over. A streak of light tears across the city sky, racing straight toward their location. The voice on the communicator explains that the captain learned the sealer was here. They try to stop him, but his arrogance made him impossible to restrain. Enraged, Song Yua snaps back that this mission belongs to the military zone and that it is their responsibility to control that captain. She turns toward Fang Yi, tension clear in her eyes, declaring that they must send him away immediately. To her, the captain's sudden arrival is not help, It is a provocation. As Fang Yi walks down the staircase, the purple-haired woman speaks firmly, declaring that the sealer is the most important captain recommended by their zone. She warns that anyone foolish enough to challenge him will have to bear the consequences. Fang Yi keeps moving, clearly ready to leave now that everything is over. He steps out of the Tianbao building, takes only a few strides, and then stops. His brows knit together as he senses something tearing through the air from above. A figure crashes down like a meteor, slamming into the ground in front of him with a violent shockwave. The newcomer straightens, an energy weapon humming in his hand. He introduces himself as Yufeng Jiang, the newly appointed captain of Kong City, and immediately demands to know whether Fang Yi is the sealer from Tai City. Fang Yi does not move, meeting his gaze with icy calm. Yufeng Jiang steps closer, invading his space as his eyes narrow, studying him. He assumes Fang Yi is a wind attribute pioneer, then frowns, sensing something off. Fang Yi is deliberately hiding his power. With a cold grin, Yufeng Jiang concludes that Fang Yi must be at least in the spirit creation realm. His energy weapon shifts into a sharp claw as he lunges forward. Fang Yi draws his flaming sword, and the two clash in a blur. The exchange is fast and brutal. Yufeng Jiang leaps into the air and brings his weapon down in a crushing strike. Fang Yi slips aside at the last moment as the captain smashes into the street, cracking the ground beneath him. Looking down, Yufeng Jiang scoffs, dismissing Fang Yi as nothing more than a brat. To him, this is the perfect chance to build his reputation and display his family's power. He laughs loudly, arrogance dripping from every word. He thanks Fang Yi for handling the crisis, then instantly turns sharp, accusing him of overstepping his authority. He lectures about rules, hierarchy, and seniority, as though delivering a sermon. Fang Yi listens without the slightest interest. When Yufeng Jiang finishes, he replies calmly that he only came because the military requested his help, and that there was no captain here when he arrived. His voice turns cold as he asks what this newly appointed captain actually wants. Yufeng Jiang smirks, claiming he is a man of culture with no hostile intentions. Then the truth slips out. He wants to borrow Fang Yi's sword. Dark energy begins to pool around him, purple and white aura surging across his body. With a threatening smile, he tells Fang Yi that if he refuses, he will never leave Kong City alive. Fang Yi does not even flinch. Instead, a faint smile forms, as if he just heard something ridiculous. Yufeng Jiang's expression twists with excitement, clearly savoring the tension. That is when Fang Yi decides the talking is over. He releases his full power. As Fang Yi draws his blade, fire detonates around him in a savage ring, waves of heat slamming outward as if the air itself is being crushed. Yufeng Jiang's pupils contract when Fang Yi's presence explodes, that overwhelming aura crashing down on him like a collapsing mountain. Fang Yi's eyes burn with light as he stares straight at the captain, answering his request with a cold, mocking smile. If Yufeng Jiang wants to borrow something, Fang Yi says, then he will take his entire family instead, a clear promise that he is about to grind him into the dirt. Fang Yi launches first, a brutal arc of blazing fire tearing through the air toward Yufeng Jiang. The captain twists away at the last instant, slipping past it with unbelievable speed, and instead of panic, a feral grin spreads across his face. He bursts into laughter, declaring that the battle has finally become worth his time. Not far away, Song Yue stiffens as she realizes the violent clash has cut their signal again. She immediately orders her people to move, telling them to report to the military and higher command while evacuating the survivors to safety. Wrapped in roaring flames, Fang Yi turns his head just slightly and delivers a quiet, deadly warning. They have 10 minutes to leave. If they linger, he says flatly, they may end up witnessing a captain's death. The brown-haired association member starts to protest, but Song Yue slaps a hand over his mouth and yanks him away, shouting that she understands. As they retreat, she vents her fury, cursing Yufeng Jiang for stirring up chaos the moment he became captain. The others grumble along with her, even admitting that watching the sealer beat their arrogant leader bloody might not be such a bad thing after all. When they disappear, the atmosphere turns heavy and lethal. Fang Yi locks eyes with Yufeng Jiang and slowly raises his hand. Thunder detonates as a colossal bolt of lightning crashes down, ripping through the street toward the captain. Yufeng Jiang blocks it with his weapon, but the impact sends a violent tremor through his body. Gritting his teeth, he shouts that if Fang Yi truly intends to kill him, he should stop holding back and unleash everything he has. Fang Yi does not bother replying. He steps forward and drops his blade in a crushing strike. The air detonates, shockwaves tearing outward as an explosion erupts behind Yufeng Jiang, flattening the buildings in its wake. The captain is thrown backward, skidding across the ground before barely managing to steady himself. His heart pounds like a drum. What he just felt was monstrous, Sweat beads down his face as he stares at Fang Yi. And for the first time, the arrogant captain truly understands. Fang Yi's yang power is not just strong, it is violently, catastrophically overwhelming. For the first time in his life, fear seeps into his bones. Fang Yi stands in the center of the inferno, a dark silhouette wrapped in flame, crimson light burning in his eyes. A faint, mocking smile tugs at his lips as he remembers Yu Fengjiang demanding his full strength. In a bored, almost casual voice, he says that if he actually used 100% of his power, he doubts Yu Fengjiang would last even 10 minutes. Yu Fengjiang suddenly throws his head back and laughs, a wild, unhinged sound as he convinces himself he has uncovered the truth. In his eyes, that terrifying might does not belong to Fang Yi at all. It belongs to the blade. He decides it must be some newly engineered spirit association weapon, a classified prototype stuffed with monstrous energy, and Fang Yi is nothing more than a lucky kid holding it. Fang Yi offers no rebuttal. He simply watches with a flat, indifferent stare that carries neither surprise nor concern. Inside Yu Fengjiang's mind, a perfect image takes shape, a sealed containment tube holding a legendary weapon that should have been his. The instant that thought settles, jealousy coils through his chest. A treasure like that, handed to a brat? His breathing turns greedy as a crooked grin spreads across his face, already deciding that this entire trip has paid for itself. He has found his prize, and he will rip it away. Purple light erupts as he tears off his shirt, power surging wildly around him. With naked arrogance, he sneers at Fang Yi, calling him a mere two-star cultivator and ordering him to surrender the knife. His voice drips with threat as he declares he will kill Fang Yi and take it himself, mocking that the boy has not even shown enough strength to be worth his time. Far away, inside the Tai Tai Spirit Association headquarters, the atmosphere is thick with dread. The superior slams both palms onto the table, rage blazing in his eyes as he learns that the Kong City captain has directly challenged their own captain, Feng. Su Jingming watches nervously, catching the sweat sliding down his forehead. Sensing how dangerous this has become, she reminds him that the sealer was invited by the Star God War Zone. This is no petty conflict but a problem tangled in top-tier military politics. Before he can reply, his assistant leans in and whispers an update. Startled, the superior demands he repeat it, certain he misheard. The assistant explains that Kong City has already been contacted, but their reply was filled with arrogant confidence. If the fight is not halted within 10 minutes, they say, the outcome will be irreversible. Believing Fang Yi to be the one in danger, Kong City assumes their captain cannot possibly lose. After all, they're the third-ranked city. To them, the result is obvious. The Thai officials are left stunned by the sheer disrespect. The superior slams his fist down again, cursing them as idiots. They think sealing a top-level monster is simple. They have completely misjudged Fang Yi. The assistant adds one last piece of information, that the Kong City captain has just advanced to 3-star rank and is backed by an enormous family with limitless resources. The superior turns toward the window and scoffs at the mention of 3 stars. His face hardens as he explains that the sealer commands multiple peak-tier powers, and his real battle strength dwarfs what his visible rank suggests. With cold certainty, he states that because Kong City never endured the king's sacrifice hell, they have no idea what Fang Yi's title truly means. His verdict is ruthless and final. The Kong City captain will not simply lose. He may die. Back on the battlefield, Fang Yi pulls his power inward, and his crimson eye ignites as he steps forward and drives out a crushing punch. The blow smashes straight into Yu Fengjiang's face. Blood and broken teeth burst into the air as his defenses collapse, the sound of his shattered pride ringing louder than the impact itself. The fight tears through the skies above the city, fire and violent energy ripping apart the clouds. With every exchange, Yu Fengjiang's confusion deepens. No matter how brutally he strikes, his attacks dissolve the instant they touch Fang Yi's flames. His thoughts spiral as he struggles to understand how the fireblade can burn without limit. Then true dread takes hold. Every collision drains his spiritual energy, leaking away as though swallowed by an endless abyss. Panic tightens in his chest as Fang Yi's relentless pressure leaves him no space to recover. In a blink, Fang Yi appears right beside Yu Fengjiang's face. His voice is soft and chilling as he murmurs that they have arrived. Yu Fengjiang turns and goes rigid. The Kong City Spirit Association building looms beside them in midair. Before he can react, Fang Yi is already above him, his presence crushing down like a mountain. With restrained coldness, he tells the captain that out of respect for the city and the military, he is granting one final chance. There is no time to reply. A savage kick slams into Yu Fengjiang and sends him plunging downward like a shattered meteor. Fang Yi presses the assault. Flames erupt as countless fire slashes roar toward the building. his voice booming through the heavens as he announces that he can sense people hiding inside, and he intends to make his existence impossible to ignore. Yu Fengjiang is swallowed by the inferno, his face twisting in shock and agony as the explosion detonates, turning the night into a blazing dawn. On the streets below, people stare upward in disbelief. Some think a massive fire has broken out. Panic spreads as waves of scorching wind roll through the city. A man with glasses points skyward, screaming that two people are fighting above them. High in the air, Fang Yi hovers within a halo of golden flame, facing Yu Fengjiang once more, now shrouded in unstable dark purple energy. In the crowd, a civilian recognizes those flames from the news and shouts excitedly that the rumors were true. The spiritual energy revival is real. Fang Yi looks down at his opponent with icy indifference. He glances at the time, then calmly tells Yu Fengjiang that 5 minutes remain. With quiet ridicule, he throws the captain's own words back at him, asking whether he did not want to witness 100% of his power. Beaten, enraged, and humiliated, Yu Fengjiang can only snarl in response. Then Fang Yi descends. He falls from the sky like a blazing star, flaming blades swinging as he unleashes a colossal arc of fire. His voice slices through the roaring fire as he ridicules the captain, asking how someone can look so miserable when Fang Yi is only using 30% of his strength. Yu Fengjiang's expression warps in disbelief, his thoughts collapsing under the truth. This cannot be real. No two-star cultivator should ever wield power like this. The moment he sees the attack descending, terror completely consumes him. A massive torrent of flame crashes into him head-on, drowning out his scream as it blasts him across the sky like a torn scrap of cloth. His body is hurled through the heavens, his strength and arrogance annihilated in a single overwhelming blow. At the same time, far away in Shun City, the Spirit Association headquarters erupts into chaos. Sirens howl, while operators shout over one another. A report comes in of a massive energy surge detected inside the country. The map on the central screen zooms in rapidly, locking onto Kong City, where the energy levels around the Spirit Association building are spiking to dangerous extremes. The superior with glasses frowns as he studies the data, unsettled by what he sees. The energy does not belong to a dark attribute, which rules out a monster invasion. Slamming his hand onto the desk, he demands an explanation. Before anyone can answer, a subordinate rushes in, his face drained of color as he delivers the stunning news. The newly appointed Kong City captain, Godblade, is engaged in combat with the Tai City captain, the sealer himself. The story spills out fast. After Fang Yi helped save Kong City, Godblade tried to seize his weapon. When Fang Yi refused, Godblade attacked with lethal intent. The superior's composure snaps. Fury surges as he pounds the table, roaring that Kong City must be courting death. He orders his people to contact Kong City immediately and force the fight to stop. His voice sharpens as he threatens to strip every senior official in the Kong City Spirit Association of their authority if they fail. This is no minor conflict. It is a catastrophic incident, and it requires personal intervention. At that moment, the doors to the conference room slowly slide open. A lone figure stands in the light. A blue-haired woman steps inside, and the room falls silent at once. Calm, steady, and commanding, she offers to handle the matter herself. She is the forerunner of the Spirit Association headquarters, Guyuro, the one known across the nation as the Ocean Mystic. A young girl presses up to the window and suddenly yells to her mother that she can see a shooting star, her wide eyes catching and reflecting that blinding flare from the fight in the sky, and her mother doesn't hesitate for even a second before grabbing her and pulling her back, shielding her with her body while she stays out in horror as a massive bloom of light detonates and bounces off the surrounding skyscrapers, then snaps into action and tells the whole family to run. Inside their apartment, everyone moves at once, stuffing things into bags as fast as their hand can manage. And the father makes the call that Kang City isn't safe anymore and they have to leave for Shin City immediately, with their bags in hand. They pause at the window one last time to watch smoke rolling up from the city, the mother breaking into frightened tears as the father tries to steady them, telling them they'll find a way out. And then they finally turn and leave their home. Up in the sky a minute earlier, Yu Fengjiang is screaming in agony as a tremendous wave of fire engulfs him, his whole body fighting the brutal heat as he forces himself through it. Then he bursts out of the flames shirtless and injured, eyes furious, and he snarls at Fang Yi that he'd better understand one thing. His powerful Tai family will never let him go. Fang Yi simply hangs there in the air, calm and unmoved, giving the threat nothing, while Yu Fengjiang keeps screaming that the Kang City Spirit Association won't let him get away with this either. Inside the glass-walled headquarters of the Kang City Spirit Association, a cluster of officials watches the clash with panic tightening their faces, and as the flashes from the attacks flare brighter and brighter, they realize their captain, Yu Fengjiang, can't hold much longer and they start shouting for someone to help him. They demand that the Tai City captain stop his attack, but Fang Yi answers only by staring down in silence, his expression cold and irritated. From above, Fang Yi looks down at the officials in the building as they declare that UFG Jiang is their captain and that striking him is the same as openly challenging their entire association. And when one of them slams his fist into the glass and yells that they will not accept this kind of behavior, Fang Yi turns those glowing red eyes on them, unimpressed that the Kang City Spirit Association can still act so arrogant even while staring at a force stronger than them. A massive spiral of fire whirls into existence around him as he mocks their stance, suggesting they must not have cared about the other captains because they believe their own captain was stronger, or maybe they just didn't want to get involved at all. Then, deciding they need to be taught what their threats are worth, Fang Yi swings out a colossal fire slash aimed straight at the Spirit Association building, and the officials inside can only duck and cower as holy flames smash through the windows, set the office ablaze, and make it painfully clear their words mean nothing to him. And Fang Yi, wearing nothing but disgust, turns his back on the ruin. Floating above the fallen captain, he looks down and sneers at Yu Fengjiang, asking if he truly thought he could take the sword from Fang Yi's hand with skill that pathetic. And as the battle crests, Yu Fengjiang, the arrogant captain, stands exhausted and bleeding, chest rising and falling in heavy, ragged breaths as he hits his limit. High overhead, Fang Yi challenges him to prove he can endure what's coming, and then he hurls his flaming sword straight down like a meteor. Instead of trying to dodge, Yu Fengjiang breaks into a greedy smile and charges straight in to catch the falling blade, sneering that the local association is useless and convincing himself that only he is worthy of a treasure that powerful, his expression warping into something unhinged as he screams that this treasure belongs to him and him alone. Fang Yi watches with one cold, glowing red eye, thinking that Yu Fengjiang will never understand, because pioneers who rely on power to rob and kill for things that were never theirs are no different from ordinary criminals, and people like that are exactly one of the reasons humanity is being driven toward destruction. With that final hard stare, Fang Yi decides he has to end this once and for all. And while Yu Fengjiang rushes toward his own death with nothing but excitement, the instant he tries to touch the weapon, a violent explosion erupts, swallowing everything in a massive sphere of fire. Yet Fang Yi remains calm inside those flames as he reveals he forgot to mention something. His Tang sword isn't a normal spirit weapon at all, but a special weapon he personally created, one that recognizes only a single master. The shockwave of the blast sends the officials of the Kang City Spirit Association fleeing for their lives, screaming for help as the headquarters collapses around them, and as they stare into the fire in confusion, they recall the reports claiming the sealer was only at the 2-star spirit creation realm, with Yu Fengjiang supposedly a whole realm higher. The leader of the Kang City Association can only stand there trembling as he realizes their intelligence was completely wrong. He knows Yu Fengjiang was the city's only 3-star spirit creation cultivator, a genius backed by vast resources, someone close to the Yu Fengjiang realm and ranked among the nation's top 5 captains, and yet none of that mattered, because he still wasn't a match for Fang Yi, who lands lightly on the rubble as the dust begins to settle, standing in silence with that burning sword in hand. It becomes obvious Fang Yi has long since surpassed the level of a mere captain, and now holds strength enough to wipe out an entire city. Wang Zhong, the Kang City Spirit Association's leader, shakes in absolute terror, asking himself what he's supposed to do now, staring at the wreckage and wondering if Fang Yi intends to bury the entire Kang City Spirit Association along with their defeated captain, and the fear finally overwhelms him, sending him collapsing to the ground among his horrified subordinates as he begs the Tai City captain for mercy, screaming that this whole incident is their fault. Then, without warning, the growing thrum of an approaching helicopter slices through the tension, and inside the cockpit the pilot reports to his boss that there's a pure, extremely strong yang attribute ahead, though he also notes that the flames around the Spirit Association appear to be weakening. At the open door, Hega there's an enormous mass of blue water energy between her hands, watching closely and wondering if the fire really is dying down. Worried they may have gotten here too late, he doesn't hesitate and unleashes her power, sending streaks of blue energy cascading down like rain to smother what's left of the fires. And as she takes in the wreckage below, she openly acknowledges Fang Yi's strength, thinking it's incredible that he could nearly ruin the 3rd largest city by himself. In her mind she places his capability at the level of a national-level pioneer. But as her reign continues to fall, a sharper understanding settles in, because the only reason her water can extinguish those flames is that Fang Yi deliberately drew back his own power, meaning he showed mercy. Otherwise her water would never have been enough to stop his fire. On the ground, Wang Zhong tilts his head up in sudden joy and shouts to Fang Yi that headquarters has arrived to save them. Yet Fang Yi doesn't answer at all, simply standing there in silence as he looks up at the newcomer in the sky, and from the helicopter Ju stares back down at him. As a water attribute pioneer herself, she can sense that Fang Yi's pure power is far beyond what Yu Fengjiang had, placing him among the strongest pioneers she has ever encountered. Then Ju's expression snaps into surprise when she notices something else, and she locks her attention onto the flaming Tang sword in Fang Yi's hand, analyzing the weapon's pure power and its fusion level until she's certain of what it implies, because according to everything she knows, The Tai City Spirit Association does not possess the technology to create a spirit weapon this advanced. As Fang Yi calmly puts the sword away and draws the flames back into his own body, Jiu Yuro arrives. At the only conclusion that fits, this spirit weapon was made by Fang Yi himself. With the helicopter now overhead, Wang Zhong finds his courage, jabbing an accusing finger toward Fang Yi as he demands to know whether the sealer truly has to be so ruthless, and asks how Fang Yi intends to explain what is done now that someone from headquarters is here. Fang Yi answers with a glare so intense it turns the air cold, and he reminds the official in a flat, merciless tone that he gave them 10 minutes to resolve the situation. Yet they fail to provide any explanation at all, and as he turns away, Fang Yi states that their silence can only mean they agreed their own captain deserved to die. In the next instant, Fang Yi releases a huge surge of fiery energy that swells out and encircles the officials, and as they recoil in terror he warns them that if they ever dare address him with that level of disrespect again, he will kill every last one of them along with their fallen captain. Right then, Jiu Yuro descends from above wrapped in swirling blue water energy, calling out to the Tai City captain to stop this aggressive behavior, and Fang Yi only turns his head in silence to face the new arrival, while Wang Zhong nearly bursts with excitement, convinced Fang Yi is finally in trouble. In his mind, no matter how strong a sealer is, he can't murder a city captain and simply walk away, and if something like this goes unpunished, then captains everywhere would be in danger. Jiu Yuro touches down and introduces herself. She fixes Fang Yi with a stern look and asks how they are supposed to manage spirit associations across different regions if this kind of chaos is simply allowed to happen. And Wang Zhong immediately lets a wicked smile creep across his face as he convinces himself she's taken his side, practically itching for her to punish Fang Yi for leveling their headquarters. Yet to everyone's shock, Jiu Yuro doesn't attack at all. Instead, she steps forward with respect, acknowledges that this entire incident was a dereliction of duty by the Spirit Association, and then lowers her head in apology, promising Fang Yi that headquarters will provide a proper explanation for what happened. At that, Fang Yi's expression loosens into a faint smile, and he only gives a quiet hum of agreement, accepting her apology, while Wang Zhong stands completely rigid, his face locked in stunned disbelief as it finally hits him that headquarters has chosen Fang Yi over him. Trembling, he can't make sense of it. Watching Jiu Yuro bow to Fang Yi and understanding that this is the respectful way headquarters deals with the sealer, and she makes it plain that their objective is to support and reward him so they can prevent further conflict. Wang Zhong's fear deepens as he wonders if that's really all there is to it, his mind flashing to how his captain was burned alive while he can't believe headquarters isn't treating it as a major issue or placing the blame on Fang Yi. Yet Fang Yi remains composed, thinking the local association's opinion is irrelevant, and reflecting that the Kang City captain, Yu Fengjiang, tried to kill him for his weapon and showed no gratitude for his help, so a death like that was fully deserved. Jiu Yuro then walks over to the officials huddled in fear, and in a cold voice she demands to know why they didn't stop the fighting, calling them arrogant fools, before asking who's in charge of the Kang City Spirit Association. Wang Zhong hesitantly raises his hand, forcing a nervous smile as Jiu Yuro begins issuing orders, telling them they have 3 days to calm the public in Kang City and craft a believable excuse to bury news of the battle. And then her expression turns icy as she delivers their punishment. After those 3 days, every one of them will be fired, and headquarters will dispatch replacements to take over Kang City. The officials can only gape in shock as Jiu Yuro gives them one last warning that if they fail, they'll face the full consequences, and from a short distance away Fang Yi watches it unfold, genuinely surprised as he admits he didn't expect Spirit Association headquarters to dismiss the entire Kang City staff just to appease him. After that, Jiu Yuro comes back to Fang Yi and explains that headquarters has to make its stance unmistakable, declaring that anyone who challenges the sealer again will meet the same fate as the Kang City Spirit Association and Yu Fengjiang, and she asks Fang Yi whether he's satisfied with how they handled the situation, promising it will never happen again. Fang Yi, relaxed, tells her that anyone who challenges him is also challenging headquarters, then adds that he doesn't care about those officials, because what actually interests him is how she intends to control public opinion around the supernatural events, and Jiu Yuro immediately understands what is asking. She speaks directly to the lingering doubt of whether news about the revival of spiritual energy can still be kept under wraps in major cities, explaining that supernatural incidents are happening more and more often now, and that disasters triggered by anomalies keep appearing. And while she admits plenty of people have already pieced together the truth, the government still can't announce it publicly yet because the timing isn't right. She cautions that if they revealed it now, the world would transform overnight, chaos would erupt inside society, and the order they're desperately trying to preserve would collapse. And in the same breath she hints at just how delicate the balance is by noting that if Fang Yi hadn't been there to save Tai City, the consequences would have been disastrous for the entire world. Fang Yi turns inward and weighs what his recent battles have meant, realizing the era of spiritual energy recovery may have truly begun the moment the Anomaly King was destroyed, and he considers that if not for the sacrifice of powerful figures like Elder Wu, this new age would have arrived even sooner, catching humanity completely unprepared. With that, the government's approach finally clicks for him. Limited chaos among a small circle of pioneers is preferable to worldwide chaos swallowing everyone, and as he imagines the dominant leaders of this emerging world, names like Ji Royan, Galen, and Chu Qingli rise in his mind, making him understand that to maintain the illusion of peace for ordinary citizens, the nation needs these top-tier pioneers standing at the front to confront the crisis. Fang Yi lets his eyes travel over the ruined landscape and understands why the Xian nation is so strict about controlling public opinion. Because by controlling information they keep weaker pioneers from stirring up trouble and prevent panic from spreading, buying time for normal people to gradually adjust to the new era. Yet he also knows this strategy only works if the truly powerful pioneers cooperate, and with a faint smirk he recognizes how urgent everything is becoming. As he prepares to leave, he admits to himself that even though his current strength was enough to resolve the disaster in Tai City, it won't be enough for what's coming next. Jiu Yuro breaks into his thoughts and, with respectful calm, tells him a special plane has already been arranged to take him back to Tai City, but asks for a moment to make a personal request. With a smile, she adjusts her glasses and speaks with genuine admiration, saying she envies Tai City for having a talent so young, yet possessing both the power to destroy a city and the character to bear it responsibly. And Fang Yi looks at her with interest and tells her not to be so formal. Jiu Yuro then reaches out her hand to him in a warm, open gesture and asks whether, as Jiu Yuro herself and not as the sea mystic, she can be friends with him, and Fang Yi is caught off guard by how humble and sincere the request is. At the Star God War Zone headquarters, Sister Lan listens as her blonde subordinate reports the details of what happened in Kang City, and Sister Lan's patience snaps as she slams her hand down on her desk, shouting that the whole situation is ridiculous and calling the Kang City Spirit Association a pack of fools. She turns her attention to a chart displaying the strategic rankings of cities, points out that Kang City, currently sitting in third, is already slipping, and predicts that if the trend keeps going, Kang City will drop out of the rankings entirely. So she concludes that Spirit Association headquarters has to seize control of Kang City immediately. Galen's blonde subordinate comments that headquarters is dependable, especially Sea Mystic, who may be working to pull Fang Yi onto their side, and Galen agrees, saying their reward for the sealer has to surpass what the associations can offer. With that decision made, she orders the original reward for his assistance in Kang City to be doubled. The subordinate then admits is impressed by Fang Yi's strength, saying the way he balances ruthlessness with control makes him suited to be a city leader, and he proposes a particular reward that he believes fits Fang Yi better than anything else, setting a folder on the desk stamped Top Secret Restricted Area. Sister Lan falls silent at once, grasping how weighty that proposal is, and comments that if she didn't already know he admired Fang Yi, she'd suspect he was deliberately trying to make things difficult for him. The subordinate only smiles and insists that crisis and opportunity always come together, and that only Fang Yi is worthy of going there to cultivate, adding that another genius from their war zone is already training inside. Looking ahead, he warns that in the future threats even more terrifying than the king's sacrifice hell will emerge, and they need Fang Yi to become stronger as quickly as possible to face the unknown. And Sister Lan agrees as she draws out the documents, thinking that maybe their restricted area will be too simple for him. Before she can say more, a staff member suddenly bursts into the room and shouts for Sister Lan, and she delivers the news that leaves Galen and her subordinate stunned. Elder Wu has awakened, and he wants to speak with her. Several hours later, back in Tai City, sunlight washes over Fang Yi's new luxury villa, and is sitting on the couch scrolling his phone when a bank notification pops up for 10 million yen, which is likely the reward Galen promised. Lin Yi comes in to welcome her cousin home, saying she saw everything about the Kang City events on the forums, and Fang Yi reassures her not to worry. But Lin Yi can't hide her anxiety because the internet is full of rumors claiming he brutally killed Kang City's Captain, Godblade. Fang Yi tells her the rumors are blown out of proportion, then flicks her forehead and tells her to stop reading forums and concentrate on training instead. And as Fang Yi rises and says he's going to cultivate and try for a breakthrough, Lin Yi stares at him in shock and asks, almost disbelieving, whether he's moving too fast. He just advanced, yet is already aiming for the 3-star spirit creation realm. Fang Yi only laughs and says it's not certain yet. And once he's gone, Lin Yi is left, alone clasping her hands with a worried expression, feeling like her cousin is carrying something heavy. Upstairs, Fang Yi sits on his bed with dark energy swirling around him. Sitting there in cultivation, he raises a ball of golden energy in his hand, a sphere that contains the purest dark attribute he extracted from the bone bird, the anomaly king he defeated, and he decides that instead of letting it sit unused, he'll fuse it into his limitless dark world to push that domain to an even higher level. The moment he activates the energy, the bone bird spirit manifests before him, and a system window appears to ask whether he wants to embed the dark attribute. So he agrees, and a golden orb of power instantly wraps around him as the embedding begins. As the process moves forward, the system confirms the fusion has succeeded and announces that his limitless dark world has been upgraded. And now, whenever enemies are dragged into his dark domain, the bone bird and the other anomalies sealed within it will attack them. Fang Yi continues floating in meditation, his body shining with rising power, and inside his mind he can see the outlines of the countless monsters he has absorbed, making him wonder if this means they can now fight for him on their own. And as the thought takes shape, he realizes that just like the Anomaly King, he can command these anomalies. With that realization, Fang Yi releases his full power, and a colossal golden avatar forged from fire appears in the sky, a towering multi-armed figure looming over the rolling dark energy. And right on its heels a golden system notification flashes into being, detecting that he has met the requirements for another advancement and asking whether he wants to break through to the 3-star spirit creation realm. The energy surging from Fang Yi's cultivation doesn't stay contained, but physically manifests above the city, forming a gigantic golden image of a fiery god in the heavens. And the people below lift their heads in stunned awe. Among them, a photographer points excitedly into the sky, recognizing the figure as the Immortal who saved them from the bat monsters, convinced their savior has descended once again. Back inside the villa, that power finally becomes too immense to hold, and a blinding eruption of golden light detonates outward from Fang Yi's bed, flooding the room in brilliance. While at the same time, within Fang Yi's spiritual world, the scene shifts into a dark purple void where the spirits of the formidable monsters he has slain and absorbed, among them the massive boned bird and the giant serpent, rise up from the darkness, their forms towering over him. Fang Yi studies these reborn monsters with steady confidence, thinking that they become like servants to a king and that their existence itself is strengthening his limitless dark world. And then he appears seated on a throne formed from dark energy, gazing down as that dreadful army of monster spirits lowers itself and bows, accepting him as their ruler. A system window confirms his progress, declaring that the limitless dark world has been upgraded and that he has gained a new ability. And the system names the skill Anomaly Warfare, explaining that once Fang Yi pulls enemies into his dark world, he can summon these monsters to strike them down. Though it also warns that the stronger the enemy is, the more spiritual power it will consume to maintain the summons. And as the dark energy swirls, Fang Yi holds a churning sphere of darkness containing the bone bird's essence, smirking as he welcomes the newcomer into his limitless dark world. He praises the bird spirit for being unbelievably pure, noting that it's going to give his own strength a huge boost. And then he addresses the gathered spirits and tells them to work hard for him, promising that if they do, he'll treat them well. As he surveys this newly formed army, it hits him that to truly unleash this new ability at full power, he'll have to raise his spiritual energy even further. Out in the real world, the accumulating energy finally crests, and a colossal pillar of golden light erupts from the city, spearing straight through the clouds and illuminating the sky, announcing his success to everyone who can see it. Inside his room, Fang Yi floats amid a thick golden aura as the system confirms he has successfully broken through to the 3-star spirit creation realm, and he silently feels the difference, sensing that his abilities now sit perfectly within his body. His power clean, refined, and purified. His eyes snap open, glowing with a keen red light, and he immediately notices the most important improvement of all. The sick, uncomfortable sensation he used to suffer whenever he used the dark attribute has vanished completely. Fang Yi steps down from the bed with his feet still shining with residual golden energy, and standing there in the room, he confidently summons flame into his palm, deciding that the only way to fully understand the rest of these new powers is to test them in real combat. Later, at the headquarters of the Star God War Zone, Elder Wu, now fully recovered, stands beside a massive window with Galen as they look out over the city, and their conversation turns to Fang Yi's astonishing progress, both of them acknowledging that he has risen in rank again at an absurd pace. Elder Wu asks how much time has passed since Fang Yi obtained a Shirai flower that saved his life, and Sister Lan confirms it's only been half a month, while Sister Lan thinks to herself that in just a little over 10 days, Fang Yi has accomplished feats that would count as a once-in-a-lifetime achievement for any other pioneer. The Elder admits that Fang Yi didn't merely save him, but also strengthened the entire future of the Xia Nation's pioneers, and with unexpected humility he adds that even he, someone in the Vajra realm, can't completely control the dark attribute the way Fang Yi can. Staring at their reflections, Elder Wu begins listing Fang Yi's deeds one after another, clearing anomaly kings from 2 different cities, resolving disasters, and leveling up twice in only a handful of days. And as he finishes, he confesses that he desperately wants to meet this favored son of heaven. Meanwhile, over at the Tai City Spirit Association, Chu Qingli and the staff are suddenly alerted to a massive wave of energy surging from Fang Yi's new home, and Suke freezes in shock as she realizes he has advanced yet again, the seal of Fang Yi's energy wave even greater than the one that appeared when the Anomaly King arrived. The association staff immediately launches an emergency plan to ensure Fang Yi's breakthrough won't be disturbed. Later on, Chu Qingli looks down at her phone and thinks about the effect Fang Yi has had on everything, noting that since the disaster has earned overwhelming respect and even ordinary citizens feel safe simply knowing his spiritual power is at protecting them. And as she scrolls through online discussions, she anonymously tells people just how strong the sealer truly is. She even mocks the Kang City pioneers for ever daring to look down on him, pointing out that their captain ended up utterly humiliated, and it leaves her satisfied because by helping inflate Fang Yi's reputation, she's also cutting down the chances of anyone causing him trouble in the future. Meanwhile, in an office in Kang City, Chu Qingli sits in front of a computer with a tight, frustrated expression, grumbling that cultivation is brutally difficult and that she's been stuck for ages trying to break into the 2-star Ghost Axe realm. She tries digging up information about the sealer on the Pioneer Network, only to find her messages being ignored. which makes her scoff and call the other pioneers mediocre. And in bitterness, she decides the real issue is that she simply doesn't know the sealer well enough. She starts wishing she could meet him face to face, confident that her beauty would make an impression. But the thought immediately twists into worry, because in this new era, she's not sure her current status is enough to truly catch his attention. Then, staring out at the battered, ruined city, she reads online that Kang City has completely offended the sealer and is no longer a place worth staying. So she decides she has to return to Tai City at once. And with determination hardening her face, Chu Qingli stands up and walks out, resolved to seize her future and whatever opportunity she can find. Sunlight spills over the modern home as Lin Yi asks her cousin whether he's finished his advancement. And inside, the two of them sit down at a large table to eat. Lin Yi asks if he feels any different, and Feng Yi answers casually that it's just okay. Aside from his spiritual energy flowing more smoothly and his efficiency doubling, nothing else feels dramatically changed yet. Though privately, in his own thoughts, Feng Yi suspects the real transformation won't fully show itself until he reaches the legendary Vajra realm. Lin Yi then holds out her phone to show him a message, explaining that Sister Lan asked whether she wants to go to the Tianhai Forest because it seems New World anomalies have surfaced there, and Feng Yi says he received the invitation too, guessing the Star God War Zone is trying to make up for the chaos in Kang City. Since they've both been invited, he decides they should go together, and Lin Yi immediately cheers at that. Not long after, they arrive at their destination, Tianhai Forest, a stretch of woodland on the border of the Star God War Zone's territory, marked with clear signs forbidding entry. It used to be an ordinary forest, but over the past 5 years it has grown at a wild pace, the spiritual energy inside soaring so high that plants and animals mutate at an extreme rate, making it both a perfect training ground and a place filled with unknown terrors. And that's why it remains firmly under military control. Within the sunlit forest, Feng Yi and Lin Yi are met by a familiar face, the purple-haired woman from the Kang City mission, who waves as she welcomes the Tai City captain, asks whether he still remembers her, and explains that she's currently stationed here. She adds that Officer Galen told her to meet them and brief them on the current situation, and says that right before they arrived, something troublesome changed inside the forest. A mutated fire has appeared, an unlike dark attribute. Flames. This one is extremely gloomy and cannot be extinguished. Feng Yi immediately guesses it's a new, unknown fire attribute, and the purple-haired woman confirms that's exactly what it is, then offers to accompany them for safety. Feng Yi doesn't accept the offer right away, but turns to Lin Yi and asks what she thinks, hinting that they don't actually need a guide, and Lin Yi answers with easy confidence that she agrees. The purple-haired woman doesn't argue, simply accepting their choice and saying she'll wait right there, urging them to be extremely careful. Yet as she watches them prepare to go, she suddenly realizes she's been so focused on the sealer that she barely paid attention to the girl beside him, and when she senses Lin Yi's aura properly, she jolts in shock. Her spiritual energy is astonishingly strong, possibly even higher than the purple-haired woman's own. As Feng Yi and Lin Yi head deeper into the woods, she follows them with her eyes and smiles to herself, wondering what could have made the two of them so absurdly talented. The pair soon steps onto scorched ground, the earth crunching beneath their feet as they enter the affected zone, and what greets them is terrifying. An entire stretch of forest burning under a strange, violent fire that roars upward as if it wants to claw at the sky. Feng Yi studies it and asks if this is the place, then extends his hand to feel the energy, only to stiffen as that insane aura of death hits him, because the gloomy, icy presence in this blaze is as overwhelming as the dark tide itself, and he recalls the warning that this fire can't be extinguished and only continues to spread. In the next instant, Feng Yi activates his golden sun breathing technique and a massive surge of golden power detonates outward from his body, and he immediately tells Lin Yi to step back, because the environment itself answers like a predator. Dark, shadowy tendrils whip out from the burning woods and stab toward them, and as Feng Yi braces and counters, he realizes these flames are nothing like ordinary fire. They are far stronger, and wise. They carry an obvious hunger for human spiritual power. That dark energy crashes against his own, and he feels it clearly. Even his supreme yang attribute isn't producing the kind of suppression it should. So without wasting time, Feng Yi throws up a golden barrier around Lin Yi to shield her and tells her the source of the black fire is somewhere ahead. He warns her that because her spiritual power is what attribute, she's naturally at a disadvantage against fire, so she has to stay within his protection. And Lin Yi confirms she understands. Feng Yi then calls out his spirit sword, the blade shining as he prepares to carve them a route forward, and with one decisive, powerful slash he cleaves the dark, burning trees clean in half. Feng Yi and Lin Yi step into the passages opened and walk through it, flames raging on both sides as the forest continues to burn. Yet they advance without being touched. The deeper they go, the heavier that deathly energy becomes, until they finally reach a cliff edge and look down into a vast, dark pit, its depths threaded with glowing red veins of heat. Feng Yi notices something dripping from the rocks above, and with his eyes flaring red he concentrates on it and identifies the substance as magma. And in that moment they understand they've reached the anomaly's core, standing over a basin of flowing lava. A system window appears in front of Feng Yi and alerts him that it has detected a great change of heaven and earth. then identifies the power as the Twilight Fire attribute and announces it will automatically begin collecting data to write a new technique. Fang Yi reaches his hand down into the moving magma, and the instant he makes contact with that strange energy source, another system window pops up to announce that he has obtained the Twilight God domain. The system explains that this power can absorb surrounding attribute energies to reinforce his own yang attribute, and as Fang Yi floats in midair wrapped inside a sphere of fire, he wonders whether it resembles the fire attribute of his Desolation Flower. The system answers by adding that this power is specifically meant to amplify his core yang strength. Without warning, a horrifying red aura erupts around him in the shape of a demonic face, and the system immediately alerts him that he has gained a new ability called Death Brand, emphasizing that it's special and dangerous. Fang Yi can only stare in confusion as the system explains what that means, saying the ability grants infinite death, because if he is killed, the brand transfers onto the one who killed him and traps that person in an endless cycle of death, complete with yellow spring flames that burn them forever, death collapse that breaks their body down, and a hell scene where evil spirits greet them at the grave. Fang Yi's expression turns grave as he thinks that even if the power is terrifyingly strong, it might not be suitable for him right now, so he orders the system to store the Death Brand ability and chooses not to learn it yet. With that dangerous skill sealed away, Fang Yi returns his focus to absorbing the Twilight Fire, and as he completes the process, a swirling orb of red and black energy forms, while Lin Yi, watching from a safe distance, can only stand there stunned that her cousin can handle flames this hellish with such ease. When Fang Yi remains standing inside that new Twilight Fire, Lin Yi looks at him with awe and realizes he has gained yet another power. But then Fang Yi's expression suddenly shifts into a sharp smile, his eye flaring red as he warns Lin Yi not to lose focus because he senses something else nearby. A huge shadowy creature with glowing red eyes pushes out of the smoke behind Lin Yi, and she freezes in terror, stammering as she asks if it's a dragon. But Fang Yi drops between her and the threat in an instant, his hand shining as he corrects her. It's not a dragon, but a mutated lizard, and the beast fully reveals itself as an enormous demonic lizard with wings. Fang Yi looks it over with disgust and mocks it as nothing more than a slightly bigger four-legged insect, then decides it's the perfect test subject for his newly obtained Twilight Fire domain. The massive demonic lizard throws its head back and fires a jet of molten lava straight at him, and Fang Yi reacts immediately, eyes glowing red as he springs into the air, a blade of fire stretching from his hand as he dodges. With a heavy, decisive swing, his golden slash smashes into the monster's dark energy and detonates into a huge shockwave, the force so violent that the ground splits open and red energy surges out through the cracks, and the chaos escalates as a blinding light bursts forth. The unstable energy inside the volcanic pit ignites and explodes, and a massive blast tears through the forest like a volcanic eruption. At the forest's edge, the purple-haired woman, Sung Yi, and Fang Yi's friend Wang Zhong are all thrown backward by the impact, and Wang Zhong yells in panic that they have to request backup immediately. While elsewhere at a monitoring station, a red warning screen flashes to alert the staff that a new mutated life form has been detected in the Tianhai forest. The incoming data shows the region's spiritual energy has spiked by a full 1000%, and the system classifies the danger level as SLE. At Star God War Zone headquarters, Sister Lan and Elder Wu receive the alert, and Sister Lan immediately finds it odd that the forest's energy, previously stable, would suddenly spiral out of control right after the sealer entered to train. Elder Wu, already in his combat armor, says that even though he trusts Fang Yi's strength, they should still go confirm the situation for safety. So without a second wasted, Elder Wu and Sister Lan launch into the air and tear across the sky at terrifying speed. And as they near the danger zone, Wang Zhong and Song Tai are already sprinting away from it. They glance up and catch sight of two streaks of light slicing toward them, recognize the arrivals instantly, and shout in a rush of excitement and relief that it's Officer Galen and Elder Wu. Elder Wu drops in like a meteor and slams into the ground with such overwhelming impact that the earth fractures and shatters beneath him. And when the dust clears, Elder Wu is standing upright, wreathed in a yellow aura, poised to confront an S-level threat. Song Yu runs forward, stunned by the speed and presence of the man before her, and wonders if this is what the true power of a Vajra realm pioneer looks like, even comparing him to Fang Yi. Thinking that while the sealer's power tends to produce huge, dazzling displays, Elder Wu is the opposite, terrifyingly strong yet tightly restrained. In only a few seconds, they reach the exact spot, and Galen lands smoothly and confirms the target is right there, while Elder Wu steps ahead with a grave expression. He reaches his armored hand out toward the solid rock barrier blocking their path, and with a casual swing he releases a frightening force that pulverizes the wall instantly, clearing the way at once. And with the entrance open, Elder Wu orders the team to move in, with Sister Lan, Chu Qingli, and the rest of the soldiers following behind him. Deep within the pit, Lin Yi throws an arm up to shield herself from the lingering violent energy and calls out to her cousin to make sure he's all right. And as the dust finally settles, Fang Yi is revealed standing there unshaken, his flaming sword in hand, with the enormous corpse of the mutated lizard sprawled behind him. He tells Lin Yi is fine, but adds that it looks like someone has come looking for them. And then Fang Yi turns a glowing red eye toward the entrance, sensing the powerful figures closing in as he quickly conceals some of his strength, the dark energy around him fading away. Elder Wu steps out from the tunnel as his yellow aura dims, and he and Fang Yi stop and face one another, two generations of top-tier powerhouses meeting for the first time. Elder Wu breaks the silence, recognizing Fang Yi as the one who saved him and addressing him as the sealer, while Chu Qingli and the others rush in behind, their faces tight with shock and worry. Yet Elder Wu doesn't spare them a glance, keeping his attention locked on Fang Yi as he looks from him to the massive S-level mutated lizard's carcass and asks whether the sealer truly became this powerful all on his own. Clearly impressed, Elder Wu then works out what they interrupted, that the mutated lizard had been on the verge of a perfect evolution, and he realizes that if it had completed the transformation into a dragon, its strength would have risen to a level equivalent to the legendary Vajra realm. As he examines the corpse, he can hardly believe what he's seeing. Fang Yi just erased a creature that terrifying with a single slash, and when he reaches out with his senses, he catches that twilight fire aura clinging to Fang Yi's body, eerily reminiscent of the half-dragon's power yet far cleaner, far purer, to the point that a sudden thought strikes him. What if the warning signal they received wasn't truly reacting to the monsters at all, but to Fang Yi's power itself? Sister Lan steps up next, staring at the dead beast like her mind refuses to accept it, then turns on him and asks if he solved the problem again, still shaken that he would simply kill it outright instead of waiting for backup. And as her shock settles into cold realization, she points out that if the half-dragon had actually managed to break through, it would have awakened Jing realm abilities, because they hadn't detected it before, and the idea makes her shudder at what might have happened if the sealer hadn't been there. Fang Yi, though, just greets Elder Wu with an easy smile, telling him how glad he is to see the senior hero recovered, and Elder Wu answers with a laugh, saying that with a successor this strong, he can finally retire. But the mood shifts when Elder Wu immediately follows by asking Fang Yi to keep the true nature of this creature hidden from everyone outside Tianhai Forest, even from the Spirit Association, and Fang Yi only smiles again, understanding at once. As Fang Yi turns it over in his mind, he finds himself thinking about what Tianhai Forest truly is, realizing it was never merely a training ground but a hotspot of spiritual change where anything might surface. And with that comes an unsettling guess, that whatever appeared here could be even more dangerous than the dark anomalies in the extreme dark zone. So he grasps the weight pressing down on the Star God War Zone, and he agrees with their approach. And while he walks away, his attention slides inward as he dissects this newly gained Twilight Fire power, recognizing that its core leans heavily toward devouring, a trait that instantly reminds him of the legendary beast Tauti, and that resemblance leads him to wonder whether the real secret of Tianhai Forest is that a Tauti once existed here. Elder Wu reaches a hand toward Fang Yi, thanking him, and adds that it seems Fang Yi already understood why this must remain secret, and when the group comes together again, Elder Wu says they shouldn't be wishing for the birth of high anomalies and there's no reason to place needless pressure on the people, to which Fang Yi agrees. Then, without warning, a powerful gust of wind tears through the forest, and Fang Yi's expression tightens the instant he catches a distinct aura riding on it, the wave of presence rolling over the group as it passes. Lin Yi closes her eyes and smiles, murmuring, "It feels incredibly refreshing." But Galen reacts the opposite way, her eyes snapping wide as she recognizes the spiritual power and cries out at how intense it is. High above, deeper among the canopy, a figure streaks through the trees at absurd speed, and Sister Lan, staring up in disbelief, asks if that monster, meaning a top genius, has already broken through to the Vajra realm. Until the rushing presence finally halts, the figure stops, and when he reveals himself, it's a strikingly handsome young man with long blue hair, piercing blue eyes, and a confident smirk curling across his face. High above the bamboo forest, Baisu, the wood attribute pioneer and the Star God War Zone's ace, glides down with effortless grace, even planting a foot on a falling leaf in mid-air as if it was solid ground. And below, the gathered pioneers lift their faces with open excitement, feeling that overwhelming aura and immediately whispering guesses that he must have crossed into the legendary Vajra realm, convinced their war zone has finally gained a supreme expert. Fang Yi, however, watches with a cool, dissecting stare, his eye burning with a red glow as he analyzes what he's sensing, and he realizes the spiritual power around this man isn't what everyone else thinks it is. Baisu touches down and speaks to Elder Wu and Galen, stating that he has completed his training. Then he sweeps his glowing blue eyes across the group, pauses when he notices Fang Yi among them, and asks who this stranger is. Elder Wu introduces Baisu as their zone's ace, explaining that he has been in seclusion to push into the next level, and Baisu offers a greeting, yet immediately corrects the assumption hanging in the air by saying is only at the half-step Vajra stage and has not truly broken through. Fang Yi answers with an easy, confident smile as he introduces himself as the captain of Tai City and the Sealer, and while he speaks, he continues observing the green energy flowing from Baisu, noting that unlike most people's power, Baisu's feels clean and comfortable, so similar to his own that Fang Yi quietly confirms just how difficult it is to truly step into the Jing realm. Baisu's expression turns doubtful at Fang Yi's claimed title, but Elder Wu cuts in at once to correct him, stating bluntly that Fang Yi saved his life and resolved the Tai City disaster, making him a crucial partner, and he follows up with a stern command for Baisu to show respect. Baisu is left visibly startled by how much has happened while he was shut away. And Elder Wu then explains to Feng Yi that Baisu is a prodigy who awakened early and was raised on the nation's best resources, advancing at a pace that matches Feng Yi's own terrifying rate of improvement, which is why he has lived in isolation and knows almost nothing about the outside world. From there, Elder Wu lays out the brutal truth of this new era, saying that human cultivation runs against the natural order, and because of that, humans evolve more slowly than the creatures they are forced to battle. And even though pioneers seem numerous, genuine strength is incredibly scarce. At present, only 5 people on the entire planet have reached the peak 3-star spirit creation level known as the Vajra Realm. Feng Yi listens as the elder admits that hidden talents may exist, people like him, but the wall separating them from the next level is enormous, and Elder Wu describes the Yu Fengjiang realm as a sheer cliff that most pioneers will never scale, with countless dying just attempting the climb. Yet he also explains that the moment someone truly breaks through, their body undergoes a complete transformation, becoming almost like the immortals spoken of in legend. Elder Wu finally turns back toward Baisu with a proud smile, praising him for reaching the half-step Jing stage and emphasizing how calm and pure his energy is, calling it a remarkable achievement, while Feng Yi says nothing and simply watches the exchange, until Baisu suddenly steps closer to Feng Yi, closing the distance and fixing him with a hard stare as if daring him to blink first. Baisu makes it clear that during his seclusion, he felt the shockwave from Feng Yi's breakthrough, and he explains that the surge of energy from that wave is what pushed him up to his current level. So because of that strange connection, he's been itching to measure himself against Feng Yi and see what the source of that power can really do. The moment the intent is spoken aloud, the 2 top-tier pioneers square off and release their auras. Feng Yi wreathed in the image of a golden fire dragon while Baisu answers with a green dragon of nature, and Baisu remarks that even though their attributes differ, he can tell they are the same kind of people. Feng Yi meets it with a confident laugh, golden energy flooding over his body as he accepts the fight without hesitation, and with a clash clearly seconds away, Elder Wu immediately steps between the sides as referee, ordering everyone else to retreat to a safe distance while warning both fighters to stop before they truly injure each other. Feng Yi and Baisu hold each other's gaze, eyes burning with power as they call to strike, and in the next heartbeat their forces slam together, detonating into a massive explosion that rips through the forest. Chu Qingli stays in stunned disbelief, unable to look away from a battle between 2 monsters of this level, while Galen watches without a word, and Elder Wu keeps his eyes fixed on the collision, silently weighing the question of who will prevail, the rising star of Tai City, or the Star God Warzone's longtime ace. As the duel properly begins, Baisu brings his hands together and gathers his energy for his signature technique, and as a wood attribute pioneer who can command nature itself, he makes the earth tremble until enormous green vines burst upward in a surging ring, rolling toward Feng Yi like a living wave that wants to swallow him whole. Feng Yi answers instantly, condensing blue spiritual energy into his hands. Then moving with such speed he seems to weave through the chaos, he slices the onrushing vines apart with sharp energy blasts while noting to himself that Baisu can treat the entire forest like an extension of his weapon. More vines lash out from the shadows to snare him. But Feng Yi only grins and says that all this wood is perfect kindling for him. He calls his sword, flames flaring along his hand, and with one heavy swing he sends out a massive arc of fire that cleaves into the giant roots, fully expecting the blaze to catch and consume them. Yet instead the severed vines flare with green light and the wounds knit shut in an instant, repairing themselves before the fire can even spread. Feng Yi's expression tightens as he realizes his fire isn't taking effect, and facing that towering wall of vines, he asks if Baisu's plants are somehow immune to fire, pointing out that wood should be weak to it. Baisu places a hand on the thick trunk and answers with calm confidence that while that's normally true, his plant army is different now, and it can no longer be suppressed by the fire attribute. Feng Yi glazes back, his red eyes shining brighter. Then the ground beneath him erupts again, the vine shooting up so suddenly he has no time to react, and massive roots surge over him from every angle, binding his body and locking him away inside a huge spherical cage of wood. With Feng Yi sealed inside, Baisu stands outside the prison as if nothing could be more natural, asking how he likes that move and adding that if there were genuine enemies, this wooden cage would have been impossible to escape. While in the vine-darkened interior, Feng Yi stays composed, his red eye glowing steadily as he evaluates the situation. Feng Yi reaches out and presses his palm to the inner wall of the cage, his hand flaring with energy as he tests it, and immediately he notices just how pure the wood energy is in here. Yet the instant he makes contact, a corrosive poison bites into his skin. Outside the sphere, Baisu watches with calm confidence and warns him not to keep touching the wood for too long, explaining that the giant tree carries toxins naturally, and now that his spiritual power has saturated it, the poison has become even more lethal. Feng Yi doesn't flinch. Instead he smiles, his eyes igniting with golden light as he challenges that warning, deciding he wants to see for himself exactly how strong this poison really is. A blinding radiance suddenly bursts through the cracks of the wooden sphere, and Baisu's face snaps from confidence to shock as he senses a terrifying surge, because in the next instant a colossal pillar of golden fire detonates straight upward. blasting the cage apart and painting the night sky in flame. Baisu stares in outright terror, sweat streaming down his face as the heat rolls over him. And his mind reels because it should be impossible. His spiritually enhanced plants are supposed to be immune to burning. Yet he can only watch as the flames devour his creation, and a shaken Baisu realizes this isn't ordinary fire at all, wondering what kind of horrifying power Fang Yi is truly wielding. Fang Yi uses that split second to strike from above, snapping at his opponent that is distracted, and Baisu's eyes go wide as he reacts at the last possible moment, bursting away in a blur of green energy and barely dodging the descending, flame-wreathed sword. When he lands, Baisu is visibly rattled, struggling to accept how Fang Yi, still only in the 3-star spirit creation realm, can display abilities that don't seem inferior to his own. Fang Yi drops down hard onto the scorched earth, surrounded by roaring heat, and as Baisu takes in the burning landscape, realization creeps in. This was Fang Yi's plan, because he knew Baisu would try to draw on the forest again, and he arranged his withdrawal so perfectly that the forest itself has been turned against him. Standing amid the destruction, Baisu accuses Fang Yi of deliberately setting the forest ablaze to strip away his advantage, and Fang Yi answers with a dangerous smile, admitting he did it on purpose, then explains that because Baisu is so strong he had to think ahead and cut off his retreat, adding that if he hadn't, Baisu could have kept drawing endless energy from the woods and become far harder to defeat. Baisu lowers his gaze, his whole body trembling with rage as he thinks of his reputation as a genius and the humiliation of being forced into a corner on his own ground. But that anger twists into something wilder, his expression shifting into a crazed determination as he refuses to accept that he could lose, telling himself that as a half-step Jing, he cannot be defeated. He throws his head back and laughs madly, challenging Fang Yi to survive what comes next, then slams both hands into the earth, and the ground answers with violence as enormous jagged roots spear upward in a brutal eruption that shatters the soil. Fang Yi watches with a grave, focused stare, sensing the danger in this reckless release of power, and seeing how far Baisu is pushing things. Elder Wu and Sister Lan surge forward in panic. They are yelling at Baisu, demanding to know if he has a death wish, warning him that trying to rebuild the entire forest with nothing but his own body will suck him dry of spiritual energy. But Baisu doesn't listen to his senior at all. Instead, he forces his power higher and higher until it hits the absolute limit. And in that instant massive roots explode out of the cliffside, his face contorting under the strain as he screams, his eyes burning with a harsh green glow. Elder Wu and Galen watch in outright panic, the elder shouting Baisu's name as if he can stop what's coming, terrified of what will happen next. And then Baisu finally releases the technique, recreating heaven and earth, until a colossal vine-made avatar takes shape and a roaring gust throws Fang Yi backward. Yet even as his push away, Fang Yi stays locked in, pulling together a fireball while calmly remarking on how dense the wood energy is. Rather than retreating, Fang Yi charges straight into the oncoming tide of vines, calling out to the anxious spectators that the match isn't finished and that he'll take care of it, and Elder Wu can only stare in rigid silence, unable to step in even if he wants to. Then, without warning, Fang Yi's eye lights up with a golden flame, a clear sign his power has shifted, and with that change he starts carving through the thick plants in sweeping waves of fire. From high above, Fang Yi gathers energy into the shape of an enormous sword, and Baisu snaps his head up, startled as he realizes he's left himself exposed. Fang Yi brings that gigantic blade down in a thunderous crashing slash, and Baisu only barely avoids it, the strike cleaving through the vines behind him as it passes. That's when the strain finally hits Baisu all at once. He clamps a hand over his mouth and coughs up blood, punished for pushing his power too far. But even wounded he refuses to accept defeat, and with a wild, unsteady glare he clasps his hands together again, screaming that he can still fight and that he'll recreate the entire forest one more time. Fang Yi looks down at him with a faint, almost contemptuous smile and asks if this is truly all the strength he has, then doesn't even wait for a reply, flashing in to close the gap and springing into the air for a heavy punch. Baisu panics and throws his arms across his body, desperately summoning a green energy barrier to block, and when the blow lands it detonates into a huge explosion that makes the ground tremble. Chu Qingli is left stunned by the sheer force, shocked that Baisu has been driven this far. Yet right beside her Lin Yi is smiling with quiet confidence as she watches her cousin drift down out of the smoke, thinking to herself that Fang Yi still hasn't even shown his full strength, or used his other elements yet, and she openly mocks the so-called genius for collapsing this easily. Elder Wu and Sister Lan keep watching with grim, heavy faces, Elder Wu admitting that Baisu's mind has snapped under the pressure and that the difference between him and the sealer is simply too vast, while Sister Lan adds that Baisu is the kind of pure battle addict who's never tasted a defeat like this in his life. Fang Yi assumes it's finished when Baisu drops to his knees in the dust, blood trailing from Baisu's mouth as he lowers his voice and murmurs a quiet thank you, like he's accepted the lesson at last. But then Baisu suddenly screams that he can still go on, green energy surging up around him as he refuses to yield, shouting that his spiritual power isn't gone yet. Fang Yi stands there without a hint of panic, lets out a quiet sigh, and decides it's time to finish this, while Baisu brings his hands together again with razor-sharp focus and orders all living things to heed him, and at his command multiple glowing green avatars of himself manifest in mid-air, lining up as if for one last, desperate strike. Fang Yi reads the situation in a single glance, admitting to himself that Baisu being able to create clones is proof as a top-tier pioneer and the strongest opponent he's faced so far, because his forced Fang Yi to burn through a huge amount of energy. Yet even as those green duplicates dive down to attack, Fang Yi doesn't retreat an inch. With terrifying speed, he erupts into a barrage, a storm of fire slashes, each cut splitting a clone cleanly in half and wiping it out instantly, and the flames swell into a vast blaze that consumes the illusions until nothing is left. Baisu stays, confused, suddenly unable to locate his opponent, and only realizes the truth a beat too late. Fang Yi is already right beside him, and the sealer strikes without warning, a surprise blow that catches the wood pioneer completely off guard. In the next instant, Baisu is sealed inside a vortex of golden fire, his face locked in shock as if his body has been frozen in place, unable to move at all, and sweating hard in disbelief he forces himself to look up and finally sees the real gap between their powers. Fang Yi is standing atop a gigantic dragon head formed from golden fire, sword leveled and pointed at Baisu, and with the same calm tone as ever he asks if they can finally end the match. Elder Wu watches the spectacle and knows Baisu's defeat is already decided, leaving him with nothing to do but marvel again at how the sealer keeps overturning his expectations, while Galen remarks that she did expect Baisu to lose, just not to lose this completely. Behind her, Lin Yi only smiles and says she knew it would turn out like this. Chu Qingli and Wang Zhong agree as well, saying the result isn't surprising at all, because Fang Yi is the man who handled two anomaly disasters by himself. The duel closes with Fang Yi landing smoothly, flames settling, while Baisu remains across from him drawing heavy breaths, and Baisu keeps staring at the man who beat him, muttering in disbelief as he wonders whether Fang Yi is a half-step Vajo or simply a monster. Bitterness and disappointment wash over Baisu's face as he admits that compared to Fang Yi, his own strength was nothing more than this, and finally humbled, Baisu clasps his hands and bows deeply toward Fang Yi, thanking the sealer for the lesson, only to abruptly add an apology, saying he has urgent business and must leave. Before anyone can stop him, Baisu explodes into a streak of green light and shoots away, and Sister Lan shouts after him. But Baisu's voice carries back on the wind, saying he's returning to seclusion to train. Sister Lan spins on Elder Wu in frustration, complaining that the war zone still needs Baisu. Yet Elder Wu watches with understanding and says this is the first time that proud genius has ever been driven into such frustration, so they should let him go. Then Elder Wu shifts his gaze to Fang Yi, who is extinguishing the lingering flames in his hand, and as the last embers fade, the Elder walks up to him and makes a serious offer. Elder Wu asks Fang Yi whether he consider remaining in the Star God War Zone, saying he could take a position under them while still keeping his role as captain of Tai City, and with a grave expression he finally reveals what he's really after. He wants Fang Yi to become his successor. Fang Yi is visibly stunned by how direct the offer is, but Elder Wu keeps going, explaining that the Star God War Zone holds the second-best resources in the entire Xian nation, then shifting into a description of the true center of power, Shin City, the largest city in the nation, where the people who control everything are the absolute peak pioneers. He promises that if Fang Yi accepts, he'll eventually be brought into that higher circle. Even so, Fang Yi turns him down with courteous restraint, his red eyes glowing as he thanks Elder Wu and says plainly that he has no such plan, adding that he isn't even formally part of the Spirit Association and only accepted the captain title to protect his hometown, and he states without wavering that he doesn't want to belong to any specific group. Chu Qingli and Wang Zhong are stunned when they hear it, unable to imagine someone refusing an offer like that. But Elder Wu takes Fang Yi's rejection with calm understanding, because he knows the strongest pioneers hate being bound by rules. Rather than press him, Elder Wu proposes something else, friendship, telling Fang Yi that even if he doesn't join, he can still ask for anything, forming a relationship of mutual backing. Fang Yi then says that he and Galen will remain in the forest to continue training on their own, and right as those words land, the sky suddenly dims as storm clouds roll in. Elder Wu tilts his head up and notes that the forest is packed with elemental energy and that a thunderstorm is about to break, and he realizes the ferocity of the battle has churned the natural energy so violently that the thunder attribute is about to become terrifyingly strong. He remembers in that same breath that Fang Yi never even used his thunder power during the match, and with a laugh Elder Wu praises Fang Yi's potential, then immediately orders everyone to withdraw from the forest and leave the entire area to Fang Yi so no one interrupts his cultivation, watching him with the thought that as long as Fang Yi remains a pioneer of the Xian nation, it's the greatest blessing their country could have. Fang Yi smiles, understanding that Elder Wu has seen exactly what he intends, and as he springs up into the air he reflects that the Star God War Zone won't dare pressure him because his strength is already too great, realizing that this power is what grants him true freedom. Blue electricity flickers in his eyes as he feels the storm's approach, and floating high above he welcomes the lightning, activating his divine thunder technique until a vast web of electricity wraps around him and his training begins. In the Tianhai forest, with the heavens darkening overhead, Fang Yi flies straight into the violent lightning storm, and below, Baisu, still healing from their fight, raises a protective barrier and watches in disbelief, thinking it's insane for someone with such a powerful fire attribute to go and touch an equally pure thunder power. Baisu understands immediately that if two opposing forces are both pushed to that kind of extreme, they should collide and lead to self-destruction. Because even pioneers who possess two attributes always have a clear hierarchy, one dominant, one supportive, and never two wildly conflicting powers at their peak. So as he watches Fang Yi being wrapped in electricity, he can't help wondering if the sealer somehow doesn't even know this most basic rule. Right then a massive bolt of lightning slams straight into Fang Yi. Yet instead of being injured, Fang Yi's mouth curls into a confident smile as his eye flashes with blue electrical light and he draws the thunder into himself, absorbing it cleanly. From a safer distance, a frantic Sonu yells at Elder Wu and Galen, demanding to know why they aren't stopping him, warning that the thunder attribute is so intense that no living thing should even get close. But to her disbelief, Elder Wu and Sister Lan remain completely composed. Sister Lan turns and tells her team the shocking truth. Fang Yi isn't in danger because he also possesses a top-level thunder attribute. And she goes even further, explaining that the pioneer called the Tyrant and the Sealer are actually the same person. Chu Qingli and Wang Zhong freeze in stunned disbelief. And Chu Qingli thinks that while it isn't impossible to have two attributes, Fang Yi's level is outright monstrous. While Sister Lan just smiles and admits she reacted the exact same way when she first learned it, thinking that everyone has been so fixated on his identity as the Sealer that they forgot he's also the Tyrant, a once-in-an-era genius. Out in the heart of the storm, Fang Yi reigns in the raging energy, convinced that the stronger the lightning becomes, the more power he can absorb to harden and strengthen his body, and with a whirlwind of electricity spiraling around him he shouts up at the heavens for more, demanding more spiritual power because he won't be satisfied otherwise. Suspended in the violent electric field, Fang Yi uses the divine thunder to temper his body, feeling that immense force surge through his bones, his muscles, and every part of him as it refines him from the inside out, and as the tempering continues his various attributes, fire, yang, and even dark, begin to intermingle, smoothing out and settling into a more balanced state within him. One after another, system notifications pop up to confirm that each attribute has been tempered, until at last a final message declares the divine thunder tempering complete, stating that his body and spiritual power have fused more tightly and that his energy has been restored. Fang Yi smiles with absolute confidence, feeling as if he's been reborn, and to try out this renewed power he casually flicks a bolt of thunder toward a distant mountain, blasting its peak apart in a violent explosion. Staring at the damage, he realizes the thunder in this forest really is extraordinary. Down on the ground, Baisu can only watch in awe, noting that the spiritual stones in the forest are nourished by that same thunder. Yet Fang Yi just destroyed a mountain with a single strike, and Baisu can sense he didn't even use a third of his full strength, concluding that no other pioneer could possibly do something like that from so far away. As the storm finally settles, Baisu watches Fang Yi descend, certain the training has ended, and with a hard, determined gaze he tells himself that one day in the future, he and the Sealer will fight again. Not far away, Elder Wu smiles to himself, thinking that this young talent never stops overturning his expectations, and the urge to keep Fang Yi in their war zone only grows stronger. He runs through Fang Yi's astonishing achievements in his mind, recognizes that his talent is practically without limits, and believes that if someone like that became his successor, he could leave this world with no regrets. When the last of the storm fades, Elder Wu lets out a laugh while Sister Lan remarks that the truth is the Star God War Zone needs the Sealer's help, not the other way around. And Elder Wu turns to Sister Lan to comment on how much she's matured, which only makes him more confident about their future, prompting a flustered Galen to ask if that's really true. Elder Wu's attention shifts again, and when he notices Lin Yi meditating in calm focus, a new thought strikes him. If Fang Yi won't be tied down, maybe they can invite her instead. With his training complete, Fang Yi lands lightly near his cousin, who is still drawing in the storm's rich spiritual energy, and with red eyes faintly glowing he tells her this chance is rare and that she need to work hard. Then he realizes Elder Wu and Galen are still present, and Fang Yi asks them why they haven't left yet. Elder Wu says he has a new proposal, one that asks nothing of Fang Yi, and he formally extends an invitation for Lin Yi to come cultivate at their Star God War Zone. And as he speaks, Lin Yi's green spiritual energy swells and surges around her. Fang Yi weighs the offer, thinking it's an incredible opportunity for his cousin, yet he still wonders what she herself truly wants. And when Lin Yi hears everything, she opens her eyes and ends her meditation. Fang Yi turns back to Elder Wu and thanks him, explaining that as her guardian it's difficult to refuse something like this, but he can't make the decision in her place. Then Lin Yi stands, and after Fang Yi asks whether she's finished her training, she faces Elder Wu and states simply that she won't go. Looking straight at the Elder, she thanks him for the generous offer, but repeats firmly that she doesn't want to go, and though he's surprised, Elder Wu stays composed and asks what her reason is. Lin Yi says her thinking might sound a little childish, and adds that if her reason were only that she doesn't want her cousin to be used, that would be disrespectful, but as a pioneer she has pride of her own. With determination in her eyes, she declares that she wants to obtain everything she deserves through her own ability, not because of her cousin. Fang Yi goes quiet for a moment, caught off guard and genuinely surprised that his cousin has finally grown up, while Elder Wu doesn't take offense at all. He laughs, gives her a thumbs up, apologizes for being one-sided, and tells her they'll keep watching her, urging her to do her best. Lin Yi, visibly delighted, promises that she will, and later the scene shifts to Fang Yi's villa at night. As he and Lin Yi head up the stairs, Fang Yi turns inward, running through everything that's changed, thinking that the problem of his spiritual energy reserves is basically settled now, and that what he needs next is to figure out how to properly wield this new Twilight Fire attribute, while the Death Brand ability he obtained feels even trickier, a thorny issue he'll have to unravel sooner or later. When they reach the upper floor, Lin Yi abruptly halts and points ahead, asking her cousin why there's someone squatting right in front of their door, and the figure lifts her head to reveal Chu Qingli, looking exhausted as she stretches and tells them they're finally back. Caught off guard, Fang Yi asks Chu Qingli what she's doing here, and Qingying explains that something major has happened at the border, so serious that the captain of Tai City rushed to their spirit association in Tai City, urgently begging for help. Fang Yi immediately asks where that captain is now, and Qingying answers that the captain is badly injured and currently being treated at a medical facility, adding that she fought her way out of the disaster in Tai City just to deliver a message, and with no other option left she specifically requested aid from the sealer at the Tai Spirit Association Medical Center. Fang Yi and Chu Qingli go to meet the wounded captain, and in the hallway of the hospital a young woman with short, messy dark hair, her face and arms wrapped in bandages, turns in surprise when someone calls her name. It's Qingying, arriving with Fang Yi, and the young woman greets Chu Qingling with obvious relief before her eyes shift to Fang Yi and she asks who he is. Qingying introduces him as the captain of Tai City, the sealer, and then introduces the injured woman as Chen Ruo, the captain of Yu City, and the moment Chen Ruo hears it she immediately greets Fang Yi and, in a surge of desperation, grabs his hands and begs him for help, explaining that the anomaly in Yu City is far more dangerous than what was reported, definitely above A+ rank, and that she's heard he has experience dealing with disasters on that scale. Fang Yi doesn't answer right away, staying silent as he calmly examines her, and Chen Ruo realizes she came on too strongly, releases him, and apologizes, explaining that she's acting out of sheer desperation. She says the anomaly was only supposed to be B-level, but pioneers started disappearing, her entire team was wiped out, reinforcements also vanished, and even her own powerful sister is among the missing. Fang Yi listens without missing a word, his expression tightening into something serious as he thinks it's deeply suspicious for a so-called B-level anomaly to cause this many disappearances, because even a border city should have competent pioneers, and he turns to the shaken captain and asks her bluntly whether the pioneers, including her sister, are truly missing, or if they are already dead. Chen Ruo can't give him a clear answer, and Qingying steps in, telling her to calm down and speak slowly, guiding her to sit, while Chen Ruo explains that she honestly doesn't know what happened because she can't reach any of them. Clutching her head as if the pain is splitting her, she insists that she shares a special connection with her sister and can still feel that her sister is alive. After a brief pause, she suddenly looks like she's remembered something crucial, and she tells Fang Yi she nearly forgot the most important part, a thank you gift in exchange for his help, then digs into her bag, pulls out a small dark brown box, and offers it to him while pleading that she truly has no other options left. Fang Yi accepts the box and immediately senses that whatever is inside is wrapped in heavy seals. Yet through that sealing he can still feel a familiar yang attribute energy leaking out, so he asks her what it is and why it needs to be sealed. Seeing his reaction, Chen Ruo's face brightens with hope as she thinks her approach might actually succeed. Chen Ruo explains that the gift is a spirit crystal, condensed from a high mountain in Yu City where yang energy once erupted on a massive scale, and she says it holds enormous spiritual power and is considered one of their city's treasures. As she opens the box, a glowing yellow crystal is revealed, and she admits they originally intended to use it to nurture a yang attribute pioneer, but no one was able to absorb it. Some people were even burned simply by trying. Qingying, standing right beside Fang Yi, stays in shock at the sight of a real spirit crystal, then hurriedly explains to Fang Yi that spirit crystals are extremely rare and incredibly valuable because pioneers who don't already have a specific attribute can absorb one to awaken power, which is exactly why they are so fiercely sought after. Fang Yi responds with a confident smile, closes his fist around the crystal, and absorbs its golden glow, then tells Chen Ruo it's a deal and asks if they should leave immediately. Chen Ruo, startled by how smoothly it went yet clearly relieved, stammers that there's no problem. Later, the group is driving along a mountain road toward Yu City, and inside the car Fang Yi asks Chen Ruo to explain the anomaly from the beginning. She tells him it started when tombstones began appearing in the mountains, and villagers who spotted them claimed they could hear sounds coming from inside, but when pioneers went to investigate, the tombstones gave off no abnormal signs at all, so they sealed the area, only for that same night to turn horrific, when skeletal arms burst from one of the tombstones and dragged a villager straight inside. As Chen Ruo finishes that account, the car comes to a stop in heavy rain, and they find themselves at a village that is now encircled by a vast field of grey tombstones. Chen Ruo tells Fang Yi this is the place and asks what he thinks, and Fang Yi studies the unsettling sight yet finds something off about it, because he can't sense any abnormal aura. They step into the field, and as they move between the tombstones, the markers begin to show a faint purple glow, while Chen Ruo explains that more and more tombstones have been appearing at random all across Tai City, and at unpredictable times skeletal arms reach out to seize people and drag them down into the graves. She scans the area in disbelief, realizing that in less than a day the number of tombstones has multiplied dramatically. Then tells Fang Yi and Chu Qingling to follow her so they can meet the rest of her people. As they continue on, Fang Yi keeps turning the situation over in his mind, because the anomaly's energy concentration feels unbelievably low, and he can't tell if that's meant to lure everyone into dropping their guard, or if there's some other reason behind it. Fang Yi decides that what's happening here doesn't feel like a simple, random hunt at all, and that the way people are being taken resembles a ritual, so he places his hand on one of the tombstones and a thought clicks into place. He explains that anomalies can carry out sacrifices too, using them to trigger the revival of a far larger, more terrifying anomaly. And he brings up what happened back in Tai, where bat-like anomalies massacred residents specifically to summon their anomaly king. The moment she hears that, Chen Ruo stops dead, horror spreading across her face as she asks if this disaster might also be a sacrifice. And then, panicking, she adds that the mountain villages here are extremely traditional and have refused to evacuate. Wise, they are even preparing to hold their own ceremony the very next day. She suddenly yells that it's happening again, and right in front of Fang Yi a skeletal hand, glowing purple, blasts up from the ground. Fang Yi slips away from it effortlessly and notes that its strength really is weak, only B rank just like the report said. Then he calls out his flaming sword and cleaves the arm in half. But another skeletal hand instantly erupts and clamps onto his shining blade, and Fang Yi's eyes sharpen as he watches, because that hand is connected to something far bigger, a huge, monstrous skeleton with multiple limbs that tears its way out of the earth, while all around them more skeletal creatures burst up in a ring, closing in on Chu Qingling and Chen Ruo. Chen Ruo shouts in disbelief, demanding to know why these things aren't afraid of Fang Yi's powerful yang attribute. And within moments a massive horde of glowing purple skeletons floods the area. Yet instead of showing worry, Fang Yi's lips lift into a faint smile as he thinks his theory is probably right, though he still needs proof, and he remarks that the mission has suddenly become interesting. In the middle of the chaos, Chen Ruo raises her flute and plays, even as skeletons surround her, and with each burst of green energy she releases she slices them apart, grimly noting that although the skeletons aren't high level, they are relentless precisely because they don't feel pain. Then despair creeps in as she realizes their numbers have swelled far beyond before and seem impossible to erase completely. And as her hope starts to slip she can't help wondering if even the sealer might be helpless here. Chu Qingling sees her falter, kicks away several skeletons, and tells her not to lose heart, only for Qingyin to suddenly find herself encircled by an enormous wave of hellish red fire that incinerates the skeletons around her, leaving her staring in shock as she wonders what this unfamiliar power could be. At the battlefield center, Fang Yi releases his Twilight Fire domain, lifting into the air above a gigantic sphere of red energy while the ground beneath becomes a sea of flames that annihilates the skeletal swarm in an instant. And as this new ability activates, a system notification appears announcing it has detected a special death attribute. The system then states that his domain is continuously absorbing that unique attribute and converting it into energy to reinforce his own yang attribute. And a moment later a final notification confirms the enhancement is complete. Qingyin and Chen Ruo can only watch as a tremendous fireburst washes over the field and erases the last of the skeletons. Chen Ruo is clearly shaken yet impressed, saying the sealer's reputation is well deserved, and with relief washing over her she feels Yu City might actually be saved. She apologizes for how she acted earlier and offers to bring them to meet her team. Chen Ruo leads them to a camp that serves as the base for the Yu City Spirit Association, and a group of pioneers immediately greets her, calling her captain, while Chen Ruo introduces Fang Yi and Chu Qingling, explaining that she's brought reinforcements, the famous sealer and the captain of the Yu Association. Her three teammates stare at Fang Yi in disbelief, openly doubting that someone so young could possibly be the legendary pioneer who resolved the disaster alone, and one of them remarks that his age isn't the point anyway, because what's happening in Yu City is on a completely different level. The atmosphere tightens when he snaps at Chen Ruo for coming back at all, and for dragging outsiders here to die alongside them, shouting that almost no one is left, that the city is on the verge of being swallowed whole, and that they were deceived, lured here so they could be used as sacrifices. As Chen Ruo tries to explain how badly her team has already suffered, Fang Yi simply watches the exchange with calm attention. Then, wearing a sober expression, states that he accepted a request and he'll fulfill it. With absolute confidence, he declares that he will solve what's happening here. Meanwhile, Chen Shi tries to calm the furious he, explaining that because their city is remote and their customs are more traditional, the people turn to prayer when they face problems they can't overcome, pleading with the gods for help. From the edge of a cliff, Fang Yi looks down at a village wrapped in a strange purple haze rising from the tombstones, and he wonders if the villagers are preparing a large ceremony to seek blessings. Thinking about those old traditions and ritual habits, he begins to suspect that their customs are tied to the anomaly itself. A sudden, eerie wind stays through the woods, making Chen Feng and Chen Shi flinch, and when they reach a clearing they see a huge crowd of villagers gathered for a ritual. Chen Ruo realizes the ceremony is about to start and worries that if the tomb anomaly erupts during it, the result will be a catastrophe. Yet in contrast, Fang Yi finds it intriguing, and with a confident smirk he asks who wants to watch the activity. Up close as he starts walking straight toward the crowd. They arrive at Wan Square, where an enormous bonfire is roaring, and the villagers, driven to desperation, cry out to their god to witness their suffering. One man even offers his own life if it will save his children, and all around them people kneel with heads bowed, begging for the heavenly god's mercy. Then, without warning, the bonfire snuffs out, the stone platform splinters, and deep cracks spider across the square, and the real terror begins as skeletal hands claw up from behind the tombstones. Someone shrieks that the tomb monsters are coming out again, and from a swirling purple mist several skeletons rise with glowing red eyes, fixing their stare on the villagers as panic detonates through the crowd. An old man shakes uncontrollably, trying to insist this must be a trial sent by their god, while everyone else screams and bolts in every direction. A mother clutches her sobbing child, terror carved across her face as the little one cries and asks whether their god will still save them, and the chaos only intensifies as skeletons rush in and the villagers break apart in every direction, screaming for someone, anyone, to help. In the middle of that stampede, one skeleton lunges and slams into the mother, tearing her away from her child, and the little girl is left staring in horror, wailing for her mother. And just as the child is stranded alone, an even larger, ghostly skeleton rises out of the mist behind her, its bony hand stretching toward the crying girl, only for it to be erased in an instant by a flash of golden light before it can even touch her. Right after that, a tremendous wave of holy fire surges across the square, engulfing the attacking skeletons and turning the entire area into a blazing inferno, and the villagers who survive stop running as if their legs have given out, staring in absolute shock. Then their fear flips into, or as they recognize the flames, some shouting that it's heavenly fire, and their despair transforms into joy as they lift their arms up toward the sky. Through the roaring flames, Fang Yi descends and lands on the shattered stone platform, and facing the stunned crowd he tells them their prayers aren't needed anymore. His expression is cold and severe as he delivers the truth straight to them. There are no gods in this world, and no gods are coming to rescue them. For a heartbeat the villagers remain silent, still kneeling as they absorb his words, but then they completely misread what he means, and instead they start crying with happiness, shouting that a god has appeared and defeated the disaster, begging this new god to save them from the other monsters as well. Watching them, Fang Yi can only let out a quiet sigh at the misunderstanding. Standing amid the flames, Fang Yi raises his hand, his eyes shining as he activates his Twilight Fire domain, and at once a huge, swirling red sphere forms in the sky like a vacuum, sucking up all the deathly energy and scattered skeleton parts from the ground. Then he turns to the wide-eyed villagers and clarifies his identity, telling them he isn't a god at all, but a pioneer captain from Tai City known as the Sealer. The villagers and Chen Ruo's team can only stare at that terrifying red sphere, and Chen Feng, still rattled, blurts out in disbelief, asking what Fang Yi is doing, while Chen Ruo, irritated, snaps that she already warned them he wasn't an ordinary pioneer, reminding them that he's the one who single-handedly resolved the disasters in both Tai and Kang City, and that even the highest authorities treat him as an honored guest. With the immediate danger absorbed, Fang Yi shoots upward like a golden comet and streaks toward the main village, which remains buried under thick purple mist and crawling with skeletons, and as he moves a system notification appears confirming that his Twilight Fire domain has successfully absorbed a huge amount of the death attribute, greatly strengthening his own yang attribute. Looking down at the countless skeletons below, he readies himself to test that new power, summoning his blazing sword, its flames burning brighter than ever. With one crushing swing, he sends out a towering wave of flame and declares that he'll finally liberate U City for good, and as the fire surges forward, now streaked with an eerie purple hue from the energy he absorbed, it rolls straight through the village and incinerates everything in its path. Far away where it's safe, a cluster of survivors stays in stunned silence before the shock breaks into celebration, and they cheer as they shout that the tombstones and skeletons are gone, crying out with joy that heaven hasn't forgotten their city. When the blast settles, Chu Qingli glances down at her device and reports that the anomaly readings in the Anding district have returned to normal, and right beside her Chen Ruo confirms the Bimu district is clear as well, explaining that only the Jinming district remains, the place where the anomaly's power is concentrated the most. But just as they are about to move, Su Qingying's expression snaps into alarm as she urgently asks if none of them has noticed what's terribly wrong, then points back toward the village and explains that the pillars of purple light didn't disappear at all. Instead, they've multiplied, which means everything has gotten worse. At the same time, Chen Ruo yells out his own warning, confirming that a massive energy surge is erupting from the Jinming district and that the anomaly's power is rapidly converging into a single spot. Right in front of them, something horrifying begins to take shape as a spiraling vortex of dark green and purple energy swells and molds itself into a monstrous form, and from that churning mist a gigantic skeletal figure rises, a new anomaly king, its hollow eye sockets lit by a vicious green glow. In the face of that overwhelming presence, Fang Yi doesn't budge, steady and fearless, and as he squares up to the Threat 2 system windows pop into view, the first informing him it's analyzing the unknown power it has detected, Then a beat later the second window delivers the name of that strange force, the Death Attribute. The enormous Anomaly King, wrapped in green and black energy, glazed down at Fang Yi, its sheer scale swallowing the entire village beneath it. While Fang Yi hovers in the air with a golden aura and locks eyes with the monster, sensing a presence that feels strange, heavy, and difficult to deal with. From a distance, Chen Ruo and Chu Qingling can only watch in disbelief as Chen Ruo stammers out what this thing even is, saying, its strange energy is even stronger than the S-Class disaster in Tai City, and the group realizes at once that this new Anomaly King has to be the source behind those pillars of light. Chu Qingling shouts for everyone to brace themselves, warning that it's about to attack, and the Anomaly King responds by releasing its power, blasting out a swarm of shadowy black tendrils that rush forward in a wave. The moment that energy washes over Fang Yi, he jolts at the sensation, because what hits him is a dense, sickening force that seems to twist at his thoughts, like his brain is being poisoned simply by the creature's proximity, and with sudden horror he understands what he's facing, a fully evolved Anomaly King, carrying an aura of death far more terrifying than anything he's fought before. The mass of black tendrils crashes down toward him, trying to smother him completely, and Fang Yi's expression tightens as his red eye flares with sharpened focus, his body bracing as he prepares to strike back. He moves with astonishing speed, whipping his flaming sword through the air and carving straight through those shadowy arms. Yet even as he cleaves tendril after tendril, Fang Yi is already weighing the situation in his head. Yang power should naturally suppress dark power, so his flames ought to be the perfect counter, and still, to his unease, even his intense yang energy isn't fully shutting down the enemy's assault. The instant he finishes cutting the tendrils apart, the Anomaly King's power swells again, and at the very same time the surviving villagers begin chanting and praying once more, pleading for their god to descend, as the Anomaly King answers by releasing its full power. Watching from outside, Chu Qingli can only stare with eyes blown wide in shock, and inside that violent storm of energy, unnatural green tendrils suddenly burst forth and cinch around Fang Yi's body, binding him so tightly he can't move as Su Qingying shrieks his name in pure terror. Then, a heartbeat later, his sword drops from his grasp, hits the ground, and shatters. Far away in Yu City, Lin Yi is struck by a sudden, crushing dread, and she calls out for her cousin as if she can feel him hurting, then paces restlessly through a forest trying to steady herself, unable to understand why she's so terrified when this was supposed to be just another mission for him. She forces herself to remember how strong Fang Yi is, but the worry won't leave, and regret starts gnawing at her as she wishes she'd ignored his advice and gone with him instead, her anxiety tightening as she keeps staring at her phone, until it rings, and the screen shows Sister Lan calling. Sister Lan's voice comes through hard and serious as she delivers the awful update. They've heard that Yu City is now completely encircled by a massive field of tombs, and an official lockdown order has already been issued, and then she says it plainly. Lin Yi's cousin, Fang Yi, is in trouble. As she speaks, a long formation of military vehicles roars through the mountains at high speed, moving like a force mobilizing for a full-scale operation. The rumor that Fang Yi might already be dead hits the Thai Spirit Association like a hammer, and the officials who had only just begun to feel hope slide back into despair, clustering around a table as they ask one another whether their greatest hero, the sealer, has truly fallen, and whether humanity's struggle is meaningless if even someone like him can be defeated. Over at the Spirit Association headquarters, a high-level meeting is underway, and a senior official voices his regret about what's happening in Tai City, saying that the emergence of an Anomaly King from what began as a B-level threat confirms a crucial theory. These kings have to be eliminated before they reach full evolution. But Jiu Yuro cuts him off, rising to her feet and demanding whether this is really the moment for theories, then declares that she will go to Tai City personally, only for another official to try stopping her by stressing how essential she is to Shin City and insisting the military is already dealing with it. Jiu Yuro turns her gaze away anyway, thinking darkly about the price of their approach. First they nearly lost Elder Wu, and now it seems they're prepared to sacrifice Fang Yi as well. Her patience finally snaps, and as frustration spills over her entire body starts radiating blue energy while she whirls on the official and angrily accuses them of being ready to throw away a whole city simply because the battle looks too difficult. The man jerks back, stunned by the outburst, and demands to know what she's talking about, then fires right back that the sealer went to Tai City by his own choice. And in this brutal new era, he insists, a single mistake leads to death, and it's no surprise that even a hero like Fang Yi could die. That only detonates Jiu Yuro's fury, her blue aura surging higher as she tears into the official's attitude and demands what the point of fighting even is if they're all just going to sit around and wait to die, then throws the disaster in Shin City in his face and asks why Elder Wu would ever have risked his life if their real plan was simply to abandon any city they couldn't win easily. She shoves past several officials who try to talk her down, and with undisguised disgust she spits that they are all a bunch of fools, thinking to herself that she has witnessed the sealer's true power with her own eyes and refuses to accept that he could be taken down so effortlessly. Out on the outskirts of Tai City, a massive military convoy has already formed a blockade, and inside a command vehicle Elder watches the unfolding situation on a monitor as he explains that this new Anomaly King carries a twisted variation of the Dark attribute, something they've begun calling the Death attribute. With Sister Lan and Lin Yi seated with him, Elder Wu speculates that the sealer's loss is likely because it's collided with some kind of inescapable rule imposed by the monster itself. Elder Wu and Galen step out of the vehicle and are immediately met by soldiers, and one soldier reports that their military vehicles can't break through at all. Galen presses him to explain, and the soldier says that even after throwing everything they have at it, every attempt has been pointless, because Tai City is now buried under an enormous spread of tombstones, and whenever they send soldiers in, an equal number of tombstones rise up to strike them. He ends on the bleak confirmation that all their frontline troops have already been dragged down into the graves, then adds that the Anomaly King's power is still slowly pushing outward from the city. Lin Yi begins trembling with fear as the soldier, grim-faced, declares that the odds of resolving what's happening in New City are zero and asks Elder Wu whether they should give the order to retreat, explaining that the Anomaly King appears immune to every kind of power and has already captured all the pioneers at the front, including the sealer. The moment she hears that, Lin Yi screams and refuses to accept it, then turns to Elder Wu and Galen, thanking them for everything they've done, but declares that she'll go back to Tai City alone because she won't drag anyone else into what she calls a suicide mission. Deep within the anomaly in New City, the landscape has warped into a horrifying, silent graveyard washed in an eerie green light, and the earth itself begins to churn as gigantic tombstones force their way up through the ground. The names etched into these newly risen stones are Chu Qingling and Chen Ruo, and high above this graveyard the Anomaly King draws its death energy out like a weaver, twisting it into thick, heavy strands until those threads lock together and condense into an upright stone coffin. Inside that coffin, Fang Yi hangs trapped with his body slack and unresponsive while ghostly green centipedes crawl across him and coil around him, binding him as if they mean to keep him forever. And with his face drained of life and his eyes sunk into hollow darkness, it truly looks as though the sealer has died, sealed away inside a tomb shaped by the monster's own power. Yet in the deepest black of that death, a system notification suddenly flares to life, announcing that the death brand ability Fang Yi obtained earlier has successfully activated, and the system confirms that he has now acquired the power of infinite death. Soon after, the system declares that the death brand trial has ended, and Fang Yi, drained to the bone but unmistakably awake, releases a long breath as he thinks to himself that the death brand trial was an unbelievably intense ordeal. He lifts his gaze toward the massive, terrifying green skull of the Anomaly King looming above, and notices that the King of Death now seems far more friendly toward him than before. Still, even as his eyes brighten with power, he admits inwardly that he never wants to endure that rebirth trial again. He remembers the instant just before the coffin sealed him in, when he realized the Anomaly King had singled him out with an unavoidable, inevitable death ability he couldn't evade, and with death guaranteed he gambled on a last, desperate move. He chose to manually implant the dangerous death brand skill, the one he'd taken from the magma but had been too hesitant to learn earlier, directly into his own body. The system confirmed the implantation and began learning the abilities, and in the next moment a massive surge of scorching red, agonizing energy erupted from Fang Yi as the skill fused into him. While the system prepared to activate it, that energy tightened and compressed like a vice, leaving Fang Yi standing helplessly before the Anomaly King as the monster readied the killing blow. Then the system warned Fang Yi that the king's inevitable death rule was beginning, and in that instant Fang Yi truly died, his eyes rolling back as his body slackened completely, while the system confirmed the death and stated, Step 1 of the ability was complete. But because Fang Yi was slain by the monster while carrying the brand, the system immediately identified the killer, announcing that the death brand had been driven into the body of the King of Death, thereby completing Step 2. And as Fang Yi's lifeless body fell, still wrapped in the monster's dark, lethal energy, the system initiated its final phase by triggering the death trial. That trial began while Fang Yi was already dead, which explains both how he was able to return to life afterward and why, now, he looked so utterly exhausted, yet standing within the coffin's green aura he has successfully come through the entire process. The system then explains that the death trial he just endured was a triple trial meant to test the holder, and that Fang Yi had to withstand 3 horrific tests in order to obtain the death brand's 3 abilities. First, the fire attribute's mystery yellow spring, where he was burned without end by hellish flames. Second, the poison attribute's death collapse, where his body was cursed to shatter apart again and again without respite. And third comes the earth attribute's hell evil scene, where the gates of hell itself swing open and try to haul him down into a burial swarming with evil spirits. And as Fang Yi relives it in his mind, he thinks about how the agony was so extreme he could barely separate reality from illusion, as though he were trapped in an endless loop of dying over and over. Still, after clawing his way through that brutal test with immense effort, he has finally mastered the skill, and his eyes snap open, blazing with a sharp red glow as he decides this is the moment the real fight begins. He lifts his head with a hardened look, realizing he is now actively resisting the Anomaly King's inevitable death rule, and blue electrical power starts surging into his hand, stirring the air with a disturbance that the Anomaly King immediately senses. The colossal skeleton leans down through the green haze, confused by the sudden strength rising from within the coffin. And then, without warning, a violent burst of blue lightning rips through the stone prison as Fang Yi smashes apart the slab, breaks free, and drops out, slamming into the ground. The monster peers down through the emerald mist, watching its prisoner escape, while Fang Yi pushes forward through smoke and shattered debris, one hand covering his face as he gasps for air, spent from resurrection, but alive, and finally free. The Anomaly King is struck dumb with shock, incapable of understanding how the human it just killed has returned to life, and as Fang Yi stands there facing it, the system reveals that the Death King has already sensed Fang Yi's resurrection. The giant skeleton gathers its power, preparing to crush this revived threat, and without giving Fang Yi even a second to recover, it rains down a barrage of massive green energy blasts from the sky. Each strike slams into the earth with terrifying force, and the impacts bloom into a huge eruption of green energy that swallows the spot where Fang Yi had been standing. But when the dust and energy finally thin, Fang Yi is there in a low crouch, completely uninjured. A grin tugs across his face as he realizes the monster's attacks no longer affect him, and the system confirms it outright. Fang Yi has successfully bypassed the inevitable death rule. He rises to his full height in front of the towering skeleton, his cape snapping in the wind, while above him the Anomaly King stays down, confusion turning into fear, and Fang Yi looks up with a chilling expression, one eye burning red, blood sliding from the corner of his lip, yet his smile is pure confidence. In that instant the Anomaly King is hit with a crushing sense of danger, its empty sockets widening as it understands the truth. The hunter has become the hunted. The scene cuts to the mountains beyond Tai City's barrier, where the slopes are now carpeted in glowing green tombstones that pour out a thick aura of death. And Elder Wu, Lin Yi, and Galen stand on a cliff staring down at the disaster zone. Feeling that overwhelming death energy rolling up from below, Lin Yi calls desperately for her cousin, and Galen decides they can't afford to keep waiting, telling the others not to worry as she summons purple flames into her hands and braces herself to strike the tombstones, determined to smash the barrier and rescue Fang Yi. Before she can even make her move, a huge surge of blue water slices through the air and forces her to halt. And in the next breath a woman drops from the sky wrapped in spiraling water energy. Jiu Yuro, announcing that she has come to help as well. Galen tilts her head up in shock, recognizing her at once as the sea mystic from headquarters, and Jiu Yuro shouts that she's fighting alongside them. With no delay, she links her power with Galen's, and together they hurl a massive combined strike, blue water colliding with purple fire, straight into the tombstone barrier, triggering a chain series of violent explosions that flare across the darkened area. When the blast fades, two soldiers who had been buried beneath the rubble stir awake, weak and disoriented, staring around as they mutter to themselves, confused about what just happened. The anomaly answers immediately, making the earthquake as enormous green tombstones burst up from below like spears, and Jiu Yuro, Sister Lan, and Lin Yi end up forced into a back-to-back stance, completely boxed in by a ring of towering stone slabs. Sister Lan clicks her tongue in annoyance, realizing the trap has activated again, and she warns the other two to stay sharp, explaining that this anomaly can drag any living creature into the tombstones. All at once, skeletal hands punch out of the ground and claw from the stone surfaces, and a swarm of skeletons drops in from above, diving toward the three women, only to freeze mid-attack, their bodies trembling as terror washes over them as if they've sensed something far more horrifying than the enemies in front of them. Instead of pressing the assault, the skeletons panic, scrambling to disappear as they fling themselves back into the earth and into the tombstones, desperate to hide, leaving Jiu Yuro and Lin Yi staring in complete confusion, unable to understand why the monsters suddenly fled. The group moves across the now emptied battlefield, trying to make sense of why the Anomaly King would order such a mass retreat and what it could possibly be planning. And then a heavy boot thuds down. Elder Wu arrives, carrying two unconscious soldiers slung over his shoulders, and he tells them this might actually be a good sign. He explains that the Anomaly King has withdrawn its power, which means anyone who was buried alive still has a chance to be revived. And as he surveys the field, where countless soldiers lie unconscious but safe, he concludes this can only mean the sealer hasn't died. In fact, Elder Wu reasons, Fang Yi must be causing so much chaos inside that the Anomaly King was forced to pull its power back just to defend itself. And as the smoke finally thins, Fang Yi's sharp red eyes appear, calm and steady, his body completely untouched as he stands in the center of the battlefield. The system then refreshes its report, Death Count, 2, and it explains that because the King of Death used its power to kill Fang Yi, it has been dragged into a cycle of death, and as punishment its strength has been reduced by 10%. Fang Yi silently weighs what that means, thinking about how being marked by the King of Death usually equals guaranteed death, and he knows it's that inevitable death rule that makes this monster so uniquely dangerous. Yet a dark, self-assured smile curls across his face as he realizes the tables have already turned, and in his own mind he tells himself that the so-called inevitable death rule is about to apply to the monster instead. Far overhead, the creature stays down in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend why this human is still standing. and in a rush of panic it attacks again, blasting a torrential barrage of green energy beams straight out from its ribcage. The beams poured down like a storm, and Fang Yi doesn't even bother to dodge, simply standing there as the strike lands at full power, detonating into a massive green explosion that swallows him completely. The monster flashes a grin, convinced it has finally won, but the system manifests again and bumps the death count up to 3, declaring that because the king has killed Fang Yi once more, its strength has been reduced by another 30% and it has begun collapsing. Right on cue. The monster's body starts to come apart, its face splintering as chunks crack loose and drop away. And then, from the lingering smoke, Fang Yi steps out at an unhurried pace, his body knitting itself back together until he is once again fully intact and unharmed. The monster can only gape in pure horror, green eyes blown wide as it understands the truth. Every attack it throws is damaging itself. Fang Yi drags a hand across his mouth with a smirk, openly taunting the creature as if it's perfectly willing to keep repeating this cycle until it's erased, and he gathers his focus and fires an enormous beam of energy straight at the monster. The creature casually flicks it aside with a single hand, but at that same moment a system notice pops up announcing that a new mark has been activated. In an instant, red, hellish flames burst across the monster's body, blending into its green aura, and the creature stays at its own arm in bafflement. Fang Yi doesn't waste that opening. He springs into the air, yanks his sword free, and the blade is already roaring with fierce fire as he comes down to strike, while the system confirms the monster has been inflicted with a hellfire burning debuff that will deal constant damage. The monster glares up at him, eyes glowing an angry green, and as it bristles at being forced back, Fang Yi pours everything into a full force swing, his heavenly fire slash, only for the monster to catch the blow with its massive hand, the collision erupting into a brutal clash. The impact hits the monster hard, and the system updates again, raising the death count to 4 while announcing the monster's power has been slashed by a staggering 4 to 5%. As the energy churns and whips through the air, a fresh system window opens to initiate the next phase, Death Collapse Mark, and the change is immediate and agonizing as Fang Yi's body begins to fracture like glass, signaling that the cycle of death is starting all over again. Still refusing to surrender, the monster lunges in, snatches Fang Yi up, and clamps down in a crushing squeeze, dragging him close to its face as if it can intimidate the human who refuses to stay dead. But Fang Yi meets it with a calm, mocking smile instead of fear, and even with cut streaking his face he tells the monster to take a look at its own state. The creature hesitates, thrown off by that confidence, and then suddenly fierce flames explode around Fang Yi. Yet he only smirks, completely unharmed. The flames crawl from Fang Yi onto the monster's hand, and it can only stare in stunned shock as its own bones begin turning to ash right in front of it. The system confirms the death count has reached 5 and that the monster is now weakened by 60%. Then another notice flashes to announce the Hell Evil Scene mark has been triggered, accelerating the destruction of the monster's body even further. The creature bellows in furious rage, but no amount of screaming can stop it from crumbling apart. And outside the barrier the enormous tombstones encircling the city start collapsing one after another. Sisterland watches, unable to believe it, realizing the entire anomaly is breaking down, and overhead the dark clouds peel away until light finally pours through, making Lin Yi lift her eyes with a bright, relieved smile because her cousin is still alive. Elder Wu powers up his armor and immediately issues orders for the team to enter the city, rescue survivors, and evacuate the injured. And with their objective clear, Elder Wu, Sisterland, Jiu Yuro, and Lin Yi fly straight into the city. Amid the shattered remains of the anomaly, a hand suddenly thrusts up from the ground in desperate struggle, and Qingying drags herself out, sucking in air as she gasps, exhausted and terrified. She drops to her knees, trying to piece together what happened, remembering the moment her life force was drained away and how she felt trapped inside a green, hellish void within the massive skeleton, until she realizes that nightmare ended without warning and she was allowed to return. The instant she steadies herself, she spots a tombstone nearby and understands she has to save the others, so she throws herself into frantic digging at the grave marked with Chen Ruo's name, shouting for her as she tears through the date. Qingying finally clears it away and finds Chen Ruo unconscious but safe, and the sight floods her with relief because Chen Ruo is truly there, unlike Chen Ruo's sister, whose body vanished in the past. Then Su Qingying snaps her head up, sensing a huge shift in the air, and she watches in awe as the swirling green vortex overhead begins to crack, followed by the monster's enormous skull crashing down to the ground. Even in its collapsed state it still refuses to admit defeat, glaring upward as it proclaims itself the noble king of death and demands to know what kind of being Fang Yi is to dare challenge it, enraged that a mere human would look down on it. At that moment, Fang Yi's undead army, red-eyed shadow spirits, spills out of the darkness, and the monster's eyes blaze with intense red as it glares back, while the system announces that the Hell Evil Scene mark has now weakened the monster by 80%. The creature locks up in shock, its face cracking even more as it realizes it has no power left, and the destruction accelerates until the system progress bar slams to 100% and the monster's green soul shatters completely. The system confirms the monster's ability has been fully weakened and has now been seized by Fang Yi, and when he opens his eyes, they are no longer red but have shifted into a glowing, mystical purple. The system declares the result in unmistakable terms. The old king falls, the new king ascends, and Fang Yi stands in victory atop a high cliff, wrapped in a swirling aura of purple energy, bearing the death attribute power he has just claimed. Behind him, the dark clouds split apart, and golden sunlight pours down onto the new king as, from that swirling purple power in the sky, Fang Yi begins to descend slowly, his whole body washed in a divine glow while the darkness continues to peel back, unmistakably signaling the disaster's end. Below, the survivors can only stare in stunned disbelief. Su Qingying braces the injured Chen Ruo on her shoulder, while Jiu Yuro pushes her glasses into place with trembling hands, still shaking as she tries to understand how the sealer not only lived through the Anomaly King's inevitable death rule, but even seemed to call up spirits from hell to devour the monster. And Elder Wu looks up with all laced with a grim realization as he thinks that Fang Yi's strength may be far beyond what they ever assumed. Fang Yi has done what shouldn't be possible. Since he couldn't escape the death rule, he shattered it, then seized the very power that governs life and death. And Jiu Yuro turns to Elder Wu to ask whether humans can truly wield something like this. Yet as she stays up at Fang Yi, she glimpses the ghostly skeletal face of the Death King layered over his own, and panic spikes through her as she wonders if the Anomaly King has awakened inside him. Before that fear can spread, Galen steps in wearing a confident smile and tells Jiu Yuro to look closer at the battlefield, because across the emptied land something miraculous is unfolding. The shadowy spirits Fang Yi summoned aren't attacking at all, and instead the people believed to be dead are sitting up, unharmed, as the death power is being turned toward saving them. Among the broken rubble the villagers discover Qingying, bruised and battered, but alive, and when she comes to, she looks around in confusion while Grigali blurts out, asking if she wasn't already dead, confirming that she has been brought back. All around them, the people of U City lift their eyes to Fang Yi floating above, and the crowd splits. Some see that dark aura and call him a death god, while others insist he is the sealer who saved them. Then the little girl who was rescued earlier cuts through the arguing, loudly complaining that the sealer's name sounds ugly, and with a bright smile she recalls the golden flames that shielded her, declaring that to her he is their god who defeated the evil. High in the night sky, Fang Yi decides it's time to end the conflict once and for all, so he raises one hand and summons a massive, jagged scythe forward from dark purple energy, and with a cold, unyielding expression, one eye glowing red, he declares that everything must end now. He swings the enormous weapon downward and unleashes a gigantic arc of purple light, making the U City pioneers on the ground, including Chen Feng, gape upward in absolute shock at the sheer spectacle of power. The strike rips straight through the dark energy barrier that had sealed the city, then slams into the swarm of red, ghost-like spirits in the air, shredding and absorbing them with terrifying force. And amid the raging storm of red and black energy that follows, Fang Yi orders the spirits to return to where they belong, before shifting his power again and drawing on his yang attribute to unleash a mass purification. He stretches out his hand and releases a blinding surge of golden light, letting it sweep across the battlefield to scrub away the last traces of death energy. And the survivors can only watch in awe as that brilliance punches through the darkness and turns the night bright as a second sun. When the technique finally ends, Fang Yi feels a quiet relief because the fighting is truly finished at last. Not far away, Chen Ruo breaks down crying and throws her arms around Chen Feng, overwhelmed with joy that they made it through. While Fang Yi, fully aware that battling the King of Death drained an enormous amount of his spiritual power, can't help worrying about what unknown side effects might come from the death brand he absorbed. Still, he slowly descends from the sky and lands lightly among the ruins. The moment his feet touch down, Lin Yi barrels in without warning and tackles him into a fierce hug, shouting in pure relief for her brother and leaving Fang Yi momentarily confused, until he gently steadies her and pats her head to comfort her. She blurts out how terrified she was that he'd died, and Fang Yi only smiles and tells her everything turned out fine. Then Fang Yi's sharp gaze catches something off to the side, and he turns to see Su Qingying standing there with a bright smile, thanking him, which makes Fang Yi look a little lost until Su Qingying glances past him toward the survivors, where the U City captain, Chen Ruo, is sitting on the ground sobbing with relief as she clutches her teammate, and Fang Yi watches that scene with a warm smile before asking whether Chen Ruo's sister is still alive, thinking that in the middle of so much misfortune, saving her is a rare piece of good luck. Meanwhile, the tone among the leaders is far heavier as Elder Wu receives the final damage report, and the sight alone is bleak, rows of body bags and coffins laid out. While the numbers cut even deeper, nearly half of U City's population is gone, most of them ordinary people, and of the 1,500 pioneers who came to help, 50 are confirmed dead, 30 are missing, and more than 1,000 are injured. Elder Wu lowers his eyes with a hard, steady expression and speaks about reconstruction and the necessity of ensuring the victims' families are compensated, with Jiu Yuro standing behind him and adding that Shin City will also lend support to the devastated city. Beside them, Sister Lan looks down, guilt and frustration weighing on her, and she asks her teacher if they can finally make the spiritual energy recovery public, admitting she feels useless because they couldn't save everyone while still keeping secrets. Elder Wu answers her with kindness but no hesitation, telling her that a decision that big isn't theirs to make, then reminding her that ordinary people aren't as fragile as she believes, that many have already pieced together the truth and are preparing themselves for what's coming. And as he sets a reassuring hand on her shoulder, he tells her she doesn't have to carry the burden of the entire world alone. Nearby, Jiu Euro smiles and says she originally came to meet the sealer, but now she can see her help is no longer needed. And the leaders watch as Fang Yi is swallowed by a crowd of cheering pioneers, all of them realizing this battle has pushed him into the center of the nation's attention. The voices rise together as the crowd chants his name, calling him their god and thanking him for saving them. Meanwhile, the shockwaves of the battle spread worldwide, and Elder Wu understands that publicly confirming Xia Nation's pioneer, the sealer, defeated the Anomaly King isn't just good news, it's a blunt warning aimed at every other country. Spies from all over scramble to dig up intelligence, furious that they still can't figure out Fang Yi's real abilities. While Elder Wu calmly recognizes what will happen once the full details of the Yu City incident go public, the world will conclude that Jin Nation, through Fang Yi, has deciphered the king's rule in a way no other nation ever managed. And that fear alone will keep other nations from daring to move against Jin Nation. Because Fang Yi's victory has handed his country an enormous strategic advantage. With that settled, Elder Wu turns to his own people and orders them to return at once and begin analyzing every scrap of data from the scene, then delivers a forceful speech that reminds them the path ahead is long and that they cannot lean on the sealer to solve everything for them. Sister Lan and Jiu Euro smile as they agree with their teacher, and Jiu Euro adds that retirement is out of the question anyway, promising that their Shin City team will be the ones to handle whatever comes next. Later, at his villa in Tai City, Fang Yi lounges in a large bathtub, idly scrolling on his phone while his thoughts drift back to the battle, remembering how, after the area was cleared, officials discovered a dark attribute spirit crystal left behind by the King of Death and presented it to him as a thank you gift. Still holding his phone as he tallies up what he's gained, he also recalls the yang attribute spirit crystal Chen Ruo gave him earlier, and as two glowing crystals appear before him, the purple dark crystal alongside the golden yang crystal, he realizes he now possesses two top-tier attribute crystals. Fang Yi rises from the water and decides not to wait, reasoning that even though light and dark attributes normally clash, the system has already acknowledged him as a new King of Death, so absorbing dark energy should be safe. He presses the purple crystal into his chest and lets that dark power coil and swirl around him as a system window appears to confirm it has detected the dark attribute and identified the spirit crystal, then announces it is beginning an ultimate calculation and starts generating a brand new technique. Not long after, the system reveals the result, a dark attribute technique called Death Walk. And the moment Fang Yi activates it, purple shadows wrap over his body while the system explains the skill allows him to teleport through darkness. He thinks that even if the name sounds ominous, it's essentially a teleportation ability, so to test it he disappears from his second-floor balcony and instantly reappears on the level below, satisfied as he notes that a technique combining evasive potential with mobility is incredibly valuable in combat. Afterward, Fang Yi examines his internal condition and realizes that surviving the Death Brand trial has altered his body so that it can directly absorb dark attribute energy. He summons his skeletal avatar and senses that his command over dark spiritual power has surged, and having absorbed energy from the Anomaly King's spirit crystal, he feels himself closing in on a breakthrough to the legendary Vajra realm. He then turns his eyes to a cabinet where a warm golden glow is leaking out, and there it is, the Yang attribute spirit crystal, the reward Chen Ruo had promised him. Fang Yi remembers with a wry sense of humor that after the battle, city officials decided it was far too casual for Chen Yu to hand over something that valuable in private, so they staged a grand, formal ceremony to present it to him properly, and he even heard they'd gone as far as putting up a statue in his honor. Letting that memory drop, Fang Yi lifts the golden crystal, thinking that coming into possession of two top-tier crystals is a rare stroke of luck, then holds it up near his eye to study the pure yang energy churning inside. The moment he sends his power into it, a surge of fiery red energy whips up around him, and the system activates again, detecting the intense yang aura, before announcing, just like it did with a dark crystal, that it's beginning an ultimate calculation to derive a new technique from this source. Fang Yi concentrates and pours everything into refining the crystal, and the system confirms the new technique has been successfully created, as a blinding golden radiance suddenly erupts from Fang Yi's body, shining with the intensity of the sun itself. The system declares the result, a new yang attribute technique called Sun God, and wrapped in roaring, spiraling flames. Fang Yi releases the full force of this newborn power while the system explains that Sun God allows him to summon a sun avatar capable of burning through anything. A glowing golden symbol forms on his forehead, and high above the city a gigantic golden bird of fire manifests in the sky, illuminating everything beneath it. Down on the streets, a reporter breathlessly broadcasts the unbelievable sight as online comments explode, with people joking that they're getting blinded by the light even from distant cities, and the reporter urges citizens not to panic, suggesting their guardian, the sealer, is simply becoming stronger. On the internet, guesses fly that the Taoist god who saved them before is undergoing yet another trial, and over on a Pioneer forum, users confirm the phenomenon is centered in Tai City, recognize that familiar yang energy, and conclude the sealer must have awakened a new ability. In a dense, glowing forest, a team of pioneers has paused to rest, and among them is Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend, Su Qingying. One of the male pioneers starts praising the sealer for being so formidable and for humiliating Country B, then grumbles about that nation's so-called great prophet who had confidently predicted the nation wouldn't survive even the first year of the spiritual energy recovery. Su Qingying looks uneasy and asks whether that prophecy could still be true, but the male pioneer snaps back in anger and dismisses it outright. Even with his certainty hanging in the air, Su Qingying lowers her gaze, thinking about how many dangerous incidents have been erupting across the Xia nation lately, and the atmosphere sharpens as the group turns on Su Qingying, with the same male pioneer sneering at her low cultivation while another man presses in to ask if she's a traitor, mocking her for still being stuck at the one-star ghost axe realm. He jabs at her by saying she used to be some rich young miss, but in this new world she's the one who's worthless. And Su Qingying folds her arms tight, forcing herself to hold on to what pride she has left as she fires back that their so-called strength is nothing impressive compared to the sealer. She challenges them outright, saying they don't have the right to sneer at her until they can stand at his level. The male pioneer bursts into laughter and asks if she's really thinking about teaming up with the sealer, and the three men laugh together as they're reminded the sealer is famous for acting alone, before turning vicious and declaring she's been kicked out of their team. As they start to walk away, Su Qingying, panicked, reaches after them and shouts that if she's leaving, they at least have to give her the portion of the reward she earned. The leader twists back with a greedy smile and coldly tells her she should be thanking them for not demanding she pay them instead. Then he snaps his power forward in a blast of wind energy that slams into her and throws her backward as he yells for her to get lost. Su Qingying lies there trembling with pain and fury, silently swearing that they'll pay for what they've done. Soon social media is overflowing with fear as that so-called great prophet from Country B announces a new prediction, that the Xia nation will be destroyed within a year. And inside the Thai Spirit Association office, the association superior brings it up with Fang Yi, explaining that these rumors are rattling the local pioneers. Qingying adds that Country B is deliberately using psychological warfare to undermine their citizens' confidence, and the superior follows by saying word of Fang Yi's power has already spread, pushing Country B into more aggressive moves, to the point that there are even rumors they manipulated events to trigger a near disaster in another city. The superior admits the whole situation was abnormal, because every sign suggested the disaster should have occurred in Country B, yet it almost wiped out their own elite forces instead, and with panic rising, the association decides Fang Yi must respond publicly. He walks up to a computer and, with a single keystroke, sends out a message from his verified profile, Sealer 5, posting one short, forceful sentence. The apocalypse won't catch up to my speed of breaking through. The internet detonates instantly as a tidal wave of comments pours in, survivors insisting they saw Fang Yi destroy the Death King, and people begin ridiculing Country B's prophecy. Fang Yi figures the fastest way to silence them is to state the one fact nobody can argue with, his strength. And across the nation pioneers stare at their screens in shock as they realize Fang Yi is breaking through yet again, then erupt into cheers for the god of Great Xia, convinced that even if the hell that prophet predicted reaches their city, Fang Yi will be there to stop it. Meanwhile, inside the enemy's headquarters, Country BS information post, the atmosphere is pure chaos, with staff working themselves ragged while cursing the sealer and his frightening power, still unable to obtain even his personal data. The Country B Pioneer Network's data expert finally snaps, roaring at the team for failing to dig up information on this single person and threatening to fire every last one of them. Back at the Thai Spirit Association, the atmosphere settles, and Fang Yi tells the superior that his statement should be enough to quiet things down, drawing a laugh from the superior as he thanks him. Then an assistant suddenly rushes in clutching a tablet, face tight with panic, and reports that a new restricted area has appeared in the western region of the Xia nation after two powerful attributes collided, with the military already locking the place down. Fang Yi immediately asks what attributes are involved, and the assistant explains it's a blend of Yang attribute and Dark attribute, two opposing forces crashing against each other so violently that the zone is lethally dangerous, yet packed with enormous opportunity. The message also states that Sea Mystic Ju Euro from headquarters sent this notice specifically for him, inviting him to go the next morning, and Fang Yi accepts on the spot, clenching his fist as he thinks this is the perfect chance to test the two new abilities he's just obtained. Not long after, in the barren stretches of Western Xia Nation, a military convoy rolls toward a swirling vortex known as the Black Sun Pool, until one armored vehicle pulls to a stop and Fang Yi steps out with Galen. Fang Yi remarks that they had to bring so many people purely for monitoring because of the black wind and rain curtain, a natural barrier they still have to break through, and he stands composed before the raging storm, studying the magnificent, chaotic clash of Yang and Dark attributes twisting within. At his side, the team asks whether he's ready, and facing the gigantic tornado of dark power, Fang Yi steels himself to meet this new challenge. Outside the black wind and rain curtain, the restricted zone lies under a colossal dark tornado, and Sister Land begins introducing a set of newly arrived pioneers, explaining that they are elite members dispatched from headquarters in Shan City and High City. She adds that these arrivals are the same type as Fang Yi, top-tier geniuses of the three-star spirit creation realm who are expected to step into the Vajra realm soon. As she speaks, the newcomers emerge behind her, spiritual power rolling off them, and a blue-haired man steps forward to introduce himself as Wang Lan, the new captain of High City and a 3-star water attribute pioneer. While at his side stands a spiky-haired man named Song Yiming, an elite Shin City pioneer wielding formidable dual wind and fire powers. Wang Lan offers a polite apology for arriving late, and Xiaolan addresses the whole group, reminding everyone of the rules for entering a restricted area before challenging them to rely on their own abilities to break through the dark curtain and push inside. Fang Yi remains silent, red eyes faintly glowing as he notices the two new captains staring in his direction, and Song Yiming answers with a dismissive snort, clearly unimpressed and eager to prove himself as he steps forward and declares he'll go first. He drags a large blade from his back, poised to display his strength, and as he channels his power into the weapon he thinks to himself that at least half the reason he took this mission was because of the sealer. He'd heard plenty of rumors about Fang Yi's rare yang attribute, and he came here wanting a direct comparison of strength, so the instant he commits, flames burst off his body as he springs into the air and triggers his dual powers, mixing blue wind energy into the blazing fire on his sword. He boasts that his fire attribute is the purest and that he uses wind to drive it to its absolute limit. Then with one heavy swing he sends a roaring wave of fire and wind crashing into the dark barrier. Galen watches and acknowledges that Song Yiming truly is a genius who has pushed both attributes to their peak. And when Song Yiming lands, the force of his strike has already carved a passage through the darkness. He gives a contemptuous scoff, saying the barrier is nothing more than fake bad weather and it's easy for him to break. Then Wang Lan steps up, deciding it's his turn, and he releases his spiritual power to form a sharp, blue water construct before charging into the dark storm. As he moves, he shapes a protective water umbrella around himself, using that defensive technique to force his way through the brutal conditions, and inside the churning blackness the water shield shines bright. Yet even so Wang Lan can feel the frightening pressure of the dark climate pressing down, realizing that if he'd come here right, after only just reaching the 3-star spirit creation realm, he might have died. He looks up, stunned, trying to comprehend how yang attribute and dark attribute can truly coexist. Because ahead the huge vortex of clashing energies is twisting across the sky, and nearby Song Yiming pinches up a trace of dark energy, remarking that it feels icy and repels the human body, thinking that simply enduring this environment is impressive enough. Wang Lan grows uneasy and guesses that maybe Fang Yi handles the pressure so well because his fire attribute is naturally close to the yang attribute, then comments aloud that breaking through the curtain is genuinely difficult. In the next instant, Fang Yi answers by detonating a surge of golden flame, using a fire slash to rip straight through the darkness, forcing Wang Lan and Song Yiming to spring away as the golden figure streaks past. Wang Lan shakes as he recognizes that unmistakably pure yang attribute, and Fang Yi cuts through the final layer of the barrier, tearing open a massive window of light. With Sister Lan at his side, he stands there as if it took no effort at all and greets the others casually, saying they've been waiting a long time, and that presence alone hits like pressure, leaving Song Yiming and Wang Lan staring in open shock because the sealer has crossed the lethal barrier as if it were nothing. Wang Lan finally asks how Fang Yi is keeping the black wind and rain curtain split apart, and Fang Yi lifts a sphere of golden energy, explaining with calm simplicity that the method is straightforward. As long as you use a yang attribute stronger than the surrounding dark attribute, you can suppress the darkness. He admits it consumes a huge amount of spiritual power, but says it can be maintained as long as you have sufficient reserves. Song Yiming bristles, irritated that Fang Yi can call something like that simple, while Wang Lan can't help wondering whether Fang Yi is truly even in the same realm as they are. And Sister Lan just smiles and tells him he'll get used to it, because every genius pioneer reacts the same way the first time they witness Fang Yi's abilities, while Fang Yi merely returns an easy smile, completely unfazed by their disbelief. All at once, the system warns him that a pollution source has appeared along with an A-level dark anomaly, and the ground immediately begins to quake with violent force. Song Yiming's eyes light up with excitement as he says that if it's only an A-level anomaly with a dark attribute, he wants to be the one to test himself against it, and with Fang Yi taking point, the group surges toward the disturbance. Up ahead, 3 unfamiliar figures stride out from a cave, and Fang Yi's gaze tightens as he instantly recognizes them as people from Country B. Sister Lan and Song Yiming stiffen in shock at the sight of outsiders here, and Sister Lan quickly realizes these strangers have already destroyed the anomaly, so she shouts that there are no other authorized pioneers scheduled for today and concludes they must be stowaways, then demands to know exactly who they are. The 3 intruders don't flinch as they stand their ground, a blonde man in a purple shirt, a muscular man with long black hair, and a third figure hidden under a hood. And the blonde man with an arrogant smile as he introduces them as pioneers from Country B who came here to train. Song Yiming erupts with fury, yelling that this is Xia Nation's territory and they have no right to enter a restricted zone without permission, and Sister Lan backs him up, ordering them to leave at once. But the intruders answer calmly that times have changed. The blonde man pushes it further, declaring with smug confidence that if the Xia people won't claim the resources here, then his group will, insisting they are justified because they believe they are stronger than the Xia team. And hearing that, Fang Yi steps forward and asks in an even, controlled tone whether they truly believe opportunities belong only to the strong. The blonde man smirks, already thinking his country sent elites precisely to spark conflict, But Fang Yi answers with a cold, frightening smile as his red eye begins to glow, telling them that if strength is the only rule, then they can get lost. While Fang Yi faces them down, Sister Lan tries to report the incident to headquarters. Yet the enemy cuts her off by launching a sudden strike as the blonde man releases a surging wave of green energy and shouts that they've refused his polite offer. Song Yiming and Wang Lan recoil in shock as they realize the enemy wields a rare, deadly dark attribute, and the blonde man laughs, proclaiming that within this dark attribute environment he's fighting on his perfect home field. Galen studies the nauseating energy and identifies it as a nether poison attribute mutated from decaying corpses, and panic flashes through her as she yells that the blast has destroyed all their communication devices, severing them from the outside world. Fang Yi immediately understands the intruders are planning to wipe them out, and Song Yiming refuses to hesitate, charging straight in with his flaming sword as he shouts that if they can't absorb the dark attribute, then they'll simply destroy it. Wang Lan tries to stop him, but Song Yiming ignores the warning and hurls a massive fireball at the enemy, only for the result to turn wrong in an instant, as the green nether poison energy swallows the flames, makes the fireball detonate violently, and kicks a shockwave back towards Song Yiming. Song Yiming holds his stance, staring ahead in stunned disbelief, shocked that his attack has failed. That explosion doesn't just end the moment, it sets off a brutal counterstrike, and in the next breath a tide of green energy surges straight at the Shia team, forcing Sister Lan to shout a warning as the lethal mist rolls in and, before anyone can reposition, the green light closes around them from every side. Wang Lan moves at the last possible second, throwing up an enormous blue wall of water that seals the group inside a protective barrier, and while everyone else tightens with nerves behind that shield, Fang Yi stands unnerved, his red eye shining as he studies the enemy's strength head-on without the slightest fear. The fight spikes again when the blonde man from Country B slams an attack into Wang Lan's water barrier, a gigantic shadowy claw ripping into the shield, and Fang Yi immediately steps forward and orders everyone to scatter, then swings out a fierce arc of golden energy that cleaves through the dark mist and drives the enemy backward, catching the blonde man off guard as his strike gets halted. He regains control fast, floating in midair as he sneers at Fang Yi, mocking him as a fire attribute pioneer from Xia Nation and warning that Fang Yi's teammates are even more useless than he is. And right after that, dark green vines burst out from the shadows, snapping around Jialan, Wang Lan, and Song Yiming to bind them tight and drag them into a corrosive fog. Jialan yells to Fang Yi over the chaos, warning him that this opponent has been hiding his real power and that his cultivation is at least the second level of the Vajra realm. And with the Xi team now trapped, the blonde man throws his head back and laughs like a madman. Meanwhile, beyond the restricted zone, the military can only watch as the massive black wind and rain curtain closes again, locking the team inside, and beside them Sister Lan's subordinate stays tensely at a laptop recording of the blonde man, his expression turning grim as he mutters that the rumors were true. Someone from Country B has mastered the dark attribute. He keeps analyzing the footage, concluding that the enemy hasn't completely mastered pure dark attribute yet, but he does possess a deadly sub-attribute capable of inflicting wounds that will never heal. Back inside, the blonde man gloats that Fang Yi's partners have been poisoned and will soon rot to death, their spiritual power turning into his nourishment, and he demands that Fang Yi come back with him to the Great Country B and become part of him. And with everyone pinned in place, Sister Lan screams at Fang Yi to strike back. In response, golden flames detonate from Fang Yi's body, blasting the darkness away as he mocks the enemy and asks whether he still hasn't noticed something crucial about the way their powers match up. And then Fang Yi expands his bonfire domain, forming a massive sphere of golden light that forces the nether poison outward. He challenges the blonde man again, asking if he's shocked that the poison doesn't affect him at all, and the blonde man can only stare, utterly confused, as Fang Yi smiles with calm confidence and unleashes an enormous torrent of fire, not at the leader, but straight at the two subordinates down on the ground. The blonde man's fury spikes as he sees his defenses cracked and his men suddenly under attack, and Fang Yi springs up into the air and jeers at him, asking if he's really not going to save them, only for the blonde man to snarl that Fang Yi is arrogant as he calls forth a huge, compressed sphere of poison mist and shouts that as long as Fang Yi is human, there's no escaping its power. Ignoring the threat completely, Fang Yi charges straight into the incoming attack, his flaming sword carving a blazing path through the sky. And the closer he gets, the more the blonde man's face twists from confidence into pure shock as recognition finally hits him. With a jolt of horror, the blonde man realizes what Fang Yi is wielding, the Yang attribute, the one force that can truly counter him. And Fang Yi lifts his burning sword high and calls out the name of his strike, Skyfire Slash, then brings it down in a single overwhelming swing that tears clean through the enemy's defense and his body, splitting the blonde man in half. Stunned beyond belief, the blonde man can't accept it, unable to understand how a human could command a power so close to that of an anomaly king. And as his severed body collapses and falls apart, he's left in a dazed, defeated confusion while Song Yiming and Wang Lan stare on in absolute shock. Even coughing up blood, the blonde man refuses to die, and drawing on the dense dark energy saturating the area, he uses green vines to haul his two halves back together, shouting that with a dark attribute this rich, Fang Yi can't kill him. Fang Yi just hovers in the air with a bored expression, thinking to himself that the nether poison attribute is too weak and that its healing ability is miserably low, and he decides this opponent doesn't even deserve his ultimate move. Then the blonde man suddenly stares at his own hands, bewildered, and as he realizes his regeneration has stopped, he screams out, demanding to know why he isn't healing anymore. Fang Yi answers by snapping his fingers, and the power he had quietly planted behind the enemy detonates in a violent burst of golden light that wipes him out completely. And after it's over, Fang Yi drops down lightly, strolling away from the scorched remains with the same cool, unbothered attitude. He extends a hand toward Wang Lan and Song Yiming, and crackling blue lightning coils around them, homing in on the green poison patches across their bodies, and Fang calmly explains that it's stripping away the dark attribute, leaving both pioneers staring at him in amazement. After that, he reaches over and taps Galen on the shoulder as well, purifying her too, and she can only voice her shock that he killed a Vajra realm pioneer so effortlessly. Fang Yi turns a moment over in his head, concluding that the blonde man didn't reach the Vajra realm through any normal path because his spiritual power felt contaminated and impure, and he finds it equally suspicious that the enemies acted as if they didn't even know he existed. Sister Lan admits she's confused too, but then she remembers an internal rumor. Years ago, Elder Wu threw his own body in the way of a strange disaster that was supposed to strike Country B, and they start weighing the idea that the rivalry between the two nations has always been intense, and that Elder Wu likely became a target precisely because of that heroism. The tension finally breaks when Song Yiming explodes with excitement, declaring that from now on he'll hang a portrait of the sealer beside his bed to push himself forward. And Wang Lan, dead serious, asks him if the Yang attribute has finally broken his mind. Fang Yi turns away from the group and tells them that even though he has removed the dark attribute, their condition still isn't good enough for them to enter the core area of the restricted zone. Fang Yi tells Sister Lan to either escort the others back or have them train in the outer area, and as he says it, he turns and walks forward alone into the churning wind and dust, leaving the team behind, because with his eyes burning gold he makes his real purpose clear. He intends to see the core of this restricted area's true face with his own eyes. He stops by himself before an enormous, terrifying storm made of blue lightning and dark energy, the sky splitting with raw force as he steels himself to step into the deadly core that nobody else can reach, and when Fang Yi finally strides into that storm, Sister Lan, Song Yiming, and Wang Lan can only stand and watch. Song Yiming, stunned by that audacity, stays in outright disbelief, while Wang Lan turns to Sister Lan and asks what their odds of success would have been if they'd gone in without him, and Sister Lan answers with a bitter smile that she used to be the top candidate to succeed Elder Wu. Yet ever since the sealer arrived she's accepted being second. Song Yiming and Wang Lan are shaken to hear that their proud leader's mindset has changed so drastically, but before they can say more, the dark energy overhead suddenly crackles with violent intensity, and Song Yiming panics and yells, demanding to know what's happening. Sister Lan senses the danger instantly and screams for her teammates to dodge, and a defensive barrier snaps into place just as an immense wave of dark energy detonates into a gigantic explosion, blasting through even their precautions and hurling Sister Lan, Song Yiming, and Wang Lan backward through the air. The blast gouges massive trails into the ground, and when the three pioneers finally hit and lie battered across the scorched earth, they understand that this overwhelming destructive force is the restricted area core revealing its real nature, so they lift their eyes in awe and see a horrifying landscape shaped like a giant fiery eye, exactly like the satellite images they had studied. Galen points out that Fang Yi is already ahead of them, suspended in the storm's center, and there Fang Yi hovers with his body acting like a bridge between golden fire wings and jagged spikes of dark purple energy as he studies a sphere of darkness gathered in his hand. He frowns in confusion at the strange reaction he's sensing, and then he realizes the impossible is happening. These two opposite attributes, yang and dark, are slowly blending into an entirely new kind of spiritual power, the energies spiraling together as a chaotic vortex that won't settle. The system warns him that it has detected a tremendous change of heaven and earth caused by the collision of yang and dark attributes, and as the reaction surges, Fang Yi's body seems to split down the middle, one side turning into a skeletal shadow while the other blazes with golden radiance. Then the system declares the birth of a completely unknown attribute, turbid yang, and Fang Yi steadies the fused energy in his grasp as the system immediately begins collecting data to write a brand new technique rooted in this power. Fang Yi concentrates, drawing that twisting vortex of purple and black energy up into his head and absorbing the newborn attribute into himself. And in the next instant his eyes erupt with a blinding white glow. The system confirms the result. He has obtained a new technique, the Spirit Turbid Eye Technique, a power that governs infinite transformations and deals with illusions and reality. And as that new force takes hold, the dark energy inside the crater abruptly disappears, drained completely as the vortex sucks it dry. Song Yiming can only stand there dumbfounded, wondering if the dark attribute has fused with the yang attribute and birthed some kind of monster. But Sister Lan catches something off in the air around them and asks the others if they feel it too. And as they focus, they realize that even though this new spiritual power looks frightening, the instinctive rejection and terror the dark attribute normally brings has vanished. Wang Lan proposes they use this pure energy to cultivate. Galen agrees right away, and the three pioneers each settle into meditation inside protective spheres, eager to absorb even the tiniest portion of this higher energy. Meanwhile, outside the restricted zone, the military observers are left confused because the massive energy readings have stabilized, yet the signals from Country B's intruders have disappeared, and as the soldiers put it together, they conclude the sealer must have wiped out the enemy. Remembering the rumors about Fang Yi's ruthlessness, they decide the intruders simply received what they deserved, and they hurry to contact headquarters, relieved that they managed to preserve video evidence of Country B's actions and already planning to use it as a bargaining chip in the diplomatic conflict that's coming. Far away, inside Country B's highest military intelligence office, a group of men in black suits stands on edge while a blond man with a mustache slams his fist down, demanding an explanation for what happened to their strongest pioneer, then whips his anger toward his subordinates and shouts, asking how their agent could just vanish. A man with long, wavy gray hair answers with unsettling calm, suggesting the missing agents are most likely dead, and with a dark, heavy look he admits their side took severe losses and was outmaneuvered by the Shia nation. The leader of Country B pounds the table again, yelling in disbelief that their strongest could lose so inexplicably to the Shia nation, then turns his fury on the gray-haired man and threatens him, ordering him to recover every benefit they took from Shia nation and warning that if they fail, he'll pull all funding from their organization. The gray-haired man meets that threat with a stare sharpened into something terrifying, promising they will repay this grudge in full and make CIA nation pay back with interest. And then, without warning, a surge of green spiritual energy erupts from his body, frightening even the gods. He rises and delivers a cold reminder to the leader. He may be a proud citizen of Country B, but he is not a dog like the leader's bodyguards, and he makes it clear he despises being threatened, telling the leader he hopes he remembers that. The leader and his guards freeze in a mix of fear and anger as the powerful pioneer turns and walks out, and as the gray-haired man departs, the leader shouts after him that he will immediately contact the Xia nation's leaders and demand their pioneers teach Shia a lesson. Down a dim hallway, the gray-haired man asks his subordinates for the results of their investigation, and three cloaked figures trail behind him as one reports they still can't enter the Shia nation's restricted zone and have failed to find the second young master. The subordinate adds that the tracking device implanted inside the target's body was most likely destroyed, though they can't completely rule out interference caused by the immense energy fluctuations, and when the gray-haired man hears that, his face tightens and twists with hatred. The gray-haired man accepts that the loss is real, and in that instant his hatred settles into a vow. Xia nation will pay. Meanwhile, deep in the core of the restricted area, Fang Yi hangs suspended to the storm center while the system feeds him the specifics of his brand new ability, the Spirit Turbid Eye technique, describing it as a terrifying illusion art that can haul any creature into a realm of despair, and emphasizing the most frightening point of all. Fang Yi wouldn't even need to lift a finger, because he can lock enemies inside hallucinations until they die. Fang Yi drops down and thinks the technique sounds almost too convenient. Yet the second his feet touch the ground, a piercing pain lances through him and stops him cold as his energy surges out of control. He buckles to one knee and coughs hard, his body straining to contain what has just taken it. He wipes the blood from his lip and mutters about how tyrannical the dark power is, and as dark purple energy roars around him, he understands that even though he forged a new attribute, the power is still pushing back, hitting him with a brutal backlash. Even so, through the pain, a crooked, thrilled smile spreads across Fang Yi's face because he genuinely finds it interesting, admitting to himself that it's been a long time since his run into a challenge this difficult. Inside a meeting room within the Country B Pioneer League, members argue over the recent defeat, one of them struggling to believe their ultimate weapon was crushed by the Sea Nation while another questions whether side effects are to blame. And in the middle of that discussion, the gray-haired pioneer leader strides in, his presence instantly tainting the room icy. He doesn't waste a second on words, unleashing his power as dark, ghost-like shadows lash out at the members, and with a cutting, sarcastic tone he remarks that they seem to have such unique insights, then points to a trembling subordinate and orders him to become bait for their next experiment. The subordinate panics and begs for mercy, but the leader ignores every plea, dismissing the previous leader as a straw bag and swearing he'll personally give the Shia nation a demonstration of real power. Elsewhere, in the Blue Star United Supreme Council Hall, tension thickens the air as a representative snaps that the CIA nation has gone too far, and the envoy from the E-Federation steps forward to issue a formal condemnation of the Shia nation for killing important pioneers from another country, insisting that with a global disaster looming, nations shouldn't be slaughtering each other's forces. Then, booming laughter breaks through the chamber, and someone loudly shouts, "Killed well," sending shock across the representatives' faces, and right on the heels of that disruption, Elder Wu, the Shia nation's commander, walks in wearing full combat armor. He surveys the room with open mockery and tells his men to swap everyone's drinks for chrysanthemum tea, implying they need to cool their internal fire and calm down. And when the gray-haired pioneer leader sees Elder Wu, he's briefly caught off guard, though he immediately discards any niceties and demands an explanation for how his country's powerful pioneer ended up dead within Shia's borders. His suspicion sharpens as he studies Elder Wu and wonders how he recovered it all. But Elder Wu answers by flaring a golden aura and scoffing, asking whether the man truly believes is qualified to demand explanations from him, then firing back with an accusation that country BS pioneers struck first and are now trying to play the victim while acting as the aggressors. The gray-haired leader demands proof of those accusations, even as fear chews at him, because if Elder Wu has truly returned to his peak, then every one of their plans is already hanging by a thread. Elder Wu doesn't rise to the agitation. He simply lifts a remote with steady calm and says that if proof is what he wants, then proof is exactly what he'll give him, and the screen behind him lights up with footage of the blonde leader and his team, clear evidence that Country B's pioneers crossed the border illegally to plunder resources. As the video plays, Elder Wu explains that the intruders destroyed their own recording equipment, yet were still killed in self-defense by Shia's pioneers, and he states outright that those arrogant invaders deserve to die, leaving the whole stunned by how undeniable Country BS treachery looks on display. Elder Wu fixes his gaze on the gray-haired leader and quotes that those who commit injustice will destroy themselves, then issues a hard warning to the entire room. If any other nation dares to steal CIA's resources, they will meet the exact same end. Fury boiling over, the gray-haired leader secretly condenses green energy into his hand and tries for a cheap strike, flinging 3 blades of green spiritual power straight at Elder Wu. But Elder Wu answers with ease, raising a golden barrier that sends the attack rebounding back to where it came from. The reflected force smashes into the gray-haired leader and hurls him backward, and Elder Wu laughs loudly, dismissing it as a meaningless little trick, while the gray-haired leader crashes down onto the stairs and his subordinates scramble to him in alarm. Elder Wu watches the mess with a satisfied look, thinking of Fang Yi, and wondering how many more miracles the sealer will still bring to the Xia nation. Back at the restricted area, an enormous vortex of dark energy churns like a living storm, and Sister Lan, Wang Lan, and Song Yiming stand at its edge staring in, with Galen's face tight with worry as she fears the sealer may be in trouble. Inside the eye of that storm, Fang Yi stands alone, and without warning his eyes blaze with golden light as the power inside him surges to a limit he can no longer hold. So he screams and a colossal burst of golden energy erupts from his body. Then the flare compresses and settles into a dark purple aura. The system confirms that the Spirit Turbid Eye technique has been fully absorbed and that his body will no longer reject the dark attribute, and Fang Yi touches his eye with a confident smile, deciding it's time to test what he's gained. He commands the technique to open, and in response reality fractures into countless purple shards, forming a chaotic new dimension. And as Fang Yi scans his surroundings, he's briefly put on alert when he notices images trapped in those shards, monsters he has fought before. He quickly understands the rule behind what he's seeing, realizing the illusions are built from his own experiences, and that discovery makes the power feel even more fascinating to him, because he reflects that the life-and-death encounters that forged his strength would become a lethal hell for anyone else dragged inside. Moving forward along a road split cleanly between ice on one side and lava on the other, he turns over a new possibility in his mind, thinking that if he were to fuse this technique with the 3 hellish trials of the Death Brand, it would become something even more terrifying. To try it, Fang Yi calls forth spirits of blue energy and blazing orange fire, and the 2 opposing forces whip around each other with violent turbulence until they form a spinning vortex, and at that instant the system flashes an urgent report of a massive overflow in spiritual power, announcing that he is about to break through into the legendary Vajra realm. Fang Yi stomps down hard and the ground fractures apart, and with that sudden surge of advancement rushing into him, a confident smile spreads across his face as he welcomes it instead of resisting. A colossal bolt of blue lightning drops from above, and out of that blinding flash a gigantic golden, armored avatar condenses into form, prompting Fang Yi to spring into the air and charge it head-on, his strike meeting the avatar's body in a white-hot collision that erupts into an explosion so bright it rattles the entire dimension. Outside, Sister Lan and Song Yiming both sense the violent fluctuation, and Sister Lan's eyes snap wide as she blurts that Fang Yi is about to break through to the Vajra realm, while inside, the clash keeps detonating in waves of golden brilliance and blue lightning until, after the blast finally clears, Fang Yi is left hovering in the air wrapped in crackling power. He stays calm, yet a trace of confusion crosses his face as he wonders if that was really all the trial had to offer, and then his red eye gleams as a predatory smile creeps in, because he decides it's his turn to answer back. The golden avatar slams down at him, but Fang Yi doesn't yield an inch. He raises a barrier, releases his limitless dark world, and with a hard, determined shout he activates his divine thunder tempering technique, compressing that vast force into a decisive counterstrike that he fires as a massive blast of blue lightning straight into the golden avatar. The lightning connects and the resulting detonation tears through the dimension again, and the system confirms the breakthrough is underway as Fang Yi draws in a raging torrent of golden lightning mixed with purple lightning, completing the jump and successfully reaching the first level of the Vajra realm. Fang Yi descends from above wrapped in a golden aura, pleasantly surprised that he has stepped into the Vajra realm, and as he settles, he gathers an overwhelming mass of power into his hand, his eyes burning red. Then with one casual swing he releases a crushing force that pulverizes the nearby rocks. The shockwave hits so hard that Sister Lan and Song Yiming can barely keep their footing, their bodies nearly overwhelmed by the raw pressure of his spiritual power, and the storm born from his breakthrough whips debris in every direction, even flinging an armored vehicle into the water as if it weighs nothing at all. An observer tracking the situation stays in disbelief as the energy data jumps past the maximum limit in an instant, and with suspicion turning into certainty as they watch that golden glow on the horizon, the team realizes the sealer has successfully advanced into the Vajra realm. Sister Lan stands at the rim of a massive crater and notes that the restricted area's spiritual energy has been sucked nearly dry, because Fang Yi absorbed almost everything and left only a tiny remainder, and Wang Lan, stunned, remarks that Fang Yi is like a bottomless pit, though he admits it's still far better for the sealer to take that power than for country BS enemies to steal it. With that settled, the three pioneers move in and land near the heart of the phenomenon to meet him, but the moment they get close, Song Yiming goes rigid in shock at the presence pressing down on him, and out of the blinding radiance Fang Yi walks toward them with an aura so heavy it feels like an entire mountain is crashing onto their shoulders. Even under that crushing pressure, Wang Lan casually pulls out his phone and snaps a photo, deciding on the spot that he'll set it as his wallpaper to bless his own future breakthrough. Song Yiming breaks into a nervous sweat, unable to stop wondering just how terrifying Fang Yi has become. And then our guy steps out of that golden radiance looking completely composed, greeting everyone with the kind of casual ease you'd expect from someone returning from a stroll, not someone who just whipped up a world-shaking energy storm. Sister Lan watches him with open admiration and thinks to herself, if he was once a sharp sword, he has now become a divine sword shining with immense power, and the whole group can't help but marvel at what they've just witnessed, reflecting on how brutally hard it is for a pioneer to cross that half-step gap into the Vajra realm. Yet Fang Yi did it in what feels like the blink of an eye. Sister Lan's smile deepens as she thinks about the shock he's given her, convinced it's a genuine blessing for the Xia nation. And as she looks at his back she can't help picturing the future, imagining him shining ever brighter until he stands shoulder to shoulder with her teacher, Elder Wu, or maybe even surpasses him. Meanwhile, the news detonates across the internet, with reports confirming that the sealer has broken through again in the Xia nation's western region, and as the comments pour and people connect the dots and realize that an S-level restricted area was drained dry by him, citizens celebrate the rise of another Vajra realm expert, praising their hero and reveling in what it means for their country. But in a dark room, a hand slides across a screen showing the crater, and someone spits the words "the sealer" with pure hatred, while the gray-haired pioneer leader turns to other figures hidden in shadow and warns that if Fang Yi keeps growing, the Xia nation will unite and crush their plans, declaring that the time to act is now. He seethes as he remembers how the sealer ruined their work in Tai City and allowed it to escape destruction, and he swears that this time none of them will get away. And right then a woman with long nails steps forward and produces 2 photos of Fang Yi. She explains that her followers hacked into the Pioneer mobile database and pulled these images to expose Fang Yi's real identity, and the gray-haired Pioneer leader takes the tablet with a wicked grin, telling her he doesn't care what methods they use as long as they succeed, clearly pleased with their collaboration and eager for the moment they can peel back the sealer's true face. At 3 a.m. in a city, a massive red beam of light suddenly drops from the sky and spears a high-rise building, and on the rooftop Jianglu completes his cultivation with a swirling red fire aura twisting around him. Satisfied with the results of his effort, he laughs in triumph and celebrates his breakthrough into the 2-star spirit creation realm. Then, riding that confidence, Jianglu strikes a pose and snaps a selfie, already excited to see how the internet is worshipping the phenomenon he caused. Before he can dive into the praise, one particular notification grabs his attention, and he opens a news report about the sealer breaking through a restricted area and the chaos it stirred online. And as he reads, Jianglu's face flushes with astonishment when he realizes Fang Yi has improved yet again. The shock turns into motivation on the spot as he punches the air, thinking that if a genius like the sealer is still pushing himself this hard, then he can't afford to be content with a small breakthrough. And staring at an image of Fang Yi, he feels a surge of conviction, like he's strong enough to chase those footsteps and follow that same path. The next morning, Jianglu strides through the streets of Tai City, practically shouting with excitement that is finally back, and in his rush he accidentally collides with a woman in high heels. But instead of offering an apology, he spins around with irritation and snaps at her, aggressively asking if her mother never taught her to apologize. The woman responds with a calm so smooth it feels almost staged, adjusting her sunglasses and giving him a polite apology. Yet behind those lenses a complicated, glowing purple pattern lights up in her eye, and before Jianglu can even process what's happening, a wave of psychic power sweeps over him and the hypnotic technique clamps down. His pupils wash into a dull purple glow as his will drains away, and seeing him fall under her control, the woman lets a sinister smile curl across her lips, then orders the dazed Jianglu to follow her, saying someone is looking for him. Stripped of any resistance, he emptily asks where they are going, but his feet still carry him after her like a puppet. As she adjusts her hat, she murmurs the name of her organization, the Heaven's Choice Cult, and in her mind she pictures their base, a dark and ominous cathedral she reveres as sacred ground, and with her face turning solemn, she guides her captive into a shadowed alley while cloaked figures leap across the rooftops above, silently escorting them. She steels herself, repeating that her mission is to infiltrate Tai City and that she must not disappoint the leader she calls father, And as she leads Jianglu deeper into the dark passage, she swears that Fang Yi's home base will become their new territory, declaring that the Heaven's Choice cult will soon shine across the entire nation. Jianglu comes to in a place so black and frightening it feels unreal, a chamber identified as the repentance room of the Heavenly Chosen Church's headquarters in Tai City. And the moment awareness returns is already screaming in agony under torture, shouting that he doesn't know the person they're demanding information about. In the middle of that pain, he realizes he can't even control his own mouth, and the memory of being hypnotized snaps back into place, making him understand he's been brainwashed, and that these vicious people are trying to wring details out of him about his future master, Fang Yi. Yet he can't help finding a strange sliver of comfort in the fact that he truly knows nothing to give them. In a grand hall elsewhere, a subordinate reports to a woman dressed like a nun, asking whether the prisoner has spoken, and the nun-like woman continues praying as she answers that although she forced him to talk, he appears far too ignorant to be of any real use. The subordinate hesitates, worrying aloud about whether Jianglu is even qualified to serve as bait, and voicing his fear that the sealer might not bother coming to rescue someone like him. But the woman cuts through that doubt with cold certainty, declaring she'll intensify the torture because she intends to complete Father's mission. At the Thai Spirit Association office, Fang Yi and Chu Qingli sit facing two unfamiliar men, and Chu Qingli asks if they came all the way to Tai City to request help finding Jianglu. One of them, Jianglu friend, explains that Jianglu arrived hoping to find the sealer and become his apprentice, only to vanish the moment he got here, and the red-haired man adds that they received a tip saying Jianglu was taken by a mysterious group called the Heavenly Chosen Church. Chu Qingli and Fang Yi both react in shock, and Chu Qingli recognizes that name at once, identifying it as an evil cult backed by pioneer forces. The red-haired man admits outright that his group has no confidence in taking on a place that powerful, which is exactly why they came to Fang Yi for help, and Su Qingying follows by laying out what she knows about the enemy, describing them as an organization that stands against the Spirit Association and specializes in mental assaults. She explains that on the surface they masquerade as an ordinary church, using that harmless image to seep into the common population, while their true main headquarters sits in Chonchi City, where they've gathered nearly 1 million believers, and she adds that although the local Spirit Association has tried to strike them down, the cult is slippery and hard to pin. Hearing that, Fang Yi's alarm spikes because if the headquarters is in Chonchi City, then their appearance here can only mean they've already penetrated Tai City, and Chu Qingling immediately insists she has to notify the association so they can comb through the city at once. But a sharp smile tugs at Fang Yi's mouth as he states what he believes is the real situation. The cult slipped in without anyone noticing and abducted the very person who came looking for him, which means the Heavenly Chosen Church isn't merely operating nearby, they're actually coming for him. Fang Yi falls into heavy thought, reasoning that if this secretive organization traveled thousands of miles specifically to target him, then if they choose to stay hidden on purpose it would be extremely hard to dig up useful clues, and as his face grows more serious, he begins to suspect that the idea of them infiltrating Tai City is a deliberate misdirection. Su Qingying and the red-haired man stare at him, caught off guard, and Fang Yi asks them to confirm something important. Is Chonchi City currently the place in the Xia Nation with the fewest spiritual anomalies? Chu Qingling confirms it, explaining that it's a favored retirement spot for the elderly and that plenty of people living there don't even realize how much the world has changed. And with that detail locked in, Fang Yi pieces together the cult's likely approach, guessing they are planting scattered weak points in Tai City as a slow path to expansion, while his presence remains the single biggest obstacle to their plan. With the logic clicking into place, he abruptly rises and states his conclusion that the missing Jianglu has most likely already been transferred to the cult's headquarters in Chonchi City, and rather than sit around waiting to be maneuvered, he chooses to strike first, ordering Jiang Lu's friend to book the earliest possible tickets to Chonchi City so they can confront the cult directly. The two men respond with immediate eagerness, agreeing to follow Lord Kayla, and Fang Yi then turns to Su Qingying and instructs her to brief her superiors and push anti-cult propaganda throughout the city to keep Tai safe while he's away, which she accepts with cheerful confidence. As he readies to depart, Fang Yi thinks to himself that this cult has to be wiped out as quickly as possible, admits he's genuinely surprised he never knew an organization that strong existed there, and then, with a sudden jolt of memory, realizes his aunt is currently retiring in that very city. Meanwhile, inside the Heavenly Chosen Church headquarters in Chonchi City, a subordinate approaches the leader to report that the sealer and his companions are already flying toward the city, and the leader, dressed in white religious robes, breaks into a sinister smile, surprised that the useless bait actually worked and that Fang Yi is coming straight into her territory. She tightens her hand into a fist and crushes the energy gathered inside it, deciding on the spot that they'll need to prepare a proper welcome. She summons a glowing white clock into her hand and studies it with a wicked grin, wondering aloud whether she can twist a heretic that powerful into a tool for her church, then adds that heretics are always stubborn. The subordinate insists she has nothing to worry about, and the woman answers with a sinister smile of agreement before turning away, her body suddenly surging with dark purple energy as she declares that heretics have only one ending, to be burned down and erased completely. At the Chonchi airport, the scene is strangely calm, and Fang Yi can't help finding it impressive that flights in the Sea Nation are still operating at all, and as they move through the terminal, One of his companions explains that flights are growing scarce, and that without the Spirit Association helping them secure tickets, they probably wouldn't have made it onto a plane. Later, in a quiet stretch of woodland, Jianglu's friend asks Lord Sila where they should head next. But Fang Yi tells them they don't need to go anywhere at all. They just need to wait, leaving the two companions exchanging baffled looks at the unexpected order. Fang Yi lifts a finger for silence, then with a sharp, intense stare tells them to listen. And as soon as he confirms the presence he sensed, he announces that their hosts have arrived. Cloaked figures peel out of the air around them as if the space itself is opening. And these enemies float above the ground in dark hoods with their faces wrapped in bandages, their eyes lit by hypnotic purple spirals that pulse with unnatural pressure. Fang Yi immediately warns his companions to stay alert, reminding them that the Heavenly Chosen Church specializes in mental assaults, and he orders them not to meet the enemy's gaze directly. The red-haired man and Jianglu's friend both acknowledge the warning and drop into fighting stances. But while Fang Yi's attention is on the minions, a presence blooms in the purple mist behind him, and the next instant the mysterious woman appears, hovering close enough to drape herself over his shoulders as she leans in and whispers teasingly into his ear, asking why. If he told his friends not to look, he still hasn't closed his own eyes. She releases the power of her spirit creation realm, her eyes blazing with concentrated purple light as she activates a technique she calls disarming charm. And with mocking sweetness she asks whether he wanted to keep her beauty all to himself, trying to seize control of his mind. Fang Yi doesn't even flinch, and instead a dreadful red glow kindles in his eye as he smiles with a cold menace and asks her if she truly believed he would be fooled by something like that. And the woman's confidence collapses in an instant, her face snapping from smug certainty into outright shock. Behind Fang Yi, within the spiritual realm, a massive and terrifying red eye opens, crushing down over her purple power and overwhelming it completely. And Fang Yi calmly tells her that since she was the first one with the courage to come close, she deserves a reward, adding that illusion-type pioneers like her are particularly interesting to him. Inside the spiritual domain born from their clash, Fang Yi releases his mental force, his spirit turbid eye technique, and the woman of the Heaven's Chosen cult jerks back in terror, stunned that the Sila could wield illusion arts at all, because none of their reports ever mentioned such a thing. The woman forces herself back into control and scoffs, declaring that illusion arts are her cult's greatest weapon, then produces a pocket watch glowing with purple light and calls Fang Yi inferior, brimming with confidence in the power her father has bestowed on her. Inside the illusion she casts, she believes she has already cut Fang Yi cleanly in half. Yet when the moment passes, Fang Yi is still standing there untouched, wearing a smug smile, and he coolly tells her to keep going, an answer that leaves her frozen in shock. Then Fang Yi takes his turn, remarking that an opponent this lively makes the perfect test subject, and a huge sphere of red energy packed with dark spirits manifests in front of her, swallowing her whole as Fang Yi's power crashes down. She screams because the illusion is unbearably real, and wise, her own abilities refuse to respond, and from that darkness chains crawl outward and snap into place, stretching her up and crucifying her above an inferno of flames. Desperate, she shrieks that she is a child chosen by her god, but humiliation and terror slam into her at once as she remains trapped, ringed by darkness and countless hostile red eyes, her certainty splintering as her mind begins to crack under the pressure. The illusion devours what she thought was reality, and she spirals into panic until she forgets who she even is, and with shadow monsters towering above her, Fang Yi descends like a judge, his presence crushing her from every direction. In that moment she understands how weak her skills truly are, and that if she keeps resisting she will unquestionably die. And with his red eye glowing in a frightening pulse, Fang Yi demands she tell him everything she knows about the Heaven's Chosen cult's ultimate objective. Shaking, she confesses that father said they must eliminate the Sila to complete their grand plan, and Fang Yi immediately presses harder, demanding more details about that plan and demanding the location of father and his friend Jianglu. She struggles to speak, stammering that they are at the altar, but then her face contorts in sudden terror as a restriction buried deep inside her mind activates, and before she can finish the sentence, a fatal force detonates from within and cuts her off instantly. Her body drops limp and lifeless at Fang Yi's feet, and as the illusion collapses and fades, he stays down at the corpse and understands what happened. She triggered a forbidden restriction planted by father, so he concludes that any follower who tries to expose truly sensitive information is executed on the spot. The woods fall quiet again, and Fang Yi walks through the aftermath where his companions have already been defeated and lie scattered on the ground. And when he senses eyes on him from the shadows, Fang Yi calls out toward the hidden watcher, asking if they really kill their own subordinate just to keep her silent. In response, the cult's minions spring out, purple energy spiraling around clock-like objects in their hands as they shout angrily that they'll capture Fang Yi and use him to make their cult famous. They close in around him and issue a brutal ultimatum, threatening to kill his companions if he refuses to surrender. But Fang Yi only scoffs and calls forth a blade made of pure flame, and as he readies to strike, his glowing eye sweeps across them and dissects what they really are. On paper, their levels look impressive, yet in the instant he reads their foundations he sees the truth, that their strength is hollow, built on something weak. So with a quiet, disappointed look he tightens his grip and unleashes a massive heavenly fire slash, ripping straight through their defenses while remarking that their real combat power is downright pathetic. The cultists are blasted apart by the surging fire, screaming as they are flung back and crash down in total defeat. And Fang Yi steps over one of them and pins him with that terrifying red glow in his eye, making the cultist tremble as he finally understands the hopeless gap between them. A shaking subordinate edges forward holding a strange oval mirror pulsing with purple energy, and Fang Yi studies it with interest as he senses something inside. A dark silhouette forms within the glass, and a voice speaks directly to the sealer, insisting this has all been a misunderstanding. The voice claims the heavenly chosen cult exists to save humanity, boasting that they've already resolved 3 spiritual anomalies in Chuanxi City, and the leader pushes the comparison further, declaring that next to their holy work, the Spirit Association is nothing but incompetence. Fang Yi answers with open mockery, telling her not to start believing her own fabricated story, and then he methodically tears apart the claim, pointing out that Chuanxi City is considered a secure zone with no record of beast disasters at all, which means the anomalies they supposedly solved never existed in the first place. From there, Fang Yi exposes what he believes is the real scam, deducing that the cult manufactures fake crises to lure in believers, siphon wealth, and convert it into cultivation resources for themselves, dismissing that kind of method as utterly despicable. The woman inside the mirror laughs down at him with cold condescension, then reveals more of her strength by turning what looked like an ordinary pocket watch into a vessel brimming with dark energy, and with anger twisting her voice she snaps that Fang Yi has misunderstood their noble cause, claiming that pioneers like him who throw themselves into danger for the Spirit Association are the ones who've been brainwashed. She challenges the very idea of protecting the weak, calling ordinary people a burden that should be abandoned to die so that powerful pioneers can rule. And as her expression warps into full fanaticism, she screams that they are walking a glorious road of evolution. Fang Yi doesn't budge, and his flaming sword suddenly crackles with blue lightning as he bursts forward at blinding speed. The cultist clutching the mirror shrieking in terror while the leader's silhouette watches in stunned disbelief. With a face gone cold, Fang Yi tells her that if she truly believes the weak should die, then she should be the first one to go. And in the same motion he swings, fire and lightning smearing into a single streak, aiming through the cultist and the mirror together. From the other side, the leader can only gape as his strike seems to cut through reality itself, and the mirror explodes into fragments, their connection severed in an instant, and she screams, unable to comprehend how he could shatter what she considered a sacred object. The woman recoils as the flaming slash sweeps past her, barely missing its mark. For a moment it feels real, but she quickly realizes the truth. The strike wasn't physical, it was a powerful illusion. The thought immediately crosses her mind. She had almost been trapped inside Fang Yi's illusion. Fortunately, her real body wasn't present. Within her mind, the experience had been far more intense. In that mental space, an enormous Fang Yi with glowing red eyes dragged her into his domain and cut her down in a single strike, her head falling instantly. Even though it was only an illusion, the damage left a trace behind. A purple crack of energy spreads across her forehead, forming a wound. It stands as proof of Fang Yi's strange and unsettling power. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a cultist raises a mirror. Inside it, their leader's shocked face appears clearly. She studies Fang Yi through the reflection and comments that his methods are quite interesting. Then she regains control and acknowledges his strength. Since he's this capable, perhaps they should talk. Fang Yi notices the mark on her forehead. It isn't blood. Instead, the wound appears tainted with a dark attribute. From that detail, he reaches a conclusion. His illusion still isn't strong enough to fully trap her remotely while her real body remains elsewhere. So he delivers a clear ultimatum. She and the Heaven's Chosen cult must leave Chuanxi City within 3 days. This is only a warning. If she refuses, then after those 3 days, something much bigger will happen. Blue lightning begins crackling around Fang Yi's hand as he adds another demand. They must release the person they captured. He already understands the cult won't retreat easily, so for now he plans to adapt depending on how things unfold. The woman listens before smiling. She agrees. The Heaven's Chosen cult will withdraw from Chuanxi City. As long as she can leave safely, his companion will be returned in 3 days. At the same time, inside the cult's base, 2 cultists drag an unconscious Jianglu across the floor and throw him down. Back in the forest, Fang Yi calmly accepts the terms. With the agreement reached, the purple portal begins collapsing before shutting violently. Just before the link disappears, the cult leader bids Fang Yi farewell as dark energy surges through the connection. The moment it breaks, a violent backlash erupts. The remaining cult minions are caught in it instantly. Dark energy floods the area and consumes them one by one. They scream for their father to save them, but the power devours everything around them. Fang Yi raises a barrier of light, shielding himself from the surge. When the chaos fades, the area finally grows quiet. One of the men nearby can't handle the aftermath. The pressure overwhelms him, and he begins screaming in panic. Fang Yi shifts his attention to Jianglu's companions. To snap the man back to reality, Fang Yi steps forward and slaps him hard. The shot pulls him out of his panic. Fang Yi then calmly explains the situation. Jianglu isn't the enemy's primary target, so he will most likely be returned within 3 days. For now, They should follow him to the Chuancha City Spirit Association and wait there. With his hands in his pockets, Fang Yi turns and starts walking. The others follow behind him, still exhausted and shaken. As they walk, Fang Yi checks his phone. His aunt lives in their city, but he decides it's safer to wait until everything is over before contacting her. Soon, they arrive at the towering building of the Chuancha City Spirit Association. Inside a conference room, Fang Yi meets with the local officials. The branch leader, already contacted by Su Qingying, offers the association's full cooperation. However, Fang Yi refuses direct combat assistance. He says it confidently. Handling the father alone won't be a problem for him. However, Fang Yi gestures toward Jiang Lu's companions, asking the association to look after them since they are independent pioneers. The branch leader quickly agrees, saying it won't be a problem. Suddenly, the conference room door swings open. A staff member rushes inside, urgently calling for his superior to check the pioneer for him. The man then approaches Fang Yi with clear panic, repeatedly apologizing and begging the sealer not to take the situation personally. He explains that people online are spreading negative messages about him. Fang Yi asks for the phone. On the screen, countless posts scroll past. Many of them accuse the sealer of being unfit to lead the pioneers. Others claim he killed innocent people and behaves arrogantly. Among the comments, one person points out something unusual. Every hateful post traces back to IP addresses located inside Chuancha City. Inside the Spirit Association building, the atmosphere turns chaotic. In another office, the local superior shouts orders through a phone, demanding that all local IP addresses be blocked from posting immediately. A troubling thought crosses his mind. If the Heaven's Chosen cult isn't removed soon, the situation could spiral into a major disaster. At the same time, inside the cult's headquarters, the cult leader stands within a dark cathedral, speaking to her gathered followers. She tells them she has seen a future where the Chosen Ones are trapped within a cage of fire. Then she twists the story, claiming the lightning and flames they encountered were deliberate attacks from their enemies. Hovering above the crowd, she portrays Fang Yi as the villain. According to her words, the sealer slaughtered their members without mercy, and now he must be removed. Following her speech, the cult's propaganda machine begins moving. A giant hologram suddenly appears on the side of a skyscraper. The projection shows a manipulated recording of Fang Yi attacking someone, edited to make him look like a monster. The people watching below erupt with cheers, praising the cult's so-called justice. The propaganda spreads quickly. Before long, massive protests fill the streets. Citizens march through the city carrying banners that call the cult the savior of the world while accusing the Spirit Association of feeding the city to demons. Soon the angry crowd gathers outside the Spirit Association building, shouting that harming the cult would be the same as harming Chuancha City itself. High above them, Fang Yi stands by a window, looking down at the crowd below. Inside the office, the atmosphere grows heavy. The branch leader sits with his head lowered, saying that the association has completely lost public support. After a moment, he walks toward Fang Yi and explains the problem. As pioneers, they cannot use force against ordinary civilians. Fang Yi cuts him off before he can continue. He tells the official not to worry and adds that he never expected much help from them anyway. By now, Fang Yi already understands the situation. The cult has turned the people of Chuancha City into both weapons and hostages. Even so, he sees these methods as nothing more than petty tricks. Elsewhere, the leader of the Heaven's Chosen Church smiles beneath her hood. She addresses the sealer directly, asking if he enjoys the gift she prepared for him. She declares that every citizen in the city now acts as her puppet. If he wants to destroy the cult, he would first have to destroy the entire city. After making her point, she decides it's time to withdraw. She orders her followers to leave and prepare to return the useless captive they took earlier, mockingly stating that her cult is merciful. One of her subordinates suddenly throws a body toward the furious crowd below. As it drops, a violent explosion erupts against the Spirit Association building. The blast shatters the windows, and a blazing golden light bursts outward. The people below cover their eyes and shout as the radiance spreads across the area. The church leader turns back in confusion, realizing something unexpected is unfolding. Outside the skyscraper, Fang Yi floats in the air, surrounded by a terrifying storm of golden flames. His voice cuts through the chaos as he reminds them of his warning. If they failed to leave within 3 days, they would face the consequences. The cultists stare upward in shock, questioning whether he is truly willing to risk a massacre. At that moment, the cult leader realizes she has miscalculated. Powerful energy begins gathering around her. She shouts in frustration, admitting she should have killed the hostage earlier. Then she challenges Fang Yi, asking if he truly has no concern for the lives surrounding them. Fang Yi responds with mocking calm, saying there is something she still doesn't understand. He swings his sword downward. The technique flashes forward, created specifically to counter dark attribute anomalies. The cult leader's eyes widen as the massive flaming slash strikes one of her subordinates directly. In the next instant, Fang Yi vanishes. Using incredible speed, he reappears behind her without warning. His blade descends immediately, forcing her to summon a magical barrier to block the crushing strike. The two remain locked in place. Fang Yi looks straight at her, his eyes glowing with a cold red light. Then he asks a chilling question. Based on what he has observed, he concludes that she is not actually human. Her expression shifts in surprise. A crack forms on her forehead, glowing faintly with purple light. She admits she is impressed that he managed to figure it out. The fracture widens further. From within it, a massive purple eye slowly emerges. The creature stays back at him and remarks that nothing escapes his sharp perception. With that, it fully reveals that the body standing before him is not human at all. The monster admits it has been a long time since it encountered a situation like this. The figure wearing the cult leader's body begins tearing at its own face. Beneath the skin appears a grotesque form filled with multiple eyes. Across from this horrifying sight, Fang Yi remains still, his stance calm and unwavering. Suddenly the enemy's body explodes outward, transforming into a gigantic shape made of jagged purple shadows. At that moment, a system notification appears for Fang Yi. It warns that dark intelligence has been detected. The system explains that the entity is a self-aware sub-attribute known as grafting. It has no true physical body and survives by attaching itself to different pioneers, stealing their power and growing stronger. That is how it managed to take control of the leader of the Heaven's Chosen Church. A brief memory flashes past, showing the destruction of the church's headquarters as the building collapsed in flames. Back in the present, the enormous shadow creature towers over Fang Yi. It tells him that his body possesses exceptional spiritual power and declares that such a vessel should belong to it. Then the monster calls out to its remaining followers, announcing that it is time for them to serve their purpose. Instantly, their life force is torn away. Purple streams of energy burst from their mouths and eyes, rising into the air. The power rushes toward the monster and gathers into a massive sphere of dark energy. Moments later, the creature releases the entire mass. A devastating beam of power surges forward, racing straight toward Fang Yi. Fang Yi doesn't retreat. He raises his sword, flames racing along the blade, and swings forward. The fiery edge cuts straight through the darkness, splitting the massive sphere in two and severing one of the monster's huge arms. The creature stays at the fallen limb in disbelief, remarking that the pain is intense. Fang Yi steps forward with the burning sword still in his hand. He says the damage isn't enough yet. This creature needs to be completely erased. From what he has seen, this dark intelligence used a hidden trick, disguising itself as a human and slowly building its own faction. Fang Yi lifts his hand slightly and comments that destroying this thing might prove harder than dealing with the previous Anomaly King. Without warning, a gigantic claw made of blue lightning crashes down from the sky. From a nearby building, the branch leader and another pioneer watch in fear. Now that the dark attribute has gained true intelligence and can graft itself onto pioneers, they realize headquarters must be warned. The massive lightning hand slams down and grabs the shadow monster firmly. Fang Yi tightens his fist, controlling the enormous constructive energy. But inside the glowing grip, the monster begins to grin. It mocks Fang Yi, shouting that no matter how special he might be, he will eventually become nothing more than another vessel. Dark energy suddenly surges forward and swallows Fang Yi completely. The monster laughs and tells him not to worry. It promises to take good care of his body. A gigantic sphere of darkness expands over the city, while a brilliant golden light burns at its center. Maniacal laughter echoes through the air. Inside the raging storm, Fang Yi smiles. He admits that this dark intelligence is indeed powerful. As the surrounding darkness tries to consume him, Fang Yi comments on its impressive ability to suppress him, even though his yang attribute naturally counters it. Then his expression shifts. A cold red glow appears in one of his eyes within the shadows. He tells the monster there is something it still doesn't know. Behind him, a massive demonic face formed from red energy suddenly appears. Fang Yi calmly declares that he cannot be killed. The monster senses the terrifying presence and shouts in confusion, demanding to know what he just said. The purple sphere of energy begins swirling violently as the balance of power starts to shift. Outside the sphere, panic spreads among the people watching. The red-haired man shouts in disbelief, asking if the sealer has truly been swallowed. Beside him, Jiang Lu's friend watches with fear while supporting the injured Jiang Lu. The woman nearby remains hopeful. She insists that Fang Yi will survive, though she admits this dark intelligence is unlike any enemy they have faced before. The branch leader raises his voice and orders everyone to calm down. They must believe in him. Amid the chaos, Jiang Lu slowly regains consciousness. Still dazed, he asks what is happening. His first thought is a frightened question about whether his master has been defeated. But inside the swirling purple dimension, Fang Yi is completely unharmed. He walks calmly through the storm of dark energy, looking around as he realizes something important. He is standing inside the body of the dark intelligence itself. A system window appears in front of him, confirming that his plan worked. The death count increases to 1, activating his death brand. Because he allowed himself to be devoured, the system applies a debuff to the enemy, weakening the dark intelligence's abilities by 20%. Fang Yi lifts his hand and studies it, puzzled by the result. Fang Yi observes his surroundings carefully. Even though he is inside a spiritual space, he realizes he does not possess a spirit body. His glowing red eye shifts downward. Below him, countless glowing blue figures drift silently through the darkness like wandering ghosts. Fang Yi moves closer to one of them. After studying the silhouette, he asks if she is the pioneer most recently grafted by the monster, the woman who once led the Heaven's Chosen Church. The blue spirit floats quietly, her posture heavy with sorrow. Suddenly, she and the other ghostly figures around her drop to their knees, bowing toward Fang Yi. He looks down at them, his red eyes narrowing as he understands what they are trying to convey. They are begging him for release, begging for freedom from the monster that trapped them. Fang Yi quickly reaches a grim conclusion. These pioneers are already dead. What remains before him are only fragments of their soul breaths, imprisoned and bound to the creature. He summons his sword. The truth is tragic. The trapped souls share the same life force as the dark intelligence. Destroying the monster will also destroy them. Fang Yi gathers his strength, deciding that the only mercy he can offer is to burn everything away with his pure world divine fire. He lifts the blade and swings with full force. A massive arc of fire tears through the darkness, splitting the giant shadow entity straight down the middle. As the purifying flames spread across the space, the spirit of the female pioneer slowly fades. This time, the form disappears peacefully, free to last. But the dark intelligence refuses to surrender. It shrieks in pain and twists its shape, transforming into a jagged mass of spiked shadows. The creature shouts that Fang Yi's resistance is meaningless and threatens to tear his limbs apart. At that moment, a system window appears. It confirms that contact with such an enormous dark attribute has activated the Hell Evil scene mark. The system immediately announces that the monster's power is being drained at an incredible rate. First, its strength drops by 50%. Then the reduction rapidly increases to 80%. As the Hell Evil scene spreads through the entity, the once massive monster collapses inward, shrinking into a chaotic sphere filled with countless red eyes. The system reports that the weakening has reached a critical point. 99% of its power is gone. Now the dark intelligence can barely maintain its existence as it faces Fang Yi's glowing gaze. Fang Yi extends his hand toward it. His voice is cold as he commands the creature to surrender its power. The dark intelligence stays back in complete shock and fear, realizing that defeat is inevitable. Fang Yi gives one final order. Break. A blinding explosion of light erupts through the darkness. The entire dimension shatters apart as the monster releases a final scream of despair. The monster muttered that it had been a long time since it had faced something like this, its voice laced with both surprise and anticipation. The creature suddenly clawed at its own face, tearing the skin apart as a horrifying form with multiple writhing eyes revealed itself beneath the cult leader's disguise. Standing opposite the grotesque reveal, Fang Yi remained completely still, his expression calm and utterly fearless. The enemy suddenly burst apart, expanding into a massive, jagged mass of purple shadows, and at the same moment, a system alert flashed before Fang Yi, warning that dark intelligence had been detected. The system quickly clarified that it was a self-aware sub-attribute known as grafting. The system revealed that the entity had no true physical form, surviving instead by stealing and grafting itself onto different pioneers to grow stronger, just as it had done with the Heavenly Chosen Church leader. A brief flashback flickered through, showing the Heavenly Chosen Church headquarters collapsing into flames, the entire structure crumbling as chaos consumed it. Back in the present, the massive shadow loomed over Fang Yi, its voice echoing as it declared his body perfect, rich with powerful spiritual energy, and demanded that he surrender it. The monster then called out to its followers, coldly declaring that the time had come for them to be used. In an instant, their life force was violently torn away, bursting from their mouths and eyes as streams of purple energy shot toward the monster. The streams of energy twisted together as they rushed toward it, condensing into a massive sphere of dark power. The monster released the gathered energy in an instant, firing a devastating beam straight at Fang Yi. Fang Yi didn't move an inch, instead stepping forward as he swung his sword, its blade blazing with fierce, fiery energy. The blazing blade tore straight through the darkness, splitting the sphere in half, and severing the monster's massive arm in a single strike. The creature froze, staring at its severed limb in shock as it muttered that the pain was overwhelming. Fang Yi calmly walked forward with his flaming sword, declaring that this level of damage wasn't enough and that he would erase the creature completely. He quickly realized that this dark intelligence had been hiding a deeper trick all along, disguising itself as a human to quietly build its own faction. Fang Yi raised his hand slightly, remarking that taking this thing down might prove even harder than dealing with the previous Anomaly King. Suddenly, a massive claw made of crackling blue lightning tore down from the sky. From a nearby building, the branch leader and another pioneer watched in terror, realizing the dark attribute had gained true intelligence and could graft onto pioneers, and immediately decided headquarters had to be warned. The colossal lightning hand crashed down and seized the shadow monster in an unyielding grip. Fang Yi clenched his fist, firmly controlling the lightning construct as it tightened its grip. The creature bays a sinister grin even while restrained, taunting Fang Yi by declaring that no matter how unusual he may be, he will ultimately end up as just another vessel for it to occupy. In the next instant, A surge of dark energy swallows Fang Yi whole, and the monster calmly assures him not to resist, promising that it will make excellent use of his body. A colossal sphere of darkness detonates into existence over the city, its surface roiling while a radiant golden glow burns at the very center. And from within it, unhinged laughter reverberates outward. Within that raging storm, Fang Yi remains composed, even smiling faintly as he acknowledges that this dark intelligence truly possesses formidable strength. As the oppressive darkness presses in, attempting to consume him completely, Fang Yi observes that its suppression ability is remarkably strong, especially considering that his yang attribute should naturally counter it. Then his demeanor shifts, turning chilling as the red glow of his eye pierces through the shadows, and he calmly informs the monster that there is something crucial it has failed to realize. Behind him, a massive demonic visage formed from crimson energy manifests, looming with overwhelming presence as Fang Yi declares with certainty that he cannot be killed, causing the monster to recoil in alarm and shout in confusion, demanding to know what he just said. The purple sphere of energy begins to churn violently, its internal balance collapsing as the advantage abruptly reverses. Outside, fear spreads rapidly among the onlookers. The red-haired man stares in shock and shouts, questioning whether the sealer has truly been devoured, while beside him, Jiang Lu's companion clutches the injured Jiang Lu and watches in visible terror. And although the woman insists that Fang Yi will survive, she cannot hide her concern that this dark intelligence is unlike any enemy they have encountered before. The branch leader cuts through the rising panic, loudly insisting that they must trust Fang Yi. And amid the turmoil, Jiang Lu slowly regains consciousness, his voice weak as he asks what is happening, only for his first clear thought to emerge as a fearful question of whether his master has been defeated. Yet within the chaotic purple dimension, Fang Yi remains completely unharmed, walking steadily through the storm as if untouched by its violence. He surveys his surroundings and quickly realizes that he is now inside the body of the dark intelligence itself. A system interface materializes before him, confirming that his plan has succeeded as the death count increments to 1, activating his death brand, and because he deliberately allowed himself to be devoured, the system imposes a debuff on the enemy, reducing the dark intelligence's capabilities by 20%. Fang Yi lifts his hand, examining it with slight confusion as he notes that even within what should be a spiritual domain, his form is not that of a spirit body. Then, the glow of his red eye shifts downward as he notices something beneath him. He soon discovers that he is surrounded by faintly luminous blue figures, ghost-like forms drifting silently through the surrounding darkness. Moving closer to one of them and recognizing its outline, Fang Yi asks if she is the pioneer most recently assimilated by the monster, the same woman who once led the heavenly chosen church, yet the blue spirit offers no reply, only floating there with a sorrowful expression. Without warning, she and the other spectral figures around her drop to their knees in unison, bowing toward Fang Yi in silent supplication. Fang Yi lowers his gaze, his red eyes narrowing slightly as he grasps the meaning behind their actions. He asks if they are pleading with him to grant them release, to free them from the monster's control. From this, Fang Yi reaches a clear conclusion. The pioneers themselves are already dead, and what remains before him are nothing more than fragments of their souls, imprisoned and sustained by the monster. Fang Yi calls forth his sword and, with a quiet acknowledgement, accepts the cruel truth that these imprisoned souls are bound to the same life force as the monster itself, meaning that destroying the dark intelligence will inevitably erase them as well. Drawing in his power, he resolves that the only mercy he can grant is to incinerate them with his pure world divine fire, giving them release through purification. With no hesitation, he brings the massive blade down in a full force swing. The blazing arc cleaves through the darkness in a single stroke, splitting the enormous shadow entity cleanly in two. As the purifying flames spread, the spirit of the female pioneer dissolves, her face finally at peace, freed at last, while the dark intelligence howls in searing pain yet stubbornly refuses to yield, twisting its form into a jagged mass of spikes as it shouts that Fang Yi's resistance is meaningless and threatens to tear him apart limb by limb. At that moment, a system window appears, confirming that contact with such an immense dark attribute has activated the Hell Evil Scene mark. The system reports that the monster's strength is being siphoned away at high speed, its power first cut in half before surging downward to an 80% reduction, and as the Hell Evil Scene engulfs it completely, the entity collapses into a disordered sphere filled with writhing red eyes, no longer able to sustain a stable shape. Another system notice follows, declaring that the weakening has reached a critical 99%, leaving the once overwhelming being nearly powerless beneath Fang Yi's steady, glowing gaze. Fang Yi extends his hand and, with chilling calm, orders the creature to surrender its power. The dark intelligence stays back in utter disbelief and terror, fully aware that its defeat is absolute. With a final command to break, a blinding burst of light rips through the darkness, tearing the entire dimension apart as the monster's scream fades into despair. The shattered dark dimension erupts outward, unleashing a massive, fire-laced explosion that spreads across the sky above the city. On the ground, both the branch leader and Jianglu brace themselves against the violent shockwave, questioning whether Fang Yi has truly destroyed the Dark Intelligence, while Jianglu keeps his eyes fixed upward, stunned by the sheer extent of power Fang Yi is displaying. Far above them, Fang Yi raises a radiant sun into existence, its brilliance flooding the sky as it burns away every trace of lingering dark energy. With the corruption cleansed, he descends slowly through the air, his cape flowing behind him in the aftermath. A satisfied look crosses his face as he summons a thread of dark purple energy, examining this newly acquired power. The system confirms that the Dark Intelligence has been completely eliminated, and that Fang Yi's body shows no rejection toward the dark attribute, while his illusion and domain abilities have both grown stronger. Without warning, a large crimson spirit flower pushes its way out from his clothing, drawn toward the dark energy, and Fang Yi reacts with surprise as he realizes the plant has evolved enough to communicate. The moment it appears, the red flower eagerly pulls the dark purple energy from his hand, absorbing it without restraint. Resting lightly in his palm, the flower expresses its gratitude, and Fang Yi notes with mild curiosity that its voice carries a distinctly feminine tone. Bathed in a gentle glow, Fang Yi regards the spirit flower with a hint of fondness, recognizing that it has continued to grow stronger in the shadows ever since he reached the Vajra realm, especially after taking in such a vast amount of dark spiritual energy. Moments later, the flower shrinks back down and retreats into his clothing to rest, prompting Fang Yi to smirk as he remarks on how much sleepier it seems, deciding to examine it more closely at a later time. By then, the city below has already been washed in the clear, brilliant light of morning. The branch leader, Jianglu, the red-haired man, and Jianglu's friend gather together, relief spreading across their faces as they smile, celebrating the salvation of their city while confirming with astonishment that the sealer has completely annihilated the sentient dark attribute. Beaming with satisfaction, Jianglu admits that witnessing Fang Yi save the city leaves him without a single regret. Without any warning, a sinister swirl of purple aura begins to gather behind Jianglu. From above, a lethal beam of dark purple energy suddenly descends straight toward him. Just before it can strike, a surge of golden power crashes into it mid-air, triggering a violent explosion that leaves Jianglu frozen in shock. Disoriented and unsettled, Jianglu asks what just happened. At that moment, Fang Yi lands calmly on the street, golden flames still coiling around his hands, making it clear that he was the one who intercepted the ambush. The branch leader steps forward with a broad smile, expressing heartfelt gratitude for Fang Yi's timely rescue. He continues offering thanks while Jianglu remains safely positioned behind him. The ground beneath them tells the story of the clash, with the concrete fractured and shattered from the sheer force of Fang Yi's interception. Gazing at Fang Yi, Jianglu's eyes fill with admiration as he declares that the pioneer is his greatest idol. The branch leader then warmly clasps Fang Yi's hand in farewell, joined by Jianglu and his companions, all expressing relief that the evil cult has been eradicated. However, Fang Yi does not return their light mood, his expression remaining stern as he warns that eliminating the cult is far from enough and that they must stay alert. He explains that although the city appears calm, its rich natural resources make it highly susceptible to a large-scale spiritual mutation in the future. At these words, the branch leader goes rigid with shock. Beads of sweat form as he nervously insists that they are always vigilant and conduct daily patrols of the restricted zones. Yet both he and the others are caught off guard when Fang Yi reveals that a trace of the dark attribute had nearly grafted itself onto Jianglu's body. Before they can fully react, Fang Yi turns away. He begins walking off with quiet composure, instructing the branch leader to take him to the city's restricted mountain region, as he believes the spiritual mutation is already approaching. As he moves, Fang Yi checks his phone with a serious look, deciding to delay his planned visit to his aunt in order to address this looming threat. Soon after, an official SUV races along a dirt road cutting through a dense mountain forest. Inside the vehicle, the branch leader drives while cheerfully asking Fang Yi whether he would like to see pandas or enjoy hot pot once their task is finished. Seated in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, Fang Yi politely declines, stating that their priority must remain on official duties. Quietly, he reflects on the laid-back attitude of the locals and considers whether the concentrated spiritual energy in the area could cause pandas to mutate into something far more dangerous. All at once, a sharp flicker of energy flashes across his forehead as his senses activate, his eye glowing red. He turns his gaze out the window toward a distant, shadowed mountain peak, a confident smile forming as he pinpoints the source of the anomaly. Without the slightest hesitation, Fang Yi swings open the door of the moving SUV and leaps out, startling the branch leader as he orders him to seal off the mountain highway. Fang Yi dives off the steep cliff without hesitation, his red eyes locked ahead as he orders the branch leader not to follow. Left behind, The branch leader pulls the car to a stop and walks to the edge, scratching his head in confusion as he wonders what Fang Yi managed to sense when he himself detected absolutely nothing. Dropping into the dark forest below, Fang Yi descends at high speed. During the fall, his eye glows red while arcs of blue electricity begin to crackle around his hand, and he picks up on an immense presence nearby, noting that the resonance of the lightning aura intensifies the closer he gets to the mountain's peak. With precise control, he lands lightly on a massive tree branch, and the moment he steadies himself, powerful blue lightning surges up his arm and coils around his entire body. The raw current snaps and roars as it travels down the enormous trunk, bathing the surrounding forest in a cold blue glow. Raising his gaze, Fang Yi locks onto a terrifying vortex high above, where purple and pink lightning twist together violently, and the system confirms that a massive thunder attribute boundary has been detected. His eyes narrowing, he lifts his glowing hand toward the raging sky. Activating his divine thunder tempering technique, Fang Yi unleashes a colossal surge of blue lightning upward, his power smashing into the descending purple storm clouds and erupting into a violent explosion. In the next moment, his expression sharpens as he senses a dangerous change in the atmosphere. The purple clouds begin to spiral tighter, and the system issues an urgent warning just as an enormous spear-like bolt of purple energy crashes down from above, identified as the legendary divine punishment thunder, an unstoppable force of destruction. Without delay, Fang Yi slams his hand against the tree branch beneath him, channeling his blue lightning into it to anchor himself in place. Dropping into a crouch with fierce resolve, he shouts as he draws the overwhelming heavenly thunder toward his own body. The catastrophic bolt descends, slamming directly into the massive surge of blue lightning erupting upward from the forest, where Fang Yi stands firm and meets the impact head-on. The collision between Fang Yi's blue lightning and the descending purple thunder detonates into a blinding flash that engulfs everything in sight. That energy expands into a towering pillar of light, within which Fang Yi holds his ground against the immense force pressing down on him. Amid the violent turbulence, his system detects an enormous concentration of thunder energy and immediately begins processing it, and the absorption succeeds. The system announces that Fang Yi has obtained a powerful new ability, allowing him to summon thunder to strike his enemies while also absorbing it to push beyond his own limits. Fang Yi reflects on the idea of breaking his limits. Calmly staring into the storm above, he understands that under normal circumstances, every skill is bound by strict ceilings, and surpassing them requires rare conditions and vast amounts of spiritual power, with success far from guaranteed. Yet a confident smile forms as he reaches out and grasps a cluster of purple lightning. He realizes that this newly acquired ability bypasses those usual constraints, and as he stands unharmed within the raging purple current, he notes that he can now use this thunder continuously to grow stronger. At the same time, he recognizes that thunder itself is an unstoppable force of nature, making it a devastating weapon in his arsenal, and he feels genuine satisfaction at gaining such a formidable trump card in what should have been an ordinary mountain. A sudden, sharp alert cuts through Fang Yi's thoughts as he senses a powerful surge of energy emanating from the mountain's peak. Realizing that the thunder energy no longer repels him, he cloaks himself in purple lightning and shoots forward through the air toward its source. He lands within a clearing where streaks of pink and purple energy repeatedly crash into the ground, and his system immediately detects a descending entity referred to as a throne. As he steps closer to the radiant glow, the system clarifies that this is a thunder throne, and before him, a structure formed entirely of pure purple energy materializes. It further explains that such thrones contain ancient spiritual power and descend into the world in search of a master, a revelation that sparks Fang Yi's curiosity. Approaching without hesitation, Fang Yi extends his hand and attempts to touch the newly formed thunder throne. The moment his fingers make contact, a burst of energy repels him, forcing his hand back. A system alert follows, informing him that the thunder throne already recognizes a master and is rejecting him, prompting Fang Yi to look more closely, where he discovers a small gourd vine growing directly from a throne. He is struck by the realization that this ancient entity has chosen something as simple as a plant to inherit its power, and with a faint smile, he reflects that in this era of spiritual resurgence, any form of life, even a mere flower or blade of grass, can encounter extraordinary opportunities and rise to greatness. At that moment, the red spirit flower emerges from Fang Yi's coat, asking who is calling out to it. Fang Yi lifts the flower toward the floating gourd, reasoning that the vine must have sensed it and initiated contact. The glowing purple gourd bobs happily in mid-air, greeting the red flower with clear enthusiasm. Acting as an interpreter, the spirit flower relays the message to Fang Yi, explaining that the vine is offering a greeting and expressing a desire to become friends, as they are the first beings of its kind it has ever encountered. Fang Yi finds himself both amused and puzzled at being grouped into a plant's kind, then quickly realizes the vine is likely drawn to him because he has just absorbed the same thunder energy that fuels the throne. The red flower continues, explaining that the vine cannot leave yet, as it has absorbed a large amount of energy and must enter a deep sleep to fully process it. Understanding the situation, Fang Yi recognizes that the vine has obtained an extraordinary opportunity, and he concludes that once it finishes digesting the immense power of the throne, it will undergo a dramatic evolution, much like his own spirit flower. With an easy, friendly smile, Fang Yi reaches out his hand toward the glowing vine, offering a handshake to the newly chosen master of the Thunder Throne. He accepts that he arrived too late to claim it for himself, but he has no intention of taking it by force, knowing that building a connection is far more worthwhile than engaging in a costly fight against a rightful master. As he watches the vine gently interact with his spirit flower, Fang Yi notes its mild and friendly nature despite wielding such potent thunder energy, and he feels reassured that it chose to communicate, suggesting it poses no threat to humanity. Even so, his expression gradually turns serious as he realizes that this throne cannot be the only one, and he begins to consider the possibility of similar thrones awakening across the world, making the acquisition of one a top priority. At the same time, he recognizes the danger inherent in this phenomenon. If a throne can select something as simple as a plant, then it could just as easily choose a malevolent creature, and as he imagines a lightning-infused monster rampaging through a city, Fang Yi understands that if such opportunities fall into the wrong hands, humanity's chances of survival will become far more precarious. Rising to his feet, Fang Yi decides that these thrones must be reported to the Spirit Association and the military so they can monitor the situation, while also wondering whether a single person could claim more than one throne. Before he can dwell on it further, the red spirit flower cuts in, relaying a message from the vine telling him to head west, which makes Fang Yi lower his gaze in surprise. The flower explains that the thunder has detected a wood throne descending somewhere in that direction. A confident smile spreads across his face as he prepares to pursue this newly revealed opportunity. Just as he is about to take off, the green vine gently coils around his ankle, halting him in place. Fang Yi looks down in confusion, and the red flower explains that the vine wants him to stay and practice his newly acquired thunder ability here instead. The vine conveys that this area is saturated with pure thunder energy, and training within it right now would bring him immense benefits. And touched by the gesture, Fang Yi smiles and agrees, deciding it would be impolite to refuse such a sincere offer from a new friend. He settles into meditation, his body lifting slightly off the ground as purple lightning wraps around him. And as he begins cultivating, he feels genuine gratitude that the vine is treating him as a true ally, willingly sharing its vast spiritual resources. Fully activating his new technique, the Thunder Divine Limit, Fang Yi draws in the surrounding energy, causing a massive storm of purple lightning to spiral around his body. Eager to test the boundaries of his strength, he unleashes a powerful surge of thunder into the darkened sky, intent on discovering how far this energy can elevate him. The purple lightning roars and spreads uncontrollably, expanding in all directions. Within the raging storm, Fang Yi's eyes shine as he simultaneously activates his golden sun-breathing technique. In response to his power, a colossal pillar of golden thunder crashes down from the clouds, engulfing the forest in an overwhelming explosion of light. Under the crushing pressure, sweat forms on Fang Yi's body as he marvels at the terrifying force of the thunder, feeling the lightning pour into his bones where it is rapidly absorbed and refined by his golden aura. To his astonishment, the two immense energies do not clash against each other. Instead, they merge seamlessly, causing intense heat to surge through his body as his soul feels as though it is ascending to an entirely new level. Then, a sudden shift captures his attention, forcing him to look upward in complete shock. High in the dawnlit sky, an enormous blue figure of a meditating deity takes shape above him, and the system announces that his golden sun-breathing technique has surpassed its limits and undergone a full evolution. Fang Yi lowers his gaze to his hand, observing the radiant golden energy now enveloping him after the transformation of his skill. The system designates this new ability as the Divine Sun Swallowing Heaven technique, explaining that Fang Yi now functions like a living sun, granting him vastly enhanced capacity to absorb and refine the spiritual energy of the world. As he continues using the technique, the dense spiritual energy condenses and descends upon the forest like falling golden rain, while he remains suspended in the air with his arms outstretched. Fang Yi immerses himself in the sensation, experiencing the pure spiritual essence of the mountains and forests flowing into him and washing over his body like a steady rainfall. Then, without warning, his expression shifts to shock as he senses an unexpected transformation occurring within himself. Bathed in radiant light beneath a massive, blazing golden projection of himself, Fang Yi realizes that the overwhelming surge of energy has pushed him to the threshold of the two-star Vajra realm. The system confirms his realization, explaining that his extreme yang attribute and the newly acquired void thunder are intertwining to cleanse his veins, initiating his breakthrough into the two-star Vajra realm. A confident smile forms across Fang Yi's face, his eyes burning with golden brilliance as he marvels at the sheer speed of his growth. Encased within a swirling vortex of golden lightning, Fang Yi draws in its immense energy without restraint. His eyes shine with a dazzling yellow glow as raw power floods through his entire being. Behind him, a colossal golden silhouette of himself rises into existence, marking the successful completion of his breakthrough into the two-star Vajra realm. He descends lightly into a forest bathed in warm golden sunlight, quietly appreciating the strength of his newly reached realm. Taking a slow breath, Fang Yi reflects on the cultivation of pioneers, recognizing that while they absorb natural spiritual energy, only a portion of it can be directly utilized. In his mind, he traces the intricate pathways required to circulate and refine that energy, understanding that more advanced cultivation methods are essential to achieve a higher rate of conversion. He concludes that despite the current abundance of spiritual energy, humanity's peak remains at the three-star Vajra realm precisely because refining that power is so difficult. From this perspective, he finds it remarkable that he has advanced to the two-star realm in such a short time, and his thoughts naturally drift back to the formidable Thunder Throne he encountered earlier. His gaze sharpens as he arrives at a sobering conclusion. The age of rapid spiritual resurgence has begun far sooner than humanity had expected. His thoughts are interrupted when he glances downward and notices his sentient red spirit flower trying to draw his attention. Acting as an intermediary, the flower relays a message from the sentient good vine, conveying its congratulations, while also explaining that the throne must now begin its own cultivation following his breakthrough, and suggesting that Fang Yi should leave soon, as it is wary of other humans. Fang Yi nods in agreement, recognizing that his breakthrough has caused a significant disturbance, and while he understands the need to report the throne to the Spirit Association and the military, he cannot ignore the risk that the harmless good vine might become a target for those driven by greed. He knows all too well that the immense power of a throne will inevitably ignite fierce competition and conflict among pioneers. Even so, his expression turns resolute as he challenges the assumption that such extraordinary entities must belong to humanity. Turning back toward the softly glowing vine and his spirit flower, Fang Yi reassures his new ally that he will not allow humans to plunder its throne, and acknowledging that the vine cannot yet leave its location, they prepare to part ways. With an easy two-finger salute, Fang Yi bids farewell, addressing the vine respectfully as the Lord of Thunder. At the Star God Combat Zone, a heavily fortified military outpost is embedded directly into a steep cliff face, and within its walls, Elder Wu reports that headquarters has detected two massive surges of spiritual energy originating from Sichuan City, each comparable to the power of a three-star Vajra realm expert. He then asks what report they received from the sealer, and Xiaolan responds by laying out the details, revealing that Fang Yi has already broken through to the two-star Vajra realm while also passing along his warning about an S-class spiritual energy phenomenon known as a throne, adding that Fang Yi has formally requested military investigation into the matter, all of which Elder Wu listens to in complete silence. Noticing his calm reaction, Xiaolan questions whether he is not surprised by such a sudden escalation, but Elder Wu answers evenly, explaining that the accelerated resurgence of spiritual energy is something already understood, and that the emergence of high-tech opportunities like thrones is a development their nation had long anticipated. Jiang Lu then remarks that Elder Wu has remained at the half-step Vajra realm for quite some time and asks whether he is close to advancing, prompting Elder Wu to confirm that he is, noting that as abnormal activities intensify, many pioneers are beginning to break through, and he himself can finally sense the signs of his own impending advancement, which leave Jiang Lu visibly surprised. Casting his gaze across the base, Elder Wu reflects in a solemn tone that in such turbulent times, both the opportunities and the dangers arriving alongside them will be immense, reminding Jiang Lu that beyond being pioneers, they are soldiers whose responsibility is to face these threats head-on and secure the nation's safety, even at the cost of their lives. Imagining a unified force composed of the nation's strongest pioneers, including Fang Yi and Xu Qingli, Elder Wu declares that their country must seize this critical moment, and that even a veteran like him intends to ride this rising tide of power. Clenching his fist, he states their objective clearly. They must ensure that the sealer secures a throne, while their other loyal pioneers claim as many as possible. With commanding authority, Elder Wu issues orders for full coordination with Fang Yi and the Spirit Association, demanding complete unity, and asserting that any independent pioneers or rogue factions driven by selfish ambition will be suppressed under the combined pressure of both the military and the association. At the Spirit Association headquarters, Jiu Euro stands before a monitor displaying the Purple Throne, announcing to the command center that they have received the Sealer's intelligence and are initiating a nationwide investigation to locate potential thrones and monitor abnormal spiritual fluctuations. Her expression firm, Jiu Euro orders the mobilization of all city team captains, yet internally she is troubled by how rapidly the crisis is escalating, questioning whether humanity can endure this turning point. Meanwhile, at the Thai Spirit Association, The local superior receives a startling call and reacts with disbelief upon hearing that Fang Yi has already advanced to the 2-star Vajra realm. And while wiping away Nova's sweat, he assures the caller that the Tai branch will maintain full control over its jurisdiction so Fang Yi can act freely within Chuan without interference. Lowering the phone, the superior turns toward Chu Qingli and confirms Fang Yi's breakthrough, prompting her to smile with pride as she remarks that Fang Yi is now the second strongest pioneer in the nation, surpassed only by Elder Wu, and adds that Tai City is already benefiting from the prestige of his reputation. However, she then rubs her head with a slightly embarrassed look, admitting that she had been overly confident about her own recent advancement to the half-step Vajra realm, failing to foresee the massive global surge in spiritual energy that Fang Yi has now set into motion. The superior's expression darkens with concern as he considers the possibility that if Tai were to face another catastrophic spiritual anomaly, one potentially even worse than the last, they might not survive it, and with that fear in mind, he resolves that they must defend their city at all costs to avoid becoming a burden to Fang Yi. 10 hours later, an emergency meeting is convened at the Sichuan Spirit Association, where all pioneer captains from the surrounding cities gather, and at the head of the conference table, Jiu Yuro stands before a projected image of the throne. She reports that, based on Fang Yi's intelligence, headquarters has identified more than 20 similar spiritual energy anomalies across the world, though it remains unconfirmed whether all of them are thrones. And as she speaks, a map of their nation appears on the screen, highlighting 7 confirmed locations within their borders that exhibit comparable energy signatures. Song Yiming, the captain under Fang Yi who has recently reached the first-level Vajra realm, leans back in his seat with his boots resting on the table, grinning as he bluntly points out the obvious issue, that there are only 7 possible thrones but far more captains present. He then questions how the association intends to divide such rare and highly coveted resources. Nearby, Wang Lan, the captain of Haisha who has just stepped into the half-step Vajra realm, calmly prepares tea, seemingly unaffected by the tension, and casually reprimands Song Yiming by telling him to remove his feet from the table during a formal meeting. Offended by what he perceives as disrespect from someone of a lower realm, Song Yiming fixes Wang Lan with a fierce glare and challenges his right to speak. Without hesitation, he releases a burst of wind energy across the table, attempting to intimidate Wang Lan while mocking him for daring to desire a throne. Wang Lan remains completely unmoved, channeling a trace of lightning energy to steady his teacup against the gust, and responds calmly that everyone present desires a throne, making such intimidation meaningless. Around them, the other captains remain silent, watching the confrontation unfold. As the tension rises further, Chen Ruo, the captain of Yuishi, sits quietly, observing everything with a cold and detached gaze. Leaning forward with a malicious smile, Song Yiming continues to provoke Wang Lan, ridiculing him by questioning how someone with his attributes could ever hope to claim a throne and even insulting his city for appointing him as its leader. Finally pushed past his limit, Wang Lan forms a swirling vortex of water and spiritual energy in his hand, preparing to strike back. Before the conflict can escalate into violence, Jiu Yuro slams both hands onto the table and angrily orders them to sit down, strictly forbidding any fighting during the conference. At that exact moment, a crushing aura descends upon the room. Jiu Yuro, Wang Lan, and Song Yiming all freeze instantly, their expressions shifting to shock as they feel the overwhelming pressure bearing down on them. Song Yiming is forced violently back into his chair, pinned in place by heavy, phantom-like hands formed from dark purple energy, leaving him gasping in terror under the sheer oppressive force. Sweat pours down his face as he frantically wonders if Elder Wu from the Star God Combat Zone has arrived. Then Fang Yi steps through the doorway, golden energy crackling around him, and as the captains sense the magnitude of his power, they realize it rivals the very peak of the 3-star Vajra realm. Song Yiming shivers in confusion as he realizes the crushing aura filling the room does not belong to the Elder, and at that moment Fang Yi steps inside with a courteous smile, calmly greeting the gathered captains and offering an apology for arriving late. As he walks toward the table, Jiu Yuro formally acknowledges him and announces the sealer's arrival, while Song Yiming shrinks back in his seat, stealing nervous glances at Fang Yi and wondering why every instinct in his body is urging him to retreat, until it finally clicks that this seemingly ordinary young man is the legendary pioneer everyone has been discussing. Yet in the next instant Fang Yi's polite expression disappears, his gaze sharpens as he fixes his eyes on Song Yiming, and he coldly demands to know what was going on just before he entered. Overwhelmed by Fang Yi's presence, Song Yiming stammers anxiously that nothing is wrong and they were only in the middle of a discussion. But Fang Yi says nothing and simply locks him in place with a silent stare, his red eyes piercing straight through him, while Song Yiming, pinned under the pressure of a purple energy claw, is left in shock, unable to understand how his first-level Vajra realm strength has been completely immobilized. Then, as the pressure eases, Fang Yi takes a seat at the conference table and greets Wang Lan and Chen Yu, remarking that it has been quite some time, prompting Wang Lan to respectfully welcome Lord Kayla and explain that they have been discussing the matter of the new throne. Leaning back, Fang Yi states that he came specifically to share intelligence, confirming as a member of the Spirit Association that the anomaly at Sichuan Mountain is a thunder-attributed throne possessing world-altering power, before revealing a critical detail, that the master of the Thunder Throne is a sentient good vine, which immediately ignites outrage among the pioneer captains, who argue that leaving such divine authority to a plant is a complete waste and insist it should belong to a capable human instead. Song Yiming eagerly agrees, slamming both hands onto the table as he declares they must seize the throne by force, arguing their nation would become a laughingstock if it were controlled by Mei Plant. Fang Yi's expression turns cold as he firmly states that he will not allow it, then addresses everyone present, making his stance unmistakably clear as he warns that if anyone attempts to take the Thunder Throne, he, the sealer, will personally reclaim it, and the weight of that threat freezes the entire room into stunned silence, beads of sweat forming as no one dares respond. At that moment, a bandaged arm suddenly lifts into the air as Chenro breaks the tension by raising her hand in agreement with Fang Yi's decision, followed by Jiu Yuro, who also supports him and cautions the captains not to underestimate plants blessed by spiritual energy, revealing that even before this meeting began, the mountain where the throne resides had already turned into a deadly purgatory of violent lightning. Wang Lan then raises his hand as well, voicing agreement with Fang Yi. And, with no real room left to argue, a dissatisfied Sun Yiming concedes and suggests they search for other unclaimed thrones instead. Jiu Yuro exhales in relief, acknowledging how Fang Yi's overwhelming presence makes maintaining order far easier, while reflecting on how difficult it has become for the Spirit Association to manage these top-tier pioneers, after which Jiu Yuro turns to a map and begins assigning search zones, dividing the captains across 4 regions based on detected energy fluctuations, making it clear that while the association will not interfere with competition, concealing the discovery of any throne is strictly forbidden. Yet before she can continue, a panicked staff member rushes in and interrupts the meeting with urgent news that the Lord of Thunder has already evolved. The panicked staff member hurriedly reports that their drones cannot even approach the mountain and that the entity's power readings are rising far beyond all projections, before announcing that the plant's strength has already reached the level of a 3-star Vajra realm, a revelation that sends shock through the captains as they grasp that such an existence could easily dominate the entire nation. Yet while the room falls into fear and unrest, Fang Yi remains composed, calmly reasoning that such explosive growth is only natural given the throne's vast and ancient power. Noticing a forecast predicting violent thunderstorms, Fang Yi decides he will head to the mountain himself to check on his plant companion's progress. And with that, Jiu Yuro brings the meeting to a close, the captains leaving with determined expressions as she wishes them success in securing thrones of their own. As Fang Yi exits, Jiu Yuro calls out to him and passes along a directive from headquarters instructing him to remain in Sichuan City, causing him to pause as Jiu Yuro explains their concern that rogue pioneers might attempt to seize the Thunder Throne, adding that although the Dark Intelligence incident appears resolved, there are lingering doubts. Fang Yi narrows his eyes and asks whether the association believes the shadow monster may have survived. And as Jiu Yuro adjusts her glasses, she confirms his suspicion, explaining that both the throne and that entity are manifestations of the world's rapid spiritual recovery. And while the association can keep watch over the throne's ancient power, they fear remnants of the Dark Intelligence could still be concealed somewhere, especially since Fang Yi only weakened and sealed it within Sichuan, leaving open the possibility that it remains a catastrophic threat. Glancing down at his phone, Fang Yi scrolls past his aunt's contact and decides to delay his visit home, ultimately agreeing with Jiu Yuro's caution as he acknowledges it is wiser to stay prepared, confirming that he had already considered the same possibility and will not leave the city for now. Later, Fang Yi returns to the restricted mountain zone and walks straight into the forbidden territory, completely unfazed by the violent purple lightning crashing down around him. And as he senses the overwhelming power saturating the area, a faint smile forms as he welcomes the storm and decides to use this thunder energy to refine his cultivation techniques. As he approaches the radiant Thunder Throne, a voice suddenly speaks, remarking that Fang Yi's cultivation speed has already surpassed its own, revealing the sentient good vine entwined with the throne as it expresses gratitude for his assistance. Caught off guard, Fang Yi questions how he could have possibly helped, only to realize that the Lord of Thunder has already developed human-like intelligence, something expected at the peak of cultivation. And the vine explains that the throne's awareness showed it how Fang Yi protected them during the meeting, prompting it to offer its spiritual energy in return while admitting it had feared he might not come back. At that moment, the red spirit flower bursts eagerly from Fang Yi's clothing, clearly wanting a share of the offered power, and holding golden fire in his hand. Fang Yi smiles and admits he had planned to include the spirit plant in this training session, then without hesitation accepts the offer and sits cross-legged to meditate, allowing the red spirit flower to rest beside him and absorb the surrounding aura as the good vine channels its strength, sending waves of purple lightning and dense spiritual energy surging toward them. Within the swirling vortex of energy, the red spirit flower spins happily, drawing in the immense power to accelerate its growth. While Fang Yi, enveloped by crackling lightning and a blazing golden aura, sharpens his focus and uses the crushing environmental pressure to drive his red fire blade technique toward its next breakthrough. As power surges through his glowing eyes, Fang Yi summons his blazing golden blade into existence above him, the enormous sword forming in the air before crashing downward, radiating searing heat as it collides head-on with a raging storm. At that moment, a system notification appears, reporting that a massive influx of thunder energy has been detected, and as the blade absorbs the violent lightning, the system confirms that the red fire blade technique has reached the point of breakthrough. Fang Yi focuses deeply, drawing in and refining the chaotic power as the system announces that his blade technique is evolving. And while he continues to meditate, towering pillars of golden fire and crackling blue lightning wrap around him, pushing the skill to its absolute limit until, in a sudden burst, his eyes snap open, glowing with intense red light as the system confirms that the red fire blade technique has successfully evolved. Gripping the newly enhanced sword, Fang Yi unleashes a single, overwhelming swing, the upgraded technique now merging his fire with a thunder attribute, and as the strike lands, it detonates into a violent explosion of lightning and flames that rips across the, shredding and obliterating everything in its path in a terrifying display of his newfound strength. Funi's system immediately notifies him that heavenly thunder has tempered his blade technique, allowing it to break past its previous limits and evolve into a fused thunderfire attribute, and as he lifts his weapon, the system confirms that the blade's enhancement is finally complete, while the sheer force of his breakthrough ignites a massive, awe-inspiring eruption of fire and lightning at the mountain's peak. From a distance, Wang Lan and Chen Ruo spot the blazing phenomenon and instantly recognize the familiar flames, questioning what Fang Yi could possibly be doing within the restricted area of the Thunder Throne. While not far away, a restless Song Yiming grows suspicious, voicing his belief that Fang Yi may have gone back on his word to seize the throne for himself, only for his subordinate to quickly counter that Fang Yi actually regards the entity as a friend. Back at the Spirit Association, red alarms blare as staff urgently report that the energy concentration within the restricted zone has surpassed all measurable limits, forcing them to withdraw their surveillance drones, and the branch leader watches the distant glow with a heavy expression, concerned that Fang Yi might be engaged in a fierce battle against the throne itself. Meanwhile, on the mountain, Fang Yi stands firmly with his newly evolved sword clenched in his hand, its intense glow reflecting in his red-lit eyes as a satisfied smile spreads across his face, the weapon feeling as though it has been completely reforged by the overwhelming power coursing through it. At the same time, the dense ambient energy triggers the evolution of his sentient red spirit flower, enhancing its intelligence and strengthening its unique traits as the massive bloom joyfully weaves itself around the radiant structure of the throne amid the surrounding flames. The spirit flower conveys its excitement to Fang Yi, and in response he decides it is time for them to move on in search for the next throne. But just then the sentient good vine rises and hovers above him, drawing his attention as it speaks warmly, congratulating him on achieving such a powerful breakthrough before sharing a vision it received during cultivation, that a new throne will descend very soon, and that its aura carries a profound connection to his spirit flower, one that is both opposing and complementary. Hearing this description of simultaneous opposition and harmony, Fang Yi quickly deduces that the incoming throne must belong to the wood attribute. The glowing good vine confirms that the new throne has already begun descending somewhere in the distance, and as a wave of green spiritual energy flows toward Fang Yi, it offers to share the general location it sensed through their psychic link. Closing his eyes, Fang Yi focuses and silently accepts the transmission, and when he opens them again, a confident smirk forms as he confirms he has clearly received the exact coordinates. The scene shifts to a vast neon-lit metropolis at night, which Fang Yi identifies as Yuan City, noting that it is an autonomous municipality located roughly 2 hours from Chuan City and widely known for its extreme luxury and extravagance. Yet beneath that dazzling exterior lies a violent and chaotic underworld, as the city is infamous for its ruthless residents and has long held the highest crime rate in the nation. Arriving in the downtown district, Fang Yi walks calmly through crowded, dimly lit streets, recalling intelligence from the Spirit Association that their attempt to establish a branch here had been repeatedly obstructed due to the city being firmly controlled by deeply rooted local gangs. As he observes rough-armed pioneers lingering beneath glowing neon signs, he reflects that none of the awakened individuals here are willing to cooperate with authorities, leaving Yuan City as a lawless zone, with no official Spirit Association branch and no assigned captain to enforce order. Suddenly, Fang Yi senses a sharp change in the surrounding atmosphere, and his sentient red spirit flower slips out from his coat, urgently tugging at his sleeve, prompting Fang Yi to acknowledge its reaction as he notes that both of them can feel a new energy rising from the west. To the west, at the base of a dark, towering mountain, stands a massive and lavishly illuminated private estate, where inside its walls a luxurious nighttime pool party is in full swing, attended by the city's elite. A bodyguard wearing sunglasses approaches the host and quietly delivers a report, causing the host to raise an eyebrow with interest upon hearing that other pioneers have appeared nearby. The host, Jian Zhenxing, the infamous kingpin of Yuan City, bursts into arrogant laughter, flinging his jacket open as he boasts that no one has the power to stir trouble within his domain. But his laughter is abruptly cut off when a blinding surge of green light erupts from the mountain directly behind his estate, as a colossal sphere of pure green energy, the descending wood throne, slams into the mountain peak and unleashes a devastating shockwave that tears through the area. The impact reaches the mansion in an instant, shattering glass and sending debris flying everywhere, leaving Jian Zhenxing visibly stunned as his guests erupt into terrified screams, yet quickly regaining his composure. The enraged Jian Zhenxing storms toward the mountain alongside his bodyguard, vowing aggressively to find out who dares to cause chaos on his property. Just 2 minutes later, Jian Zhenxing and his bodyguard make their way up the forest-covered mountain, now saturated with dense, lingering green spiritual energy, only to be stopped in their tracks by Fang Yi, who stands calmly within the eerie glow, stating that the source of the disturbance lies just ahead. Enraged by the intrusion, the bodyguard launches himself through the air toward Fang Yi, shouting to know who dares trespass on young Master Zhang's private property, and as a heavy punch hurtles straight for his face, Fang Yi lets out a dismissive scoff at the arrogant claim. Then without even removing his other hand from his pocket, he casually catches the incoming fist mid-air, stopping the full force of the attack instantly and leaving the man completely stunned, his eyes glowing red. Fang Yi fixes them with a cold stare and states that the mountain is national land belonging to all the people of Yuan City, firmly declaring that from this moment onward, the area falls under the strict jurisdiction of the Yuan City Spirit Association, before releasing a burst of blazing energy from his palm that sends the bodyguard flying away, all while mocking their ridiculous claim of ownership. Meanwhile, deeper within the forest, Jian Zhenxing confronts the newly descended wood throne, struggling violently as dark green vines from the sentient entity lash out to repel him, yet unwilling to accept rejection. The arrogant kingpin shouts that the throne must obey him simply because it landed within his territory, and as he forces his way forward using his aura to tear through the dense vines, Jian Zhenxing stubbornly insists that the seat of power belongs to him, even threatening to destroy the ancient relic entirely if it continues to refuse him. Watching this display from the side, Fang Yi lets out an amused scoff, the sound instantly drawing attention as a furious Zhang spins around and demands to know who is lurking nearby, only for Fang Yi to step forward and walk past him without concern, calmly explaining that high-tier treasures possess awareness and select their own masters, then bluntly stating that Zhang lacks the qualifications to command the wood attribute. Humiliated and enraged, Jian Zhenxing stays in disbelief as Fang Yi continues toward the violently swirling green energy of the throne, and unable to endure the insult, he suddenly lunges at Fang Yi's unguarded back while screaming a threat to kill him. But in the very next instant, he freezes in place, his eyes widening with overwhelming terror as Fang Yi, without even turning around, summons his massive sentient red spirit flower to silently intercept the attack. Faced with the towering and oppressive presence of the spirit plant, Zhang begins to tremble uncontrollably, completely paralyzed by fear. While Fang Yi casually remarks that this so-called gang boss is somehow even weaker than his own bodyguard, then with a faintly mocking smile, dismisses the infamous ruler of Yuan City as nothing more than a disappointment, and leaving the terrified man behind, he steps forward alone until he stands directly before the immense, crackling green structure of the wood throne. Preparing to make contact, Fang Yi faces the churning green energy of the wood throne as his system announces that the ancient relic is beginning to match with a master, and within moments the confirmation arrives, identifying Fang Yi's sentient red spirit flower as the rightful master of the wood throne, triggering a massive eruption of green energy that bursts outward from the mountain peak. The surging power condenses into a towering pillar of brilliant green light that shoots straight into the night sky, so intense that it can be seen even from distant Chuan City. And at the Spirit Association headquarters, Jiu Yuro and Wang Lan immediately notice the massive spike, prompting Jiu Yuro to realize that the wood throne has already chosen its master, a thought that unsettles her as she worries that if someone from the lawless Yuan City obtained it, the situation could quickly spiral out of control. Acting on that concern, she hurriedly calls Fang Yi, who answers with calm composure and remarks that the pioneers in Sichuan City must have already witnessed the enormous energy wave, then plainly informs her that the wood throne has completed its selection, leaving Jiu Yuro shocked as she asks if he was the one who claimed it. Standing before his towering sentient red spirit flower, Fang Yi clarifies that the new master is not a human but his spirit plant, explaining that while he himself controls the desolate attribute, the flower is his companion, a revelation that leaves Jiu Yuro utterly stunned and momentarily speechless. Fang Yi then casually adds that he has already defeated Yuan City's infamous boss, Jian Shengsh, who is now lying unconscious at his feet, and advises the Spirit Association to move into Yuan City immediately, leaving the task of dealing with Zhang's gang in their hands. After which he ends the call, smiles, and congratulates his spirit flower. However, he notes that it must remain on the mountain to continue absorbing the throne's energy, meaning they will have to separate for now. And as he watches the flower settle onto the wood throne, he cannot help but feel as though he is sending a child off to school. The sentient flower asks when it will be able to return to his side, and Fang Yi simply smiles, telling it to focus on training and make full use of the power, estimating that they will meet again once it reaches the Vajra realm. The following day, Fang Yi's cousin Xiao Yi arrives in Sichuan City after being transferred by the Thai Spirit Association, and as she walks through the neon-lit streets, she reflects on how news of her cousin's spirit flower claiming the wood throne has already spread across the pioneer community, while also feeling astonished that Fang Yi openly revealed his rare desolate attribute. She recalls a recent meeting where the Spirit Association requested that she take on the role of Yuan City's new captain, and although they promised full support, the abrupt promotion leaves her uncertain. Letting out a long sigh, Xiao Yi rubs her temples and decides to first observe the situation before determining whether she is ready to shoulder such responsibility. Then setting work aside, she chooses to visit her mother, assuming she is living a quiet and peaceful life in Sichuan City. But in the next instant, a violent tremor shakes the streets, catching her off guard and throwing nearby pedestrians into panic as chaos erupts, with people shouting about an earthquake and rushing toward safety. Sensing the abnormal surge of spiritual energy beneath the disturbance, Xiao Yi quickly realizes this is no natural disaster, but a dangerous spiritual anomaly. And at the same time, red alarms begin flashing within the Chuan Spirit Association as Zhu Yuro and her team struggle to understand how such a large-scale anomaly could have formed without triggering any prior warning systems, until a panicked staff member rushes in to report that a massive spike of spiritual energy has been detected within the restricted mountain zone. He reports that the sudden surge of energy has triggered violent mutations among the mountain beasts, and now a terrifying horde, ranging from massive armored flying creatures to enormous spiked predators, is pouring out of the forest and rushing straight toward the Sichuan urban district, where the monsters flood into the streets, smashing through buildings as civilians panic and scream while desperately trying to escape. Caught in the chaos, Xiao Yi immediately springs into action, narrowly evading a strike from a gigantic multi-eyed beast. And as she weaves through the rampaging creatures, she attempts to call her mother, only for the connection to fail. And when a shadowy beast appears behind her, she realizes with dread that her mother could already be in serious danger. The monster lunges at her with jaws wide open and glowing eyes, forcing Xiao Yi to turn back just as her own eyes widen in shock at the unavoidable attack. But at the very last instant, a blinding arc of purple energy crashes down and cleaves the beast in half. Recognizing the familiar spiritual signature instantly, Xiao Yi looks up as Fang Yi steps forward through the settling dust with calm composure, remarking that the city has been hit by a mutation outbreak, and overwhelmed with relief yet still frantic. Xiao Yi rushes to him and urgently begs for his help in finding her mother since all communication lines have gone down. Elsewhere, within the devastated Tuanqi urban district, inside a wrecked supermarket, a trembling voice calls out for a father while nearby a man lies motionless beneath a collapsed shelf, and as the small voice shifts to crying for a mother, a frightened young boy stands alone amid scattered groceries and flickering lights, unable to understand where his parents have gone. Fear overtakes him as his body shakes and tears stream down his face, until he finally collapses to his knees and cries out loudly into the empty store. Suddenly, a woman rushes in and quickly covers his mouth. It is Fang Yi's aunt, Xiao Yi's mother, and she pulls the boy close, whispering urgently that loud noises will attract the roaming beasts, while the child, still trembling, looks up at her with tear-filled eyes, clearly missing his parents. Trying to soothe him, she offers a gentle smile and takes out a bright yellow package of a popular snack, causing the boy's eyes to light up, and kneeling beside him, she promises that if he stays quiet and waits patiently for rescuers, he will receive the snack as a reward for being brave, prompting a small smile as he reaches for it, momentarily distracted from the fear around him. But at that same moment, a shadowy wolf with glowing red eyes silently slips into the aisle behind her, letting out a low growl as it bays its sharp teeth and fixes its gaze on its target. And as it suddenly charges forward, Fang Yi's aunt senses the danger, quickly scooping the boy into her arms and sprinting down the aisle in an attempt to escape. However, in her haste, her foot catches on a discarded bottle among the debris, sending her crashing hard onto the floor as she instinctively curls her body around the child to shield him. The wolf lunges forward with claws extended, ready to strike. Embracing herself for the inevitable, she shuts her eyes, prepared to sacrifice herself. But just before the attack lands, a blazing streak of golden energy tears through the darkness and slices the beast cleanly in half, as Fang Yi arrives at the last possible moment, stepping in front of his aunt with his flaming sword raised in protection. Glancing back, Fang Yi calmly asks whether they are unharmed. But his expression suddenly shifts as he notices something familiar, his gaze dropping to the terrified boy held safely in his aunt's arms, clutching a yellow snack packet, and the sight instantly stays a deep sense of nostalgia within him. In his mind, he recalls a sorrowful childhood memory of himself crying before a gravestone while his aunt stood beside him, gently stroking his head and offering him that very same snack to comfort his grief. Returning to the present, his aunt looks up at him in disbelief, her eyes widening with relief as she recognizes a nephew, and Fang Yi's expression softens as he asks about the child she had just risked her life to save. Despite everything, she smiles warmly and explains that the boy was separated from his parents during the chaos in the supermarket and that she could not bring herself to abandon him to the monsters. Before the moment can settle, a familiar voice suddenly calls out for her mother, and turning in surprise, the aunt sees Xiao Yi rush into the ruined store, tears streaming down her face as she throws herself into her mother's arms, admitting how terrified she had been, while her mother gently smiles and strokes Xiao Yi's hair, soothing her and assuring her that she is safe. Nearby, Fang Yi watches the emotional reunion in silence, a faint smile on his face. His attention is then drawn downward when he feels a small tug at his sleeve, and looking down, he sees the young boy gazing up at him with hopeful eyes, calling him a superhero, before bravely holding out the yellow snack as a reward and asking if the hero can take him home. Moved by the gesture, Fang Yi kneels and accepts the snack with a warm smile, telling the boy to make a wish on it and promising that it will help him reunite with his family. In the next instant, an alert flashes through Fang Yi's senses, and his gentle expression sharpens into a deadly glare as he detects a massive spiritual presence closing in, prompting him to shout for everyone to get back as he grabs the boy and leaps away just as a gigantic claw crashes through the building, sending heavy debris raining down. The ceiling collapses completely, exposing the shattered store to the night sky, and through the swirling dust, Fang Yi lifts his glowing red eyes, locking onto the overwhelming aura of the approaching enemy. As the smoke begins to clear, a towering, muscular monster steps into view, its wild manhwa, glowing red eyes, and massive prayer beads giving it an imposing presence, and Fang Yi's expression turns grim as he states that this is no ordinary creature, but the Beast King leading the mutated horde. Without hesitation, Fang Yi releases a powerful surge of golden energy that expands into a protective barrier around his aunt, his cousin, and the young boy, knowing that as the one with the strongest spiritual energy, he will become the anomaly's primary target, which in turn reduces the danger to the others and buys them time. Turning to Xiao Yi, he tells her to take the two of them and escape immediately, explaining that he cannot fight at full strength while shielding them, and Xiao Yi quickly nods in agreement. As they begin to retreat, the colossal Beast King towers over Fang Yi and unleashes a deafening roar that shakes the surroundings, prompting Fang Yi to study it closely and note that it possesses both thunder and wood attributes, a combination he finds far too coincidental given the recent descent of the two thrones. Before he can dwell on it further, the Beast King attacks, slamming its massive fists into the ground, but Fang Yi reacts instantly, springing backward to evade the crushing blow. Raising his glowing golden sword, Fang Yi senses the violent fluctuations in the creature's aura and quickly realizes it has been tainted by the dark attribute, and as his flaming slash cuts across the battlefield, it lands cleanly, leaving a burning wound near the monster's red eye. However, the Beast King shows no hesitation, gathering force for another assault as it lunges forward with jaws wide open, only for Fang Yi to leap back calmly once more. Then mid-E, he swings his blazing sword. With tremendous force, the impact driving the enormous creature backward and forcing distance between them. Meanwhile, leading the escape, Xiao Yi projects a protective green energy barrier as she runs, with her mother following close behind while carrying the young boy. But their path is suddenly blocked as a second massive shadowy beast with glowing blue eyes emerges before them, causing Xiao Yi to freeze in shock as she realizes they are now facing not one, but two Beast Kings. The second creature radiates an overwhelming presence as it looms above them, its blue eyes glowing ominously, and without hesitation, Xiao Yi raises her green energy shield to protect her mother and the frightened child. Understanding she must act decisively, she reassures her mother and then surges forward, leaping away from the civilians and toward the towering monster in order to draw its deadly attention onto herself. In response, the Beast King opens its massive jaws and begins charging a dense, swirling sphere of wood-attributed energy before unleashing it as a devastating beam, which Xiao Yi meets head-on as her own green aura collides against the attack. Yet despite her efforts, she is steadily pushed back by the crushing force, her body trembling under the immense pressure as fear grips her, though she refuses to give in. With her mother and the child trembling behind her, Xiao Yi quickly evaluates the situation and realizes that because both she and the monster wield would attribute energy, she holds no elemental advantage whatsoever, and if her shield breaks, those behind her will be killed instantly. Faced with no alternative, she makes a desperate decision to sacrifice herself, offering her spiritually rich body to the creature under the belief that it would gain nothing from ordinary humans, hoping to exchange her life for theirs. At the same time, inside the chaotic control room of the Sichuan City Spirit Association, staff members monitor the escalating crisis through holographic displays, their expressions turning grim as they confirm that an S-class disaster has emerged, with the tactical map clearly showing two massive Anomaly King signals within the city limits. While the monitors register rapidly rising hostile energy levels as local pioneers throw themselves into danger to cover the evacuation of civilians. Out in the burning streets, cloaked pioneers engage the invading forces from the air, desperately holding the line, as a frantic field report comes through warning that endless waves of mutated beasts are pouring out from the restricted mountain zone, threatening to completely overwhelm and annihilate the city. Desperate, the pioneer pleads with headquarters for immediate reinforcements and demands the disaster level be raised. And amid the chaos he recalls the sealer's warning, lifting his gaze toward the distant mountains where a colossal pillar of purple lightning tears through the storm clouds, making him realize that this overwhelming surge of energy is coming from the exact territory where the Thunder Throne descended. Elsewhere, Fang Yi effortlessly subdues another beast and forces it down by its enormous snout, questioning whether it escaped from the restricted mountain and whether it recognizes the sentient good vine. Yet before the creature can respond, a vortex of crackling purple lightning begins spiraling across the sky, prompting Fang Yi to look up as he suspects his plant companion, the new master of the Thunder Throne, may have accidentally triggered the stampede. And as he considers the implications, he understands that if claiming a throne brings this level of destruction, then every pioneer must be facing extreme danger, which directly conflicts with his system's classification of thrones as beneficial and leaves him wondering what critical detail is being concealed. At the same time, the second Beast King lifts its massive claw and brings it down in a deadly strike towards Xiao Yi, who immediately strengthens her green energy barrier to withstand the crushing force, refusing to be devoured without resistance as she glances back and feels relief upon seeing her mother shielding the boy behind a protective barrier from the falling debris. And while the enraged monster roars in frustration, Xiao Yi holds her position with her green aura surging to rival its ferocity, then gathers every last ounce of power as her eyes blaze with light and declares that the creature will have to step over her corpse to reach her family, committing herself to a battle to the death. Without warning, a surge of purple lightning rips across the darkened sky and halts the desperate clash as a colossal pillar of thunder crashes down from above, and from within that blinding radiance, the glowing form of the sentient good vine slowly descends, while nearby two members of the Spirit Association stare upward in complete shock as they recognize the overwhelming aura and realize that the Lord of the Thunder Throne has arrived on the battlefield. Watching in awe as the enormous, radiant purple vine manifests above the city and towers over everything with its majestic presence, Fang Yi silently watches the sky, and rather than continuing their assault, the ferocious Beast Kings suddenly stop, begin to whimper, and shrink back in fear, completely overwhelmed by the immense pressure. And as he observes them trembling before the giant vine, Fang Yi finally understands that the beasts were never acting under the throne's command but had merely absorbed its residual energy to mutate, leaving them now utterly suppressed by its true master, leading him to conclude that neither the throne nor the sentient good vine intentionally caused the stampede. Massive glowing purple goods hang from the ancient vine's branches, each pulsing with immense spiritual energy. And then one good suddenly opens to release a swirling stream of green energy that lashes through the air and coils around the aggressive Beast Kings, purifying the corrupted creatures and transforming the once terrifying monsters into harmless, fluffy beings. A radiant good drifts down toward Fang Yi, and through their psychic connection the sentient good vine expresses its apology for the chaos, explaining that it had only just completed its breakthrough and intended to leave the mountain, while it dangles the newly transformed, now harmless creatures before him and gently asks whether it may spare their lives and bring them back as pets instead of killing them. Inside the Spirit Association's control room, the staff stare at the satellite feed, in stunned disbelief as they witness the Lord of Thunder apologizing to the sealer, confirming that the entire disaster was unintentional, and the man monitoring the screens breaks into a sweat as he marvels at the throne's power, which allows a Mei plant to effortlessly purify S-class anomalies, while a younger staff member standing behind him looks on with envy and admits he wishes he could also be chosen by a throne. And as the officials take in the scene, they arrive at a shocking conclusion. Seeing an entity as powerful as the Lord of Thunder behave so submissively toward Fang Yi forces them to realize the Spirit Association must completely reassess the sealer's true strength. At the Spirit Association building, the shifting state of the world becomes the focus of discussion, and inside, the branch leader addresses Fang Yi, Xiao Yi, and his aunt, telling them that the era of peace has ended while reassuring them that the combat zones and the Spirit Association will do everything in their power to keep people safe. Fang Yi's aunt, visibly troubled, asks whether humanity is truly on the brink of extinction. But the branch leader calmly reassures her that the situation is not that dire, pointing to Fang Yi's remarkable accomplishments as a sealer and emphasizing that even S-class anomaly kings fear him, then turning to praise Xiao Yi as a core pioneer and mentioning that Yuan City intends to recruit her as a captain. Yet the aunt, seated close to her daughter, responds that in times this dangerous such praise offers little comfort, explaining that her only concern is whether the two young people are exhausted or hurt, and admitting she fears the possibility of them sacrificing their lives, prompting the branch leader to gently tell her not to dwell on such thoughts. Fang Yi then shifts the conversation by asking about Jiang Lu and his group, noting that they had gone missing during the recent beast mutation crisis, and the branch leader, sounding exasperated, explains that he had them sent to the hospital, but they slipped away overnight, adding that Jiang Lu had been restless during his stay and insisted on continuing his training because he felt ashamed of his own weakness. Suddenly, a frantic man and woman rush into the room calling out desperately for Xiao, and the young boy immediately recognizes them as his parents. As his mother rushes forward in tears to embrace him and expresses heartfelt gratitude, identifying Fang Yi's aunt and the others as the ones who saved her son, while the father bows deeply to Fang Yi and his aunt and says that although they are ordinary people, they will not hesitate to help if they are ever needed, only for the aunt to humbly refuse and say they simply did what was right. After which the parents leave happily, with their son riding on his father's shoulders. As Fang Yi watches them depart, he suggests that his aunt return with him and Xiao Yi to Tai City, and not long afterward, a plane crosses the sky carrying Fang Yi, Xiao Yi, and their aunt back toward Tai City. As they arrive, a crowd gathered outside a large modern villa greets the sealer's return with a bright red banner, and among them stands Su Qingying, who warmly welcomes Fang Yi as he steps in with his family. Once inside, his aunt is left astonished by the sheer size and luxury of the spacious living room, while Xiao Yi playfully covers her mother's eyes to set up a surprise, and Fang Yi, smiling, asks his aunt to guess what they have prepared before presenting her with a property deed, revealing that they purchased the villa for her so she can live safely near his own home and visit easily. Then adding, as she stands stunned by such generosity, that they have also bought a replacement house in Chuan City to ensure her comfort if Xiao Yi accepts a transfer to Yuan City, which deeply moves her and prompts her to express how proud she is of them. However, her expression shifts as she notices her daughter's troubled face and points out that Xiao Yi is carrying a heavy burden, leading Fang Yi to remark that his cousin is still conflicted about moving to Yuan City, and Xiao Yi admits she is struggling to decide whether to accept the Spirit Association's promotion, explaining that she suspects Yuan City officials may simply be trying to use her as a link to Fang Yi's power while also acknowledging that cleaning up the city's corruption would be an enormous task, one she cannot depend on Fang Yi to handle for her indefinitely. Her mother encourages her to take the risk and trust herself, reminding her of her once bold and impulsive nature, even teasingly recalling how Xiao Yi once lied about attending a cram school just to go find Fang Yi, which startles Xiao Yi as she realizes her lie had been seen through all along. And with that support, her hesitation fades as she smiles, gathers her resolve, and decides it is time to grow up and accept the challenge in Yuan City. The warm family moment is suddenly broken by the ringing of a smartphone, and Fang Yi answers a call from Xiaolan, asking whether the combat zone has uncovered any new leads, to which he responds that Elder Wu has discovered a mysterious new territory and invites him to join an expedition. Meanwhile, in a dim alley within an underground black market, a group of dejected individuals huddle in the shadows as a purple-haired woman questions a smoking man about whether returning to Yuan City is truly impossible, only for him to snap back that their exile is certain, recalling how their boss Zheng Jian was defeated and realizing that the Zhang family gang has completely lost both its territory and influence, when suddenly a chilling laugh echoes through the alley and the group turns to see a cloaked figure approaching, the masked stranger smirking as he tells the Zhang family members not to panic, claiming their goals aligned before proposing a dark and ominous deal. At the Star God combat zone, Fang Yi walks toward the massive metal gates of the military facility when his heightened senses suddenly trigger a warning, causing him to turn just as he detects an incoming ambush, and in the next instant Elder Wu rushes him and throws a powerful punch. Yet Fang Yi remains completely composed, raising one hand to effortlessly block the heavy strike as a massive shockwave bursts outward. And without the slightest sign of strain, he calmly asks for an explanation. Elder Wu suddenly bursts into laughter, offering an apology as he explains that his veteran comrades simply refuse to believe the rumors about such an extraordinary young talent. Then he turns toward a group of men clad in advanced combat armor and proudly declares that his brief demonstration should be enough to convince them of Fang Yi's astonishing strength. One of the veterans chuckles and points out that Elder Wu is actually forced to take a step back from Fang Yi's block, while another jokes that the younger generation has already surpassed them and suggests that perhaps it is finally time for Elder Wu to retire. And as Fang Yi watches their easygoing banter, he is struck with amazement upon realizing that every single one of these men possesses the formidable power of the two-star Vajra realm. Elder Wu then shifts his attention back to Fang Yi and asks whether he remembers the extreme dark zone they had discussed before, going on to explain that far beyond their current world, far more dangerous domains have existed for a long time and are closely tied to the global resurgence of spiritual energy, before revealing a tightly guarded military secret, that the nation's strongest fighters were absent during the recent monster outbreaks because they had been deployed to these domains, which he declares to be the true front line where humanity has been waging a hidden war long before the public ever became aware of spiritual energy. Hearing this, Fang Yi recalls the intelligence he received from Jiang, noting that these domains function like unstable time rifts filled with chaotic forces and a dark attribute capable of spawning horrifying monsters, and Elder Wu confirms this grim reality, warning that these classified regions have recently become highly active, with new rifts continuously opening across space. Yet alongside the danger lies immense opportunity, as Elder Wu explains that entering these domains is the only path to establishing higher-level cultivation routes, enabling pioneers to break into the ghost acts and creation stages. And as Fang Yi listens closely, he comes to understand the government's long-term foresight, realizing this is precisely why polluted zones were restricted long before spiritual energy fully awakened. When he looks again at the veterans, he feels the weight of what they have endured, recognizing that secretly venturing into such hellish landscapes while safeguarding the nation demands unimaginable resolve, and he further notes that their solid 2-star Vajra strength implies the Star God Combat Zone's military power runs far deeper than it appears on the surface. Elder Wu's expression then turns grave as he brings the discussion to their present mission, finally revealing their objective. They are to explore the most dangerous of these domains, a terrifying monster-infested cavern known as the Tomb Cluster. As Fang Yi stands alongside Elder Wu and the veteran soldiers, another figure steps out from the shadows within the base, prompting Elder Wu to introduce the newcomer as Zhong Tian, an elder of the Star God Combat Zone. Yet Zhong Tian merely scoffs, turns his back, and begins to walk away without acknowledgement, causing Elder Wu to lean in and quietly explain to Fang Yi that old Zhang has a stubborn nature and a notoriously difficult temper, though despite his attitude, his combat strength ranks among the top 3 in their group. And he adds that they specifically brought him along for this mission as an extra layer of security because of his unwavering loyalty, to which Fang Yi responds calmly that he holds deep respect for veterans who serve their country and that an unusual personality is simply part of who they are. Hoping to ease the tension between them, Elder Wu calls out to Zhong Tian once more and formally introduces Fang Yi as the Thai Spirit Association captain known as the Sealer, adding that Fang Yi had recently resolved an S-class disaster on his own, and at the mention of such a threat, Zhong Tian halts and glances back, clearly intrigued. With everyone now assembled, Elder Wu declares it is time to open the portal to the mysterious domain, and the group advances toward a blue vortex hanging in the sky, the door of the void, which serves as the gateway to that unknown realm. While Fang Yi observed that despite its simple outward appearance, it contains immense power, and as Elder Wu takes the lead, Fang Yi notices a spiritual energy seal placed upon the gateway, realizing that someone had repaired the rift in the past. Then upon touching the swirling blue energy, he senses the extreme instability of the area and reminds himself to remain vigilant, all while feeling surprised by the dense, overwhelming energy radiating from within. Soon, the group is drawn upward into the enormous blue tunnel, and as they drift through it, Fang Yi questions whether the strange, shifting visuals around them are merely side effects of the intense energy, until his sharpened perception detects something far more profound, revealing flashes of space and ghost-like whale-shaped forms moving through the void, whose energy feels utterly alien, as though it originates from beyond their known universe. As they pass by strands of green energy, resembling vines, Elder Wu warns everyone not to approach or stare directly at those shapes, cautioning that their raw power could destroy them instantly. And Fang Yi, sensing the chaotic blend of elemental and void energies, understands that even the slightest contact could annihilate both body and spirit, while also recognizing that because these dangers are pure manifestations of energy rather than living beings, his death seal ability would be useless against them. As he looks upon the fractured reflections of countless worlds suspended within the void, Fang Yi grasps the sheer scale of the threat, realizing that if this massive rift is not contained, it could bring about a catastrophe capable of ending their world. And at last, the tunnel opens into a vast dark expanse where Elder Wu, now visibly serious, announces that they have arrived at their destination. Stopping before a gigantic dark tear floating within the blue energy, he instructs the team to prepare themselves, his body glowing with a bright blue aura as he orders everyone to release their power and maintain their position before crossing over. And once they exit the portal, they find themselves suspended within a gloomy, ominous cavern known as the Tomb Cluster, where an oppressive aura of death saturates the air. Below them, a dense pool of green energy begins to churn and bubble, signaling the approach of danger. And recognizing the threat, Elder Wu commands the team to ready themselves for combat, emphasizing that they must end the fight quickly. when suddenly a towering column of dark green energy erupts from the depths of the cave and rapidly takes shape, forming a terrifying shadowy monster with glowing green eyes. The team is caught off guard by the creature's sudden and without hesitation. Elder Wu and Zhong Tian charge straight toward the monster, only for the shadowy entity to retaliate instantly by firing a lethal beam of dark green energy from its hand. In response, Elder Wu and Zhong Tian combine their golden power to form a shared Vajra realm defense in an attempt to block the. Yet the monster's strength proves overwhelming as the beam shatters their barrier and sends both men crashing backward, while coughing up blood, leaving the surrounding veterans frozen in shock as they witness their strongest fighters defeated so effortlessly. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Fang Yi states that they are in critical danger and must coordinate their attack, and as the veterans rush to catch Elder Wu and Zhong Tian, they quickly realize that the monster's dark energy is actively suppressing a pioneer's spiritual strength, with one veteran pointing out that the weakening effect is so severe that even Elder Wu and Zhong Tian could not unleash a tenth of their true power. Unfazed by this, Fang Yi's body ignites with golden light, as he summons his sword and declares that he will test his own strength, then leaps into the air while enveloping his blade in blazing golden flames to execute a powerful dragon slash, which collides with the giant shadow monster and erupts into a massive explosion of clashing energies. As the smoke gradually clears, Fang Yi remains suspended in the air, though his aura has noticeably dimmed, and he calmly remarks that his strength was heavily suppressed by the cave's dark energy, otherwise that single strike would have been enough to kill the creature. A statement that leaves the veterans below in awe as one of them points out that Fang Yi nearly destroyed the monster alone, confirming that his reputation is no exaggeration. While Zhong Tian stares upward in stunned respect, and repeats Fang Yi's title, the Sealer, with newfound reverence, prompting Elder Wu to comment that they would be even more shaken if they understood the true meaning behind that name. Ignoring the oppressive weakening effect, Fang Yi sharpens his focus and releases a surge of dark energy, forming massive shadow claws around himself as he activates his Twilight Fire domain. Then with a swift command, he sends the claws forward to seize the green monster while his system confirms the successful activation of the domain, and the claws begin ripping through the creature's chaotic energy. Although the system detects the dense dark energy permeating the area, it informs Fang Yi that his unique technique allows him to bypass the suppressive effects, and as the monster howls in agony, the system locks onto it as a target, draining its strength and reducing its dark power by half. Hovering above the now weakened beast, Fang Yi's sword ignites once more, spinning with a deadly fusion of golden flames and twilight darkness, and with a cold, unwavering gaze, he prepares his finishing blow and issues a single decisive command, to kill the monster. Fang Yi releases a blazing slash toward the creature, and upon impact, the strike detonates into a blinding explosion of energy, while Fang Yi remains firm and unyielding, his eyes glowing with a fierce red light as he unleashes a massive surge of golden power that bursts outward in all directions from his body. The radiant golden light surges outward, aggressively incinerating the lingering dark remnants of the monster. And as the spectacle unfolds, Zhong Tian stands frozen in absolute shock at the sheer magnitude of the power on display, while beside him Elder Wu carefully studies the technique and observes that Fang Yi is utilizing a potent yang attribute to actively suppress the surrounding dark energy. Far away, at Yuan City's wood attribute throne, the sentient good vine begins to shine intensely, its body glowing with a vivid green radiance among the mountain crags, and the sentient red spirit flower flares in response as it senses that its master requires aid, prompting a reaction as a massive, concentrated beam of green energy violently erupts from the peak where the sentient good vine is rooted. Back on the battlefield, Fang Yi remains engulfed in chaotic, crackling golden energy as he continues pressing his attack, yet it becomes increasingly clear that despite wielding the authority of death and being the throne's master, the dark giant possesses extraordinary resilience and is proving extremely difficult to eliminate. Recognizing that the creature has not yet been defeated, Elder Wu calls out to Zhong Tian that Fang Yi needs their support, and though his tone remains rough, Zhong Tian agrees, leading the combat zone elders to surge forward together as Zhong Tian, Elder Wu, and two other armored elders rapidly channel their respective powers, their hands glowing with distinct elemental energies before all four unleash powerful, multicolored beams toward the battlefield. The converging streams of energy strike Fang Yi in the back, merging into him as he drives his own golden power to its absolute limit, and the fusion of their combined triggers a colossal, blinding explosion of golden light that engulfs everything in its path, while the violent shockwave forces Elder Wu, Zhong Tian, and the others to shield themselves as they are pushed backward. When the smoke and turbulent energy finally begin to settle, the environment has been drastically transformed, and, as the elders look down, they realize that the blast has revealed the area's true nature, a vast, desolate burial ground filled with countless tombstones stretching across a deep, newly formed chasm. Fang Yi approaches the group and politely thanks the seniors for their timely assistance, acknowledging that without their help he could not have eliminated the dark giant so smoothly, then admits that he had underestimated the enemy earlier and asks whether anyone was injured in the aftermath of the explosion. And his humility catches Zhang Tian off guard, leaving him flustered as he awkwardly apologizes for his earlier hostility and expresses sincere gratitude to Fang Yi for saving him, which prompts Elder Wu to smirk and joke that perhaps Zhang Tian has been possessed since the notoriously stubborn man actually managed to say thank you. The brief moment of ease is abruptly shattered as the ground beneath them violently splits open and skeletal hands glowing with an eerie green light claw their way out of the earth, followed by a terrifying horde of reanimated skeletons radiating the same ghastly energy as they crawl from the freshly exposed graves and begin advancing toward Fang Yi and the stunned elders, remaining calm. Fang Yi asks Elder Wu if he remembers the unnatural disaster mutation that once occurred in Moon City, and Elder Wu grimly confirms, realizing with dread that they are facing that exact horrifying phenomenon once again. Repulsed by the sudden emergence of the undead, Zhang Tian steps forward eagerly, gathering bright yellow energy into his hands as he declares he will take the lead, then rapidly unleashes a barrage of explosive blasts into the approaching skeletal horde. While unwilling to remain on the sidelines, Elder Wu and another combat zone elder charge into the fray alongside him. Zhang Tian launches himself high into the air and gathers an energy sphere crackling with intense yellow lightning, declaring a portion of the battlefield as his own before hurling the destructive force straight down onto the skeletons, while below, the combat zone elders clash head-on with the undead army, cutting through them with precise efficiency using powerful energy slashes and piercing beams. Amid the chaos, Fang Yi's glowing red eye tightens as his focus shifts away from the immediate fight, and at that moment, the system alerts him to a strong fluctuation of dark attribute energy nearby, instructing him to make contact with its source in order to compile a new technique, prompting him to warn the elders about the dangerous energy before dashing forward to investigate. Following his movement, Elder Wu notices a massive, imposing structure looming through the murky distance and questions its nature, while another elder speculates that it might be an illusion, only for Elder Wu to dismiss that idea immediately, pointing out that the enormous stone tablet is actively emitting dark energy, though its sudden appearance leaves him puzzled. Fang Yi concludes that it must be a physical manifestation of the region's dark power and decides to approach it, ignoring Zhang Tian shouted warning as he propels himself directly toward the towering monolith, cloaked in a protective golden aura while flying through the dense dark mist until he reaches the immense, weathered surface surrounded by swirling, ominous shadows. The instant Fang Yi presses his hand against the cold stone, dark red energy reacts and coils around his fingers, and the system confirms that a dark attribute technique is being automatically compiled, completing the process and granting him the Great Hell Saber method, which it explains will allow him, with a single slash, to summon undead from the burial grounds to fight for him for 3 minutes. With their strength directly scaling to his own power, reviewing his arsenal, Fang Yi considers the boundless dark realm, which weakens enemies by trapping them, and the hellish evil scene, a dangerous technique that requires triggering his own death to summon spirits, while noting that his illusion-based eye ability is most effective against intelligent opponents and therefore less useful against the mindless skeletal horde. As a blade of red energy forms in his grasp, Fang Yi senses the immense force contained within the ancient burial ground and realizes that the undead here far surpass those encountered in Moon City, leading him to conclude that this newly obtained saber technique is extraordinarily powerful, as it not only allows him to command such entities but also lets their strength scale endlessly alongside his own. Meanwhile, as Fang Yi evaluates this power, the combat zone elders gather around the massive stone tablet and, astonished to find that it is composed of solidified dark energy, quickly decide to extract a sample for the research institute, with Zhang Tian showing particular excitement as he believes studying it could reshape the future. As Zhang Tian channels energy into his hand and prepares to strike, Fang Yi notices their actions with growing unease. Yet before he can intervene, Zhang Tian delivers a powerful blow to the monolith while Elder Wu hopes to secure an unprecedented specimen to advance their understanding and counter future dark attribute threats. But the moment it lands, a violent tremor shakes the entire cavern and abruptly halts their efforts, causing Elder Wu to panic as he realizes the severity of the mistake and shouts that the stone tablet should not have been disturbed. Cracks rapidly spread across the massive structure as enormous chunks of dark stone begin to break apart and crash down, forcing the elders to shout for retreat as they scramble to avoid the falling debris. And amidst the collapsing ruins, Fang Yi senses a sudden and terrifying surge in the surrounding spiritual energy, a realization striking him as he finally understands the catastrophic origin behind the Black Sea anomaly. From the shattered remains of the tablet, a colossal tidal wave of malevolent red and black energy erupts, revealing that they have unknowingly unleashed an ancient, otherworldly dark tide with a level of destructive force far beyond anything they have ever encountered. From the shattered remains of the tablet, A colossal, towering tsunami of malevolent red and black energy erupts, unleashing an ancient, otherworldly dark tide with a level of destructive power far beyond anything the group has ever witnessed. As the massive wave surges outward from the ruins and the danger becomes instantly clear, Zhang Tian shouts the first rule of exploration: to retreat immediately upon encountering the dark tide. But the spreading energy rapidly condenses into terrifying shadowy beasts that swarm across the battlefield, forcing the combat zone elders to fall back while cutting their way through the encroaching horde. And in the chaos, Elder Wu looks back and urgently calls for the sealer to wait, only to see Fang Yi standing completely still as he faces the towering wave of destruction. As the crimson energy closes in, Elder Wu desperately shouts at Fang Yi, demanding to know what he is doing and ordering him to return at once. Yet Fang Yi ignores the warnings and continues staring into the dark tide with his glowing red eye, hearing a mysterious voice calling out to him from within the churning mass, and driven by curiosity, he slowly reaches his hand toward the swirling red energy, choosing to uncover what lies inside even as he prepares himself to face death against this otherworldly force. In the next instant, a massive, blinding explosion of red energy engulfs Fang Yi, and Elder Wu and Zhang Tian watch in horror as they scream his name while the blast swallows him completely. And unable to accept what he sees, Zhang Tian charges forward toward the deadly wave in an attempt to save him, only for Elder Wu to summon a glowing energy hand that restrains him in place while shouting that rushing in would achieve nothing but a meaningless death. Furious, Zhang Tian argues back, declaring that Fang Yi represents the future of the nation and blaming himself and the other elders, insisting he would willingly trade his own life for the young pioneers. While Elder Wu, filled with anguish, states that Fang Yi is likely gone and warns that losing more people will only doom the nation's future. Then, taking responsibility for bringing Fang Yi here, he orders the remaining elders to retreat and survive. Just as they prepare to withdraw, a massive pillar of golden energy suddenly erupts from within the dark tide, causing them all to turn back in shock as they recognize Fang Yi's signature power and cling to the hope that he may still be alive. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss, Fang Yi drifts calmly through a swirling tunnel of red and gold energy, completely unharmed by the explosion. And as he observes his surroundings, he finds it strange that within the very heart of the dark tide, there are no monsters at all. Drifting deeper into the dark red void, Fang Yi follows his instincts, sensing that if he continues forward he will eventually reach the source of the call, even though the mysterious voice has now fallen silent. And in his search for answers, he attempts to communicate with his system to analyze the strange environment surrounding him. Wrapped in a protective golden aura, he continues descending into the endless abyss and notes that his powerful defenses are completely shielding him, preventing the surrounding dark energy from causing any harm. When suddenly a strange disembodied voice echoes through the crimson emptiness and speaks directly to him, causing Fang Yi to halt mid-descent in surprise as his system interface glitches under the overwhelming pressure before stabilizing again, after which the system informs him that the ancient power is creating fluctuations but has successfully located the source just ahead. Guided by the glowing blue prompt from his system, Fang Yi advances through the dense dark mist while wondering if this ancient force could be another world-altering artifact similar to the thrones. And as he accelerates, the atmospheric pressure grows increasingly intense, confirming that he is closing in on the unknown origin, until his eyes narrow upon spotting his destination and he comes to a stop before a massive swirling black vortex streaked with red lightning, its suffocating pressure radiating outward. From the center of the vortex, a menacing hollow suit of spiked demonic armor slowly emerges, pulsing with a sinister red glow from within. And as Fang Yi studies it, he realizes that every inch of the armor contains immense destructive power, while his system flashes a red warning to confirm that this mysterious armor is the true source behind the catastrophic dark tide. Confident in his ability, Fang Yi reaches out in an attempt to subdue the artifact, but the armor reacts instantly as its chest splits open to reveal a jagged, gaping mouth of glowing red energy, forcing him to retreat when a massive surge of dark power erupts outward. And in that moment, he recognizes withal that the relic's energy far surpasses that of any throne he has encountered before. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Fang Yi quickly summons a golden energy barrier to defend himself, yet as the dark force grinds against his shield, he struggles, astonished that the armor's raw killing intent is capable of weakening his yang attribute, which should naturally suppress such darkness. Rather than pulling back, the resistance only intensifies Fang Yi's determination to claim the artifact, and he releases a burst of golden energy to force the attack away before activating his boundless dark realm, surrounding himself within a vast dark purple sphere. Drawing his sword, Fang Yi immediately unleashes the Great Hell Saber method, and in response, the technique summons a vast legion of menacing, glowing red spectral undead from the abyss to fight at his command, which then surge forward in unison, diving toward the floating demonic armor in a coordinated assault, while Fang Yi watches closely, only for his confidence to collapse the moment the armor retaliates, releasing a violent eruption of razor-sharp red energy tendrils that effortlessly tear through and annihilate the spectral attackers. Seeing his ultimate technique so easily neutralized, Fang Yi acknowledges the overwhelming strength of his opponent and realizes that the armor's dark aura far surpasses his own, completely suppressing his abilities, and before he can recover, the demonic armor launches a high-speed barrage of red energy slashes that strike him and force him backward. Yet even as he is driven back, Fang Yi refuses to yield and declares that this battle will decide who subdues whom. The entity speaks once more, urging Fang Yi to surrender and become like it. And as dark energy gathers and forms a jagged mask over his face, Fang Yi understands that the armor is attempting to corrupt his mind and seize control of his body, forcing him into a desperate struggle as he channels his divine sun swallowing heaven technique to preserve his consciousness and resist then, refusing to be overtaken. He shouts that the entity has underestimated him as a massive surge of blue energy bursts from his body, pushed to his absolute limit. Fang Yi commands his system to activate all of his powers and techniques simultaneously, prompting the system to issue a critical warning, explaining that although his realm is only at the 2-star Vajra level, his true capabilities are immeasurable, yet calculating that releasing everything at once will overwhelm his body and carries a 99% probability of total destruction. But despite the near-certain fatal outcome, Fang Yi glares into the darkness without hesitation, fully prepared to take the risk. Driven to the very edge of his endurance, Fang Yi stakes everything on suppressing the demonic entity as golden energy collides violently against dark red power. And with no path left except forward, he orders the system to unleash every cultivation method he possesses at once, swearing he will either win this battle or die in the attempt. The system immediately confirms Fang Yi's command and activates all of his learned techniques simultaneously. But the burden of forcing so many conflicting energies through one body becomes unbearable almost instantly, causing Fang Yi to clutch his head in agony while the violent power threatens to rip him apart from within as he struggles desperately to hold on to his sanity. The strain finally overwhelms him, his eyes turning blank a moment before a catastrophic eruption of crimson energy explodes from his body. And as the system detects the fatal overload, it instantly triggers its emergency safeguard, the Death Seal technique. Lightning flashes into existence alongside a protective aura and binding dark chains. And through the sequence of elemental energies, Fang Yi's lifeless body is revived as the system confirms that he has survived. While drifting through the abyss, Fang Yi suddenly opens his eyes, now glowing with a deep red light. And the system informs him that the ancient artifact has been defeated through the combined force of his cultivation methods. It further confirms that the ancient entity has acknowledged Fang Yi as its new master and willingly submitted to him. The surrounding dark energy immediately begins to gather around his body before condensing into a menacing suit covered in sharp spikes, and the system finally reveals the artifact's true identity, the ancient god-demon armor. Suspended within the newly formed armor, Fang Yi releases an overwhelming dark aura while the system grants him a new ability, the secret technique known as Dark Torrent, a technique that shares the same origin as the armor itself and is mastered by him instantly. To test the strength of his new power, Fang Yi slowly clenches his armored fist, producing a massive shock wave of dark energy that bursts outward. As he studies the energy gathering around his hand, Fang Yi notices something strangely familiar within it. And when dark veins begin pulsing across his face, he realizes with shock that he may now possess the ability to control the dark tide itself. With this newfound mastery, he can freely walk across the chaotic dark tide. And beyond that, he can even force the destructive energy to retreat whenever he wills it. Thinking back on his previous dark abilities, Fang Yi reflects on how completely different this power feels compared to before. Because in the past, using dark energy constantly consumed both his stamina and spiritual power, whereas now the dark attribute obeys him like a loyal pet. Letting the energy swell calmly within his palm, he confidently declares that it will never become a burden to him again. After remaining in the abyss long enough, Fang Yi decides it is finally time to return, casually snapping his fingers as he prepares to leave the abyss behind. Though before departing, he wonders how much time has passed and suspects his disappearance has already thrown the outside world into chaos. At the Xia Nation Spirit Association headquarters, the president slams both fists onto his desk in fury while Zhu Yuru silently watches from beside him. President Yi Xiao angrily berates the combat zone elders for bringing the sealer along on their expedition only to fail at returning him alive, criticizing them for being unable to protect a single junior pioneer despite possessing years of cultivation experience and access to the nation's finest resources. Elder Wu lowers his head in shame as the president harshly questions their competence, demanding to know how they can possibly face the nation after depending on the sealer just to escape alive themselves. Outside the office, Galen overhears the confrontation and finally decides she can no longer remain silent. So she walks straight into the room and interrupts President Yi Xiao to share her own perspective. Elder Wu and Zhang sit nearby with defeated expressions as Galen states that the sealer was powerful enough to escape the abyss, yet chose to remain behind after discovering something important within it, while President Yi Xiao listens in silence. Refusing to let the veterans shoulder all the blame, Galen fiercely defends them, reminding the president that these people have been fighting on the front lines to protect the nation since long before the spiritual energy awakening, enduring countless battles while watching comrades fall and be buried one after another. Although she acknowledges that the sealer is an exceptionally rare genius, she reminds him of the despair Elder Wu and the others felt when Fang Yi disappeared into the void, insisting that if there had been any possible way to save him, they would have willingly sacrificed their own lives to bring the young pioneer back safely. Still unsatisfied, President Yi Xiao coldly responds that the sealer is the foundation of the captain plan and asks whether she can truly guarantee Fang Yi's survival when even the previous generation failed to escape the dark tide. Growing more frustrated, Yi Xiao raises his voice and declares that Fang Yi's value to the nation surpasses theirs entirely. As Guyuru attempts to calm the situation, Galen immediately challenges his assumption that entering the dark tide means certain death. Fixing him with a fierce glare, she questions his reasoning and asks that if Fang Yi is truly dead, then why should a single pioneer matter more than the entire surviving Star God combat zone? She bluntly presses further, asking whether by doubting Fang Yi while dismissing the combat zone, he truly believes the Spirit Association alone could defend the Xia nation without the military strength supporting it. Realizing she has crossed a line, Elder Wu immediately shouts Galen's name and orders her to stop, causing the tense atmosphere in the room to finally break. President Yi Xiao lets out a long sigh as the anger gradually leaves his face, admitting that his earlier words came from frustration and acknowledging that Galen is correct. Looking exhausted, he asks how they are supposed to handle the crisis now, fearing that if news of the sealer's disappearance spreads, it will throw the entire nation into panic while also encouraging their enemies to make a move. To avoid nationwide chaos, everyone agrees that news regarding Fang Yi's disappearance must remain completely sealed and classified under the highest level of security. 1 week later, at the Fang family villa, Lin Yi grows increasingly anxious because her cousin Fang Yi still has not returned from the mysterious domain. When she suddenly hears the door open, she immediately calls out hopefully for her cousin, only to discover that it is her mother instead. Noticing Fang Yi's unusually long absence, her mother suggests calling him. But Lin Yi explains that this situation is different because the place he entered is extremely dangerous and completely without signal. Her mother agrees that even so, it is still strange for him to remain out of contact for this long. The conversation soon shifts as her mother asks about her assignment as Tai City's new captain, and Lin Yi explains that she originally planned to wait for Fang Yi's return before beginning a trial run. But now that he is gone, even the association has fallen strangely silent. Her unease deepens because this level of silence has never happened before. In the past, Fang Yi always returned quickly. Yet now Captain Shu knows nothing while Xiaolan has completely ignored all of her messages. Unable to endure the uncertainty any longer, Lin Yi suddenly tells her shocked mother that she is going out. As rain pours down outside, Lin Yi runs frantically through the streets while anxious thoughts race through her mind. If something truly happened to her cousin, then she fears the entire Xia nation could descend into chaos and the captain plan itself might collapse. Even so, she continues trying to reassure herself that with Fang Yi's strength, he must still be alive, especially when the world around her still appears peaceful. Her thoughts are suddenly cut off when massive bolts of unstable purple lightning tear across the storm-covered sky above the city's skyscrapers. Lin Yi immediately freezes in shock as terrified pedestrians begin scattering in panic while a blazing meteor descends rapidly toward the city. Shielding herself from the blinding impact, she instantly recognizes the familiar energy signature and realizes that another ancient throne has arrived. A gigantic pillar of blue energy erupts upward and lights up the entire skyline, while from a distant vantage point, several unnamed captains silently observe the impact site from afar. At the same time, the throne's arrival draws out the city's darker forces, and hidden within the shadows, sinister figures with glowing red eyes smile coldly as they anticipate the violent struggle for control over the newly descended throne. Drifting through the chaotic blue void, Fang Yi moved by leaping across floating debris while surrounded by a newly formed dark red aura. Yet despite continuing forward, he felt as though he had become trapped inside an endless maze with no clear exit. Growing increasingly frustrated by his inability to locate the coordinates needed to return to reality, he glanced toward his shadow, which was actually the subdued ancient god demon armor, and asked whether it was also unable to find a way out. The system, however, remained completely silent and unresponsive, displaying no signal just as it had before. Fang Yi could not help wondering whether attempting to take the ancient armor out of the mysterious domain had triggered some kind of butterfly effect, or if some unknown force was deliberately keeping them trapped there. Suddenly, the dark aura around him reacted. When Fang Yi questioned it, the shadowy figure immediately shook its head to show that it was not responsible. He then asked why the entity could no longer speak, especially after previously using a human voice to lure him into the dark tide earlier. But the shadow merely trembled nervously, seemingly incapable of answering him. Letting out a sigh, Fang Yi eventually stopped pressing the issue and decided that escaping the domain had to remain their highest priority. At that moment, his glowing red eyes suddenly narrowed after sensing a faint connection to the outside world. Back in reality, an enormous beam of blue energy ripped through the storm-filled sky before crashing into Tai City as a mysterious new throne descended from above. While frightened civilians fled through the heavy rain, Lin Yi rushed directly toward the impact zone because she understood that the appearance of a throne while her cousin remained missing would only throw the city deeper into chaos, so despite the danger, she chose to investigate the situation herself. As she sprinted through the rain-soaked streets, her sharpened instincts suddenly warned her that something was wrong. A sinister-looking man holding a knife stepped directly into her path and grinned while confidently greeting her as Miss Lin. Startled, Lin Yi immediately took a defensive stance and demanded to know who he was, but before she could react further, several more armed thugs emerged from the rain and quickly surrounded her, cutting off every possible route of escape. Lin Yi mocked the group without hesitation, calling them idiots for recklessly entering Tai City during such a dangerous moment, then demanded to know exactly what they wanted. Without even waiting for their response, she instantly unleashed a violent shock wave of green spiritual energy that blasted backward against the attackers attempting to close in around her. Flowing smoothly into her next attack, she transformed the energy into thick vines that tightly bound one of the older thugs before driving a fierce kick straight into his chest and demanding answers from the stunned man. The man slammed heavily onto the rain-soaked pavement, and after realizing their opening attack had failed, another thug immediately blew a piercing whistle to summon reinforcements. Within moments, the entire area became flooded with enemies as armed thugs carrying different weapons emerged from alleyways, rooftops, and the surrounding shadows until Lin Yi found herself completely encircled. Standing at the center of the ambush, a man wearing a red bandana arrogantly raised his massive sword toward her and mocked her as nothing more than a little girl hiding behind the sealer's reputation before ordering everyone to attack at once. Green energy glowed sharply within Lin Yi's eyes as she glared back at them and coldly asked whether they were underestimating her. Declaring that this was the perfect opportunity to test the results of a recent multi-target combat training, she immediately released a barrage of sharp vine-like whips formed from green spiritual energy. The vines lashed through the air, striking and restraining several attackers at once while she simultaneously engaged others in close combat, rapidly knocking down anyone who managed to approach her. As the vines tightened around the captured enemies, the older thug struggled helplessly and cursed after realizing that her unique wood attribute was actively suppressing their spiritual energy. Completely seizing control of the battle, Lin Yi gathered the restrained thugs together before swinging her vines with tremendous force and hurling the entire group violently through the air while fiercely telling them to get lost. Suddenly, a sharp projectile infused with dark purple energy pierced through the rain and shot directly toward her. Lin Yi instantly recognized the danger and realized it was a fire-based ability combined with a corrosive dark attribute. Ordinary flames would never burn through her durable vines so easily, but this dark fire was far more dangerous. She attempted to evade the attack, yet the dark energy still grazed her arm and sliced into her flesh, causing her to gasp as blood spilled from the fresh wound. The moment the bandana-wearing leader saw her injured, he and the remaining thugs charged toward her from every direction, attempting to finish her off immediately. Just before their weapons could strike, Lin Yi suddenly summoned a glowing green barrier around herself, and a violent burst of spiritual energy instantly blasted every attacker backward, sending them crashing across the wet ground. Looking at them with contempt, she mocked the group for being 9 grown men who still could not defeat a single student. The leader steadied himself against the soaked pavement while an observant look flashed through his eyes. After noticing that the sealer still had not appeared despite Lin Yi being placed in mortal danger, he confidently concluded that Fang Yi was truly absent from the city. Having already accomplished his real objective, the leader immediately ordered a retreat, and the thugs quickly leaped away into the storm before disappearing into the darkness. Left standing alone in the rain, Lin Yi suddenly realized with frustration that she had fallen directly into their trap. Furious at herself, she slammed her fist against a nearby wall after understanding that her desperate attempt to defend herself had unintentionally confirmed her cousin's disappearance to hidden enemies. Cursing her own carelessness, she knew the next attack would come with full preparation, and she immediately realized she needed to come up with a plan as quickly as possible. Before she could think further, her racing thoughts were interrupted when an enormous pillar of golden light suddenly pierced through the storm clouds and struck the distant city skyline. The moment Lin Yi recognized the meaning behind the pillar of light, determination immediately filled her eyes. Without wasting another second, she pulled out her phone and urgently contacted Captain Shu. At the barricaded zone surrounding the newly descended throne, Shu Qing stood guard beneath the pouring rain while speaking with Lin Yi through the call. She immediately asked whether Yi had been ambushed, and Yi confirmed that she had managed to drive the attackers away, though only temporarily, because everyone's true objective was the throne itself. In a solemn voice, Yi explained that their enemies now fully believed Tai City had become completely defenseless after the sealer's disappearance. Hearing those words, Su Qingying fell silent in shock as the terrifying implications settled over her. Staring toward the restricted forest area, she listened in disbelief while Yi calmly made a bold decision. The young pioneer declared that she intended to approach the artifact personally and force it to acknowledge her as its new master. After arriving at the restricted site, Yi firmly explained that she had no other option left if she wanted to protect the city. In response, Su Qingying immediately pulled her into a tight embrace beneath the heavy rain and angrily scolded her for acting recklessly. She warned Yi that the newly descended artifact possessed a metal attribute, making its power far sharper and more lethal than any anomaly they had encountered before. She reminded her that a wood attribute user had virtually no defense against metal energy, meaning the attempt was practically equivalent to a death sentence. Terrified for her friend's safety, Su Qingying tearfully begged Yi not to throw away her life on what she believed was a suicidal mission. Their emotional exchange was suddenly interrupted when a panicked guard rushed toward them with urgent news. He reported that large numbers of underground organizations and neutral factions were rapidly converging on the area, and even worse, registered pioneers from various places were now flooding into Tai City as well. Elsewhere within the shadows of the city, an enormous gathering of rogue pioneers and mutants continued to grow. Encouraged by rumors claiming that the sealer was dead, they openly disregarded both the military and the spirit association, treating the entire situation as a brutal free-for-all. Consumed by greed, the massive crowd prepared to storm the restricted zone while blindly believing that whoever succeeded in claiming the throne would become the next absolute ruler of the Xia nation. A rescue team passes through a swirling portal into the mysterious domain as they search for the exact location where Fang Yi disappeared. Elder Wu and Yi Xiao emerge into a vast white desert beneath a bright and cloudless sky, and Wu immediately confirms that this is the place where the dark tide swallowed the sealer. However, the dramatic change in the environment leaves him completely bewildered, causing him to wonder how the overwhelming dark energy and the countless ancient tombstones could have vanished without leaving behind a single trace. Suddenly, the sky tears apart as an enormous wave of terrifying dark energy bursts outward, instantly leaving the entire rescue team frozen beneath its overwhelming pressure. Moments later, Fang Yi falls directly from the rift and crashes onto the white sand. He himself seems surprised to arrive there, having only followed the energy signature of the newly descended throne in order to find a path back to reality. The instant Elder Wu and Yi Shan notice the familiar golden aura radiating from him, they immediately recognize Fang Yi and are left utterly stunned to discover that he is still alive. Even more shocking is the spiritual power now flowing from his body, because its intensity has already surpassed Elder Wu's own strength by an enormous margin. Elder Wu immediately senses the overwhelming aura radiating from the young pioneer and quickly realizes that Fang Yi's strength has already surpassed the third level of the Jingong realm by a tremendous margin. Hearing his name called, Fang Yi turns around, his glowing red eye locking onto the combat zone elders descending toward him. Yi Xiao steps forward first and warmly grasps Fang Yi's hand while introducing himself as the president of the Xia Nation Spirit Association, declaring that they have come personally to bring the sealer home. Fang Yi calmly accepts the greeting, though inwardly he quietly reflects on the introduction, because he has never heard of Yi Xiao before and assumes the man must have been appointed during his disappearance. As Yi Xiao mentions that the appearance of a newly descended throne may explain the strange spatial disturbances, Fang Yi explains that he had been trapped inside the mysterious domain the entire time, wandering aimlessly without any way to locate Earth's coordinates until he finally managed to trace the throne's energy signature back to reality. Suddenly feeling an intense sense of urgency, Fang Yi immediately requests that they return to Tai City without delay. Elder Wu and the other veterans readily agree, proud to assist the now overwhelmingly powerful young pioneer. Without wasting time, the group gathers their spiritual energy together and activates a massive blue portal for the journey back. However, the instant they begin crossing through the portal, a terrible sense of dread suddenly overwhelms Fang Yi. An ominous feeling tells him that his cousin Lin Yi may already be in mortal danger, and although he desperately hopes the sensation is only his imagination, the unease refuses to dissipate. As they travel rapidly through the swirling blue void, Elder Wu suppresses his growing curiosity and silently wonders how Fang Yi managed to survive the catastrophic dark tide while also achieving such a terrifying breakthrough in cultivation. Meanwhile, absolute chaos has consumed Tai City. Heavy rain pours endlessly over shattered streets filled with smoke and destruction, while defending pioneers struggle desperately against a massive wave of invading enemies. At the center of the battlefield, the Spirit Association's lead official projects a golden shield to block a strike from a cloaked rogue attacker. As the enemy mocks their desperate resistance, The official grimly reflects on how fearless these underground factions have become, openly attempting to overturn order itself in pursuit of power. Releasing a blazing golden shockwave, the lead official blasts the surrounding attackers backward before immediately ordering counteroffensive. In the middle of the battle, however, he receives a frantic report informing him that the defensive perimeter protecting the newly descended throne has already been breached. Fully aware of how critical the situation has become, the official orders his subordinates to immediately reinforce the frontline squads defending the throne. Declaring that he alone will hold the current position, he unleashes a barrage of golden fire blasts to intercept assassins leaping through the rain toward them. When one subordinate hesitates, the official sharply orders them to obey at once. Then, after touching his earpiece, his hardened expression suddenly shifts with renewed hope as he reveals a crucial piece of news. If they can survive this current wave of attacks, victory will belong to them. Elsewhere across the rain-soaked city streets, two defending pioneers continue struggling against the advancing enemy forces. As Wang Lan and Song Yiming approach through the downpour, the exhausted defenders immediately ask with hope whether headquarters has finally sent reinforcements. Song Yiming explains that nearly every pioneer now covets the vulnerable resources within Tai City, while Wang Lan smiles calmly and says they have only come to repay a favor. Without hesitation, Song Yiming throws a blazing punch that erupts into a devastating fiery explosion, instantly engulfing the attackers. The pair mock the enemy's weakness while questioning why they are fighting so desperately over a sealer they already assumed to be dead. Song Yiming coldly declares that a weak and disorganized mob like them has no right to claim the immense power of the newly descended throne. As several opposing pioneers arrogantly declare that the metal attribute throne already belongs to them, Wang Lan calmly responds by unleashing a violent strike with his water abilities, instantly freezing the attackers solid and turning them into lifeless ice sculptures. Meanwhile, the invasion spreads all the way to Fang Yi's private villa, where a group of armed thugs quickly realizes they have discovered the sealer's home. A scar-faced thug laughs greedily while claiming that everything inside now belongs to them, then creepily comments on the two defenseless women still inside the villa. However, before the group can force their way through the doors, a haunting melody suddenly drifts through the rain. Nearby, a pioneer stands atop a rock while playing a glowing green flute that releases magical sound waves across the battlefield. The invading thugs immediately begin screaming as their bodies move against their will, forcing them to dance uncontrollably under the overwhelming mind control effect. The one responsible is Moon City pioneer Captain Chen Ruo, who watches the struggling invaders with cold eyes while recalling her mother's teachings that people consumed by endless greed despite lacking strength are the most terrifying of all. At the base of the restricted mountain, a tremendous burst of blue energy suddenly erupts upward into the storm-covered sky, instantly drawing even larger waves of rogue pioneers toward the area. Floating above the crowd, a fire-covered invader laughs wildly while arrogantly declaring that the throne will belong to him. In the next instant, a blinding pillar of intense blue light crashes down into the restricted zone and releases a violent shock wave that forcefully repels the approaching invaders. The stunned rogues immediately recognize the suffocating pressure radiating from the metal attribute throne's raw power. After realizing that even their strongest fighters are being rejected by the artifact itself, the invaders quickly conclude that someone from Tai City has already established contact with the throne. Filled with rage, the bloodthirsty mob resolves to slaughter both the Spirit Association and anyone connected to the sealer in order to seize control of the city. Then, cutting directly through the chaos, a calm voice suddenly asks who exactly has been calling his name. Fang Yi materializes behind a massive crowd while surrounded by a terrifying aura of swirling dark red energy. The invaders instantly freeze in absolute terror as they stare at the man they had all believed was dead, stammering out the title of the sealer in disbelief. Without hesitation, Fang Yi summons his massive sword from a dark red portal and activates the newly acquired Great Hell Saber technique. The surrounding invaders can only watch helplessly as a horrifying murderous aura gathers around him. Then, with a single devastating swing, Fang Yi releases an enormous fiery slash across the battlefield. The attack erupts into a colossal explosion of flames and dark energy that instantly wipes out the entire horde of rogue pioneers, leaving behind nothing except burning fire and destruction. As the flames gradually die down, Fang Yi lifts his gaze toward the peak of the restricted mountain. The moment he senses familiar spiritual fluctuations coming from above, he immediately realizes his ominous premonition had been correct all along. His cousin Lin Yi is attempting to claim the dangerous new throne herself. At the mountain summit, Lin Yi floats within a glowing green sphere while facing the imposing metal attribute throne directly. Having already stepped into the throne's domain with complete determination, she prepares herself to sacrifice her own life if necessary in order to protect the city. Below her, Captain Xu Qingyi struggles desperately to maintain the protective barrier surrounding the area. Covered in sweat and pushed to her limits, She vows to keep shielding Yi even if it means burning through her own life force until every last bit of spiritual power is exhausted, silently urging the young pioneer to succeed. Suddenly, an attack pierces straight through the green barrier and violently disrupts the defense. Song Yinming immediately cries out in alarm, desperately wondering who managed to bypass the defensive perimeter. The breach triggers a severe backlash that forces her to cough up blood violently, and just as she begins collapsing, her blonde guard catches her before she can hit the ground. The panicked guard looks upward in complete shock before stammering out the title of the sealer in utter disbelief. Fang Yi calmly greets Su Qingying, and she stays back at him with both overwhelming shock and immense relief after realizing that the city's strongest protector has finally returned. The moment Fang Yi notices his cousin left exposed by the shattered barrier, he immediately raises a hand and channels his swirling red energy outward, gently catching the falling Lin Yi in midair before she can crash down. His immense spiritual power rapidly spreads around her and forms a massive glowing sphere of protective energy that completely shields her from both the violent chaos surrounding the mountain and the crushing pressure released by the throne high above the storm-covered peak. Floating high above the chaotic city, Fang Yi stares down at the countless explosions below with furious red eyes while questioning whether the invaders flooding into Tai City came solely to seize the newly descended throne. Standing behind him, Su Qingying calmly explains that the situation is not that simple. When the throne first descended, Fang Yi's terrifying reputation alone was enough to keep hostile forces away. But once rumors of his death began spreading, enemies everywhere became fearless and started targeting not only the artifact itself, but also the Spirit Association and even his family. She further explains that Lin Yi only attempted to claim the throne because she felt completely powerless against such a coordinated assault. The instant Fang Yi hears this, his aura erupts violently into a towering column of flames. He immediately spreads his senses across the entire city, locating every invading enemy one by one while coldly vowing not to spare a single person involved. As his suffocating power sweeps across Tai City, the invading forces everywhere freeze in terror beneath the overwhelming pressure. Watching this terrifying display of strength, Su Qingying breaks into a cold sweat. For a brief moment, the presence radiating from Fang Yi feels so monstrous that she can hardly view him as human anymore. Suddenly, Fang Yi senses several familiar auras entering the battlefield. Looking across the flooded streets below, he spots Jiang Lu, Jiroi Yang, and several allied pioneers fighting directly against the invading forces. Relief briefly passes through him after realizing reinforcements have arrived to help defend the city, making him understand that the overall battle on the ground can still be salvaged. That relief vanishes instantly when Lin Yi suddenly cries out in pain. Fang Yi immediately turns and sees his cousin coughing up blood while struggling beneath the crushing power of the metal throne. Watching her suffer, he understands that he cannot blame her reckless decision, because his sudden disappearance combined with the throne's descent had forced her into protecting the city herself. Memories of their childhood surface in his mind, and at that moment, Fang Yi silently resolves that he will save her no matter what, knowing he would never forgive himself if she died here. Realizing there is no time to hesitate, Fang Yi launches himself directly toward the throne's blinding blue energy. As he collides against the massive sphere of overwhelming power, he declares that a single elemental attribute is not enough to stop him. Even while the crushing pressure tears into his body, his glowing eyes remain filled with determination. Before charging recklessly deeper into the throne's deadly domain, he warns Su Qingying to protect herself. Then, pushing his body beyond its limits, Fang Yi forcibly advances closer and closer toward the artifact while Su Qingying watches in stunned disbelief at his fearless assault against such overwhelming power. To withstand the throne's devastating energy, Fang Yi's system immediately activates a healing technique. Green energy bursts around his body, continuously absorbing surrounding vitality and rapidly restoring his severe injuries at the exact moment they appear. Surrounded by the restorative aura, Fang Yi lets out a faint smirk and remarks that he has finally found the perfect chance to make proper use of this life-restoring technique, declaring it to be the ideal countermeasure against the metal throne's devastating assaults. The moment he forcibly pushes deeper into the throne's domain, the collision triggers a colossal eruption of power, and a blinding pillar of blue energy instantly tears upward through the storm clouds. From far away, Jiang Lu and the other defenders stare toward the sky in awe as they witness the metal throne's violent energy fluctuations, feeling its terrifying raw power as though it could pierce straight through the heavens themselves. Elsewhere within the flooded streets, the Spirit Association Superior notices the sudden energy surge and immediately recognizes the unique signature. Realizing the decisive moment has finally arrived, he orders his subordinates to proceed with their strategic operation without hesitation. Back at the center of the storm, Fang Yi endures the raging torrent of energy and calmly walks straight toward the glowing blue metal throne before mockingly apologizing for interrupting it. Then, without fear, he places his hand directly onto the artifact itself. The system instantly detects the throne's concentrated metal attribute and immediately begins compiling a brand new technique. Within moments, Fang Yi's dark energy absorbs the throne's essence, and the system confirms the process has succeeded. He acquires a metal attribute ability capable of multiplying his attack strength and allowing him to unleash strikes 3 tiers beyond his current cultivation level. Although the technique temporarily leaves him vulnerable to metal-based attacks during its cooldown period, he also gains another skill that can grant objects or individuals a metal physique, dramatically enhancing their physical strength. After extracting the throne's core power, Fang Yi studies the glowing diamond-shaped construct now floating within his hand. Without hesitation, Fang Yi immediately chooses Lin Yi as the target for his newly acquired implantation ability and directs the glowing golden energy toward her. The radiant core sinks directly into Lin Yi's chest and infuses her body with a metal attribute. Wrapped in warm light, the pain on her face gradually disappears and is replaced by peaceful sleep while the throne's remaining power safely envelops and protects her. Meanwhile, rogue pioneers successfully break into the Spirit Association headquarters. Standing atop the shattered rubble, a metal attribute invader named Li Mingxian openly mocks the city's weak defenses while demanding that the local captain come out and face him. Laughing arrogantly, he boasts that the Thai captain has already vanished and sneers at how weak and fragile the city has become without the sealer there to protect it. Inside the destroyed laboratory, Li Mingxian grabs a terrified researcher by the throat and lifts him into the air. Mocking the Spirit Association for seemingly giving up after the sealer was presumed dead, he coldly asks where the remaining association members have gone. Trembling in fear, the researcher nervously asks whether the invaders came searching for the spirit crystals before immediately surrendering and pointing them towards safe number 3. Surprised by how quickly the man gave in, Li Mingxian asks whether he is not afraid of being punished by the association. The terrified researcher cries out that refusing to cooperate would only result in him being beaten anyway, especially since the invaders would eventually locate the crystals regardless. Satisfied with the answer, Li Mingxian casually throws the man aside while his subordinates force open the vault, revealing an enormous stockpile of glowing blue spirit crystals hidden inside. The instant he sees the treasure, Li Mingxian warns the cowering researcher not to attempt any tricks before ordering his men to seize every single crystal and leave absolutely nothing behind for the city. However, the moment the invaders turn away, the fear vanishes from the researcher's face and is replaced with a cold, calculating glare. The researcher silently dismisses the greedy invaders as ignorant fools blindly walking straight into a trap. Meanwhile, Li Mingxian casually settles onto a nearby couch and announces his intention to turn the laboratory into their permanent base. His subordinates immediately flatter him, insisting that the metal throne rightfully belongs to him while eagerly claiming they should teach the local pioneers a brutal lesson. Laughing arrogantly, Li Mingxian declares that ancient artifacts only acknowledge those who are truly worthy. He confidently points out that the sealer's relative still has not conquered the artifact, proving that the throne itself has rejected her. One of the thugs then mentions hearing rumors that the pioneer attempting to claim it is merely a young girl. As the group laughs together while discussing plans to ambush her later, a swirling void of darkness silently opens across the ceiling above them. Their laughter abruptly stops when Li Mingxian suddenly hears an odd dripping sound. Confused, he glances around the room and wonders whether the ceiling has begun leaking. However, the moment he looks upward, he sees sharp tendrils of black energy descending from the darkness overhead. The corrosive black liquid instantly pierces through his men, causing them to scream in agony as the dark energy burns through their bodies alive. From within the swirling shadows, Fang Yi calmly steps down into the room. The instant Li Mingxian recognizes the legendary pioneer standing before him, absolute terror overtakes his face and he stammers in disbelief that Fang Yi's return should have been impossible. Refusing to accept reality, Li Mingxian frantically gathers his spiritual energy into a glowing blue fist before violently charging forward while shouting in denial and demanding to know who dares stand against him. Fang Yi does not even move backward. He effortlessly catches Li Mingxian by the face with one hand and instantly halts the charge completely. Then, leaning slightly closer, Fang Yi calmly raises a finger to his lips, silently ordering the invader to stay quiet. His glowing red eyes lock onto the frozen leader as Fang Yi coldly delivers the absolute punishment awaiting anyone who dares trespass within Tai City: death. Fang Yi violently slams the terrified Li Mingxian into the ground before looming over the defeated invader and summoning his glowing golden sword. Li Mingxian stares upward in sweating terror while stammering out the sealer's title, unable to comprehend that the man he firmly believed dead is standing directly before him. With his eyes glowing an ominous red, Fang Yi coldly dismisses him, and in the next instant, a massive burst of golden fire completely engulfs Li Mingxian, burning the screaming invader alive. As fading embers drift through the ruined room, Fang Yi calmly tells the surviving thugs that he understands why people would fight over the appearance of a new throne. However, His expression darkens as he admits that what truly enrages him is the fact that they dared to divide up Tai City among themselves. Slowly advancing toward them, he adds with deadly calm that they even dared to target his family. Fixing the remaining invaders with a murderous glare, Fang Yi delivers his final judgment. None of them will leave alive. The moment his words fall, he unleashes a devastating fiery dragon that tears through the room and instantly annihilates the remaining enemies. Outside in the flooded streets, Jiang Liu and the allied pioneers find themselves surrounded by hostile forces when a colossal fiery explosion suddenly erupts from the Spirit Association headquarters and illuminates the storm-filled sky. The enemy thugs stare upward in complete horror as they realize the sealer has truly returned. The disappearance of Li Mingxian's aura instantly throws the invaders into panic, and furious voices begin cursing the false rumors that tricked them into entering the city. Watching the enemy's morale collapse before his eyes, Jiang Liu bursts into triumphant laughter, mocks their cowardice for daring to invade Tai City, and aggressively charges straight back into the battle. Just as the thugs begin ordering a frantic retreat, the invaders scatter in every direction and run for their lives, fully aware that encountering the sealer means certain death. Seizing the momentum, the Spirit Association's lead official immediately commands his forces to pursue them, giving strict orders not to allow even a single invader to escape and regroup. At that moment, a massive wave of fire tears through the streets, instantly swallowing the fleeing rogues and cutting off every path of escape. Watching the raging flames, Captain Chen Ruo immediately recognizes the familiar overwhelming power descending from the sky. Wang Lan and Song Yiming stare at the destruction in complete shock, and after witnessing powerful Jingong realm pioneers erased in an instant, both conclude that only the sealer could release such a terrifying attack. Looking over the city below, Su Qingying calmly declares, "No enemy will dare approach them now," before using the sudden shift in power to order her subordinates to collect every available metal attribute spirit crystal within the association. Meanwhile, the surviving thugs flee desperately through the nearby forest, horrified when they realize heavily armed military reinforcements are already hunting them down. President Yi Xiao arrives together with Elder Wu, Gu Yuru, and the military forces, then immediately orders every invader captured so the sealer can personally decide their fate. Broken and cornered, the remaining rogue pioneers collapse to their knees and beg for mercy, offering to join the Spirit Association and swearing to defend the Xia nation if their lives are spared. Gu Yuru looks down at the kneeling men with icy disgust, dismissing them as pathetic opportunists and pointing out that they are not truly remorseful, but simply terrified of dying. Her attention suddenly shifts upward when an allied pioneer shouts that the sealer has arrived. A gigantic pillar of fire slams into the street ahead of them, and Fang steps out from the roaring flames carrying his fiery sword while coldly asking if these are the remaining invaders. Faced with his overwhelming presence, the trapped rogues instantly panic, and with death looming over them, they desperately wonder whether fighting to the bitter end might somehow create a chance to escape. Yet the fear crushing them is so overwhelming that none of the thugs can even move. Finally, one of them screams, "It isn't fair," cursing Tai City and blaming their impending deaths on the false rumors surrounding the sealer. Ignoring their desperate excuses entirely, Fang Yi slowly raises his hand as an enormous surge of fiery energy gathers around him. Watching the terrifying power condense, Gu Yuru is stunned because she can sense that his raw spiritual energy alone is capable of leveling the entire city, leaving her shocked that he possesses such overwhelming strength even without claiming the new throne. Then, with a merciless motion, Fang Yi brings his hand down, unleashing a colossal wave of fire that instantly incinerates the remaining invaders and reduces them all to ash. As the flames fade, Gu Yuru realizes that Fang Yi's strength has already surpassed even Elder Wu's. Remembering how Wu became a legend after saving an entire city by himself, she understands that if Fang Yi had not carefully controlled his attack, the flames would have annihilated everything in their path. Yi Xiao watches the aftermath in amazement, marveling at how effortlessly Fang Yi eliminated the invaders who had nearly overwhelmed their entire force while maintaining such precise control that not a single ally was harmed. Smiling, he remarks that every pioneer across the Xia nation witnessing this battle is probably just as astonished. As Fang Yi steps out from the fading flames, Yi Xiao silently reflects that everyone now finally understands the enormous gap separating ordinary pioneers from the sealer. Fang Yi's merciless display not only saved Tai City, but also shattered any thoughts of future rebellion, because restoring order through fear was necessary, and showing mercy to the invaders would only insult those who sacrificed their lives defending the nation. Approaching the group, Fang Yi apologizes for arriving late and thanks Yi Xiao and the others for protecting the city, but he immediately explains that there is still one urgent matter requiring their help. Fang Wei reveals that his cousin, Lin Yi, tried to subdue the metal attribute thrown by herself in order to protect the city, and although he injected her with protective spiritual energy the moment he arrived, he can already sense her condition rapidly worsening. Inside the metal attribute throne's spatial domain, Lin Yi forces her energy beyond its limits while desperately trying to subdue the glowing artifact. The sentient throne mocks her efforts without restraint, calling her a foolish human and refusing to submit to weak trash, then arrogantly demands a stronger master before violently ordering her to get lost as it unleashes a massive blast of blue energy. Lin Yi quickly crosses her arms to block the attack, but the overwhelming impact sends her flying backward as blood spills from her mouth. Covered in sweat and badly injured, she still glazed stubbornly at the throne, refusing to allow it to look down on her. Growing impatient, the artifact coldly declares that she will die at its feet and that her corpse will remain groveling within its domain forever. Just before the throne can strike again, a warm golden energy suddenly envelops Lin Yi. The protective aura catches her in mid-air and shields her from the crushing pressure released by the artifact. Relief instantly appears across Lin Yi's face as she recognizes the familiar power. And the moment the throne senses Fang Yi's incredibly pure and overwhelming spiritual energy, its attitude changes completely. Realizing her cousin has returned, the stunned artifact immediately declares that this newcomer is the true candidate worthy of becoming its king. The sentient metal throne bursts into triumphant laughter, declaring that it has finally discovered someone worthy of inheriting its power while Lin Yi floats before it inside the glowing golden sphere. Curious to witness her true potential, the ancient artifact announces that it will personally test her. The throne's descent immediately releases a massive shock wave that crashes through Tai City, and a gigantic dome of blue energy rapidly expands from the back mountain, shaking the streets so violently that terrified citizens begin screaming about an earthquake. Understanding the danger at once, Galen quickly channels her power to create a defensive barrier. She realizes the metal throne's energy has become incomparably violent, and if they fail to contain it, the resulting catastrophe could tear the entire city apart. Without hesitation, she calls on the remaining defenders, including Gu Yuru, Song Yiming, and Wang Lan. Together, they push themselves to their limits in order to stabilize the shield while Galen urges everyone to give everything they have to reduce the damage as much as possible. Meanwhile, at the edge of the throne's expanding barrier, Elder Wu and President Yi Xiao watch the swirling energy with growing unease. After witnessing the artifact's terrifying destructive force, both fear that Lin Yi's attempt to claim the throne may already be ending in failure. Yaya then turns toward Fang Yi and warns him that if these violent surges continue any longer, both his cousin and the entire city will be doomed. Fang Yi watches Linia floating in the distance and frowns in confusion. He understands that subduing the throne is something she must accomplish herself, yet the metal core he gave her should not be triggering such a violent reaction, especially when her actual condition still appears stable. Without any warning, an amused voice suddenly echoes from the dark red energy twisting inside Fang Yi's shadow. The ancient god-demon armor speaks, revealing that the throne is not testing Yi at all, but is instead trying to attract Fang Yi's attention because it has already chosen him as its true master. Startled by the revelation, Fang Yi immediately realizes the throne's desire is destroying his plan for Yi to inherit it. Knowing he can no longer stay out of it, he asks the demonic armor for assistance, and the ancient entity gladly agrees. Taking advantage of the moment, Fang Yi summons the ancient god-demon armor, allowing jagged dark metal and glowing red energy to spread across his entire body. Wearing a confident smirk, he decides this is the perfect opportunity to test the legendary armor's defensive power against the overwhelming force of the throne itself. Turning toward Elder Wu and the others, he tells them to stay back while he verifies a theory, then calmly begins walking toward the swirling blue barrier surrounding the metal throne. Before stepping into the raging energy, he warns everyone not to follow him or rush in to help if anything unexpected happens. Outside the barrier, President Yi Xiao watches in complete shock as the metal throne's violent energy suddenly calms the instant Fang Yi enters, proving beyond doubt that the artifact truly recognizes him as its chosen master. After landing safely within the throne's inner domain, Fang Yi quickly surveys the core space of the artifact. Slightly surprised that a physical body can actually enter this kind of domain, he soon notices Lin Yi struggling desperately against the crushing pressure released by the throne. Without wasting a moment, Fang Yi immediately intervenes, and the ancient armor effortlessly blocks the rapid attacks aimed at her. He calls out to the sentient throne, and the artifact eagerly responds that it has been waiting for this conversation. Floating within the chaotic space, a stunned Lin Yi calls out to her cousin and asks how he managed to enter the barrier at all. The throne completely ignores her and focuses entirely on Fang Yi, marveling at his dense spiritual energy and ancient noble aura while proudly boasting that its instincts were correct to choose him. Just as Lin Yi desperately warns Fang Yi to be careful, enormous spheres of pure energy suddenly materialize around him. Yet instead of attacking, the throne offers him an alliance, explaining that humanity desperately requires a powerful weapon like itself. Its energy coils tightly around Fang Yi as it enthusiastically promises to make him the supreme ruler of their world, the universe, and even realms beyond his understanding. The artifact boldly declares that together they can rewrite the laws of reality itself and elevate him into the one true king. In response to the throne's grand offer, Fungi simply smiles. Without hesitating for even a moment, Fang Yi flatly rejects the offer and effortlessly shatters the energy restraining him, leaving the sentient artifact completely stunned. He calmly tells the throne that he has absolutely no interest in claiming it, then immediately points out a flaw in all of its grand promises. Since several other thrones already exist on Earth, he remarks that it has no real way to prove it is the strongest among them. Casually, he asks whether the ancient artifacts are ranked against one another, and the question insults the throne so deeply that it stammers in outrage before demanding to know whether Fang Yi truly dares to doubt its power. Fang Yi simply gestures toward Lin Yi and presents a deal. If the throne genuinely wants to prove its strength and cooperate with him, then it must first accept his cousin as its master. He explains that the Wood and Thunder thrones are far more intelligent because they have already formed mutually beneficial partnerships with him and his allies. Smirking slightly, he reminds the artifact that it cannot force him into any kind of pact regardless, so if it truly wishes to fulfill its purpose, it should abandon its excessive pride and seriously consider his proposal. When the throne suddenly falls silent, Fang Yi cannot hide a trace of disappointment. He had actually hoped the notoriously violent artifact would attack him so he could properly test his new armor in an actual battle. With the artifact remaining quiet, Fang Yi simply turns his back on it and walks over to Lin Yi, telling her that Tai City no longer requires her to sacrifice herself for its sake and offering to escort her safely out of the domain. Now that the crushing burden of responsibility has finally been lifted from her shoulders, he asks her directly whether she still truly desires the throne and whether she possesses the willpower necessary to subdue it. Lin Yi meets his gaze without the slightest hesitation and firmly declares that she is ready for the challenge. She thanks him for always supporting her, then explains that she had already made her decision long before he arrived to help. Hearing her answer, Fang Yi smiles proudly and reminds her that only true strength can allow someone to survive and protect their family in this dangerous world. Filled with confidence, Lin Yi promises that once she conquers the Metal Throne, she will finally step forward and officially assume her role as the captain of Yuan City. Leaving his cousin behind to complete her trial, Fang Yi walks back through the portal and reunites with Elder Wu, Galen, and President Yi Xiao in the outside world. Facing the anxious group, he calmly explains that the sentient Metal Throne has agreed to consider accepting Lin Yi as its master. He assures everyone that the artifact is no longer a threat to the city and suggests that they simply quarantine the mountain area for the time being. Explaining that Yi has chosen to remain inside and finish the process, he asks the leaders to fully support her. President Yi Xiao immediately agrees, promising to send every metal attribute spirit crystal owned by the Spirit Association directly to Tai City to aid her. Elder Wu happily follows up by guaranteeing that the Star God Combat Zone will empty its own reserves as well and gather additional resources from other military bases to strengthen her training further. The pioneers and officials gathered nearby whisper among themselves in complete awe of Fang Yi. They can hardly believe that he survived the deadly Dark Tide, slaughtered countless monsters, casually negotiated with a godlike throne, and then rejected its power for himself without hesitation. Now that Tai City is finally safe, Fang Yi's expression gradually turns serious as he tells Elder Wu that there is still one final and extremely important task he wishes to entrust to him and Zhang Tian. Fang Yi asks the veteran pioneers, Elder Wu and Zhang Tian, to help him test a new item he brought back from the Dark Tide. Hearing this request, Galen quietly reflects on the situation and realizes the elders still feel guilty over Fang Yi's near-death experience, so a sparring session would probably ease the burden weighing on their minds. At the same time, she recalls that the dark attribute consumes life force itself, making her deeply curious about what kind of divine artifact the sealer could possibly have recovered from such a deadly place. Thinking about the terrifying rumors surrounding those mysterious domains, she knows that artifacts originating from beyond their universe are said to possess unimaginable power. Elder Wu immediately accepts the request with excitement, laughing as he admits that he has always wanted a proper spar against Fang Yi and thanking him for finally giving him the opportunity. Meanwhile, Fang Yi briefly thinks about his cousin Lin Yi remaining behind at the restricted mountain, but ultimately decides to trust that her fate with the Metal Throne will resolve itself properly. Confident that she will succeed, he simply tells everyone that it is time to leave. The group soon arrives at the elite training center within the Star God Combat Zone, a facility specifically designed to withstand overwhelming destructive force. Once inside, Elder Wu comments that the location is perfect for the upcoming test. Fang Yi then asks whether the room is durable enough to completely contain a massive explosion without affecting anything outside the facility. Standing within the training chamber, Elder Wu confidently assures Fang Yi that the structure is secure and tells him not to restrain himself. When Elder Wu asks how they should begin, Fang Yi calmly explains the rules. He will remain completely still while the elders attack him. Instantly, dark energy erupts around his body as he challenges both veterans to strike him together with their full strength. Feeling the terrifying pressure released by Fang Yi's ancient power, Zhang nervously asks whether he is using some kind of defensive artifact. Another veteran, however, praises Fang Yi's confidence while gathering his own energy with an excited grin, declaring that they truly will not hold back. The elders launch themselves toward Fang Yi and combine their powers into a single devastating energy beam. Fang Yi does not move at all as a dark energy shield bursts outward around him, and the combined attack slams directly into it. The collision unleashes a massive shockwave that forces the attackers backward, yet Fang Yi's silhouette remains perfectly unmoving within the smoke. As the dust finally clears, Fang Yi is revealed standing completely still while wearing the terrifying ancient god-demon armor. The elders stare in stunned disbelief after realizing that their combined full-strength attack failed to leave even the slightest mark on the armor, leaving Fang Yi entirely unharmed. A nervous Elder Wu admits that if Fang Yi ever became an enemy, he would be more terrifying than any disaster or beast king they had ever encountered. Meanwhile, Fang Yi calmly remarks that their attack was still too weak. Feeling almost nothing from the impact, he finally begins to understand the true power possessed by the ancient god-demon armor. Forged across countless millennia, the ancient god-demon armor continuously absorbs both spiritual and demonic energy, making it naturally immune to dark attributes while even allowing those powers to strengthen it further. Breaking the heavy silence inside the training facility, Elder Wu suddenly bursts into laughter and declares the test finished. Completely convinced of the sealer's overwhelming strength, he nudges Zantian and urges him to finally admit defeat as well. Relieved, Elder Wu openly states that he can now step down from his responsibilities with peace of mind, then respectfully calls Fang Yi a true hero destined to guide humanity toward a better future. As the dark armor fades from Fang Yi's body, Elder Wu asks whether he intends to become the supreme commander of the Xia nation. Almost immediately afterward, an official announcement is broadcast directly from headquarters. The sealer has officially been appointed supreme commander of the Xia nation combat zone. Elder Wu and Zhang Tian celebrate the unanimous decision enthusiastically because the nation's strongest combatant now possesses absolute authority over all military forces. The announcement sends shock waves everywhere. Fang Yi's former girlfriend, Su Qingying, stays in complete disbelief at how far he has risen. Others who once knew him react with excitement, while old friends cheer loudly and Major Hanley smiles as he remembers that they once jokingly referred to this tyrant as their future leader. Lin Yi's friend is left stunned after learning that the legendary sealer is actually her cousin. Elsewhere, Wang Ling excitedly shares the news with Gyro Yang, only for her to angrily order additional training instead of celebrating. Jianglu cries tears of joy while proudly boasting that his teacher is the greatest pioneer alive. Guru and Captain Chenro celebrate as well, fully convinced that the sealer will continue creating miracles. Back at headquarters, even Wang Lan's peers admit that they are now completely convinced of Fang Yi's worth. Su Qingying quietly marvels at the fact that the man she once monitored has now become the very pillar supporting the nation, while the lead official agrees that the entire country owes him an immeasurable debt. During a public rally, a speaker praises the sealer as a hero who resolved countless disasters and declares that every student must remember his contributions to humanity. At home, Fang Yi's aunt breaks down in tears of relief while thinking about all the hardships both he and Yi endured to reach this point. Meanwhile, inside the Divine Pavilion, one furious official smashes a crystal apart in rage after realizing his faction was completely ignored during such a major appointment. While he seethes with anger, a sinister red shadow suddenly emerges nearby. The mysterious entity mocks him, claiming the other factions clearly intend to push the Divine Pavilion aside. It then offers him a pact, promising that he can still obtain everything he desires. Suspicious, the official asks what kind of assistance it could possibly provide. Before the shadow can answer, however, his phone suddenly rings. Hearing the frantic report on the other end, the official is shocked to learn that the Thunder Throne has gone berserk. Smiling sinisterly, the red shadow calmly remarks that the promised help has already arrived, then tells the official to deal with the crisis because it is curious to see how he plans to use the situation. At the restricted zone near Xian City, a massive lightning storm rages violently overhead. Emergency warnings spread throughout the city as officials order a full evacuation due to abnormal energy threatening to destroy the entire area. At the center of the storm, the sentient Goodvine, master of the Thunder Throne, thrashes uncontrollably while unleashing chaotic purple lightning as though it has been corrupted. Down at the base of the mountain, pioneers desperately struggle against the relentless storm of lightning strikes. One pioneer suddenly collapses, causing his companion to panic as he admits that the enraged Thunder Throne is overpowering all of them and that they are rapidly losing control of the situation. While healing the injured man, another pioneer desperately clings to hope by recalling rumors that the sealer can communicate with the artifact, silently praying for Fang Yi's arrival. At that very moment, Fang Yi finally appears together with Elder Wu, Zhang Tian, and several veteran pioneers. The exhausted defenders immediately cry out in relief, and Fang Yi calmly thanks them for their efforts before telling them he will handle everything from here. High above them, a colossal pillar of purple lightning suddenly crashes down from the storm clouds straight toward their position. In response, the lead pioneers instantly raise their hands to block the devastating strike, preparing themselves to confront Fang Yi's corrupted ally. Fang Yi tells the defenders that he already knows the Lord of Thunder, explaining that its master, the gourd vine, had cultivated for many years and once assisted them during a previous mutant beast disaster, before concluding that a sudden explosion of spiritual energy triggered a second evolution and caused the throne to lose control of its newly gained power. Under the crushing pressure, Elder Wu lets out a strained groan, while beside him President Yi Xiao realizes the artifact's violent strength has already surpassed the third level of the Jinggang realm. He declares that the Lord of Thunder has stepped into the legendary Vajra realm, causing the defending veterans to stare at the raging storm in stunned disbelief. Yi Xiao explains that once a being reaches the Vajra realm, its spiritual power breaks beyond earthly limits, allowing it to ascend like a new god and command power equal to a mysterious domain or a throne. He further notes that because spiritual energy recovery is accelerating, entering the Vajra realm is no longer impossible, and he realizes that even greater stages, such as the star-altering Vajra realm, will eventually appear. The pioneers immediately panic after understanding the situation, realizing that the Xia nation does not possess even a single Vajra realm pioneer, and they despairingly question whether anyone can stop the rampaging Thunder Throne. Fang Yi calmly tells everyone not to panic, and after sensing a trace of the artifact's original consciousness, he declares that hope still remains before deciding to communicate with it directly. Activating the technique known as Thunder Domain Divine Limit, Fang Yi gathers immense energy and focuses intensely as a glowing spiral manifests on his forehead. The chaotic lightning instantly freezes around him, then condenses into a gigantic, glowing silhouette of the gourd. The pioneers quickly realize that the sealer has stopped the assault and successfully connected with the artifact's master, causing them to pray that the ruler of the Thunder Domain has not completely lost its sanity, while wondering how Fang Yi intends to resolve the disaster. Sensing the tremendous energy erupting from Fang Yi, Yi Xiao immediately shouts for everyone to assist him. But Elder Wu quickly stops him after realizing Fang Yi has already formed a connection with the Thunder Throne. Fang Yi's consciousness then enters the inner domain of the Thunder Throne, where he finds the gourd vine writhing violently within chaotic energy. He asks whether the artifact has lost control over its own power, but after seeing that it cannot even respond, Fang Yi confirms that the artifact has been completely overwhelmed. He tells the struggling entity to follow his guidance and instructs it to sense its spiritual energy while imagining it as a splashing lake. In the middle of the process, the rampaging throne releases a stray blast of energy, which Fang Yi effortlessly avoids. Realizing that the artifact will eventually lose all sanity if it cannot regain control soon, Fang Yi releases a calming aura and carefully guides the entity to return the lake to a peaceful state. He tells it to stop resisting the leaking spiritual energy and instead accept its ability to control it. Following Fang Yi's instructions, the chaotic energy gradually settles before being absorbed back into the sentient gourd vine. Fang Yi praises the artifact after it finally stabilizes and regains control, and the sentient gourd vine thanks him, admitting that it already feels much better before asking whether it caused any trouble. Fang Yi smiles and remarks that the gourd vine awakened its consciousness rather late, adding that although it behaves like a child, its understanding is surprisingly human. The artifact nervously asks whether it was becoming a demon, and Fang Yi explains that it merely suffered a temporary loss of control caused by a sudden power surge, while also pointing out that its violent resistance only pushed it closer to insanity. He warns the entity that anyone who relies entirely on the throne's power without maintaining a stable mind will inevitably lose control, then advises it never to depend solely on that power during a dangerous situation. Outside the domain, the storm clouds finally disperse as Elder Wu and President Yi Xiao watch in astonishment, realizing that the Lord of Thunder has accepted the sealer's guidance. Yi Xiao marvels at Fang Yi's ability to communicate with a chaotic artifact, while Zhang Tan stares at Fang Yi floating safely in the air and questions whether the young pioneer is even human. He cannot believe Fang Yi is capable of commanding a throne, and as he reflects on how Fang Yi protects the Xia nation more than all the veteran elders combined, he also wonders why someone with such terrifying strength still has not advanced into the next realm. Fang Yi finally lets out a relieved breath, but after exhausting himself guiding the artifact, he complains internally that teaching others is far more troublesome than cultivation itself, and admits that he now has newfound respect for teachers. With the crisis resolved, Fang Yi safely descends from the sky and lands before Elder Wu, Zhan Tian, and President Yi Xiao. But before their reunion can continue, a helicopter lands nearby. 3 cloaked figures step out, and the leading official walks forward before asking whether Fang Yi is the legendary sealer and introducing himself as Zhang Huyan of the Divine Pavilion. Confused, Fang Yi asks Zantian who these people are, and Zantian dismissively describes them as corrupt bureaucrats who hoarded wealth before the spiritual awakening. He explains that the Divine Pavilion depends on its enormous wealth and connections to aggressively fight for influence within the Xian nation. Zhang Huairan immediately accuses the sealer of creating a disaster that heavily damaged both the Xian nation and Yuan City. But Fang Yi remains completely calm and asks the official to explain those accusations. Furious, Zhang Huairan shouts that Fang Yi clearly possessed the ability to communicate with the artifact yet intentionally delayed intervening. He blames Fang Yi for endangering Yuan City and demands compensation for such negligence. But Fang Yi simply replies that the Lord of Thunder has already returned to normal. Still unsatisfied, Zhang Huairan angrily yells that recovery alone is not enough and demands assurance that the throne will never threaten them again. He insists that Fang Yi must force the Lord of Thunder to serve the Xian nation, emphasizing the overwhelming military advantage such power would provide. Pushing even further, Zhang Huairan threatens Fang Yi and declares that if he refuses to admit fault immediately, the Divine Pavilion will impose severe sanctions across the entire combat zone. Before Fang Yi can answer, a blinding purple light suddenly engulfs the area, and Zhang Huairan freezes in absolute terror as he looks upward. A colossal bolt of lightning crashes directly onto the arrogant official while high above the mountain. The gourd vine furiously declares death to anyone who dares disrespect its teacher. The purple lightning finally fades, yet not even a trace of the arrogant official remains behind. Stunned by the sudden annihilation, Yi Xiao asks whether the man has truly disappeared, then immediately turns toward Fang Yi and asks if the Thunder Throne really acknowledged him as its master. Fang Yi calmly confirms it without hesitation. Raising a hand, Fang Yi disperses the remaining energy in the area and thanks the artifact, treating that lethal strike as repayment for the guidance he provided earlier. He then faces the stunned crowd and reassures them that the Thunder Throne is actually gentle and well-behaved, explaining that it holds no hostility toward ordinary people. Fang Yi casually praises how quickly the artifact learns, leaving everyone speechless at the way he describes a being capable of catastrophic destruction. Yi Xiao laughs and agrees outwardly, although he understands the reality far better than the others. The artifact possesses enough power to destroy the world, and this calm, protective nature exists only because Fang Yi is the one it chooses to obey. Nearby, Zantian snorts dismissively and says he is glad the scheming official received exactly what he deserved. Elder Wu then informs Fang Yi that they intend to publicize the entire incident, especially how the Lord of Thunder personally chose Fang Yi and destroyed his enemies to protect him. Fang Yi smiles and accepts the idea, remarking that secrets can no longer stay hidden in this new era. Since he is already standing in the spotlight, he has no reason to avoid more attention, especially because the throne's terrifying power will serve as a warning to every enemy watching them. His expression soon darkens as he warns Elder Wu that the nation's current peace cannot last forever. The era of the thrones has already begun, and everyone understands that possessing one of these artifacts is the only path to securing true power in this changing world. Elder Wu grimly agrees, admitting that their authority can only suppress the greed of the competing factions for a limited time, and nobody knows when that fragile balance will finally collapse. Fang Yi then asks whether anyone else has successfully claimed a throne, and Elder Wu confirms that there is already one known individual who publicly revealed himself as a throne master. When Fang Yi asks where that person is located, Elder Wu reveals that he is in Country B. Meanwhile, along the coast of Country B, an enormous crowd erupts with excitement as they celebrate their alliance leader for successfully obtaining the Earth Throne. The leader of Country B excitedly throws both arms into the air and declares that this achievement is the greatest symbol of fortune and strength their nation has ever received. Above the crowd, the newly crowned throne master rises into the sky and proclaims himself the Lord of the Earth. He promises to display divine power that will elevate their nations standing across the world, proudly claiming that his ascension was ordained by heaven itself. Clasping his hands together, the throne master unleashes his new abilities with a thunderous shout, instantly causing gigantic masses of rock to violently burst upward from the ocean. The spectators stare in complete awe as colossal stone formations emerge from the sea, overwhelmed by the horrifying power granted by the throne. The leader of Country B eagerly orders his people to record everything, wanting the entire world to witness the overwhelming strength of their nation. Praising the world-shaking authority that only a throne master can possess, The pioneer leader then turns toward the camera and publicly issues a challenge. He mocks the Xia nation and asks whether their so-called strongest pioneer, the Sealer, has ever managed to claim a throne. Wearing a smug grin, the leader of Country B confidently answers his own question by declaring that Fong Yi has not. Pointing directly toward the camera, the pioneer leader announces that without a throne, Fong Yi can never understand what true power really is, then arrogantly threatens to crush the Sealer to death if they ever meet face to face. The broadcast rapidly spreads across the internet, and comment sections are soon overwhelmed with foreign viewers ridiculing the Xia nation for failing to secure even a single throne. Many openly mock the Sealer as a fraud, while declaring that Country B has now become the world's true superpower and that the Xia nation no longer matters. Back at the office, Scheming complains about the sudden arrogance displayed by Country B and questions whether they already forgot how effortlessly the Sealer destroyed one of their elite teams in the past. As he scrolls through the growing backlash online, the lead official remarks that the public challenge itself is not even the worst problem. He explains that Country B is deliberately using public opinion to portray the Xia nation as weak and vulnerable simply because they do not have an officially recognized throne master. Scheming immediately defends Fong Yi, pointing out that his combat power has already been enough to deal with every internal threat they faced, even without controlling an artifact. The lead official scoffs at the situation and comments that the fools in Country B would never believe the truth regardless. After all, the two throne masters currently in Zantian are actually the Sealer's spiritual pet and a student. At the same time, a blinding pillar of golden light suddenly erupts into the sky from the Fong family villa. Inside the residence, Fong Yi sits deep in meditation while concentrating on his powerful cultivation technique. He senses a familiar force washing over him, immediately recognizing it as the sign of an approaching breakthrough. His spiritual energy begins resonating with an ancient power similar to the dark tide, which steadily guides the growth of his strength. The overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy surrounding him condenses into a massive beam of light that tears through the clouds and forms a giant swirling vortex above the city. Inside the monitoring center, alarms instantly trigger panic as a staff member reports that the city's spiritual energy levels have exceeded every measurable limit. After checking the source, they discover that the anomaly is coming directly from the Sealer's home, where even the sky itself appears warped by the pressure of his energy. Scheming announces in complete shock that Fong Yi is attempting to break through into the next realm, leaving every official present utterly stunned. Deep within his meditative trance, Fong Yi calmly controls his breathing while his spiritual form floats before a massive, glowing moon. His system then confirms that he is on the verge of breaking through into the Vajra realm. As storm clouds begin swirling around the moon, the system suddenly issues a warning and explains that the Vajra realm governs cold and illusion, and that Fong Yi must survive a heavenly tribulation in order to complete the breakthrough. The peaceful landscape within his mind abruptly becomes hostile as violent streams of dark red energy spiral around his spiritual form and launch razor-sharp attacks toward him. Activating his spiritual vision, Fong Yi carefully analyzes the chaotic storm crashing against his barrier and quickly realizes that the tribulation is composed entirely of dark energy. To him, this makes perfect sense because the moon itself symbolizes chaos and disorder. At that moment, Fong Yi comprehends the true nature of the Vajra realm and understands that although people often associate the moon with beauty, its real essence is madness and manipulation. The realm's ability to gather faith is, in truth, nothing more than fanatic worship and mental control. Fong Yi smiles confidently and admits to himself that this breakthrough was never going to be simple. He immediately summons a gigantic sphere of golden energy around his body to protect himself, just as the system warns that the tribulation is attempting to corrupt his sanity. At once, countless blades of dark energy and bolts of divine lightning descend from above, slamming violently into his blazing barrier as the heavenly tribulation gathers its strength in an attempt to destroy his defenses. Refusing to be suppressed, Fong Yi roars into the storm and summons his ancient god-demon armor, causing an enormous wave of dark red power to explode around him while he releases the artifact's energy to strike back against the tribulation. Fong Yi retaliates against the heavenly tribulation and unleashes a powerful fire attack that tears through the storm. Pushing his strength even further, he activates a secret technique and releases an immense dark flood into the chaotic skies. Gradually, the swirling dark energy begins devouring the violent power of the storm itself, until the chaos is finally suppressed. With the tribulation calmed, Fong Yi slowly rises toward the glowing moon above him, then smiles confidently and snaps his fingers, calling all the scattered dark energy back into his body. Soon afterward, the system confirms that he has successfully broken through to the first level of the Vajra realm. As the remaining dark energy flows into him, Feng Yi quietly enjoys the sensation of his newly gained strength. His senses rapidly expand, and he feels as though he has become the divine moon itself. Completely synchronized with the universe's power, he can now effortlessly command endless spiritual energy. His expression suddenly sharpens as he abruptly turns around after sensing something unusual. His vision expands further until a massive galaxy appears before him. But at that moment, a damaged system window suddenly interrupts him with a warning that his newly formed Vajra realm remains unstable. The system immediately issues a new command, ordering him to enter deep training at once, so he can prepare himself to absorb cosmic storms and confront hidden dangers waiting in the future. Feng Yi becomes confused after hearing about these mysterious cosmic storms. As he descends from the sky, Feng Yi grows deeply troubled because he knows he cannot simply disappear right now. He fears that if he enters isolation training, the Xia nation will be left defenseless against the growing threats around the world. The system immediately interrupts his thoughts with a severe warning, stating that if he refuses the training, his cultivation will permanently stagnate, leaving him with a 99% chance of death and guaranteeing a 100% chance that the Xia nation will eventually be destroyed. Floating silently above the forest, Feng Yi thinks carefully about those grim odds. He quickly realizes just how terrifying the cosmic threat must be and finally accepts that he has no choice except to obey the system's instructions. Meanwhile, back at the Star God Combat Zone base, Su Qing, Elder Wu, and Xiaoling gather for a tense meeting where they announce that the Sealer has officially entered deep training. Elder Wu firmly states that their responsibility now is to hold the line and manage the nation properly, so they do not disturb their commander during such an important breakthrough. However, before the discussion can continue, a panicked soldier suddenly rushes into the room with an urgent report that the Lord of the Earth from Country B has already begun invading the Xia nation's southern border. Hearing the report, Elder Wu remarks that the enemy moved far faster than expected and immediately orders Galen to deploy the Spirit Association's forces according to their backup plan. Galen firmly acknowledges the command and immediately rushes into action. At the southern border, the Xia nation's fighters raise an enormous blue energy barrier to block the incoming attack, while warning the Lord of the Earth that he has already crossed into Xia territory. One of the defenders loudly demands to know whether the foreign throne master intends to start a full-scale war. Floating arrogantly above them, the gray-haired leader bursts into laughter and justifies his invasion by blaming the Sealer for killing 3 fighters from Country B, including his own brother, before declaring that he came for revenge. The Xia defenders angrily fire back, calling those fighters criminals who illegally invaded a restricted zone, and they openly mock the Lord of the Earth for treating thieves as if they were innocent victims. Infuriated by their fearless response, the Lord of the Earth insults the Xia nation's defenses and feels personally offended that ordinary guards would dare speak to him so boldly. Swearing to slaughter them all, he unleashes his power, causing gigantic stone spikes to violently erupt from beneath the Xia fighters. Massive, razor-sharp pillars of rock tear across the coastline and form a terrifying wall of earth that threatens the city beyond. At that moment, a specialized squad of Xia fighters wearing green uniforms charges into the battlefield. Their leader praises the border guards for holding the line and declares that it is now their turn to fight. Hovering above them, the Lord of the Earth stares at the newcomers with confusion while the plant research team quickly spreads into position, preparing to capture the invading throne master using their military research on mutated plants. The squad leader channels powerful green energy directly into the ground, summoning a gigantic, rapidly growing plant that bursts violently out of the earth. The enormous growth transforms into monstrous vines lined with huge, open jaws filled with sharp teeth. The defenders proudly announce that their secret wood weapon was specifically developed as the perfect counter to the invader's earth abilities. As the giant plants rush toward him, the defenders vow to protect the honor of the Xia nation and command the vines to wrap around the massive stone spikes and destroy them. The wild vines quickly bind the Lord of the Earth in midair, tightly restraining both his arms and body. Seeing the invading throne master successfully trapped, the leader of the plant research team clenches his fist in excitement and cheers in triumph. However, despite being completely restrained, the Lord of the Earth merely smiles. Laughing at their claim of possessing a natural counter to his powers, he casually grabs the thick vines wrapped around him. The squad leader watches in horror as the supposedly powerful vines begin melting apart and breaking against the invader's overwhelming strength. Realizing the danger immediately, the squad leader urgently orders his men to activate their strongest defensive measure. Slamming their palms against the ground together, The team summons a deadly poisonous mist that spreads across the coastline and forms a highly toxic barrier designed to kill any enemy attempting to pass through it. Completely ignoring the lethal traps surrounding him, the Lord of the Earth coldly mocks the SI defenders and calls them nothing more than weak insects. With nothing more than a snap of his fingers, the Lord of the Earth completely destroys the massive wall of toxic mist. Furious that their defenses failed so easily, the squad leader refuses to retreat and shouts that they must stop the invader even if it costs them their lives, before leading his men in a fearless frontal assault. Looking down at the charging fighters, the Lord of the Earth contemptuously calls them trash and casually forms a gigantic sphere of blazing dark energy above his head. The moment the squad sees the enormous attack blotting out the sunlight, they freeze in pure terror. With a cold command ordering them to die, the Lord of the Earth hurls the destructive energy sphere directly at them. The horrifying attack instantly annihilates the entire defending squad and triggers a massive explosion that devastates the coastline. After wiping them out, the Lord of the Earth slowly shifts his dark gaze toward a nearby city of the Xian Nation. Naming it as his next target, he mocks the nation for lacking a throne master capable of protecting it. A towering pillar of dark energy crashes into the city center and destroys everything in its path. Deep within the wreckage, terrified civilians huddle together while crying out and desperately asking who will save them. Standing in front of the frightened survivors, a local fighter shields them from the collapsing debris and promises that the defenders have not abandoned them yet. Far away inside his isolated training space, Feng Yi remains seated in meditation before the enormous moon, but the violent spiritual shock created by the attack suddenly disrupts his concentration and forces him to cough up blood. Ignoring the injuries to his body, Feng Yi immediately realizes that he must stop his training and intervene at once before the situation becomes irreversible. At the southern border of the Xian Nation in Nanming City, the sudden invasion leaves the streets consumed by flames and ruin. The Lord of the Earth laughs arrogantly while using his powers to tear massive sections of the city's infrastructure into the sky, causing helpless civilians to fall toward the ground in panic. Suddenly, waves of green energy sweep through the battlefield and safely catch the falling civilians before they can crash down. Elder Wu and Zhang Tian arrive at the scene, and after rescuing the civilians, Elder Wu immediately orders the defenders to focus entirely on protecting the population while his group takes care of the enemy. Completely unimpressed, the Lord of the Earth complains that he is being forced to fight a group of old men and demands to know where the sealer is hiding. Elder Wu immediately fires back that the sealer does not even need to appear because their veteran team alone is more than enough to deal with him. Without warning, a surge of green energy shoots upward toward the invader, but the Lord of the Earth effortlessly blocks the attack by summoning an enormous mass of rock in front of himself. He mocks the defenders as weak insects who greatly overestimate their own strength. Yet before he can continue, a new presence suddenly catches his attention. Bai Su and Zalen arrive on the battlefield, and Bai Su calmly announces that he is ready to join the fight. Elder Wu calls out to Bai Su in relief after realizing that the young pioneer has finally completed his training. Jokingly, he remarks that he thought Bai Su planned to remain in isolation until he turned into a fossil. Still amazed by the earlier display of power, Elder Wu then asks Bai Su what kind of technique he used to immobilize the Lord of the Earth. Galen steps forward beside Bai Su and explains that she combined her mutation abilities with his bamboo forming technique in order to greatly strengthen their control over the target. Even with the Lord of the Earth trapped inside layers of sharp green growths, she warns everyone that they still need to remain cautious against an opponent of his level. Looking at the restrained invader, Galen suggests that they could use his captured state as leverage to negotiate with Country B. However, a low chuckle suddenly echoes from within the prison. The Lord of the Earth mockingly asks whether this is truly the limit of the Jingong realm's power, instantly causing Elder Wu to sense danger and shout for everyone to retreat. In the next moment, the entire prison violently explodes apart as the Lord of the Earth tears through it with his bare hands. His body is transformed into a grotesque, decayed monster with glowing green eyes, leaving Bai Su frozen in disbelief, while Galen immediately realizes that the invader has undergone forbidden body modification. Elder Wu quickly deduces that Country B never abandoned its illegal biological experiments, and that the Lord of the Earth himself is a product of that research. The mutated throne master bursts into laughter and denies that his transformed state is a crime, proudly proclaiming instead that his modified body represents Country B's greatest masterpiece. As chaotic energy gathers around him like a violent storm, he boasts that this research will guarantee Country B's rise as the ruler of the entire planet. He immediately fires a devastating blast toward the Xia defenders while declaring that the sacrificed test subjects should feel honored that their deaths were given value. The force of the attack crushes the defenders against the ground, and while struggling beneath the overwhelming pressure, Zantian quickly activates his abilities to transform the solidifying earth into loose sand, though he remains shocked by the terrifying might of the throne's power. As the earth continues threatening to bury the veteran fighters alive, Galen instantly rushes forward and releases blasts of purple energy that shatter the rocks forming around Elder Wu and Zantian, urgently warning them not to allow the dirt to fully harden around their bodies. At that moment, the Lord of the Earth fixes his glowing green eyes directly on Galen. Fascinated by her abilities, he declares that her mutant attribute is perfectly suited for him to devour and announces that she will become his first victim before unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp energy spikes toward her. Before the attack can reach its target, a roaring fire dragon suddenly crashes into the barrage and intercepts it completely. Moments later, multiple fire dragons materialize across the battlefield and surround the Lord of the Earth inside a swirling vortex of flames. Feng Yi then enters the battle, gripping his sword tightly as he prepares a heavy strike before driving his dark red blade directly into the Lord of the Earth and triggering a massive explosion that engulfs the battlefield. Elder Wu and the other defenders cry out in relief the moment they recognize the sealer's arrival, but they immediately ask in shock why Feng Yi interrupted his training. Feng Yi orders everyone to retreat at once and warns the veteran fighters that they are no match for this enemy. The Lord of the Earth slowly walks out from the center of the crater while laughing arrogantly and claiming that the sealer is nothing special. Shattering the rock armor surrounding his body, he declares that without possessing the power of a throne, Feng Yi's flames are incapable of harming or restraining him. Feng Yi immediately rushes toward his opponent again, and after observing the invader's grotesque, mutated appearance, he mockingly asks whether that form is the result of a failed breakthrough and an energy backlash. Ignoring the insult entirely, the Lord of the Earth clashes directly against him, while Feng Yi unleashes a relentless storm of blade strikes against the invader's rocky defenses. Watching from a distance, Xiaolan notices that Feng Yi's condition appears abnormal. She briefly debates with Elder Wu about whether they should interfere, but ultimately chooses to trust Feng Yi's orders and remain back so they do not become a burden during the battle. During the clash, the Lord of the Earth lands a heavy strike directly onto Feng Yi's back, causing Feng Yi to realize that the invader's assumptions about his current power are incorrect. Coughing up blood, Feng Yi understands that the Vajra realm's energy is dangerously unstable and difficult to control. At the same time, his system continuously flashes warnings that his cultivation realm remains unstable. Overwhelmed by the chaotic power inside him, Feng Yi screams in pain as violent red energy erupts uncontrollably from his body. While struggling to suppress the unstable aura, he realizes the severe consequences of interrupting his seclusion midway through the breakthrough. Not only is he unable to access the true strength of his post-breakthrough state, but his body is also suffering intense side effects. The Lord of the Earth immediately takes advantage of Feng Yi's vulnerable condition. Mocking the sealer for daring to fight while suffering an energy backlash, he summons two gigantic stone pillars and, with a cruel grin spreading across his face, clasps his hands together as he sentences Feng Yi to death. Two colossal slabs of earth crash together and trap Feng Yi between them. At the southern border of the Xia nation, the enormous slabs compress into a single gigantic boulder. Jialan, Elder Wu, and the surviving pioneers stand frozen as they stare across the empty battlefield. None of them can believe what they have just witnessed. Baisu looks on in disbelief and stammers that the legendary sealer could not have been defeated so easily. Grief overwhelms the pioneers as they gather together. Elder Wu blames himself for failing to hold the line long enough to protect their beloved commander. Jialan also blames herself. She wishes they had been strong enough to stop Feng Yi from ending his meditation and forcing such a dangerous breakthrough. Yung Tian and Elder Wu act without delay. They launch a massive signal flare into the sky to announce the devastating news. Far away at headquarters, President Yao sees the brilliant flare pierce the storm clouds and realizes the worst possible outcome has become reality. Stealing his resolve, President Yashao orders the Spirit Association to activate its absolute final backup plan. He declares that because the sealer sacrifices life for the Z Nation, they have entered a true state of life and death. He commands every branch of the Spirit Association to defend their homeland until the very last breath and fight the Lord of the Earth to the end. Such Qing, Ying, Guru, and the officers answer with loud voices, declaring that they are ready to die in the attempt. Elder Wu immediately issues emergency military orders. He commands the Eastern, Southern, and Star battle zones to unite and launch a full-scale counterattack against the Lord of the Earth. As every remaining force mobilizes to strike across Country B's entire territory, the commanders accept the orders with fierce determination in their eyes. Elder Wu, Jiang Tian, Yashao, and Xia Nation make a vow. Even if every one of them dies on this battlefield, they will avenge the sealer, his family, and the entire Xia nation. Hovering above the shattered city, the Lord of the Earth laughs at the defenders. He mocks them as pathetic ants whose struggles are completely meaningless. Then he declares that he will devour their cities one after another before diving downward to crush them all. Deep beneath the ground, inside the endless darkness of the underground tomb, Feng Yi is completely unharmed. He floats calmly inside a glowing sphere of golden energy that protects him. His system detects an enormous concentration of ancient Earth energy. The reading reaches 90%, and the absorption process begins immediately. Feng Yi smiles as he realizes the Lord of the Earth never imagined this supposed death trap would become the perfect source of energy to accelerate his recovery. The system continues monitoring his body and confirms that his unstable cultivation realm is rapidly stabilizing. His overall recovery quickly reaches 50%. As Feng Yi meditates on this power, he realizes the abilities of the Earth Throne and the Divine Moon Realm are unexpectedly alike because both possess dual natures. He understands that the Earth element can do both: create and destroy, bring perfect stability, or unleash violent destruction. Feng Yi realizes the Earth element is capable of both. The chaotic power inside his unstable Divine Moon Realm draws in the stabilizing, constructive force hidden within the underground Earth energy. That energy repairs his volatile moon power and completely erases the painful backlash from his breakthrough. His system confirms his recovery has reached 70%. Feng Yi notes that if he had not already broken through to the Divine Moon Realm, this overwhelming concentration of Earth energy would have killed him instantly instead of saving him. Moments later, the system reports another leap. His recovery has already reached 90%. As Feng Yi admires the mysterious power of the throne, he prepares for the final step. The system confirms his recovery is now at 99%. His unstable energy has completely settled. Feng Yi takes a deep breath. At that moment, the system detects an unusual surge of high sky yang energy in the atmosphere above. The alert immediately sparks Feng Yi's curiosity. Back on the surface, loud cracking echoes across the battlefield. The massive stone slabs imprisoning Feng Yi begin to split apart. The Lord of the Earth senses the sudden surge of power and gasps in complete shock. Without warning, a colossal pillar of brilliant golden energy erupts from the shattered stone. Rock fragments blast in every direction as the beam tears through the storm-filled sky and forms a massive vortex. From within the roaring column of light, Feng Yi slowly descends. His entire body is wrapped in a pure golden aura. Watching him float down, Galen rubs her eyes. She cannot believe he survived the throne's deadliest attack. On the ground, the surviving pioneers erupt into cheers. They shout that a miracle has happened and that their nation still has hope. The Lord of the Earth laughs arrogantly. He dismisses the sealer's survival as nothing more than temporary luck. Crossing his massive arms, he prepares to unleash his full strength and show everyone what true absolute power looks like. With a furious roar, he triggers a violent earth eruption. Giant jagged stone spikes burst through the ground and race toward Feng Yi. Grinning like a madman, the mutated Lord of the Earth unleashes a rapid barrage of burning rock projectiles. Feng Yi effortlessly avoids every attack while remaining in midair. His eyes never leave his enemy. Next, the Lord of the Earth summons a massive meteor-like boulder and sends it crashing straight toward Feng Yi from the sky. Amused, the sealer quietly asks himself if the invader is really using the same basic move again. Instead of avoiding it, Feng Yi shoots upward like a blazing beam of light and charges directly at the falling boulder. He pulls back his fist and commands the barrier to break. Then he drives his punch straight into the enormous mass of stone. A massive explosion erupts. The boulder is completely vaporized. The Lord of the Earth can only stare in utter shock as his ultimate attack is destroyed with ease. Nearby, the surviving pioneers shout in celebration. They cheer for the sealer's overwhelming dominance. The pioneers point out what Feng Yi has just shown: perfect control of power. They say the Lord of the Earth is only using strength borrowed from a throne, while the sealer is a true genius who rose to the top one step at a time. Another pioneer adds that the sealer's top-tier yang attribute can suppress every other element. As the crowd chants for the Lord of the Earth's defeat, the furious invader clenches his fists in rage. Anger overwhelms him. He screams in denial and rejects everything they said about attribute suppression and perfect control. He shouts that he is the Lord of a throne and will not be mocked by anyone. Then he declares that everyone who dares disobey a throne will be punished. A violent wave of chaotic energy erupts from him as he promises to give them the most terrifying death imaginable. Feng Yi ignores every threat. He calmly raises his eyes to the sky and whispers that it is finally time for it to arrive. The raging Lord of the Earth looks up in confusion and demands to know what the sealer is talking about. Feng Yi meets his gaze and says clearly that it is time for his own throne to descend. In an instant, a blinding pillar of golden light bursts down from the heavens and wraps completely around the sealer. A new king is born. The legendary Yang attribute throne descends and officially chooses Feng Yi as its true master. A blinding column of light slams into the city as the legendary Yang attribute throne appears. Feng Yi floats calmly at the center of the radiant energy and welcomes its power. The Lord of the Earth cannot believe a new supreme throne has appeared right in front of him. Elder Wu wonders whether this world-changing artifact has chosen to stand with the sealer, while Galen notices that its energy is almost too vast to comprehend. The mutated Lord of the Earth roars and demands to know what is happening. He screams that no throne could possibly possess more power than his. In his madness, he rages that he was the one in a billion humans selected by a throne, which made him almost a god. Then he convinces himself that he can conquer this new throne just as he conquered his own. He releases a shockwave of earth magic and screams that this power would never choose someone like the sealer. Meanwhile, inside global monitoring centers, alarms roar as researchers report that the energy readings at the Xia Nation's border have shattered every record. They realize another supreme throne is appearing, and its power is greater than a real star. A terrified official shouts and demands to know what the sequence department has to say. Inside the global throne sequence department, the staff are sweating. They realize their previous estimates of throne strength were wrong, and the entire ranking system has fallen into chaos. The panicked official yells that this new sun god throne forces them to redo every global ranking. He explains that the Earth and Thunder thrones, which once stood at the top, will now drop to at least the third sequence. Before this, throne rankings were decided by elemental strength and rarity on Earth, which placed powers like Earth and Thunder above the rest. But the sun god throne has exposed the truth. Only it belongs in the first sequence. Meanwhile, inside the Gene Nation Spirit Association Research Center, the director celebrates proudly and says the foreign standards were wrong from the beginning. This new throne's energy is over 200% higher than the old first sequence, proving every previous statistic must be discarded. A research analyst says with confidence that true first sequence powers can only be terrifying forces like pure yang or absolute darkness. A female analyst rejoices because the balance of power has completely shifted and the sealer is now the only master of the ultimate yang attribute. But when she checks the live data, her smile vanishes. She stammers that the sun god throne did not appear by accident, and it did not simply choose the sealer. Elder Wu soon understands the truth. The sealer did not wait to be chosen. He forced the solar artifact to appear through a powerful summoning, and that action guarantees complete mastery. Even the Lord of the Earth is shocked. Refusing to accept it, the mutated invader laughs and screams that no throne could be purer or stronger than his own. He gathers a storm of earth energy into his fist and insists that because the earth attribute is highly desired, he is still the rightful king of the first sequence. Using his remaining strength, the Lord of the Earth charges at our guy and screams that he will never allow the sealer to claim mastery over the sun god throne. Before he can reach him, a blinding ray of pure solar energy fires straight at him. The invader is caught off guard, and his crazed expression turns into panic. He raises his massive rock-hard arms to block the attack, then tries to strike back. But another beam burns his mutated stone arm clean off and shatters his rocky armor. The blast pierces straight through his strongest defenses and triggers a huge explosion across the coastline. When the smoke clears, the Lord of the Earth has lost his monstrous form. He gasps in shock, then falls backward while coughing up blood. The invader clutches his chest. Then he looks up and sees Elder Wu, Bai Su, and President Ye Xiao standing over him. Zhang Tan steps forward and orders his forces to capture the Lord of the Earth at once. He warns them to keep the invader alive because he is a valuable hostage and proof of Country B's illegal experiments. News of the battle spreads quickly through Country B. Crowds watch public screens as their once-praised Lord of the Earth kneels in defeat. The citizens erupt in furious protest and demand an explanation from their government. They rage that they were promised the Xian nation's land, only to suffer humiliation instead. They question why their supposedly unbeatable throne master was defeated so easily. Panic spreads through the high-ranking officials of Country B who supported the invasion. One man stammers that since they openly challenged the Xia nation, they will become the first targets of revenge now that the sealer has claimed the ultimate sun god throne. Back inside Country B's executive office, the nation's leader slams his fist onto his desk in fury. He curses the sealer and screams at his advisors for promising that the young commander would become useless in this new era of thrones. Then he demands to know how they plan to fix this disaster. His top advisors stand silent and drenched in nervous sweat. None of them can offer an answer. Terrified, Country B's leader begins packing in a frantic rush to escape. He yells that the invasion was their idea and says he is resigning so he can flee before the Xia nation arrives. But a hand grabs his shoulder and stops him cold. A scarred executive tells him to wait, then says with a chilling look that the leader cannot simply abandon them. He reminds him that they still have one final hidden card left to use. Across the Xia nation, citizens gather before public screens and celebrate while mocking the defeated invader from Country B. They boast excitedly that the world's top pioneer has obtained the highest-tier throne and secured their nation's absolute dominance. Wang Lan remembers how critics once claimed older pioneers, including the sealer, would be abandoned by the new era. Song Yiming agrees and admits that he briefly feared their legendary commander might be forgotten. Jiang Lu proudly scolds them for doubting their leader and reminds everyone that the boss is still the boss. Captain Shen Ruo adds with excitement that the Xia nation now possesses the strongest throne master in the world. Su Qingyang watches in silence. The sky bursts with solar energy once again. They realize the sealer is about to enter the core of the sun god throne and complete his mastery. They wonder what kind of ultimate test such a powerful artifact will place before him. Fang Yi steps into the swirling golden void of the throne and opens his glowing red eyes. As he looks around the fiery dark space, he notes that the interior of the sun god throne is extremely unique and completely different from its bright exterior. Floating through the silent darkness, he studies the dark energy and senses a mysterious connection that resembles the power of the dark tide. He thinks about his own abilities and realizes that the pure yang of the sun god throne and the corrupted darkness of his ancient god-demon armor are opposites, yet they seem to share a mysterious common origin. Fang Yi smiles and finds the connection very interesting. The legendary first sequence, Sun God, throne descends from the sky. Its fiery golden light cuts straight through the heavy storm. As the massive pillar of light crashes down, top-tier defenders like Su Qingyang and Xiaolan immediately seal the perimeter with powerful protective barriers to protect the sealer's transition. Su Qingyang knows ordinary people cannot even dream of approaching an artifact this impossibly powerful. Even so, she insists that preventing any outside interference from reaching the young sealer is their absolute duty. She's not the only one on edge. Galen and the nation's elite veterans all feel the same heavy warning, which is why powerhouse pioneers from across the country have been mobilized for guard duty. Countless eager volunteers had begged to join the security team, but the higher-ups rejected most of them immediately for one reason. They were not trustworthy enough. A mission this important requires absolute loyalty, especially when old traitors and spies could still try to create another disaster like the chaos that once destroyed Taichi City. Right on cue, their fears come true. A sinister purple flash erupts in the distance, and such Qingyi and Galen instantly sense it. A wave of hostile energy shoots straight into the golden beam. Jialan quickly realizes it is a targeted secret technique aimed directly at disrupting the sealer's breakthrough. She moves at once and explains the danger to her allies. These drum-like sound waves are harmless to ordinary people, but for someone at such a critical breakthrough stage, they are a death sentence. If the vibrations disturb the sealer's focus now, they will trigger a fatal energy backlash. His internal power will go completely wild and kill him instantly. Worse still, normal defensive barriers are useless against this trick because the acoustic frequency passes straight through spiritual arrays. Looking over the rain-soaked city, Jialan forces herself to stay calm. Her only choice is to locate the hidden spellcasters as fast as possible and eliminate them. But before she can begin searching, a blinding surge of light catches Jialan completely off guard. The sun god throne itself releases a deafening roar. Its golden energy flares violently, as if it is furious that someone tried to disturb its new master. Meanwhile, deep inside a dark cave hidden in the mountains, the real culprits are revealed. A group of cloaked traders are rhythmically beating a cursed drum to broadcast those mind waves. One operative praises the drum's strange power and says it is amazing that native Xia traders would willingly work with country just to sabotage their own homeland. The leader snaps at him to shut up and keep drumming. He boasts that this acoustic weapon is the perfect way to attack the defenders without fighting them directly. He is fully confident their position cannot be traced. Clenching his fist, the lead trader fumes over how the Sealer and the Spirit Association ruined his earlier schemes. He vows to finally take everything back now that their target's luck has run out. After deciding they have done enough to endanger the Sealer's critical breakthrough, the leader prepares to escape before reinforcements arrive and leave his accomplices behind to finish the job. But the mercenaries watching him leave have their own sinister plan. One of them scoffs at the stupidity of the native trader and reveals that he secretly brought elite powerhouses from country A to hijack the entire operation. Before they can celebrate, one of them senses a sudden, overwhelming threat. He looks outside the cave and sees 3 blinding lights igniting the dark sky. In an instant, 3 colossal pillars of golden solar energy descend from the heavens like heat-seeking missiles and lock directly onto their hidden cave. The operatives scream in terror. They instantly recognize the suffocating aura of the sun god throne and lose their minds over how a godlike artifact could possibly locate them. Desperate to survive, the elite country A experts quickly gather their energy and raise defensive shields. But when the traders see the power of the incoming attack, they scream for retreat and try to activate their final backup plan just as the solar beams lock onto them. A split second later, the sunbeams strike. A cataclysmic explosion erupts and completely vaporizes the entire mountain peak. Jialan shields her eyes from the shock wave and realizes this is the true wrath of the sun god throne, a power capable of pulverizing mountains with a casual gesture. Beside her, the defenders watch in awe and dread. They realize humanity is hopelessly outclassed against this level of divine power. But the moment does not last. Shenrua rushes over with urgent news. The massive energy shock wave disrupted their restraining arrays, allowing the captive Lord of the Earth to escape during the chaos. Meanwhile, deep inside the sun god throne's core, Fang Yi walks toward a brilliant sun-like orb. Strange bird-like chirps echo through the dark space, and he wonders if his trial has officially begun. He reaches out to touch the radiant light and notes that this test feels completely different from his chaotic and violent struggle with the metal throne. As he floats peacefully in the warm light, he realizes there is no hostility or threat in the air. This makes him even more curious about what kind of test this supreme throne has prepared. Still, Fang Yi stays on high alert as he walks deeper into the blinding golden void. Suddenly, the legendary Fusong tree appears before him, glowing like a miniature sun in the center of the void. High atop its radiant branches, a majestic 3-legged golden crow releases a deafening shriek. Fang Yi realizes this mythical bird is the true incarnation of the sun god throne and represents the absolute essence of the sun. But the colossal beast does not attack. It shows no hostility at all. Instead, it looks down at him with immense warmth and treats him like close kin. Trusting his instincts, Fang Yi steps forward and gently reaches out to touch the magnificent sunbird. The moment they connect, the golden crow erupts into a massive vortex of solar energy, and Fang Yi begins absorbing the throne's immense power. Shortly after, his system confirms that the sun god throne has officially answered his call and recognized him as its true master. As the system begins confirmation, Fang Yi's eyes blaze with blinding golden fire. He channels the endless solar energy with ease. The notification flashes. His mastery is complete. The system immediately starts compiling a custom technique made specifically for him. The compilation succeeds. A flaming crown of pure solar energy appears above his head and permanently seals his bond with the supreme throne. Finally, the system delivers his reward. It is a new God-tier Yang attribute cultivation technique called the East Heaven Divine Crown Secret, pushing his already terrifying power to an entirely new level. Inside the Sun God throne, the system grants Fang Yi a new technique called the East Heaven Divine Crown and promises that it will greatly increase his combat strength. The sealer reads the short description and smiles. He knows that the simpler a system summary looks, the more overpowered the ability usually is. But just as he starts processing this new power, a sudden wave of hostile energy disturbs the quiet space. Outside, two cloaked figures slip past the defenses with a strange, eye-like experimental artifact. They are shocked the device actually allows them to bypass the supreme barrier. Wang Lan lowers his hood and explains that this artifact is their only key to entering the throne and stopping the breakthrough ceremony. Song Yiming agrees and reminds his partner that their target is the nation's strongest fighter, so they cannot afford even one mistake. As they creep closer, Saming hopes the device's stealth field is strong enough to hide them from the sealer's sharp senses. Their plan collapses when a cold voice behind them asks who they are hiding from. They freeze in terror. Golden light reveals Fang Yi descending right behind them. Terrified, they force nervous smiles and try to lie their way out, claiming Elder Wu sent them as a personal guard detail. Their excuses fail. Fang Yi's crushing pressure paralyzes them completely. They realize with horror that the sealer has already conquered the supreme throne in record time. Fang Yi chuckles calmly and tells them their disguises are useless. With a quick release of his aura, he tears their cloaks apart and exposes their true identities. Shocked, the fake Song Ying stammers in disbelief, unable to understand how their secret stealth setup failed so easily. Before they can react, Fang Yi launches a blast of golden flame. It scorches the two saboteurs and knocks them flat onto their backs. Even their experimental eye artifact is vaporized by the heat, leaving only ash behind. As the smoke clears, the majestic spirit of the Golden Crow appears and circles the sealer in perfect harmony. The divine beast rubs against him affectionately. Fang Yi smiles as his energy finally stabilizes enough for his breakthrough. High above the mountains, the enormous pillar of solar energy slowly fades, signaling that the first phase of integration is complete. Knowing the conditions are now perfect, Fang Yi takes a deep breath and begins his deep cultivation training. Sometime later, a groggy Song Yiming shakes his partner awake while the dazed Wang Lan complains about the blinding light. Their confusion stops when Jialan appears over them. Song Yiming quickly warns her about invaders, but Jialan smiles and says the threat has already been dealt with. Looking into the distance, the recovered pioneers finally realize the blinding solar light is coming straight from the sealer. Shocked, Song Yiming asks if the commander succeeded. Jialan proudly confirms that he is now the official master of the first sequence Sun God throne. She explains that he is already breaking through his limits to enter the next realm. The two intruders they met earlier were actually hostile spies. One was a traitor from the Xian nation. The other was a mercenary. Both carried advanced disguise equipment and a secret artifact built to infiltrate throne spaces. Suddenly, a massive shock wave of golden energy erupts from the sealer. His breakthrough begins. The surrounding soldiers cheer in awe as they watch him ascend to the second level of the Shenhua realm, praising him as their eternal god. The intense pressure of his divine moon aura shatters the surrounding air as his ascension completes. Far from the center, President Ye Xiao watches in disbelief. He's amazed that Fang Yi reached the second tier so easily. Elder Wu agrees and notes that the sealer's massive aura and the cosmic phenomenon show his power has gone far beyond an ordinary breakthrough. Thinking about their own limits, Yao remembers how they had struggled and suffered just to reach a half step into the Shenhua realm. Elder Wu remembers his own painful struggle as well. He admits that while the divine realm took them ages to reach, the sealer makes repeated breakthroughs look effortless. Inside the cosmic space, the Golden Crow absorbs the massive energy of the lunar orb to fuel an even greater breakthrough. With a loud roar, the beast grips the moon in its talons and pushes the sealer's power straight into the third tier of the Shenhua realm. Watching the live monitors, Suchening wonders in awe if the commander is about to reach the legendary Rising Sun realm, a level no human has ever touched. The Golden Crow screeches again. The sound echoes across the sky as Elder Wu and President Yao watch in silent amazement. The beast spreads its enormous fiery wings over Fang Yi and shields him while his power surges beyond all known limits. 3 glowing suns illuminate the dark sky, creating a massive phenomenon never before seen in human history. At the monitoring center, analysts report that the Golden Crow has cried out 3 times. This confirms the sealer has crossed 3 levels and reached a half step into the Rising Sun realm. He has gained complete mastery over the Yang attribute. His physical body has evolved far beyond the limits of any normal pioneer. He is now a natural-born Yang attribute god, with a divine constitution that completely rewrites human potential. Now he stands alone at the highest peak. No one on Earth can rival his strength. Fang Yi raises a hand wrapped in blazing solar fire and quietly admires what he has gained. He realizes the Yang attribute has completely merged with his bones and bloodline. This is no longer borrowed power. He has become the living embodiment of the Yang attribute itself. As his newly awakened cosmic senses spread outward, the sealer immediately detects traces of hostile intent. With a cold gaze, he remarks that those rats still refuse to give up. Deep inside a hidden underground bunker beyond the barrier, the bandaged lead saboteur realizes the mission has failed. Fear overwhelms him as he understands that the sealer has absorbed the throne's power. He hurriedly activates a teleportation circle and shouts for everyone to retreat. Before he can escape, his companions seize him. They refuse to let him run alone and insist that if they fall, they will all fall together. Their argument never reaches an end. Blinding streams of solar energy suddenly tear through the mountain, instantly erasing the bunker and vaporizing every traitor inside. A massive pillar of solar energy crashes from the sky. The hidden traitors and mercenaries are vaporized in an instant. Flames continue to consume the mountaintop after the attack, and Fungi calmly walks out from the burning inferno, stating that the rats who try to sabotage his breakthrough have already been dealt with. Below the mountain, the defenders and citizens erupt in celebration. Relief spreads through the crowd as they welcome back their true guardian. At headquarters, the officials are stunned by Feng Yi's overwhelming strength. His power fills every enemy with fear while giving every ally complete confidence. They proudly declare that having the master of the sun god, throne fighting for their nation, is their greatest blessing. Meanwhile, Fang Yi descends from the sky and lands before President Yao and Elder Wu. Elder Wu respectfully greets him and formally addresses him as the master of the sun god throne. President Yashao then delivers unfortunate news. Although they had managed to capture the Lord of the Earth, the chaos caused by the sun god throne's arrival gave the villain an opportunity to escape. He asked Fang Yi what should be done next. Fang Yi admits that the enemy's invasion has damaged the nation's prestige and thrown its people into panic. Even so, he dismisses the mutated invader as nothing more than a fraud who is not worth fearing. As broadcasts of his victory appear on screens across the entire country, Fang Yi coldly declares that since the enemy dared to slap them in the face, he will return the favor with an even more devastating blow. Across the border, the Lord of the Earth and the leader of Country B watch the broadcast in growing fear as they realize their worst nightmare is about to unfold. Without warning, SSS-class invasion alarms echo throughout Country B, throwing the entire nation into chaos. During an emergency meeting, a scarred executive slams his fist onto the table in fury and demands that they contact the Xia nation to stop its forces. He angrily declares that Xia has gone too far by treating their Lord of the Earth as a prisoner of war and now advancing toward their borders. The leader of Country B delivers grim news. The Xia nation has ignored every attempt at communication. Not a single message has been answered. The officials immediately break into a cold sweat, desperately searching for a solution. At that moment, the bandaged Lord of the Earth slams his hand onto the table. Furious, he orders the politicians to get a grip. He reminds them that they still possess their secret weapon and commands them to activate a first-level state of emergency. Along the coastline, Country B deploys its ultimate trump card. The deep-sea barrier rises into place. This enormous shield of water is powered by mutated ocean currents and the nation's spiritual energy. It is recognized as the strongest defensive barrier on Earth. As the barrier seals off the country, the leader of Country B celebrates, convinced they are completely safe. The Lord of the Earth smugly boasts that even thousands of elite pioneers could never damage the shield. He declares that not even his own supreme Earth powers could shake it. According to him, the barrier can withstand attacks from 10 throne masters at once. He proudly claims their technology has made every global superpower jealous and calls it the nation's greatest trump card. Laughing confidently, he says the sealer will never break through. Instead, they will use international public opinion to pressure the Xia nation into handing Fang Yi over. Wearing a crazed grin, he eagerly imagines having the sealer's life and powers under his control. Throughout Country B, the citizens ridicule the sealer's warning. Trusting their unbeatable barrier, they arrogantly accuse the Xia nation of being a bully and even wish they could execute Fang Yi themselves. Far out over the open sea, a familiar figure appears. Wrapped in roaring golden flames, Fang Yi hovers above the nation's treasured barrier with a cold, confident smirk. Completely unfazed by the ocean shield, he calmly prepares a devastating attack. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Earth hosts a live-streamed press conference. He dramatically reveals that the deep-sea barrier was a top-secret weapon. Pretending to be the victim, he tearfully tells the cameras that the ruthless Xia nation tried to assassinate him and that he barely escaped with his life. At the very moment Fang Yi raises his hand and gathers a raging storm of solar energy, the Lord of the Earth boldly invites the sealer to test the barrier. The arrogant fool openly dares Fang Yi to break through, insisting that any attack will only prove the barrier's superiority. He barely finishes speaking before Fang Yi strikes. A colossal pillar of blazing fire slams into the barrier. The Lord of the Earth freezes in shock. Reporters panic, scream, and run for their lives. SSS-class invasion alarms continue blaring as the disaster level surges beyond measure, triggered by the terrifying shockwave of solar fire. Looking at the scorched barrier, Fang Yi casually admits that he is slightly impressed it survived a direct strike from his sun god power. His expression turns cold. He quietly says that surviving one hit is the barrier's limit. Then he gathers another, overwhelming surge of explosive solar energy. Fang Yi attacks again. A catastrophic explosion of blazing heat and light erupts with far greater power than the first strike. In an instant, the deep-sea barrier is completely vaporized, disappearing into an enormous cloud of steam. Inside the undersea control room, the barrier's destruction causes a violent spiritual backlash. The researchers cough up blood and collapse in pain. High above, Fong Yi floats calmly in the sky. He coldly orders the Lord of the Earth to stop hiding and come face his death. The Lord of the Earth looks up in disbelief. He curses Fong Yi for gaining such a powerful opportunity. Sweat runs down his face as anger takes over. He admits that the sealer's aura is far stronger than it was during the invasion of their nation, but he still refuses to surrender. A twisted smile spreads across his face. He realizes this battle could become his greatest chance. If he kills the sealer here, his status across the world will rise instantly. Driven by desperation, he slams his hand onto the ground. The city street shatters open and splits into a huge abyss. From the crater, his final trump card appears. A colossal earth giant rises from below. The massive stone golem towers above the skyscrapers and shakes the entire city. The terrifying monster looms over Fong Yi, but Fong Yi does not react at all. He stays perfectly calm. The Lord of the Earth screams for the giant golem to crush the sealer into pieces. The beast reaches forward. Its enormous hand casts a huge shadow over Fong Yi as it moves to smash him. Fong Yi summons his blazing fire sword. With one effortless slash, he cuts the giant earth golem completely in half. The Lord of the Earth is stunned. He screams that they are both supposed to be powerful throne masters, so his ultimate trump card should not be ripped apart like cheap paper. Fong Yi looks down at him with a cold stare. That gaze drives the invader into madness. He shouts that this has to be an illusion, then frantically launches a massive wave of exploding boulders. Fong Yi does not even flinch. He floats casually in the air as the huge rocks fly past without harming him. The Lord of the Earth refuses to accept defeat. He gathers all his remaining strength and activates his secret technique, sealing Fong Yi inside a giant dome of solid stone. Within the dark stone tomb, Fong Yi calmly lifts his hand and gives one simple command. Break the seal. A massive explosion erupts instantly. The stone prison is blasted into dust, and the Lord of the Earth freezes in complete shock. As debris rains over the ruined city, Fong Yi steps out surrounded by roaring golden flames. He coldly asks his terrified opponent whether that is truly all he can do. At the same time, panic spreads across Country B. Citizens watch the live broadcast in terror, while their highest leaders pull at their hair in fear, realizing their champion is about to be destroyed. They stare at the giant public screens in disbelief. They cannot understand how their champion is losing so badly. The mutated Lord of the Earth sweats under the crushing pressure. He finally realizes he is completely outmatched. With no defenses left, he can only watch as the sky turns bright red. Fong Yi unleashes his sun god power. A terrifying rain of burning solar meteors crashes down on the Lord of the Earth. The terrified invader screams in agony, but the blinding storm of solar fire swallows him completely and vaporizes him. His top commander watches the explosion and screams his title in horror. Fong Yi looks down at the smoking crater. His voice turns cold. Even though they both held the power of a throne, the invader was simply too weak. Challenging Fong Yi's absolute power was nothing but a death wish. The news throws Country B headquarters into total chaos. Their leader panics and orders the officers to mobilize the entire army for a desperate suicidal hunt. But his furious general grabs him by the collar and stops him. He says sending more soldiers would only be self-destruction, and their only hope is to pray the sealer chooses to spare them. Back on the battlefield, the dust begins to settle. Then Fong Yi senses movement. A massive beam of golden energy shoots out from the crater and flies straight toward him. Fong Yi catches the glowing light and instantly realizes what is. This is the core of the Earth Throne, and it is willingly offering him its power and submission. The system immediately notifies him that because he defeated the previous owner, he has gained full control over the Earth Throne. Fong Yi smiles at the unexpected reward. He clenches his fist and draws the enormous, swirling Earth energy directly into his body. A glowing sphere of two elements surrounds him as he finishes absorbing the power. His red eyes shine brightly as he fully receives his second throne. A huge pillar of golden light shoots into the sky. Nearby enemy scouts tremble in fear as they watch the sealer casually absorb their nation's greatest treasure. From their own headquarters, Elder Wu and such Qingying watch in complete amazement. They realize the sealer has officially become the first person to possess two thrones, shifting the entire balance of global power. Anger and fear sweep across Country B. Furious citizens flood the streets with signs, demanding global punishment and calling Fong Yi a cold-blooded killer. High above them, Fang Yi looks down at the angry crowd without the slightest concern. Their desperate cries to stop the Sea Nation from ruling the world do not move him. He calmly announces that the Lord of the Earth is dead. Then he coldly warns them that Country B is next. The surviving enemy soldiers freeze in terror. Standing proudly inside a swirling storm of elemental energy, Fang Yi declares that this death is only a small part of the price they must pay for provoking his country. He warns that anyone who threatens his homeland will be destroyed, no matter where they hide. Then he tells them he will only swing his sword once, and whether they live or die depends entirely on their luck. The desperate soldiers panic. They scream for retreat and combine their remaining energy, forming a massive wall of defensive shields to block his attack. But their defense is useless. Fang Yi swings his sword with overwhelming force, unleashing a massive wave of blinding golden fire that splits the sky. The devastating attack instantly breaks their strongest shields and vaporizes the fleeing soldiers, leaving nothing behind. The impossible strike creates a massive tsunami and tears a giant flaming canyon straight through the center of Country B. It becomes a terrifying warning to the entire world. The Xia Nation is not to be provoked. The system detects that Fang Yi has mastered the Earth Throne. It asks whether he wants to fuse with the throne's attribute and unlock a new technique. Fang Yi naturally agrees. The system immediately begins the process and successfully fuses the powerful Earth attribute into his body. Once the fusion is complete, it starts creating a custom skill for him. Fang Yi unlocks a new ability, the Gravity God Technique. This overpowered skill allows him to control gravity up to 100 times its normal force. After absorbing the massive energy of the throne, Fang Yi officially breaks through into the legendary Rising Sun realm, far more easily than he ever expected. Back at headquarters, Elder Wu realizes that killing a throne master allows the victor to seize their power. Yao quickly warns that this discovery will probably trigger a worldwide hunting season among desperate pioneers. Jialan urges them to focus first on stabilizing their own faction. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu excites a crowd of cheering citizens. He mocks Country B's fallen leader for believing he could challenge the legendary sealer. The public also ridicules Country B's defeated champion, calling his invasion a joke. At home, Fang Yi's aunt watches the broadcast in shock. She realizes the legendary warrior on the screen is her nephew. Looking at a family photo on her phone, she becomes emotional as she sees how much he has done to protect them. The global broadcast announces the rise of Earth's first dual throne holder. It declares the sealer a god whose strength has shattered the balance of the world. But that announcement also tempts every power-hungry pioneer. They now understand that a throne can be claimed by killing its current master. Inside Country A's executive office, the nation's leader happily begins plotting his next move. He is thrilled by the sudden shift in global events. With a twisted grin, he plans to spread the secret of thrones stealing and drag every faction on Earth into bloody chaos. Behind him, his mysterious red-eyed advisor agrees smugly. He says the sealer's rise was unexpected, but his actions have still played directly into their hands. The advisor adds that they should thank the sealer because he has forced humanity to accept the brutal truth of a new spiritual era. The leader says that once pioneers begin fighting over thrones, their own faction will have an easier path to claiming them all. The conspirators celebrate their plan to let the world weaken itself, so Country A can seize control of every throne. They clink their glasses in a toast. Then the leader drinks. The advisor warns that the sealer is still far too powerful. Even with their own strongest forces prepared, fighting him head-on is not an option. For now, they should remain friendly on the surface. The leader disagrees with waiting. Instead, he proposes going after the other thrones first and taking them before the Xia Nation can. The advisor smiles. In this new era, only the strongest survive. They can simply watch the world's pioneers fight and kill each other for power. Meanwhile, deep in the back mountains of Taimu City, a massive vortex of golden spiritual energy surrounds Fang Yi's cousin, Lin Yi. She continues meditating. Then she slowly opens her glowing golden eyes. A towering pillar of golden energy erupts into the sky. Watching from a safe distance, the lead official and his guard wonder if she has succeeded. As the beam of light fades, a powerful figure calmly walks out through the smoke. The two protectors fall completely silent. The pressure radiating from her leaves them frozen. Lin Yi steps forward. She thanks everyone for protecting her during her breakthrough. Then she announces that she has successfully claimed the metal throne and promises to stop their enemies. The lead official gently tells her that the crisis in Taimu City has already been resolved. With a smile, he explains that her cousin defeated every invader, secured the city, and became Earth's first dual throne holder in the Rising Sun realm. Lin Yi is left speechless by her cousin's astonishing growth. The official continues. While she was focused on claiming her own throne, country B launched an invasion. Fang Yi easily defeated their champion and split their nation in half. He adds that the entire world now knows a throne's power can be taken by killing its master. Fang Yi is most likely meeting with the nation's top leaders to discuss their next move. Finding more thrones and protecting the ones they already possess will be a massive challenge. Their current allies, the masters of the Thunder Throne and the Wood Throne, have now become top priority targets. The nation must protect them at all costs. Lin Yi's expression darkens. She realizes that although the world's enemies no longer dare challenge her cousin, they will have no hesitation targeting weaker throne masters like her. She clenches her fists in frustration. She risked her life to claim her throne so she could protect her family. Yet she is still too weak. Even now, she must rely on her cousin. At that moment, Fang Yi casually steps out from the trees. Calm and confident, he tells his cousin that as long as he is watching their enemies, no one will dare set foot inside their country. Overjoyed, Lin Yi rushes forward and throws her arms around him, relieved to see that he is safe. Fang Yi gently pats her head. He teases her for feeling insecure when she is already a dual attribute pioneer and a master of the Metal Throne. Smiling brightly, Lin Yi asks if he was the one who helped her survive the trial. Fang Yi smiles and confirms it. Then he calls her reckless. Lin Yi proudly replies that he was the one who taught her to seize her own opportunities, and she wanted to become strong enough to stand beside him. Lin Yi clenches her fist. She says she was so determined to claim the throne that she even wrote her will before entering the trial. Hearing that, Fang Yi claps his hands with a sly grin. He announces that he has already prepared a special training program for her. It starts right now. The sudden declaration throws both Lin Yi and the guards into a panic. She quickly asks what kind of training he is talking about. But the moment she sees the familiar smirk on her cousin's face, a terrible feeling washes over her. She knows a nightmare is about to begin. The world has changed. It is broken. Stealing thrones has become a terrifying reality. In Country Lie, a 5-year-old girl chosen by the Wind Throne is murdered by 2 killers who steal her throne for themselves. It becomes the first officially confirmed case of a throne being taken through murder. The nation is left defenseless. Fear spreads everywhere. As the news reaches the rest of the world, humanity is forced to face a horrifying truth. The old balance of power no longer exists. A ruthless age of survival has begun, and smaller nations now live in constant fear of being erased. Meanwhile, in Shantai City, a level 4 earthquake suddenly puts the entire city on alert. 10 minutes earlier, inside the Spirit Association's combat room, Lin Yi prepares to test the power of her newly obtained Metal Throne. Fang Yi shows her no mercy. Calmly, he says he will not use any of his powers. He will fight with only a single finger. Then he gives her the entire afternoon to land just one hit. Lin Yi feels insulted. She reminds him that she is still a throne master and deserves to be taken seriously. Inside the observation room, the leader of the Destroyer Squad laughs at Fang Yi's arrogance. Su Qingning corrects him. She explains that Fang Yi is not being arrogant. He is simply stating the truth because the gap between them is far too great. The Association Superior is still unconvinced. He argues that the Metal Throne is an extremely aggressive throne, and that should make a difference. Su Qingyang immediately shuts him down. He warns the officials that they have no idea what kind of opponent Fang Yi really is. Lin Yi gathers her energy. She is determined to prove the strength of the Metal Throne. She unleashes a massive barrage of wooden leaves transformed into razor-sharp metal projectiles. Fang Yi is impressed. Even so, he calmly slips through the entire attack without ever taking his hands out of his pockets. Refusing to stop, Lin Yi charges in with a direct punch. Before her fist can connect, Fang Yi lightly taps her forehead with one finger and tells her she is too slow. He says that flashy techniques mean nothing if they never hit the target. Lin Yi breaks into a sweat. She can hardly believe what just happened. She jumps back and changes her approach. This time, she pours all of her speed and power into a single strike. She rushes forward at blinding speed. Once again, she is stopped. Fang Yi effortlessly places one finger against her forehead and halts her in place. Unwilling to give up, Lin Yi unleashes a relentless barrage of high-speed attacks. Fang Yi casually blocks every single strike while repeatedly telling her that she is still too slow. Eventually, he grows bored. With a simple flick of his finger, he sends her flying across the room. As Lin Yi lies in the dust, Su Qingning admits that the sealer is being far too harsh. The Destroyer Squad leader can only comment on the ridiculous gap between their strength. The Association Superior points out that Fang Yi has not even touched her once. He has been using an energy barrier the entire time, completely overwhelming her with nothing but compressed air. Lin Yi lies bruised on the floor, struggling to catch her breath. But instead of losing confidence, she understands that this harsh training is a gift. She rises with a grin and thanks her cousin. She is ready to continue. Fang Yi praises her determination. Just as the training is about to resume, an emergency alert forces him to leave. Meanwhile, a violent struggle for power is unfolding in Mu City. Inside Irony Estate, several men kneel before a throne. They report that 4 of the 7 surrounding districts are now under their control. The tyrant seated above them is Li Yuan, the newly chosen master of the Rain Throne. When he hears that the Zaran district still refuses to submit, he becomes furious. He screams that if they will not obey, then every one of them should be slaughtered. At that moment, a brave representative from Zoran district storms inside. He declares that his people will not allow themselves to be dragged into this bloody conflict. Lun only grins. To him, the man is nothing more than an easy target. In a sudden burst of violence, he brutally severs the representative's arm. He spares the man's life only because the representative once worked with his father. Then he gives him a cold warning. This is the only free pass he will ever receive. Immediately afterward, a terrified guard rushes into the room. He announces that the legendary sealer has arrived and is waiting at the entrance. Li Yuan panics internally. Even so, he forces himself to remain calm. He is determined to protect his newly gained position. Fang Yi sits quietly at the reception table. The pressure coming from him is so overwhelming that it nearly forces Li Yuan to his knees. To break the silence, Fang Yi explains that he is only passing through the city on official business. Li Yuan does not believe a word of it. Inside, he fears that the Spirit Association has sent this monster to take his Rain Throne. Hoping to stay on Fang Yi's good side, Li Yuan quickly offers to reserve a luxurious hot spring resort for him. He is stunned when Fang Yi agrees. As Li Yuan hurries away to arrange everything, another thought enters his mind. Perhaps the association has come to recruit him instead. Fang Yi then casually asks whether he has heard the frightening rumors about people stealing thrones. Li Yuan immediately becomes suspicious. He wonders whether the sealer intends to take his power. Still, he convinces himself that the famous Spirit Association values its reputation too much to steal a throne by force. Wearing a false smile, Li Yuan laughs off the question and insists that his guest must be treated like royalty. Fang Yi rejects the offer completely. In a cold voice, he says he has no interest in luxury. Later, in the rain-soaked woods, Fang Yi thinks about the secret reports. Foreign agents from country A have been targeting this area. He laughs at Li Yuan's foolishness. The man truly believes that his weak power and a single throne will let him control the city forever. Without government protection, the arrogant ruler is nothing more than an easy target. High above the rain-covered city, 2 mysterious foreign enemies look down from the sky. They are pleased. At last, they have found their target. Near the mansion entrance, the unsuspecting guards suddenly hear someone land in front of them. Before the guard can respond, the giant red-eyed attacker grabs one of them and snaps his neck. Li Yuan senses the danger immediately. He turns and sees 2 killers standing in his courtyard. The smiling attacker tosses the dead guard's bloody head at Li Yuan's feet. Li Yuan goes rigid with fear. He realizes the masters of mist and strength have come for him. Terrified, Li Yuan runs into the storm to find the sealer. He hopes the strongest fighter in the country will save him. He races into the dark forest. The heavy rain should give him an advantage. Desperate, he commands the rain to fall even harder. His plan fails at once. A dense, unnatural fog closes around him. Before Li Yuan can react, a glowing energy spear pierces his shoulder. The Master of Strength drops from above and drives him into the ground with a crushing kick. Bleeding and trapped, Li Yuan warns the killers that the sealer is inside the city. If they murder him, the sealer will destroy them. Watching the swift defeat from a distance, Fang Yi sighs in disappointment. The Master of Mist laughs at Li Yuan's warning. He mocks him, saying he will be dead long before anyone comes to help. With a cruel grin, the Master of Strength grabs Li Yuan by the head. Li Yuan screams as his power is torn from him. Fang Yi watches and sighs once more. He is disappointed that the battle ended so quickly. Deciding to finish the matter, Fang Yi surrounds himself with brilliant light and descends from the sky. He lands directly behind the stunned enemies. The 2 killers freeze in terror. Fang Yi releases an enormous wave of golden fire and rushes toward them. Fang Yi summons his sword and greets the 2 invaders from Country A. The Master of the Mist throne recognizes the legendary sealer and immediately begins sweating with fear. Desperate to avoid combat, he pretends to be friendly. He claims they only came to resolve a personal grudge. The beaten tyrant shouts back and exposes their real objective. They came to steal his Rain Throne. Afraid of dying, Li Yuan desperately begs Fang Yi to save him. The Master of Mist keeps up his polite performance. He offers Fang Yi a large sum of money to handle the situation privately. Fang Yi ends the false diplomacy with one cold question. He asks whether the 5-year-old girl they murdered in Country Lie also had a personal grudge against them. The invaders panic when they realize the sealer knows about their crimes. With their cover destroyed, the Master of Strength releases his power and prepares to fight his way free. He swings a devastating punch. Fong Yi avoids it without effort, allowing the blow to smash apart the ground. When a physical attack fails, the Master of Mist creates a huge illusion barrier. Fong Yi sees through the cheap diversion immediately. As the heavy mist surrounds him, he understands that the cowards never intended to fight. They are only using the illusion to escape. The Master of Mist quickly orders them to retreat. The Master of Strength is confused. He cannot understand why they are running. While fleeing, the Master of Mist warns his partner that every rumor about Fong Yi is true. They are fortunate that he has not already reduced them to dust. But the Master of Strength is far too greedy to listen. The thought of leaving without a reward enrages him. Blinded by greed, the giant brute turns back to seize his prize, while the Master of Mist curses his partner for being an idiot. As Fong Yi watches the two invaders argue, he decides this is the perfect moment to test his newly gained power. He rises high into the sky, ignoring the panicked Li Yuan below. The Master of Strength grabs the helpless tyrant by the head and demands to know why he is the only one being abandoned. Before he can finish taking the throne, an overwhelming force suddenly descends from above. Fong Yi unleashes his terrifying new technique, the Divine Sun Heavenly Fire Seal. The brute freezes in fear as blazing solar chains shoot down from the sky and coil tightly around his body. He screams in agony as the chains drag him into the air, where a massive fiery explosion completely destroys him. From a distance, the fleeing Master of Mist laughs at his partner's stupidity. His relief lasts only a moment. A scorching heat suddenly locks onto his position. He turns in panic, but he cannot escape as the same burning chains wrap around him. The Master of Mist screams in terror before another enormous explosion consumes him instantly. On the ground, Lewin shields his eyes from the shockwave. As the blast finally fades, Lewin stares at the aftermath in disbelief. The Divine Sun Heavenly Fire Seal then spits out the charred remains of the two defeated Throne Masters. Floating above the battlefield, Fong Yi calmly admires his newly upgraded technique. Lewin watches in horror, unable to understand how Fong Yi eliminated two high-level experts so easily. When he realizes Fong Yi now possesses 3 thrones, fear overwhelms him. He becomes convinced that his Rain Throne will be taken next. In the next instant, Fong Yi's glowing blade is pressed against Li Yuan's neck. Li Yuan immediately abandons all pride and slams his head into the muddy ground, begging for mercy. He swears that he will serve the Xia nation with absolute loyalty. Fong Yi chooses to grant him one final chance. He orders Li Yuan to get up and follow him to the Mu City Spirit Association at once. There, he must confess every crime he has committed and accept whatever punishment awaits him. Fong Yi brings the defeated tyrant to the Muo City Spirit Association Detention Center. He tells the officials they are free to punish Li Yuan however they want, as long as they keep him alive because he still plans to use him later. The Muo City official is overjoyed. Fong Yi then warns them about Country A, a powerful nation that thrives on violence. He shows them the profiles of the two defeated invaders and explains that their high ranks prove a foreign superpower is supporting them. The branch leader promises to keep the Rain Throne Master under constant guard. Then he nervously asks Fong Yi for a major favor. He worries Li Yuan could still bring disaster to Mu City. Fong Yi agrees to remain there. In return, he asks only for a large private place where he can cultivate. The branch leader gladly arranges a quiet cultivation area for him. Fong Yi knows Country A will soon learn that he seized their thrones and recovered the Wind Throne. Once that happens, they will likely unite other nations to seek revenge. Knowing he will become the target of a worldwide hunt, he decides to fuse all of his thrones as quickly as possible. The next day, Li Yuan wakes under heavy guard and calmly completes his first medical treatment without resisting. During the following week, he behaves perfectly and earns the reputation of being a model patient. The staff begin to feel sorry for him because of the heavy handcuffs. Some even suggest removing them. Tricked by his flawless behavior, they wonder if the Feng Zongzhe made a mistake and begin thinking Li Yuan may have been nothing more than a helpless victim. Inside his cell, Li Yuan secretly laughs. He knows the only way to survive is to keep acting like the perfect prisoner. High in the mountains, Fong Yi floats in deep meditation and summons his thrones to cultivate. He realizes that a throne's rank is not what truly matters. Real combat strength comes from raw power and complete mastery. After reaching the half-step Rising Sun realm, Fong Yi feels that advancing further now requires an enormous amount of spiritual energy. He understands that his current cultivation technique will never be enough to achieve another breakthrough. Even though Earth's spiritual energy is surging across the world, try to raise his rising sun power feels like pouring a single drop of water into the ocean. Even so, Fang Yi smiles because he can sense that his next breakthrough is close. As the golden crow appears, he pushes himself to the limit. Even then, the energy still falls short. The golden crow lets out a sharp screech as the system detects his imminent breakthrough and floods him with spiritual power. The surge is so overwhelming that the system warns it could destroy the sun god throne itself. After correcting a calculation error, the golden crow devours a massive sphere of solar fire. That allows Fang Yi to absorb the energy safely. With every requirement finally fulfilled, the system begins the final ascension. Fang Yi's eyes burst into solar fire as the system confirms his breakthrough to the first tier of the rising sun realm. The density of his new power immediately sets off energy alarms throughout the region. Citizens below look into the sky in disbelief as a blinding second sun rises overhead. Suzy and Elderwu instantly realize this is not an eclipse, but an artificial sun, confirming that the Feng Zong has ascended. In Country A, the leader erupts in fury. He screams that the Xia nation has disgraced them by defeating 3 of their throne masters. Afraid they will lose their dominance, he orders his advisors to push for global sanctions. He immediately holds an emergency press conference. There, he urges every nation to demand the return of the 3 thrones. He even threatens extreme measures if those demands are ignored. Netizens quickly ridicule his hypocrisy. The mockery grows even louder after Fang Yi releases a video explaining that he cannot return the thrones because he has already fused them. Humiliated by the public backlash, the leader orders his subordinates to locate and recruit a powerful warrior named Mila. On the west coast of Country A, a rogue master is smashed into the wall of an alley by an overwhelming opponent. Blood pours from his mouth as he begs for mercy. Desperate to stay alive, he offers to help his attacker steal more thrones. He even points to the new sun god throne master as the perfect target. The blonde warrior, Mila, the powerful master of the light throne, looks down at him with a cold expression. He mutters that he has never even heard of the sun god attribute. Mila then grabs the rogue master who dared to ambush him and uses his power to tear through the man's mind. Chapter 101. The terrified attacker gasps in horror as he realizes that Mila's true target is the Feng Zong, the master of the legendary sun god throne. That revelation only makes Mila more interested. Learning that the Feng Zong possesses multiple thrones and has already reached the legendary Rising Sun realm turns him into an even more desirable opponent. Mila mocks the helpless man, calling him a worthless insect for daring to challenge him with nothing more than a weak third-sequence stone throne. Without showing the slightest mercy, Mila makes the rogue master explode. He effortlessly pulls the stone throne's core into his own hand. High above the alley, an envoy from Country A witnesses the terrifying scene. He curses his terrible luck for being chosen to deliver a message to such a dangerous monster. Before he can think of what to do, Mila instantly appears behind him and mockingly asks whether he wants to become a believer. Terrified, the envoy throws himself to the ground. He bows repeatedly and desperately begs the Light Throne Master for mercy. He quickly presents a letter from his nation's leader. The message explains that the Feng Zong killed their Mist and Strength Masters and pleads with Mila to put this Xia nation champion in his place. Mila's icy stare leaves the messenger completely frozen. The man realizes that one wrong word could get him vaporized where he stands. Treating him like trash, Mila tells him to get lost. He makes it clear that Country A's leader has no authority to command him. As the terrified messenger flees for his life, Mila smiles. The rumors surrounding the legendary master of the Sun God throne have captured his interest. He clenches his fist toward the horizon and confidently vows to hunt down the Feng Zongja and make sure his rising sun never rises again. Meanwhile, deep within the lush forests of Muo City, Fang Yi remains immersed in meditation. He praises the rich spiritual energy surrounding him, believing it could awaken every plant in the area. Without warning, the trees around him begin trembling in absolute terror. Seeing this, Fang Yi wonders what could possibly frighten nature itself so badly. At that moment, emergency alarms erupt across the nation. A minor typhoon absorbs an enormous surge of spiritual energy. It transforms into a catastrophic storm and races straight toward Moose City. Inside the Spirit Association's monitoring center, analysts panic. Abnormal weather and energy surges from across the country are suddenly converging on Moose City. On the rain-slicked streets, local leaders desperately debate whether to mobilize every pioneer against what appears to be the end of the world. Then their fear turns into absolute awe. This is not a natural disaster. The Feng Zongja is deliberately pulling the nation's energy toward himself to force his next breakthrough. Atop a mountain cliff, Fang Yi stands perfectly calm. A massive bolt of purple lightning strikes him directly in the face. Smoke rises. Rocks shatter. Yet when everything settles, Fang Yi remains completely unharmed. He casually remarks that the storm is surprisingly underwhelming. Compared to his previous trials, this storm poses almost no threat. Disappointed, Fang Yi decides to stop defending. Instead, he will turn the lightning into his own power source. He activates his Thunder Divine limit and prepares to drain the raging storm completely dry. The sky immediately twists with violent force. The enormous storm is forcibly pulled inward and compressed directly into Fang Yi's body. The system alerts him that he has absorbed massive amounts of thunder and dark energy. His divine Sun Heavenly Fire Seal is automatically upgraded. A roaring fireball appears. It proves that his new technique has broken through every elemental limit. Fang Yi studies the upgraded flame in his hand. He marvels that the storm pushed his skill beyond its normal boundaries and unlocked the God-tier, forbidden reincarnation sealing art. The system explains that this ultimate technique consumes all of his energy. It tears an opponent's soul from their body and seals it forever. The move guarantees the death of any throne master. However, Fang Yi wonders whether it would work against a mindless natural disaster. He realizes the technique is an incredibly powerful final card. Its enormous energy cost also makes it a dangerous gamble. Even so, another trump card is always valuable in such a chaotic world. Meanwhile, beyond the borders, the world has descended into chaos. Power-hungry factions are hunting throne masters and stealing their abilities. Local spirit associations are collapsing under the pressure. Fang Yi knows he needs absolute strength to defend his homeland and restore peace to this unstable era. Because of that, he focuses on collecting as many powerful abilities as possible before future global threats emerge. When Fang Yi checks his phone, he is pleasantly surprised to find a message from his cousin, Lin Yi. She boasts that she has just defeated 2 enemy throne masters. She also jokes that she might end up in the news. One day earlier, on the frozen peaks of the western border, Lin Yi stands wrapped in heavy clothing. She shivers inside a brutal storm and questions whether this frozen wasteland is really the right place to train her metal throne. Suddenly, her sharp senses detect something nearby. She shouts a warning, spins around, and fires a fast projectile toward an unseen presence. A sudden gust of wind knocks her attack aside with ease. 2 sinister mercenaries step out from the snow and mock her for being a naive little girl. They approach with crazed grins and tell her this is her own fault. By claiming the metal throne, she walked directly into their trap. The pair then releases a massive blast of ice, intending to steal her power. Lin Yi refuses to back down. She prepares to show them what a true combat-heavy throne master can do. Chapter 102. Lin Yi wastes no time. She releases the full aura of her metal throne, illuminating the entire frozen landscape. The 2 arrogant mercenaries from Country P are instantly shocked. Their target is far stronger than the basic-level opponent they expected. Before they can coordinate another move, Lin Yi attacks first. She unleashes a dazzling barrage of golden slashes that tears through their defenses. Showing no mercy, she mocks the struggling pair and asks whether they truly believed a second sequence throne master would be so easy to defeat. Lin Yi then activates her devastating pear flower in the storm technique. A relentless cage of energy blades rains down and shreds everything in its path. The bearded mercenary clenches his teeth in fury. He cannot accept that 2 elite powerhouses like them are being overwhelmed by a young girl. Realizing they will not survive a prolonged battle, he tells his partner they must use their forbidden technique and finish this quickly. The cost in spiritual energy will be enormous, but they decide to risk everything on one final gamble. The 2 mercenaries combine their energy and begin a forbidden fusion. Lin Yi freezes in surprise. Screaming in agony, they force their bodies to merge. They sacrifice their humanity and transform into a grotesque, multi-limbed beast filled with forbidden power. The creature unleashes its ultimate secret technique. Its tongue becomes a colossal white serpent that lunges forward and swallows Lin Yi whole. The monster roars in celebration. Trapped inside the dark, fleshy interior, Lin Yi feels disgusted. She realizes the serpent is not a simple spell. It is a real mutated beast created by their chaotic fusion. Her metal throne dismisses the enemy's technique as a cheap trick. It urges her to focus and reminds her that she has barely touched her own godlike potential. Lin Yi takes the warning to heart. She releases a massive burst of metallic energy from within. Before the enemies can react, the giant serpent violently explodes. As the smoke clears, Lin Yi floats calmly above the wreckage. She easily extracts the cores of both stolen second sequence thrones from her vaporized enemies. She immediately begins absorbing the stolen powers. Because the acquired thrones belong to the same sequence as her own, they merge smoothly with her system. Lin Yi feels her entire body grow hot as spiritual energy surges through her. She realizes the massive influx is about to trigger a sudden breakthrough. She opens her eyes and breaks through her limits. Lin Yi ascends directly into the legendary Divine Moon Realm. Meanwhile, inside the Xia Nation's top-secret conference room, President Yi Xiao informs the council that country has produced 2 new throne masters in the Rising Sun Realm. Fang Yi notes that, for now, only he, President Yi Xiao, and Elder Wu stand at the nation's absolute peak in the Divine Moon Realm. Elder Wu then proudly reveals that the Xia Nation has successfully produced several more Divine Moon Pioneers. Lin Yi is among them after completing her recent breakthrough. The exact realms of their thunder and wood allies remain unknown. Global sensors cannot even get close enough to measure their rapidly rising energy output. Even so, Elder Wu warns that the gap between realms is enormous. Country now possesses 2 Rising Sun Masters with ultra-rare god-tier attributes. That makes them a serious threat. Fang Yi agrees. He points out that Country A is already using global media to promote its champions against the Fengzong Jia. They are clearly testing the situation before acting to secure their future. Fang Yi leans forward and proposes a plan that could change everything. He wants to create a universal cultivation program that grants power to every citizen. President Yi Xiao hesitates. He admits they once designed a similar plan, but abandoned it because the risks were too great. He reminds Fang Yi that, to a top pioneer, there's almost no difference between one ordinary person and billions of them. Fang Yi argues that ordinary people cannot survive high-level conflicts anyway. Rogue throne masters across the world are already hunting and killing across realms. Safety no longer exists for the average citizen. Even walls of bronze and iron cannot stop rogue throne masters or natural disaster-level anomalies from destroying entire cities. Fang Yi adds that even when he eliminates a threat quickly, the collateral damage suffered by ordinary citizens during that brief window can still be astronomically high. Elder Wu accepts this harsh reality. He points out that citizens are helpless against stray shockwaves. True safety can only exist when they gain the ability to defend themselves. Fang Yi says empowering the population could prevent senseless tragedies like the brutal murder of the young Wind Throne Master in Country Lai. To make that possible, he calls for an immediate nationwide awakening survey. Such a program could open limitless possibilities for the people in this chaotic new era. Fully convinced, President Yi Xiao rises and orders preparations to begin at once. The nationwide survey will cover every city and rural community. Elder Wu supports the plan from a logistical standpoint. He confirms that their spiritual crystal production lines are already prepared to supply the pilot programs ahead of schedule. President Yi Xiao then proposes launching the pilot phase in major universities and high schools. This would create a strong foundation among the younger generation. Fang Yi expands the plan further. He suggests introducing specialized courses, assigning veteran pioneers to schools, and constructing dedicated facilities to make the program more efficient. President Yi Xiao agrees. He stresses that the new organization must focus entirely on structured training. Its educational responsibilities must remain separate from the combat-oriented Spirit Association. To finalize the plan, Elder Wu formally proposes naming the new governing body the Spiritual Education Department. Soon afterward, the historic decree is broadcast across every city. The nationwide plan officially begins. All pioneers are reclassified as cultivators, and citizens receive their recruitment notices. The new Spiritual Education Department launches a structured pilot program to identify and train talent. With that, the era of disorganized cultivation comes to an end. Outside the new Spiritual Education Department at Xincheng University, a huge crowd of eager applicants packs the entrance. Every registration slot is filled once again. Everyone wants to enroll because of the sealer's legendary reputation. The students excitedly talk about how he saved their university from the deadly fire anomaly before he became famous across the world. They also recount how neither the military nor the Spirit Association could stop the combined threat of the Yang and Skyfire anomalies until the sealer arrived and defeated both with ease. Inside the building, the staff can barely keep up with the overwhelming demand. The waiting list for talent testing already stretches into next month, and even raising the admission requirements has failed to slow the flood of applicants. Captain Su explains that the sealer's fame is driving the surge because everyone wants to discover their own cultivation potential. At that moment, 2 applicants confidently walk past the endless line. The staff immediately warns them that cutting in line is not allowed. The young man introduces himself as Lu Xing, the student council president, and says he is accompanied by Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend, Chu Qingli. Lu Xing politely requests a meeting with the top research professor. As soon as the staff learns that Lu Yun is related to a leading professor in the Spirit Association, their attitude changes at once, and they allow the pair into the testing area. Caption Su assumes Chu Qingli is the one taking the test. She remarks that although the girl's current rank is low, she could still possess impressive hidden potential. Feeling the intense stares of the high-level examiners, Chu Qingli nervously wonders if they can tell she only recently broke through to the creation realm. She quickly pushes the thought aside and puts on a confident smile. She believes her talent will impress everyone and is convinced this test will point her toward her next major breakthrough. Chu Qingli steps onto the scanning platform. She takes a deep breath as the testing machine powers up. Her mind drifts back to her painful breakthrough into the creation realm. The process nearly took her life, and she still cannot understand why it was so much more violent than what everyone else experienced. Even Lu Xing admitted his own breakthrough had been far easier. Even so, she has already decided to rely on her connection with him to climb higher, regardless of the cost. She resents the spiritual energy revival for destroying the comfortable life she once had. Before the world changed, she would never have ignored her ex-boyfriend, Fang Yi, in favor of someone less attractive like Lu Yun. The scanner begins to hum. A powerful wave of energy crashes into her, and she struggles to remain standing on the platform. She cannot understand why she is still having such a hard time or why every test feels like unbearable torture. From the control room, an official observes that she can barely endure 10 seconds under the pressure. He estimates her energy absorption rate is below 70% and judges her talent to be average at best. Lu Xing immediately comes to her defense, insisting that determination can overcome a lack of natural talent. The scan soon ends, and the machine classifies her with attribute as completely ordinary. Their hopes collapse instantly. The tester lets out a laugh and explains that because she awakened her abilities so early, she has already reached her ceiling and will never advance beyond the second level of the creation realm. Seeing the situation turn against them, Lu Xing attempts to argue her case. The official calmly explains that she does not qualify for the elite Tai City department, but out of respect for their connection, he can arrange a place for her at the lower-level Qing Chung branch instead. As Chu Qingli walks out of the testing room, whispers spread through the crowd. Many complain that someone with such poor results received a position through obvious favoritism. Others sarcastically point out that applicants with far better potential had already been turned away. Chu Qingli burns with anger. She ignores every insult and dismisses them as fools who have no right to judge her. In her mind, becoming an early adventurer means she deserves special treatment. Even so, when she looks down at her disappointing score sheet, she is forced to face the truth. She will never be able to stand beside the sealer. She convinces herself that only a legendary powerhouse is worthy of her, then bitterly regrets that the chaotic spiritual revival destroyed any chance of getting back together with her ex. Lu Xing tries to comfort her. He tells her the tester's judgment is not the final word. If ordinary cultivation cannot help her improve, he suggests using the department's artificial crystal technology to force her growth instead. Determined to prove that all of her choices were correct, Chu Qingli vows to become far stronger than Fang Yi, still believing her ex-boyfriend is nothing more than a loser who could never gain admission into this department. Inside the department offices, Caption Su admits this is the first time she has disagreed with the sealer's plan. She points out that the older generation fought alongside the government through countless hardships to clear the way. She argues that in this dangerous new era, handing free power and artificial crystals to weak people will only turn them into easy prey for ruthless, high-level hunters. She seriously questions whether launching a public cultivation program will truly uncover talented cultivators or simply push the entire nation toward disaster. When the staff jokingly teases her for doubting her beloved commander, Caption Su immediately fires back. She admits she is only worried that if the experiment fails, the public will blame her boss for everything that happens. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Association headquarters, Fang Yi suddenly sneezes in the middle of a high-level meeting. He awkwardly laughs it off. Gu Yuro points out that a top-level cultivator like him is completely immune to ordinary illnesses, so a random sneeze should be impossible. President Yi Xiao jokes that after defeating so many international organizations, the sealer has probably accumulated a huge number of enemies who are secretly cursing him behind his back. Fang Yi realizes the president's joke may actually be true, with countless resentful people likely complaining about him at that very moment. Returning to the discussion, Fang Yi officially approves the proposed national tour. He agrees that a large-scale public campaign is exactly what the country needs to strengthen national morale. Yi Xiao explains the plan. Both the sealer and Yi, the new Metal Throne Master, will visit the newly established schools. Fang Yi is surprised. He asks whether his cousin has already agreed. Gu Yuro confirms it. He accepted immediately. She even requested that the tour begin in Chuan City and Yuan City. Fang Yi quickly understands her reasoning. Chuan City is his family's former home. Yuan City is controlled by Yi. Both regions are isolated. They struggle to attract exceptional talent. Their schools also need the support of a throne master. Fong Yi feels proud of his cousin's judgment. He stands to finalize the arrangement. However, he asks them to leave his name out of the official announcements for now. Yi Xiao gladly agrees. He laughs and says secrecy will make the visit even better. The students will receive the greatest surprise when the strongest fighter in the world suddenly appears before them. Soon, the first group of students at Ching Chung University's branch assembles on the field for the official ceremony. Their basic training is complete. The university principal praises their determination and impressive progress. He then announces that the school has invited a legendary guest whose identity was kept highly confidential. He introduces the nation's greatest champion, the sealer himself. Fong Yi calmly steps onto the stage. Confetti rains around him. Thunderous applause erupts across the field. The students are stunned by his appearance. Their savior is far younger and more handsome than they expected. The rumors claiming he was an old man are instantly proven false. The crowd cheers wildly for their idol. Chu Qingli remains motionless among them. Her thoughts go completely blank. The legendary sealer is Fong Yi, her supposedly useless ex-boyfriend. Fong Yi introduces himself as the legendary sealer. The students explode into another round of cheers. Chu Qingli does not react. She stands frozen in disbelief. Lu Yun notices her face turning pale. He asks whether she is all right. Chu Qingli is too shocked to answer properly. She is terrified of facing her ex. In a weak voice, she claims she feels sick and needs to rest. Lu Yun urges her to remain. He insists that missing the legendary sealer's speech would be a terrible mistake. He warns her not to become careless with her training. He also worries that she may have pushed herself too hard. Then he offers to bring her straight to the front so she can meet the sealer personally. Meanwhile, Chu Qingli sinks deeper into denial. She cannot understand how her worthless ex-boyfriend became the legendary sealer. She cannot accept that Fong Yi reached the mythical rising sun realm. On the stage, Fong Yi begins an inspiring speech. He says every new cultivator dreams of becoming an unbeatable hero. Very few ever reach that height. He gives them a harsh warning. Before they find glory, they may watch their friends die. Because of that, he asks them a direct question. Is cultivation still worth pursuing if they never reach the very top? Talent matters. Fong Yi does not deny that. However, he declares that refusing to surrender matters even more. His words strike Chu Qingli deeply. She remains completely stunned. At last, she accepts the cruel truth. Her supposedly worthless ex-boyfriend is actually a legendary national hero. He is also the terrifying master of the Yang God throne. After the speech, the university principal praises the sealer with great excitement. He calls him the savior of Ching Chong University and a true hero of the nation. The crowd erupts again. Students excitedly discuss his incredible achievements. They talk about how he sealed enormous threats and saved millions of lives. They also recall how he crushed foreign invasions by himself. Chu Qingli suddenly realizes that Fong Yi began his legendary rise only 1 month after their breakup. The realization destroys her. She cannot stop thinking about how extraordinary her life could have been if she had never left him. Lu Xing tries to check on her. The irritated students nearby tell them to move because they are blocking the view. A moment later, Chu Qingli becomes completely overwhelmed and collapses onto the grass. Luong panics. He decides to miss the rest of the event and carry her straight to the medical wing. Chu Qingli weakly asks him to wait. She insists they must finish watching the sealer first. The nearby students laugh at her desperation. They assume she is just another obsessed fan of the famous hero. Chu Qingli struggles to remain conscious. She wonders whether her sudden panic released a ripple of energy. She hopes Fong Yi noticed her somewhere in the crowd. Then Fong Yi suddenly looks toward the audience. Chu Qingli feels his gaze land near her position. Her heart jumps. She convinces herself that her ex-boyfriend is finally looking at her. But she is wrong. Fong Yi suddenly leaps from the stage and rushes away. People begin shouting that the seal beneath the playground has broken free. Chaos spreads across the campus. Students whisper that the seal had been unstable for several days. They say this was the real reason the sealer hurried his visit. Lukhong suggests going to see the emergency. He is still deeply concerned about Chu Qingli fainting earlier. Chu Qingli insists on going. She needs to witness the sealer's true strength with her own eyes. At the same time, her mind is tormented by the terrible mistake she made when she let Fong Yi go. The students continue gossiping. They say the sealer arrived 1 day early because strange spiritual energy had been detected at the university. Then terror strikes the campus. A gigantic mutated flame beast breaks free with violent force. It immediately swallows a powerful reserve captain alive. Fong Yi floats above the raging flames. He remembers creating this seal with Officer Ji Royan when he first mastered the Skyfire. At the time, He placed most of the flame power inside his blade to increase its damage. He sealed the remaining energy beneath the university playground. He never expected the world's spiritual awakening to cause those flames to fuse with his yang energy. The fusion created a dangerous new element. Fang Yi admits that he underestimated how much it had grown. He now understands why an ordinary captain had no chance against it. The mutated seal releases overwhelming heat and pressure. The nearby students begin losing their sight. Blood runs from their eyes. They flee in agony. The senior guards immediately order everyone to evacuate. The senior guards warn the beginners that pure yang energy is highly toxic to untrained bodies. More than a third of the students retreat at once. Only the most talented remain. Even they struggle beneath the crushing pressure. Chu Qingli clings to Lu Shang. She finally realizes that shock was not the only reason she collapsed. The intense yang energy had reached her from far away. She was the first person to fall from the aftershocks alone. That means she is the weakest cultivator on campus. At that moment, Lu Shang shouts for her to look. The sealer is charging straight into the raging sea of flames. A huge explosion shakes the university. Several roaring fire dragons surge toward Fang Yi from every direction. Fang Yi only smiles. He treats the terrifying beast like an old friend he has not seen in a long time. He scolds it for devouring a human. Then he charges forward. A gigantic pillar of solar energy erupts from him and pierces the sky. The violent shock wave and unbearable heat leave the crowd struggling to breathe. Everyone is terrified by the sealer's overwhelming strength. Lu Yin quickly creates a barrier to protect them. Behind the shield, Chu Qingli recognizes the legendary figure from the viral videos. She never knew that Hero was her ex-boyfriend. Fang Yi admits that his work in the past was careless. He stretches out one hand. The enormous firestorm begins shrinking with almost no effort. He promises to show the beast what true mastery of the yang element looks like. His system instantly detects the powerful energy. It activates its highest computing power. A completely new cultivation technique is created on the spot. A pillar of solar flame blasts into the sky. The energy is processed and fully absorbed into Fang Yi's body. Within seconds, the system confirms that the process is complete. The chaotic monster is now completely suppressed beneath Fang Yi's feet. He unlocks a powerful new ability called the Yang God Dharma Seal. This technique can randomly seal one of an opponent's abilities for 30 minutes. Fang Yi studies the new Yang God Dharma Seal. Randomly blocking one enemy ability may not sound like a spectacular instant-kill move. In reality, it is extremely powerful. In this new era, elite throne masters often control several thrones. They combine different elements during normal combat. Removing even one core ability destroys that balance. Their entire combination falls apart. They can no longer fight at full strength. Fang Yi knows he will eventually face the strongest warriors from Country A. Sealing one of their abilities for 30 minutes will give him more than enough time to win. The technique also works against anomalies. That makes it an extremely flexible trump card. Fang Yi knows there is no such thing as having too many deadly techniques. Meanwhile, the towering flames finally begin to fade. The school officials rush over. They bow with gratitude. They praise the sealer for saving the campus once again. Fang Yi orders them to quarantine the playground for at least 3 months. He warns everyone that although the beast has been sealed, the remaining yang energy is still so powerful that any ordinary person who gets too close would be vaporized. Satisfied that the students have already learned enough for the day, Fang Yi decides to end his visit without giving the planned speech. The students refuse to let him leave. They gather around him and eagerly ask the legendary sealer to guide them through a short cultivation session. Seeing their enthusiasm, Fang Yi realizes the edge of the sealed playground is the perfect place to cultivate. Even absorbing a small amount of the remaining yang energy will greatly strengthen the nation's future cultivators. Fang Yi rises into the sky. He tells everyone to follow his instructions and begin cultivating together. The students sit cross-legged across the field. Countless glowing particles of pure yang energy fill the air. They eagerly absorb the energy into their bodies. Watching the scene unfold, Captain Su finally understands why even the highest-ranking captains never act arrogantly around Fang Yi. He treats everyone equally. Anyone willing to cultivate earns the same respect from him, regardless of talent or status. Realizing how valuable this opportunity is, Captain Su and the local officials do not hesitate. They immediately sit down and join the cultivation session themselves. At the same time, Chu Qingli finally understands the truth. She remembers the day Fang Yi arrived with a military escort. He had come to seal the rogue fire anomaly. He was never there to beg her to take him back. Regret completely overwhelms her as she remembers how arrogantly she treated him. She had considered him nothing more than a stain on her life. She eagerly cut ties with him. She even called him a loser. But he was never a loser. He became the nation's greatest savior. He is the legendary master of two thrones. He split an enemy nation's borders in half. He commands the respect of everyone, including her own instructors. The painful truth crushes her. She takes a step backward. She realizes she is only an insignificant low-level cultivator. She has already reached her limit. Their paths will never cross again. A few days later, an ominous dark fog begins creeping across the full moon above Tai City. The instant Fong Yi senses the sudden change, he stops meditating. He quickly captures a strand of the leaking dark energy and begins examining it. After studying the purple energy, he realizes it did not naturally escape from a domain. Instead, it feels like a deliberate, man-made probe sent to test their defenses. He wonders whether another rogue cultivator has mastered dark magic or if an intelligent dark entity has begun targeting his home. As memories of the dark tides from previous trials return, his suspicions only deepen. He immediately decides to warn Elder Wu and the rest of the High Command. Across the country, prophets and specialists fall into panic. Their divination crystals and ancient artifacts shatter beneath the pressure of an enormous, approaching catastrophe. Inside the Tai City Monitoring Center, an association superior watches every screen flash red. Energy levels are surging across the nation. The ultimate test for the new spiritual education department has finally begun. Public broadcasts immediately issue a nationwide warning. A massive crisis is approaching. Several seers predict an oncoming doomsday. The newly trained cultivators do not panic. They declare that they are ready. With the department's training and resources behind them, they vow to confront the threat directly. They refuse to depend on the sealer to rescue them every time. Meanwhile, far away in the countryside of Country A, a golden beam suddenly crashes down from the sky. It slams into a speeding getaway car. The impact forces the vehicle to stop inside a huge cloud of smoke. Neil, the powerful master of the Light Throne, floats calmly above the wreckage. He demands the information he asked for. The terrified driver crawls out of the ruined car. He begs for his life. Then he quickly throws a high-tech data drive toward the blonde powerhouse. Mal scans the device. It contains detailed intelligence about Fong Yi. The files list his birth city. They record his rise to become the nation's highest commander. They also explain his role in establishing the spiritual education department. The drive contains Fong Yi's entire family tree. It includes his cousin and his aunt. It even reveals his exact home address. The report also estimates that his strength has reached the second tier of the Rising Sun realm. Neil is delighted by the information. A cruel light shines in his eyes. He smiles as he imagines hunting down the sealer and killing him as soon as possible. The informant senses Neil's murderous intent. He screams in fear. He curses the blonde demon for breaking his promise to spare him. Neil suddenly grabs the man by the throat. He laughs. He claims that as the angel of the Light Throne, he could never be a demon. He says he is only rewarding the man's service by sending him directly to God. Then he releases his holy light. The power tears away the informant's abilities in agony. Completely broken, the dying man drops to his knees. He weakly submits to his executioner. Neil dismisses him with a cruel smile. He says farewell. Then he blasts the man's remains into nothing. When the dust settles, the core of the informant's throne floats into Neil's hand. This brings him another step closer to total supremacy. He has now claimed his 11th throne. Chapter 106. A terrible disaster suddenly erupts in a quiet town in L City. Ordinary citizens quickly transform into screaming, mindless monsters. Terror spreads within seconds. The system identifies the creature behind the disaster as the Soul Devourer. It is a B-rank dark monster. It steals human souls. Then it controls the victims' corpses to increase its own strength. The parasite makes the situation even worse. It forces the bodies to devour one another. Their energy fuses together. Before the horrified survivors, the corpses merge into a gigantic, mutated mass of flesh. Chun Bing watches the gruesome scene from a rooftop. He is the new captain of the local cultivator squad. Disgusted by what has happened to his people, he vows to destroy the monster. He knows that any delay will lead to more deaths. The water-powered captain quickly gathers his team. Together, they charge straight into the swarm and begin taking the monsters down. Chun Bing slices the head off one creature with ease. Then he freezes. The headless body does not fall. It keeps moving. His squad is completely surrounded. Panicked, they shout that normal attacks cannot kill these walking corpses. Even cutting them apart does nothing. Chun Bing realizes they have walked into a trap. They are badly outmatched. He orders an immediate retreat. He also calls the higher-ups for emergency support. Chun Bing stays behind to cover his team. He sends water slashes in every direction. The undead are still too fast. One monster catches a squad member from behind. It drags him into the screaming horde. The retreat becomes a nightmare. Before Chun Bing can respond, dark energy seizes two more cultivators. They are pulled into a swirling black portal. Chun Bing watches his squad being torn apart. Fear overwhelms him. Anger and tears follow. He roars and gathers all his water energy for one final stand. At that moment, a massive mutated corpse creeps up behind him. It is about to strike. A brilliant beam suddenly falls from the sky. The deadly light burns the monsters away instantly. Several high-level cultivators land in the smoke. They quickly notice that the monster has already evolved into a greater threat. Chun Bing sees his teacher and Officer Liu. Relief washes over him. The veteran commander immediately takes control. He orders additional backup. He also commands every beginner cultivator to evacuate at once. The beginners begin pulling back. Chun Bing refuses to leave. He insists that he can still fight. Before he takes another step, the surrounding energy suddenly changes. His body locks in place. The fallen corpses begin rising again. A terrifying dark mist covers them. The commander orders everyone to destroy every body. He warns that the victims are becoming enemies. The squad cuts the dead apart. The dark energy still revives them. One cultivator notices that their normal elemental attacks barely affect the powerful darkness. He understands what they must do. They need to force the dark energy out completely. He activates his ultimate technique. A massive wave of power erupts in every direction. Every corpse is burned away. Nothing remains for the parasite to control. The plan succeeds. The zombies are completely destroyed. The dark energy field weakens sharply. The squad prepares to attack the Soul Devourer's true body. Before they can move, the radars on their wrists flash red. The sky turns completely black. A gigantic grinning purple shadow appears above the entire town. It radiates pure evil. The cultivators recognize it immediately. It is the legendary king of anomalies. The commander screams for everyone to abandon the mission. He orders them to run at once. The creature had disguised itself as a weak B-rank monster. It hid its true strength. Now it reveals real intelligence. The king of anomalies throws the retreating squad into chaos. They watch their own friends transform into monsters. Then the commander suddenly regains his senses. The commander realizes the entire scene is a massive illusion created by the beast. He refuses to be deceived. He charges forward. He tells everyone to stay calm. He orders them to help him attack the illusion at its weakest point. Before he can strike, one of his own teammates suddenly attacks him. The brutal blow knocks him to the ground. He crashes into the dirt. Dark energy begins invading his mind. Then the commander suddenly releases a huge energy sphere. The blast tears through everything around him. Panic has completely taken over. Chun Bing is stunned. His leaders are collapsing one after another. He cannot understand how any of them can survive. He fights to remain sane. He keeps shouting that none of it is real. Chun Bing realizes the king of anomalies is showing him these terrifying visions on purpose. The creature wants to crush his spirit. It wants to destroy all hope. Then Chun Bing begins wondering when the illusion started. Did it begin when they reached the city? Did it start after they entered the town? Or was the entire mission a trap from the beginning? He sinks deeper into the mental prison. He no longer knows whether his teammates are dead or alive. Soon, he begins doubting his own existence. He wonders whether he is already dead as well. No one comes to rescue him. Despair finally overwhelms him. Chun Bing accepts the idea that he is already dead. He decides fighting has become meaningless. He surrenders to the darkness. The monster watches as his mind breaks apart. Chun Bing stands completely still. He is fully trapped inside the creature's mental game. Just when all hope appears lost, a calm voice cuts through the darkness. The speaker casually remarks that mental abilities are extremely rare. Chun Bing's eyes instantly return to normal. A brilliant pillar of golden light tears through the darkness. The terrifying illusion shatters. Chun Bing looks into the light in shock. The legendary hero Fong Yi descends from the sky. Fong Yi smiles warmly. He praises the young captain for surviving such a deadly mental attack. He tells Chun Bing that he has great potential. Fong Yi tells Chun Bing to watch carefully. He explains that Chun Bing's squad was never truly killed. They were only trapped inside the monster's layered illusions. Fong Yi draws his sword. He releases a golden slash. The attack cuts directly through the false reality surrounding them. Blinding light tears across the dark domain. Chun Bing finally realizes that the legendary sealer truly came to save him. At that moment, a swarm of starving dark specters rushes toward Fong Yi from every direction. They are desperate to tear apart his soul. Chun Bing panics. Fong Yi activates his spiritual clarity technique. A powerful wave of holy light erupts from him. The shadows are vaporized instantly. The entire illusionary realm breaks into pieces. Fong Yi remains calm as the domain collapses around him. He mocks the king of illusions. He tells the creature to stop hiding and face him directly. The monster retreats in terror. Fong Yi gathers his thunder energy. He leaps into the air. Several lightning clones appear around him. They charge straight through the gigantic shadow beast. The creature tries to retreat. Then it turns to flee. He looks down with a cold stare. He asks whether it truly believed it could escape from him. The creature shrieks in agony as Yi and his lightning clones surround it from every direction. Yi raises his blade. He orders the clones to attack. A relentless storm of slashes erupts. The king of anomalies is cut apart until nothing remains. Chun Bing stands motionless. He watches the terrifying monster disappear within seconds. The sealer's overwhelming strength leaves him completely stunned. As the dark aura disperses, a rare purple spiritual crystal falls from the monster's remains. Yi calmly catches it in midair. His system announces that the king of illusions has been eliminated. The Yang God throne activates automatically. It purifies the dark energy inside the crystal. Sacred flames surround it. Every trace of corruption is burned away. The crystal becomes a pure and completely safe source of power. Yi studies it for a moment. He reflects on how much stronger he has become. He remembers how desperately he once struggled just to survive against the King of Death. Now, everything is different. With his increased strength and the power of the Yang God throne, defeating rule-level king entities has become effortless. In the past, absorbing dark energy demanded extreme caution and a long period of refinement. Now his body absorbs it without difficulty. Holding the purified crystal, Yi considers who should receive it. He thinks of Yi. He thinks of Caption Su. He thinks of Jialan. He also thinks of Elder Wu. That thought reminds him of his sentient gourd vine and the red spirit flower. He realizes it has been a long time since he last checked on them. Suddenly, an urgent telepathic message reaches his mind. The red spirit flower is in serious danger. It is trying to claim its throne. It desperately needs his help. He knows how powerful the spirit flower already is. If it has been pushed into danger, then the enemy must include several powerful throne masters from at least the second sequence. Yi turns back to Chun Bing. He assures the captain that his squad is still alive. They have only been scattered across different pocket dimensions. He tells Chun Bing to gather everyone while he handles an urgent matter. Before Chun Bing can even thank him, Yi transforms into a streak of golden light. He shoots into the night sky. He races toward his companion. Meanwhile, deep within the quiet mountain forests of Yuan City, the wood throne floats above the red spirit flower as it meditates beneath it. The plant senses the change in the surrounding atmosphere. It immediately prepares itself. Uninvited guests have arrived. Hidden within the shadows, two suspicious figures watch their target alongside the bandaged master of the quicksand throne. He remarks that the plant is only moments away from completely subduing the wood throne. Standing beside him, the tattooed master of the shadow throne asks how they intend to divide the rewards and who will claim the wood throne. The quicksand throne master suggests targeting the thunder gourd vine instead. The shadow throne master immediately rejects the idea. He warns that the thunder gourd vine is far too dangerous to provoke. Shadow vents his frustration. He complains that wild plants are absurdly lucky. Human cultivators must suffer to gain power. These plants simply receive it. Quicksand agrees. He says they had to crawl over countless bodies to claim their thrones. The plants only needed to grow in the right place at the right time. Then he adds that Shadow enjoys killing anyway. The two rogue masters combine their powers. Dark energy merges with sand. They launch a savage joint attack at the defenseless flower. The attack is meant to erase it completely. Just before it lands, a massive pillar of green energy erupts from the flower's core. Emerald light forms a violent vortex. A glowing spirit avatar rises from the petals. She opens her eyes. She is ready to defend her home. She is ready to fight for the throne. The sentient red spirit flower finally reveals her true form. She appears as a beautiful spirit avatar. A swirling storm of green life energy surrounds her. The instant she senses the incoming attack, she responds. A powerful beam of green energy blasts forward. It collides head-on with the combined sand and shadow assault. Quicksand and shadow quickly move around her. They surround her from both sides. They mock her for being only a flower. They sneer that she somehow became a third sequence wood throne. Their arrogance only fuels her anger. She stops holding back. A huge wave of razor-sharp green spikes erupts in every direction. The spikes pierce both rogue masters. Quicksand immediately senses something is wrong. The spikes tear through his body. His life force begins draining at a terrifying speed. This is not normal wood throne power. It carries the rare primal desolation attribute. That force is destroying him from within. Shadow remains calm. He does not try to resist. His body dissolves into black mist. The spikes pass through harmlessly. The plant spirit believes she has taken control of the battle. Then a gigantic dome of darkness descends over the forest. The entire area is swallowed. She is trapped inside the domain. Crushing pressure closes in from every direction. For the first time, She feels real fear. Quicksand believes victory is certain. He rushes in for the kill. Shadow attacks at the same time. A barrage of shadow daggers flies toward her. He intends to seize the wood throne for himself. Neither attack reaches her. A brilliant golden shock wave explodes across the battlefield. The dark domain shatters instantly. The plant's spirit smiles in relief. Her master has arrived. Fong Yi floats calmly above the battlefield. He catches Shadow's poison needles with one bare hand. Sacred solar flames ignite around them. The needles burn to ash. Fong Yi watches the ashes vanish between his fingers. He coldly says that Country A's throne masters have become far too reckless. Those words terrify both rogue masters. Behind Fong Yi, a gigantic bird of blazing solar fire slowly takes shape. They recognize the legendary Yang power immediately. Stories about Fong Yi rush through their minds. He has already surpassed the Rising Sun realm. He controls several thrones. One of them is the Supreme Sun God throne. He once split an entire nation's borders apart with a single attack. Only then do they understand how badly they misjudged Fong Yi. Their confidence disappears. Panic takes its place. Knowing they cannot win, the two rogue masters flee in opposite directions. Quicksand begs for mercy. He promises they will never enter Xi'an again if Fong Yi lets him live. Fong Yi shows no sympathy. They should have considered the consequences before attacking his spirit flower. A huge vortex of sacred solar flames surrounds Quicksand. Every escape route is sealed. Fong Yi moves one hand. A devastating explosion erupts. Quicksand is erased from existence. When the flames fade, only his golden throne core remains. It floats quietly into Fong Yi's hand. After securing the core, Fong Yi reminds Yi that one enemy is still alive. He warns her not to let Shadow escape. Shadow barely takes a few more steps. Yi lands directly in front of him. She blocks his path. Shadow recognizes her second sequence metal attribute. He decides to kill her first, then he plans to escape. Yi responds with a brilliant flash of golden light. The burst briefly disrupts his senses. She rushes forward. Her fist slams straight into his face. For a moment, it appears she has won. Then Shadow smiles. The body she struck dissolves like smoke. The real Shadow appears behind her. He immediately tries to escape again. Caught off guard, Yi asks Fong Yi for one more chance. She wants to finish the fight herself. Fong Yi trusts her. He steps back. Golden energy erupts around Yi. She rises into the sky. A gigantic golden night forms behind her. The night gathers overwhelming power. It condenses everything into one spear of pure light. Even Shadow cannot understand how someone so young possesses such terrifying offensive strength. Yi gives him no time to react. She releases her ultimate technique, the Spear of Eternal Destiny. The enormous lance pierces through Shadow's ghostly body. He is instantly erased from existence. Seconds later, only his dark purple shadow throne core remains. It floats silently in the air. The battle is finally over. Completely exhausted, Yi sits down to recover. Fong Yi and the sentient red spirit flower walk over. They congratulate her. Fong Yi is pleased with her progress. He encourages his cousin to use this opportunity. She should begin mastering her second elemental throne. Meanwhile, far away beneath the cold full moon, a dark Gothic cathedral stands in silence. Inside, Neil suddenly senses the quicksand and shadow throne energies vanish at the same time. He immediately understands what happened. Fong Yi killed them both. A high-ranking envoy arrives. He blames Neil for allowing Country A to lose two more elite throne masters. Neil ignores the accusation. He only asks why the envoy came. The envoy reveals that Country A has officially changed its strategy against the Xia nation. Until further notice, Neil must stand down. He is ordered to suspend all his plans while the nation prepares its next move.